Land of Fire. Kanahigakure. Ha, ha. I'm utterly exhausted. With labored breaths, the chakra-depleted Feng Yao collapsed on the ground, sweat soaking his back. He had just finished training in the rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, in preparation for the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. Now, he had successfully learned to create 3 clones. Feng Yao was not originally from the world of Naruto. He had accidentally crossed over from Earth, where he was merely an ordinary office worker in his 20s. Growing up in China, he found it challenging to integrate into the Naruto world, but fortunately, he had traversed as a child, allowing him to conceal his origins. As a traveler, he was a devoted fan of the Naruto series and was intimately familiar with the various main storylines. However, unlike other travelers, he did not find himself within any of the prominent clans, such as the Uzumaki, Hyuga, Uchiha, or Senju, which left him feeling quite disheartened. After all, in the world of Naruto, the Sharingan, Byakugan, and sealing techniques could only be mastered within clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga. Even chakra volume was closely tied to one's lineage, for instance. The Uzumaki clan naturally possessed a greater amount of chakra. Born into an unremarkable family, with a father who was a chunin and a mother who was an ordinary person, he lacked any formidable bloodline limits or powerful ocular jutsu. With a face that blended into the crowd, it was evident that he was destined to be a mere supporting character in the grand narrative. Though Feng Yao, as a traveler, possessed knowledge of many secrets within the Naruto universe, his lack of strength meant that revealing such secrets could lead to dire consequences. This was the lament of the weak. What man does not harbor dreams? Upon entering this world, Feng Yao naturally aspired to make a name for himself in the ninja realm. Yet he found it exceedingly difficult even to master a few rank ninjutsu, let alone challenge the Uchiha or Otsutsuki clans. Fortunately, diligence could compensate for his shortcomings. At the Ninja Academy, Feng Yao was among the most diligent students, aware that if he merely settled for being a genin in this world, he would be ashamed to claim he was a traveler. The techniques he had learned thus far were shadow clone technique, substitution technique, replacement technique, transformation technique. These were the entirety of his ninjutsu repertoire. And indeed, there were only these FEW'd in his past viewings of the anime. He had thought that performing a few hand seals and uttering the name of a jutsu was all that was needed to unleash it. Yet, the reality was harsh. Mastering ninjutsu was a formidable challenge. The first hurdle was refining chakra, and the second lay in the intricate balance between the hand seals and the chakra utilized. At the age of 12, Feng Yao had only managed to grasp these few rank techniques, although he had firmly established a solid foundation of the Academy's basic knowledge. While his ninjutsu might not be particularly powerful, he was confident that graduation would pose no issue. Silently resolving to learn more advanced techniques from his teachers after graduation, he rose to his feet and began heading toward the Ninja Academy. Naruto, you little rascal, stop right there. Ha ha ha, you all are so annoying. How could you engage in such reprehensible acts? Several figures dashed across the rooftops, swiftly vanishing from sight. Feng Yao glanced into the distance at Naruto, the protagonist of the series, and he understood that Naruto's current antics were merely an attempt to draw attention. And it was only after traversing into the world of Naruto that the indifference of the villagers towards him truly became apparent. To be frank, even his parents in this realm advised him to keep his distance from Naruto, labeling him as a demon fox. This nearly elicited a laugh from Feng Yao, who scoffed at such notions, having watched Naruto's journey unfold. The fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to save a group of ungrateful and laughable individuals. He maintained a decent rapport with Naruto and had intentionally sought to draw closer to him. After all, should his own future not fare well, having such a prominent figure to rely upon would be advantageous. Hey Naruto! Wow! Iruka Sensei. As he observed Naruto, who had been unmasked by Iruka Sensei's keen insight while attempting the camouflage technique, Feng Yao approached to greet them. Iruka Sensei, what are you and Naruto up to? Upon seeing Feng Yao, Naruto's expression brightened, eager to greet him, only to be met with Iruka's already grim visage. The words nearly escaped his lips, but were quickly swallowed back. Feng Yao's gaze drifted towards the statues of the Hokage throughout the ages, adorned with graffiti that was Naruto's handiwork. This place marked the inception of Naruto's legendary journey, however. His arrival might usher in a slight alteration in Naruto's fate, perhaps a mere speck of dust, or possibly a tempest. It's class time. Get back to your seats. You too, Feng Yao. Thus, Feng Yao and Naruto returned to the classroom of the Ninja Academy. Being privy to the script, Feng Yao had already mastered the shadow clone technique for the upcoming graduation exam. He had taken the time to practice diligently, ensuring his promotion to Genin and the acquisition of his forehead protector were secure. His gaze swept across the classroom, filled with individuals who would one day become renowned figures in the ninja world, such as Uchiha Sasuke, Nara Shikamaru, and Haruno Sakura. If he did not exert himself, he would easily be outmatched by these peers, even reduced to the status of cannon fodder. Naruto, do you realize you've failed the graduation exam twice? This isn't a time for jokes, you fool. Naruto dismissively turned his head aside, embodying a demeanor of carefree stubbornness. Even Feng Yao couldn't help but be amused by Naruto's current state. Who would have imagined that this individual, who could not even perform the shadow clone technique at present, would one day possess the power to upend the entire ninja world? Everyone, listen up. Today's assessment is the transformation technique. Even those who have passed must come forward. Ugh. Naruto, this is all your fault. What does it have to do with me? A chorus of refusals echoed through the classroom, and Feng Yao rubbed his nose, well-versed in the transformation technique. In this class, few could surpass his grasp of fundamental ninjutsu. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed behind his head, observing the assessments as they unfolded. First up, Haruno Sakura, a girl with pink hair, stepped forward. Naruto's gaze seemed captivated. This girl was none other than the divisive Haruno Sakura from Naruto. Beneath her seemingly adorable exterior lay a fierce spirit. Naruto was still too young, why not admire Hinata instead? As Feng Yao needed his sore arms from the recent training, he awaited Irika's call. Suddenly, a transcendent voice echoed within his mind. Ding! The system has been successfully bound. Congratulations, host. Shall we activate the ninjutsu exclusive system now? What? A system? Is this for real? After 12 years in the world of Naruto, I finally await my moment of glory. I had thought myself merely an ordinary bystander. Fearing death to the extent of clinging to the protagonist, I have finally received my golden opportunity. Feng Yao, in his excitement, dug his fingernails deeply into his flesh as he silently responded. Activate. Congratulations, host. Activation successful. Allow me to elucidate the profound capabilities of this system. IT enables the host to randomly master a particular school or rank of ninjutsu within the ninja realm, such as granting the host immediate command over all a rank ninjutsu. When a rank ninjutsu is drawn, the host may only engage in combat or complete tasks using a rank ninjutsu and cannot employ any other ninjutsu, sage arts, or illusionary techniques. Every 6 months, the options will refresh. Since the host has just activated the system, a random draw has occurred, and now the host can master all sage arts present in the ninja world, but may solely utilize sage arts. Any other ninjutsu or physical techniques will be beyond the host's capability. Really? I can master all sage arts. Wait, but I lack sage chakra, don't I? Upon hearing this, Feng Yao was overwhelmed with excitement. The prospect of mastering all sage arts in Naruto, when he had previously been limited to a rank ninjutsu, felt akin to a destitute person suddenly winning a fortune. However, as he regained his composure, he recalled the intricacies of Naruto's world. The release of sage arts necessitates sage chakra and entry in a sage mode, which is formed by absorbing natural energy and completely merging it with one's physical and spiritual energy. Moreover, entering sage mode requires an immense amount of chakra and training at the 3 great sage locations. With his meager chakra reserves, the idea of harnessing natural energy seemed utterly impossible. It would be akin to becoming one with nature without any capability. Few in the Naruto universe could attain sage mode. Even Jiraiya did not master it in its entirety. This highlighted the formidable challenge of mastering sage mode. As a powerful system, if it is to facilitate the host's strength, it must not provide excessive assistance. You have mastered all sage arts, but the host must devise a method to acquire chakra and enter sage mode. The system will inform the host of the locations in future tasks. Are you kidding me? Without sage chakra, what use is mastering sage arts? My current chakra is barely sufficient, And do you think entering the 3 Great Sage locations is as simple as walking in? Do you think this is your home? Is this system perhaps a bargain at $9 with free shipping? Don't you think you're embarrassing other systems? Warning: if the host continues to insult this system, annihilation will be enacted. Ahem, I was merely jesting. Surely there must be another way. Is it customary for a first-time system binder to receive no beginner's gift package? Not at all, but the system will assign tasks to the host to enhance their abilities, which includes increasing the host chakra. Well, that's somewhat acceptable, but wait. I can't use any ninjutsu aside from sage arts. What about the few ninjutsu I learned? Does the host's memory have issues? Of course, they are unusable. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao felt as though he had ingested a thorny booger, discomfort overwhelming him. Come on, is this for real? Unable to use sage arts, ninjutsu, a flimid scythe, never heard of a binding system that diminishes one's strength. Fine, considering the host's talent, aptitude, and notably poor strength, this system will provide assistance once more, granting the host their first task. Task objective: steal the Book of Seals, with a deadline of 1 month. Reward: a 10-fold increase in chakra. Motto: young boy, tread the path of the protagonist. Glaring at the task and reward issued by the system, Feng Yao gritted his teeth in frustration. This was far more painful than death itself. Stealing the Book of Seals? What is that? It is a forbidden book, personally sealed by the first Hokage, heavily guarded. Naruto's ability to obtain the Book of Seals in the early stages was actually sanctioned by the third Hokage. Otherwise, how could a mere Naruto accomplish what even elite ninjas might struggle to achieve? And now, Feng Yao couldn't even use the basic ninjutsu, further debilitating his capabilities. Moreover, the reward appeared generous, but was anything but given the minuscule amount of chakra within Feng Yao. Even a 10-fold increase would only bring him to a normal level, likely still less than half of Naruto's chakra. What happens if I fail to complete this task? Failure to complete the task results in immediate termination. Feng Yao silently cursed the system once more, only to see Naruto take the stage next. Watching Naruto, an idea suddenly struck him. Perhaps stealing the Book of Seals didn't require him to go alone. Next up, Naruto. Sure thing, transformation jutsu. In an instant, Naruto transformed into a stunning blonde with twin ponytails, causing Irika across from him to spurt a fountain of blood from his nose. This was a technique that even the Hokage and Otsutsuki could not resist. As Feng Yao observed Naruto's seductive jutsu, he pondered whether he should learn this technique for Naruto someday in the world of shinobi. Having more skills never hurts. Host, please cease these indecent thoughts immediately. Silence, you troublesome system. I'm purely considering ways to enhance my strength. Don't you realize this technique can even defeat the Hokage? Even if the host learns it, they will be unable to use it. That's a valid point. While Feng Yao continued to bicker with the system, Irika had already finished chastising Naruto and was now calling upon him. That a multitude of horses galloped in Feng Yao's mind. He had always found the transformation jutsu to be effortless, yet now he felt trapped by the system. Feng Yao, please demonstrate the transformation jutsu. Naruto, pay close attention to Feng Yao. Actually, Feng Yao felt as though he had never moved so slowly in his life. Suddenly, I am reminded that the graduation examination in a few days will assess my proficiency in the art of shadow clones. It seems I may not even be able to graduate. Is it possible that I, a dignified traveler from another realm, might ultimately fail to pass the genin evaluation? Chapter 2. The two underachievers. What is it, Feng Yao? Irika inquired, noticing Feng Yao's prolonged silence. With no other option, Feng Yao took a deep breath and positioned himself in the center of the classroom, attempting to form hand seals. Yet, he discovered that regardless of his efforts, whenever he aimed to employ a specific jutsu, the chakra within him remained stubbornly unrefined and unblended. After 5 minutes of awkward attempts, the atmosphere had grown eerily silent. The system stated that only sage techniques may be utilized. How embarrassing this is for me. Others around him began to murmur, what's wrong with Feng Yao? I remember him mastering the transformation technique quite well. Perhaps he has been slacking off these days. I expect you to attend my lessons diligently, Feng Yao. Otherwise, I shall summon your parents to speak with me. Irika's fury was palpable. Feng Yao felt a sense of despair, but could only nod in response. His thoughts were consumed with how to complete the task at hand and elevate his abilities, for in his eyes, the rank of a Genin mattered little. True strength was the essence of existence. Many Jonin were inferior even to some Genin. Thus, rank was merely a fade. Feng Yao comforted himself with these reflections. After class concluded, Feng Yao, feeling mentally and physically drained, was about to leave when Naruto approached him with narrowed eyes. Feng Yao, what is the matter? You should be able to handle the jutsu with ease. Don't let me beat you. Observing Naruto's earnest expression, Feng Yao chuckled. This was Naruto's way of showing he cared, albeit indirectly. Feeling a flicker of warmth from one of the few individuals who genuinely concerned himself with him, Feng Yao placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't lose to you. With that, he slung his bag over his shoulder and pulled Naruto along as they headed outside. Along the way, Naruto animatedly recounted his latest mischievous escapades until Iruka caught him and sent him off to clean the Hokage's statue. Meanwhile, Feng Yao returned home, where his parents had already prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Ah, Feng Yao's back. Sit down quickly. All right, mother. Feng Yao had never developed particularly deep feelings for his parents in this world, as he longed for his true family back on Earth. However, he acknowledged the nurturing they had provided, and if he was unable to return to his homeland or found himself destined to be an ordinary genin, he resolved to care for them in their old age. Yet, with the advent of the system, circumstances had shifted dramatically. He hastily finished his meal. Mother, I'm done. I'll be heading out for a bit. Please leave the door unlocked for me. But return early, as you have an exam tomorrow. Feng Yao retreated to his room, retrieving a ceramic piggy bank from the top of his cupboard. With a forceful smash against the floor, it shattered, revealing an assortment of paper bills and coins. His savings accumulated over more than a decade, totaling over 1,200. For a student, this was indeed a significant sum. Unable to perform any jutsu and burdened by the tasks imposed by the frustrating system, he realized he must now arm himself with wealth. With money in hand, Feng Yao made his way towards the store that sold ninja tools. Stepping outside, he took a deep breath of the chilly evening air, reflecting on the unpredictability of life. Just yesterday, he was a trainee capable of wielding 4 or 5 ninjutsu. Today, he felt like an ordinary person limited to mere physical abilities. However, with the system he possessed, his potential was undoubtedly far greater than it had ever been. Arriving at the entrance of the ninja tool shop, he pushed aside the fabric curtain. Welcome. Oh, it's you, Feng Xiaogue. Though the exterior of the shop appeared unremarkable, the interior was quite elegantly decorated. 3 counters were arranged in various directions, displaying an array of tools: kunai, shuriken, darts, nunchaku, silver needles, and small protective backpacks. The walls were adorned with larger ninja tools, such as windmill shuriken, sickles, and scythes. What he needed were compact tools that were easy to carry. Larger ones would hinder his speed, and he was short on funds. Uncle Yoshida, I wish to purchase some protective gear, shuriken, and darts, as well as... Are you planning to buy these? You haven't graduated yet. Using these could be quite dangerous. Noticing the reluctance of the shopkeeper, Feng Yao quickly responded, well, since the graduation exam is over, if I become a genin, I will need to undertake missions. I thought it prudent to prepare in advance, to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Uft, you little rascal, already preparing for genin missions. You're quite confident in yourself. That takes guts. Uncle Yoshida chuckled as he gathered the items Feng Yao needed. Yes, Feng Yao thought to himself. Feeling a pang of regret, he was currently unable to utilize ninjutsu for self-preservation. With no hope for success in the exam, he contemplated ways to steal the sealing book instead. In a short while, the shopkeeper had assembled all the ninja tools Feng Yao required. After confirming everything was in order, he handed over his meager savings accumulated over more than a decade, feeling as though his heart was bleeding at that moment. Stepping outside, he found his pockets empty, yet he was fully equipped. As he walked home, he suddenly heard a ruckus coming from a nearby ramen shop, causing him to smile unconsciously. It was Naruto, engaged in a conversation with Iruka. Stubbornly, Naruto insisted that Iruka lend him his forehead protector. Iruka-sensei, please let me wear your forehead protector. That cannot be, Naruto. You will only receive it once you graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a capable ninja. Stingy. Unlike Iruka, Feng Yao was aware that Naruto was destined to fail the upcoming exam. After all, the nine tails sealed within him caused his chakra to run rampant, preventing Naruto from successfully gathering his chakra. Feng Yao also planned to skip the exam, as he felt there was no point in attending only to fail and embarrass himself twice. Naruto, Irika-sensei. Hey, Feng Yao, are you here for ramen too? Naruto greeted him first. To Naruto, Feng Yao was a cherished friend from his childhood and one of the few who treated him kindly in the village. Irika also acknowledged Feng Yao with a nod. You should return home early to rest. Tomorrow's graduation exam requires you to be 100 times more spirited. Oh, I do not wish to go back. There is no one at home. Naruto lamented as he clutched his hair in distress. Irika, who had initially intended to deliver a light reprimand upon hearing the first part of Naruto's lament, found himself momentarily stunned by the latter part of the statement. His expression softened, for Irika was a pivotal guiding figure in Naruto's life, akin to a father, stern in his expectations yet protective of him. It is fortunate to have such individuals. Without them, Naruto might have succumbed to darkness long ago. Would you like to accompany me back? Irika inquired. It would be nice to have company on the way. If you say so, Feng Yao, then I suppose there's no choice, Naruto replied with a playful chuckle. The trio bid farewell to Irika and strolled along the streets of Konoha, half of the street cloaked in shadow. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in the air. A new mission has commenced, 2 underachievers. Achieve the title of underachiever in tomorrow's ninja graduation exam to complete the task. Reward, a lower grade potion to enhance physical attributes. Motto, how can one experience the protagonist's mindset without enduring the peaks and valleys of life? Endure humiliation and degradation, then rise stronger. How dare you? You are clearly trying to make me lose face, aren't you? What kind of experience is this? And to think an underachiever is considered an achievement title. Did you just make that up on the spot? Please maintain your dignity, host. This system is traditionally fair and impartial. Tasks are randomly assigned based on the host's current circumstances. If you find the challenge too daunting, feel free to express your discontent. This system would not mind changing hosts. Then I would prefer to decline. I do mind. In truth, this title isn't so difficult to accept, Feng Yao replied. Noticing Feng Yao's sudden change in demeanor. As if he had been slapped, Naruto inquired, Feng Yao, what has happened to you these days? You seem quite different. It's nothing. Merely a minor setback caused by someone else. Nothing serious, Feng Yao replied, feeling a twinge of guilt at Naruto's concern, as he had approached Naruto with ulterior motives. This was somewhat cruel to Naruto. Human nature is inherently selfish, and Feng Yao, having acquired the system, no longer found satisfaction solely within the confines of the village. Naruto, if one day my actions might harm Konoha or you, promise me you will not hold back and will use your full strength against me. Naruto halted, gazing at Feng Yao with confusion, unable to comprehend why he would utter such words. Nevertheless, he responded with a thumbs up. If that day comes, the man destined to surpass all previous Hokage, will surely bring you down and then return you. Ha ha ha, what a charming statement. I was only joking. Let us return, Feng Yao said before turning and walking away, disappearing into the night. The next day arrived at the Ninja Academy. The graduation assessment for ninjutsu centered on the shadow clone technique. As the names were called, the designated students made their way to the adjacent classroom. At the podium, Irika held a register, addressing the students before him. Reactions varied among the crowd, some filled with joy, others with despair, as candidates gradually entered the examination room. Nearly everyone emerged adorned with the forehead protector of Konohagakure, a symbol denoting their capability to stand alone as ninjas. Regrettably, Naruto had failed. He sat listlessly in the classroom, a picture of dejection. Next was Kazuhaya, who entered the examination room, observing the 2 chunin in charge of the assessment, Irika and Mizuki. Mizuki, the first antagonist from the Hokage series, was known for his cruel and envious nature, and he was also the mastermind behind Naruto's theft of the Forbidden Scroll. Please proceed. Kazuhaya, said Mizuki. Understood, Teacher Mizuki, Kazuhaya replied, beginning to form hand seals. However, it was merely a show after numerous attempts. He knew he was incapable of performing any jutsu. Following several failures, Irika called for a halt. Enough, Kazuhaya. You have failed. If you cannot even execute the most fundamental shadow clone, graduation is out of reach for you. Have your parents come to see me? Irika's voice conveyed profound disappointment. Kazuhaya had been one of his promising students, but he had not anticipated such negligence in practice. Mizuki silently concurred. Kazuhaya could only respond with a bitter smile. He had truly become the lowest of the low, even outdone by Naruto, who had not managed a single clone. He cast one last glance at Mizuki as he departed. Returning to the classroom, Kazuhaya observed his classmates animatedly discussing their futures, while he sat alone beside Naruto. Hey, is it true that Kazuhaya also failed the exam? The two of us are in the same boat now, haha? The laughter echoed around them. Kazuhaya always hangs out with that guy. It seems misfortune only follows him. Naruto glanced at Kazuhaya's vacant forehead, realizing he too had not passed the graduation exam. He opened his mouth to speak, but the surrounding jeers constricted his throat, rendering him voiceless. Bowing his head in silence, he heard Kazuhaya's voice beside him. Keep it up, Naruto. The road ahead will be remarkable. The mocking laughter grew even louder. After all, what future could two failures possibly have? Naruto was taken aback, his mouth agape, as his gaze met Kazuhaya's. Although those nearby could not see the depths of Kazuhaya's eyes, Naruto could. There was only tranquility within them, even a hint of a profound smile that served as encouragement. Without further words, Kazuhaya patted Naruto on the back and turned to leave. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. 2 underachievers. Reward, lower grade potion. Will you use it now? Yes, Kazuhaya replied. As a surge of wild energy coursed through him, he felt his bones and muscles tremble. With a few muffled cracks, the enhancement concluded, leaving him with a sense of lightness in both mind and body. He felt stronger and, whether it was an illusion or not, he believed he had grown a little taller. Well done, my child. From now on, we shall become self-reliant ninjas. Outside the school, a multitude of individuals gathered, with parents proudly extolling their children's achievements. Yet Naruto remained seated on that familiar swing. Meanwhile, Feng Yao approached his father. For such a significant event as the graduation assessment was of utmost importance to his family. It was said that only 2 children had failed, and he was one of them. Humph, it is only natural to falter when associating with that demon fox. Do refrain from speaking carelessly. Feng Yao, what troubles you? I've observed your training has been commendable. Upon learning of his son's failure, Feng Yao's father furrowed his brow, silently lamenting within. I am sorry, father. Feng Yao solemnly apologized to his father, not only for his failure in the examination, but also for the path he was about to embark upon. His father, taken aback by the maturity displayed by his son, who was far more precocious than his peers, had never witnessed such an expression before. He gently patted Feng Yao's shoulder and said, Fear not, strive harder next time. I have faith in you. At that moment, the swing sat deserted. For Naruto had already departed. It was then that Feng Yao would encounter Mizuki, who would entice him into stealing the forbidden scroll. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be impossible to pilfer such a scroll alone, but if Naruto were to retrieve it, the scenario would change dramatically. Father, I must attend to a matter briefly. Please take care. With that, Feng Yao leaped away, determined to track Mizuki and Naruto. Chapter 3, The Book of Seals in a Secluded Corner. Feng Yao observed Shuasuk and Naruto, who were seated together on the rooftop. Shuasuk was embodying the role of a dedicated teacher, skillfully exploiting and enticing Naruto's desire to graduate. He revealed to Naruto the secret of the Book of Seals, asserting that mastering its content would ensure graduation. Yet he refrained from disclosing what the Book of Seals truly was. Upon receiving this news, Naruto was filled with elation, convinced that Shuasuk was indeed a teacher who genuinely cared for him. However, rather than immediately plotting to steal the Book of Seals, Naruto meandered down a street, eventually halting before a house. Feng Yao, who had been trailing him silently, recognized this as his own home. He surmised that Naruto had come with the intention of inviting him, knowing that mastering the jutsu would lead to graduation. Is Feng Yao home? It's you. Dear child, he isn't home, and you ought to refrain from seeking him out so often. His failure to graduate is largely due to the time he spent playing with you instead of focusing on his training. Feng Yao's mother greeted Naruto at the door, instinctively furrowing her brow upon seeing him. She had repeatedly cautioned her son against excessive contact with Naruto. Regrettably, Feng Yao never heeded her warnings. This time, her admonition to Naruto stemmed from her awareness of her son's disappointment over not passing the graduation exam. Upon hearing her words, Naruto's expression momentarily dimmed, but he quickly regained his composure. Then I shall not intrude any longer, Auntie. Could you please inform Feng Yao upon his return that I have some very important news for him? Bowing politely, he turned to leave, while Feng Yu silently regarded his mother before continuing to trail behind Naruto. Nightfall soon enveloped the surroundings. Naruto stealthily approached the residence of the third Hokage, while Feng Yao deliberately maintained a distance, aware that Shuasuk was also tracking Naruto. Sure enough, as Naruto clambered through a window, Shuasuk appeared atop a nearby roof, covertly observing the opposite house. With a single use of a seduction technique, Feng Yao realized that the invincible third Hokage had succumbed. After waiting for a brief moment, Naruto emerged from the window with the Book of Seals in hand, vanishing into the night. Shuasuk, meanwhile, wore a villainous smirk, preparing to inform Irika. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yao followed suit, intent on acquiring the Book of Seals. Once in the forest, Naruto paused and unfurled the scroll, delving into the jutsu within. It was here that he mastered his first formidable technique, the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Feng Yao took cover in the trees, preparing himself. He produced a handful of silver needles and retrieved a small vial of clear liquid from another pocket, submerging the needles in the vial in batches. This was not poison. Rather, it was a potent anesthetic capable of rendering a person temporarily immobile. Feng Yao had no desire to harm Naruto, opting instead for silver needles that would inflict minimal damage. He then donned a mask, concealing his identity, reminiscent of Kakashi's style. Naruto had been diligently practicing his ninjutsu, while Feng Yao patiently awaited the opportune moment. It was only when Naruto, fatigued from repeated attempts, slumped onto the ground that Feng Yao recognized his chance had arrived. With both hands gripping a silver needle, he aimed it at Naruto's back and launched it with all his might. Having utilized a lower-grade potion, his precision and the force behind the needle had significantly improved. Naruto sensed the impending threat and swiftly reacted. He slapped the ground with his hands, sprang to his feet, and rolled away, managing to evade most of the attack. However, two needles found their mark, piercing his shoulder and waist, the potent anesthetic causing him to stagger unsteadily. "Who are you? Why are you?" Naruto demanded loudly, confronting the masked figure before him, oblivious to the fact that it was his closest friend. His eyelids grew heavier, and his mind began to cloud. Feng Yao approached him slowly, and in his fear of collapsing, Naruto fell to the ground. The anesthetic rendered him increasingly immobile. Instinctively, he tried to crawl away, dragging himself along the ground, but he succumbed to unconsciousness after only a few paces, faintly hearing a final utterance. "I'm sorry, Naruto." Feng Yao positioned Naruto against a tree and retrieved the sealed book, containing forbidden ninjutsu coveted by shinobi from various nations. Yet, as Feng Yao held it, he felt no elation, only anxiety about his next steps. Firstly, the system prohibited him from cultivating these techniques. The scroll on his back was less useful than a mere brick. Secondly, he realized that after his actions today, remaining in Konoha was no longer feasible. Not only would he struggle to maintain a normal relationship with Naruto, but everything that transpired here was under the watchful eye of the third Hokage, who would undoubtedly not tolerate such behavior. As he opened the sealed book, he discovered it contained formidable techniques: shadow clone jutsu, impure world reincarnation, 8 gates, and mutual explosion tags. These techniques either required immense chakra to execute or imposed significant costs on the user, which is why they had been sealed away. Notably, most were inventions of the second Hokage. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of stealing the sealed book. You are rewarded with tenfold chakra. Please continue your efforts. A surge of chakra flooded through Feng Yao, invigorating him. Although his chakra reserves were not comparable to Naruto or the likes of Kisame, they exceeded those of an average Chunin. In comparison to Kakashi, he believed he could even surpass a Jonin. He glanced at Naruto, then at the sealed book, and suddenly seated himself on the ground, beginning to read. Host, are you so overjoyed that you have lost your memory? Even if you learn these techniques, you will be unable to use them unless the system randomly selects them for you. I understand. There is no need for further inquiries. By the way, I have completed the task. There should be no issues regarding the Book of Seals left behind. As Feng Yao hastily flipped through the scroll, he inquired. Having accomplished his mission, he naturally lost interest in the Book of Seals. Moreover, if he were to take the book, not only would his ability to leave the Hidden Leaf Village be uncertain, but the situation of Naruto and his parents within the village would likely deteriorate rapidly. There was even the possibility that Naruto might face trouble from some individuals taking advantage of the situation. Humans are not devoid of feelings. If he could spare them any trouble, Feng Yao would willingly leave the Book of Seals behind. Please feel free, host. Then, I shall leave it. Casting a deep gaze at the now slumbering Naruto, Feng Yao had already grasped half of the Book of Seals. The effects of the potion were indeed miraculous. The former version of himself would have found it impossible to memorize such complex ninjutsu in such a short time. However, the potion had enhanced his learning and memory, transforming him from a poor student into an exceptional scholar. After a little more than half a tea's time had passed, a voice called out, "Naruto, where are you? Answer me quickly." It was Irika's voice. Feng Yao swiftly cleared the scene, withdrawing the silver needles, only to discover that Naruto emitted a faint groan. To his astonishment, even under the influence of such a potent anesthetic, Naruto was on the verge of waking up. Was it the power of the Nine Tails? Feng Yao pondered, then closed the Book of Seals and tucked it into Naruto's embrace before hiding in a nearby tree. Upon Irika's arrival, he spotted Naruto sitting beneath the tree. As he approached, he roared, "You bastard! I finally found you." Upon entering, he realized that Naruto had succumbed to unconsciousness. Anxiously, he rushed to Naruto's side to assess the situation. Despite his anger at Naruto's actions, he would be deeply concerned if Naruto were in danger. After confirming that Naruto had merely fainted, he let out a sigh of relief, yet furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering who had perpetrated this act and for what purpose. There were no visible wounds, nor had the Book of Seals been taken. Just as Irika prepared to rouse Naruto, several piercing sounds filled the air. The speed was so swift that Irika could only shield Naruto with his back. Thud, thud. Several shurikens embedded themselves deep into Irika's back, instantly staining his armor with blood. He gasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and splattering onto Naruto's face, stirring signs of awakening in him. With great difficulty, Irika turned to see Mizuki, armed with a massive cross-shaped shuriken, who had ambushed him. His eyes were filled with shock, and Mizuki no longer pretended to be a good person, revealing his true nature. "I can't believe you managed to find this place, Irika. Why? Is it you? What do you want? What else could it be but to obtain the Book of Seals?" Mizuki scoffed at Irika's question, regarding him with an expression of extreme disdain, as if he found it beneath him to engage in conversation. When he shifted his gaze to Naruto, who lay unconscious, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Had Naruto fainted from training in ninjutsu? Nonetheless, as long as the Book of Seals was in his possession, everything would be fine. Thus, it was you who befuddled Naruto and compelled him to steal the Book of Seals, was it not? Irika spoke as he drew a kunai from his back, blood gushing from his wound. In conversation with Mizuki, he sought to buy time, hoping for the support of other Leaf ninjas. Injured and with Naruto unconscious, he was no match for Mizuki. "Do not entertain thoughts of delay, Irika. Allow me to hasten your journey to the next world," Mizuki declared. Unsheathing a large shuriken from his back, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Irika, he swiftly wielded the shuriken in his right hand, enhancing its lethality, the whirling speed causing the leaves around them to rustle. He aimed for Irika's heart and launched it with precision. This time, Irika was prepared. He cradled the nearby Naruto and darted to the right, narrowly avoiding a mortal wound. Yet the shuriken grazed his left foot, causing him to tumble to the ground. However, this jolt awakened Naruto from his slumber. "Huh? What happened? Where is that masked man?" "Well, Irika-sensei, you're bleeding profusely." Windio, observing Naruto's revival, felt a sense of relief. Should Naruto have been in grave danger, he would have intervened, not because of deep concern for Naruto, but to keep his conscience clear. In the future, should swords be drawn, he would have repaid his debts in Konoha and be free of any obligation. Seeing Naruto awake, Windio prepared to depart. Everything here was under the watchful eye of the third Hokage. Delaying could result in entrapment. He had attacked the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and spied on the Book of Seals. Staying would yield no favorable outcome. The host triggered a mission, Defeat Mizuki. Reward: access to the Whetbone Forest Sanctum and its location. Slogan: the first step to a youth's strength has commenced. Seize it with vigor. The opportunity in the Whetbone Forest excited Windyao greatly, for it was the most enigmatic of the three great sanctuaries. To wield sage techniques, one must train in the sacred grounds and learn to harness natural energy. Windu pondered how to enter the three great sanctuaries for training, finding himself in a dilemma. However, defeating Mizuki would not be an easy feat. He could not retaliate with ninjutsu and had to rely on various ninja tools from his pouch to engage Mizuki. Furthermore, as a Chunin, Mizuki presented a formidable challenge for Windyao in his current state. He realized he must devise a strategy. Naruto, take the Book of Seals and flee. Mizuki has manipulated you. Hurry. Naruto stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. Mizuki, unfazed, began to taunt him, revealing the truth of Naruto being the Nine Tails. Delivering a crushing blow to Naruto's psyche and clarifying why the villagers despised him. Seizing the moment of Naruto's distraction, Mizuki hurled a second shuriken. Irika, grasping the dazed Naruto, barely managed to evade the attack. As he observed the two large shurikens in Shui Mu's hands already hurled into the air, Feng Yao, too, cast aside hesitation. Time was equally precious to him. He swiftly combined a portion of his remaining silver needles with the shurikens and aimed them at Shui Mu. However, to his astonishment, Shui Mu seemed to have anticipated the attack, propelling himself off the tree trunk with a powerful push, evading all assaults and landing gracefully on the ground. Upon hearing Irika mention that Naruto had been knocked unconscious, Feng Yao deduced that others were present. You appear quite young. Who exactly are you? Shui Mu inquired playfully, directing his gaze towards Feng Yao, who was perched in the tree. While they exchanged words, Shui Mu's hand stealthily reached for the kunai in his pocket. Noticing this movement, Feng Yao promptly threw a kunai to interrupt him and charged towards Shui Mu. As the kunai approached, Shui Mu prepared to sidestep and counterattack, only to discover that it was affixed with a fake explosive tag. He hastily retreated, but the kunai embedded in the ground did not detonate. It was then that Shui Mu realized he had been deceived, and in that instant, Feng Yao seized the opportunity to close the distance between them. How dare you use a fake to mislead me? Shui Mu fumed, but Feng Yao remained silent. His voice would easily be recognized by Irika and Naruto. As Shui Mu drew his kunai, ready to engage, Feng Yao closed in, gripping his kunai tightly and crouching to strike at Shui Mu's legs. The youth's stature was already modest, and as he crouched, Shui Mu was compelled to lower his own body to combat Feng Yao, momentarily finding himself at a disadvantage. However, after exchanging several blows, Shui Mu discerned his opponent's weakness. Although Feng Yao appeared clever and decisive, he hesitated to target any fatal areas, revealing a palpable nervousness. A brief moment of contemplation led Shui Mu to understand the reason. Feng Yao, despite his 2 lifetimes, had been born into an era of peace and had never taken a life. While he could throw shurikens from a distance or practice with kunai, when faced with the gravity of real combat, he fell short compared to seasoned ninjas who had experienced the brutality of battle. This was the fundamental disparity between them. Feng Yao could not fully embrace the life and death struggle, risking both his enemy's life and his own. His grip on the kunai wavered, and to quell the tremor in his hand, he had to clench it with all his might. Shui Mu revealed a cunning grin, suddenly changing his tactics to a life-or-death approach, entirely relinquishing defense as he targeted Feng Yao's left arm. At that moment, Feng Yao only needed to thrust his kunai half a meter to pierce Shui Mu's heart. Yet he hesitated, allowing Shui Mu to slash his arm and kick him away. Blood spilled from his mouth, trickling down from beneath his black mask. Crouched on the ground, Feng Yao's body trembled from excruciating pain, and the injury to his shoulder rendered him unable to hold the kunai steadily. Humph, you must have never taken a life before, have you? A timid individual like you can never become a ninja. Now pay the price for your foolishness. With that, Shui Mu lunged forward, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Suddenly, he seemed to step on something sharp, piercing his own foot, and a wave of agony radiated from the soles of his feet. Shui Mu retreated with nimble leaps while removing the thorns embedded in his feet. Ah, how infuriating! Iron thorns. When did this happen? Feng Yao, blood spilling from his lips, struggled to rise. The Nin, Shui Mu, proved to be an exceptionally formidable adversary. To be frank, even if Feng Yao could employ ninjutsu now, he would likely stand no chance against Shuei-mu. The iron thorns had been scattered on the ground when he had been forcefully kicked away. He drew several kunai and shuriken, hurling them at Shuei-mu, who skillfully evaded as he retreated. Although the thorns pierced his soles, hindering his speed, Feng Yao had also sustained considerable injury from the prior kick, diminishing the strength and accuracy of his projectiles. "You're doomed, boy. How dare you treat me this way?" Shuei-mu declared, promptly executing a substitution technique, swapping positions with a nearby tree that he had prepared in advance. Feng Yao's kunai embedded itself in the tree's roots, while Shuei-mu leapt into the air, closing the distance to launch an aerial assault on Feng Yao, who desperately swung his kunai in defense while retreating. After several exchanges, Shuei-mu seized another opportunity, delivering a whip-like kick that sent Feng Yao sprawling. Despite his struggles, he could not rise, and Shuei-mu's gaze shifted towards Irika. "Wait until I eliminate this brat. Then it will be your turn." At that moment, Naruto stood protectively in front of Irika, having recognized the masked youth as the one who had ambushed him earlier. Thus, he refrained from intervening, solely focused on safeguarding his teacher, Irika. Shuei-mu approached Feng Yao, kunai in hand, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body swaying unsteadily. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to regain his composure. "How can this be? This is anesthetic. How did you accomplish this?" Feng Yao observed Shuei-mu's swaying form, unfastening his outer garment to reveal several slender silver needles, his last few remaining ones. He affixed the needles to his clothing, tips facing outward, ensuring that they would pierce Shuei-mu during close combat. The first kick narrowly missed the silver needles, but the second whip kick collided with the prepared anesthetic needle. "You scoundrel, you truly are despicable." Shuei-mu, resolute, plunged the kunai into his thigh, using the pain to stave off unconsciousness. At that moment, he had abandoned thoughts of killing Feng Yao, turning instead to Naruto with a menacing glare. "Naruto, hand over the sealing scroll immediately, or I shall take Irika's life." "Apologies. Cough cough. If I cannot defeat you, I will suffer greatly." Feng Yao managed to rise once more, deliberately lowering his voice, the hoarseness betraying his bodily agony. In truth, if conditions permitted, Shuei-mu would undoubtedly have torn Feng Yao to shreds. However, he too had been wounded, and, relying on pain to stay alert due to the anesthetic, he could only think of acquiring the sealing scroll and escaping. Yet, he had not anticipated this person would persistently entangle him, leaving him baffled. "What are your intentions? Not only are you gravely injured, but do you truly dare to kill me?" "I indeed cannot bring myself to do it directly, so I can only—" Shuei-mu had not yet comprehended the words when Feng Yao hurled a shuriken towards him. Shuei-mu's speed had already diminished significantly. The anesthetic and his leg injury made even the slightest movement require immense willpower. However, Feng Yao's kunai was evidently slower, barely grazing the ground beneath Shuei-mu's feet. Just as Shuei-mu was about to mock him with a chuckle, he noticed the explosive tag affixed to the end of the shuriken. The sound of its ignition confirmed the severity of the situation. He realized that Feng Yao had anticipated his reluctance to take a life from the very beginning. Thus, during their earlier confrontation, Feng Yao had initially used a fake explosive tag to gauge Shuei-mu's speed, then employed the anesthetic and iron spikes to significantly reduce his mobility, waiting for Shuei-mu to exhaust his substitution technique before delivering this final blow. Now, he found himself incapable of evading the blast radius of the explosive tag. With a thunderous explosion, Shuei-mu's body was engulfed in flames, the explosive tag's power rivaling that of advanced fire-release ninjutsu, its cost exorbitant, amounting to 600 ryo, half the price of other ninja tools. Yet, Feng Yao felt a sense of accomplishment. Even as Shuei-mu lay charred and motionless, it remained uncertain whether he was alive or dead. Although it was Feng Yao who had inflicted the damage, the scene unsettled him somewhat, but he had to acclimate himself, for there would be many more confrontations ahead. Dragging his injured form, Feng Yao cast a final glance towards Naruto and the village of Konoha before retreating deeper into the forest. The masked figure's gaze made Naruto feel as though he had grasped something crucial and was about to voice a warning. "Never mind, Naruto, do not pursue him. We shall wait here for reinforcements and report the situation to Lord Hokage. Furthermore, the methods of that masked youth are exceedingly treacherous. Do not act impulsively." "Ah, all right, Irika-sensei. Thus, Naruto assisted Iruka, and on their way back, they encountered other ninjas from Konoha, to whom they relayed Shuemu's sinister plot. The sight of the sealing book still intact significantly eased the expressions of the gathered ninjas. Subsequently, they reported all developments to the third Hokage. Since the sealing book is unharmed, this matter shall not be mentioned again. However, Lord Hokage, about the masked figure. The third Hokage silenced him with a glance. Dispersing the assembly, Naruto returned to rest, while the third Hokage kept Iruka behind. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, he spoke with a profound significance. The masked assailant, who ambushed Naruto and defeated Shuemu, is your student, Feng Yao. What? How is that possible? That child is not like this. I am uncertain of his intentions. It is highly probable that he is a spy from another village, deliberately approaching Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, to gather intelligence. However, the truth of this matter is far too cruel for Naruto to bear, considering that this child is Naruto's only friend. Do not disclose this to him. Let us classify Feng Yao as missing. I understand. I will inform Feng Yao's parents about this matter. At this moment, Iruka felt as though he had lost all strength. The friend he had trusted sought to steal the sealing book, and the student he had been proud of turned out to be an infiltrator from another village. Intentionally drawing close to Naruto, he left in a daze, utterly despondent. The third Hokage sighed softly and produced a well-prepared dossier detailing Feng Yao's personal information. Feng Yao had surreptitiously examined the Book of Seals and had maintained prolonged contact with Naruto, undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. As the protector of the village, Feng Yao's actions posed a significant threat to the community. Name: Feng Yao. Date of birth: April 21st. Place of birth: Konohagakure. Nationality: Land of Fire. Occupation: D-rank rogue ninja. Weight: 45 kilograms. Height: 1.58 meters. Personality: resolute, decisive. Composed: cunning as a fox. Ninjutsu: suspected inability to perform ninjutsu. Weapons utilized: silver needles, shuriken, iron caltrops, darts. Notes: suspected foreign infiltrator. Covertly spying on the secrets of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, has peered into the Book of Seals. This succinct dossier enumerated Feng Yao's physical attributes as well as the ninjutsu and tools he was adept at employing. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows behind the third, adorned with a white mask resembling an animal's face, clad in a black short coat and white protective garb, and bearing a ninja blade upon his back. Bring this individual back. If there is resistance, we may discreetly eliminate him. Exercise caution regarding the presence of individuals from other villages. Understood, Hokage-sama. Chapter 4. Pursued in the Shadows. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task of eliminating Shuemu. You are rewarded with opportunities and directions to the Wetbone Forest. Congratulations, young one, you have taken a significant step towards becoming stronger. I nearly met my demise for this task. Where is the Wetbone Forest located? What does opportunity mean? The Wetbone Forest is situated directly to the north, near the coastline of the land of rice fields. At your current pace, it will take approximately 2 months to reach. As for opportunity, it signifies that the Wetbone Forest will present you with a chance for trial. Should you gain the recognition of the Slug Sage, you may practice your ninjutsu there. Is it truly so far? Do I have to beg my way there, as I am currently penniless? This situation falls outside the purview of this system. Upon hearing the system's response, Feng Yao felt an intensification of pain in his shoulder wound. Nevertheless, he resolved to run with all his might despite his injuries. The entirety of the Land of Fire essentially falls under the jurisdiction of the Hidden Leaf Village. Remaining here even for a day poses significant danger. His wounds required attention, and he must seek a town equipped with medical facilities. Lamentably, he carried no bandages or medicinal supplies, having only managed a makeshift bandage with his clothing. The absence of bandages and medicine was regrettable, as he had not anticipated such circumstances. His original intention was merely to steal the sealed book and depart. This troublesome system unexpectedly issued a task. If I were to perish in the Hidden Leaf, you would bear full responsibility and feel guilt for a lifetime. Is it possible for you to conjure some medicine? This system must solemnly remind you that my designation is the limited ninjutsu system. Should you perish, I will merely seek another host. There is no need for concern. Furthermore, I am incapable of producing medical supplies. At this moment, Feng Yao found himself devoid of strength to argue. He had been running for 2 hours, utterly exhausted, and was on the verge of succumbing to excessive blood loss. Although he was uncertain whether the hidden leaf had dispatched pursuers after him, he remained uneasy until he reached a secure location. Climbing up a slope, Feng Yao finally spotted a bustling town ahead. The Land of Fire, with its mild climate and fertile land, stands as the most prosperous among the 5 great nations. Otherwise, had he been fleeing in another country, he might have struggled to find a town with medical facilities after 2 or 3 hours of running. He did not rush into the town, but instead found a small stream, squatting down to wash his face and the bloodstains from his body. He stripped down to a white shirt, wrapping most of his ninja tools and backpack in his clothing, and used a kunai to dig a hole to conceal them. After erasing any traces of his presence, he proceeded towards the town. The streets of the town were vibrant and lively, with several restaurant owners beckoning customers and beautiful geishas embracing passers-by. However, Feng Yao had little interest in these distractions. After circumventing the bustling district, he finally located an inconspicuous medical clinic. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a strong scent of medicinal herbs. An elderly man, past his 50s and wearing reading glasses, was engrossed in a book. Hearing the doorbell, he set down his newspaper, glancing at the somewhat simply dressed teenager before him, and resumed reading, casually asking, "What ailment do you have? Have you taken any medication before?" This clinic primarily employs ordinary physicians who typically tend to minor ailments like colds for the townsfolk. "Greetings, esteemed elder. I have sustained a knife wound and seek some clean bandages and pain relief." "A knife wound? Are you a ninja or a samurai? You appear to be merely 12 or 13 years of age." Upon hearing of the wound, the old man finally set his newspaper aside and scrutinized Feng Yao. "Neither. It was an accident. I feared reprimand from my family, hence I sought this clinic for treatment. Come here and let me examine it." Feng Yao sat upon a chair as the elder unfastened his clothing to inspect the injury on his arm. Although the cut was not long, it was quite deep, revealing glimpses of bone beneath. The old man's brow furrowed as he retrieved suturing materials, anesthetic, and clean gauze from a cabinet. He then assisted Feng Yao in removing his clothing. "Consider yourself fortunate. I possess some skill in suturing wounds. I shall administer the anesthetic first." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Evade the pursuit of the Umbu. Konoha has dispatched 3 Umbu members to track you down, and you must endure their chase for a day to complete the mission. Reward: direct transportation to the Wet Bone Forest and 1 lottery chance. Slogan: Young One. You have successfully attracted the attention of the 3rd Hokage. Slip away from the Umbu's watchful eyes and strike a blow to his pride. Endure for a day? You truly overestimate my capabilities. The Umbu could catch up in less than 2 hours. How am I to stall for an entire day? Shall I engage in a game of mahjong with them? Please remain calm, host. Missions are issued based on your current need for strength enhancement and the circumstances you face. You urgently require access to the Wet Bone Forest for training. This mission is tailor-made for you. Yet the Umbu of Konoha are far more formidable than the likes of Suemu you have encountered. Exercise utmost caution. Being captured results in mission failure and imminent termination." The system's voice remained devoid of emotion, prompting Feng Yao to retort angrily. "If I am captured, even if not killed, it is still a death sentence. What difference does it make? There is a distinction. This system upholds its dignity. Should you prove insufficiently capable, I will have no choice but to sever ties." Upon receiving this information, Feng Yao halted the elder's preparation to administer anesthetic. Given the Umbu's reconnaissance abilities, they would likely trace him swiftly. If he were to receive the anesthetic now, it might hinder his mobility later. The old man gazed at him in confusion. "Elder, there is no need for anesthetic. I am allergic to it. Please proceed directly." "You possess such a constitution? Very well, I shall proceed without it." With that, he began to work. As soon as he inserted the first stitch, Feng Yao let out a muffled groan. The pain exceeded his expectations, causing his face to twitch. The elder glanced over and handed him a wooden stick to bite down on, advised to prevent injury to his tongue during the process. Feng Yao quickly accepted it and bit down hard, though it creaking under pressure, as though it might splinter at any moment. The old man's suturing technique was quite proficient. His movement swift, and the entire procedure was completed in less than half an hour. Feng Yao expelled the wooden stick, which bore 2 rows of deep bite marks. His forehead and back were drenched in sweat after enduring 12 stitches, nearly fainting from the pain. He exhaled deeply, retracting his arm, intending to leave. Suddenly, the old man obstructed his path. "You haven't paid yet. The total is 1,020 taels." "What? Why is it so expensive?" 1,000 taels is the surgical fee, and 20 taels is for the damage you caused to my wooden stick, which I must replace. In truth, Feng Yao possessed not even a fraction of that amount. He had spent all his money in the village and could not have defeated Shui Mu otherwise. "Cough, elder. Is it possible to defer payment?" "What did you say?" "You insolent brat. If you lack the funds, do not expect to leave. Have your parents come to settle the bill?" Upon hearing that he had no money, the old man furrowed his brow, ready to detain him. Feng Yao, in a moment of desperation, concocted a tale. "Ah, grandfather, you are unaware that my mother suffers from lung cancer, and my father is perpetually drunk and abusive. To afford treatment for my mother, I have no choice but to work. This month's earnings have already been sent home for her care. I truly cannot produce the money. How about this? I will write you an IOU, with interest calculated at 10% each month. Please allow me some time, and I assure you I will repay you promptly." His performance, infused with anguish and punctuated by 2 forced tears, significantly softened the old man's demeanor. This was not mere fabrication. The parents he spoke of were indeed those on earth. "Young man, I see you are somewhat courteous to this old man. I will trust you this once. Come here and write the IOU." "All right." Feng Yao cheerfully followed the old man, shedding any semblance of the despair he had just portrayed. After completing the IOU, he exited the medical hall and headed northward. After walking a few hundred meters, a thought struck him. He buried an object in a small alley before retracing his steps. Simultaneously, by the stream outside the town, 3 ninjas donned in animal masks discovered the hidden kunai and backpack Feng Yao had concealed. These individuals belonged to Konoha's Assassination Special Operations Unit, the Umbu. They surmised that he had likely tended to his wounds here, and the time spent burying the item did not exceed an hour. He was probably still within the city. They stealthily infiltrated, realizing it was inconvenient to act during the day. First, they would locate his position. Given that he was injured, he would undoubtedly seek out a physician in the city, so they began their search at all the medical halls, leaving one person outside the city to prevent his escape. The 3 Umbu members exchanged insights regarding Feng Yao's current condition and devised a subsequent action plan, then dispersed into the city. Just an hour had passed. Before long, one of the Umbu members located the pharmacy where Feng Yao was tending to his wounds, finding the old man still seated, engrossed in his book. "Has anyone come here recently? A boy of about 10 years, injured?" The old man raised his gaze toward the masked Umbu member, though obscured. He recognized the individual as a Konoha Umbu ninja. With a serious expression, he promptly inquired, "What business do you have with him?" "Heh, that implies a prior visit. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose any details, but I hope you can inform me of his whereabouts." The dark ninja's words, though polite, were laced with an underlying threat. The old man raised his gaze to meet him, their eyes, one murky and the other concealed by a mask, locking for several minutes before he finally averted his stare. He headed north. There was little choice. The old man was merely an ordinary physician, although he was unaware of the unfolding events. Refraining from immediately revealing Feng Yao's departure was already a considerable act of goodwill. Their relationship was merely superficial, and Feng Yao had yet to settle his medical fees. "Thank you." Upon concluding, the dark operative turned to leave, simultaneously instructing a fellow companion to intensify the search to the north. However, after scouring every shop in that direction, they found not a single trace of him. "Damn, could that old man have deceived me?" the operative muttered in frustration. "Not necessarily. Perhaps the lad has concealed himself well. We do possess his belongings from Konoha, don't we? Let us retrieve them. I shall summon a ninja hound to assist." With that, he bit his finger, performed the necessary hand seals, and slammed his palm onto the ground. A cloud of white mist erupted, revealing a brown ninja hound. The other operative produced a piece of clothing. The hound sniffed the garment Feng Yao had previously worn, barked twice, and then darted down the street, with the 2 operatives stealthily following in its wake. After a brief interval, they arrived at a narrow alley, where the hound unearthed a bloodied piece of fabric, precisely the cloth Feng Yao had used to bandage his left arm and subsequently buried here. Both operatives could not help but massage their temples, feeling a twinge of frustration. It appeared that Feng Yao had indeed traveled north initially, but he was likely no longer there, having left behind the garment as a ruse. Indeed, Feng Yao had set out towards the north. But upon realizing that if anyone traced him to the clinic, his escape route would be compromised, he had turned back midway. Having studied the art of ninja tracking, he understood that a ninja hound was one of the most effective means of pursuit, prompting him to bury an additional garment nearby to mislead others. By this time, 6 hours had elapsed. Humph, as long as he hasn't left the city, he must be hiding somewhere. Let us split up and search. Taking the ninja hound to comb through each area, I refuse to believe he can sprout wings. Thus, they discovered a bundle of white cloth in the eastern noodle shop, a single left sock in the western bathhouse, and a lone right sock in the northern alley. In the northwest. Damn it, this scoundrel. We have been trailing the ninja hound for half the day, and all we have found are socks and cloth strips. Is he truly wandering about in the nude? The other operative, equally fatigued, lamented their lack of success after scouring most locations, with the hound now weary from the exertion. Sato, do you think he might have already exited the city? It's impossible. Tanaka is stationed outside. He is a reconnaissance ninja and would never allow this fellow to slip away under his watch. It is nearly evening. Let us rest briefly and then continue our search. Now, 14 hours had passed, leaving 10 hours until the day was done. Where is Feng Yao? You may wonder. He remains in the northern region, having first scattered his personal belongings in all cardinal directions. Afterwards, he retreated to the north, seeking refuge in a restroom. For the keen sense of smell possessed by the hunting dogs necessitated a more potent scent to mask his presence. The restroom proved to be an optimal choice. To further ensure his concealment, he even applied a certain substance onto himself. System, how long until the 24 hours are up? I feel as though I am suffocating. He lamented. The host must endure for just 8 more hours, came the response. Curse it. The humiliation of today's predicament shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. As he spoke, his stomach grumbled. He had not eaten for nearly a day. Though he had prepared some rations, they were left by the stream. It was impossible to venture out now to retrieve them, leaving him to endure hunger. Host, to be frank, the here could be, if you don't mind. Get away from me. He had not anticipated that the system would exhibit such mischief. However, if he could just hold on for 8 more hours, he would be able to teleport away, truly escaping danger. Meanwhile, the 2 Umbu ninjas began to sense something amiss. I believe we may have relied too heavily on the hunting dogs, said Tuanjio. What do you mean? While I was resting, I contemplated what I would do if I were in his position, knowing the other side would deploy hunting dogs. You mean he masked his scent and placed clothes outside to confuse us? Indeed. If that is the case, it explains why the hunting dogs have been unable to locate him. What do you think is the place in the city with the strongest and most concealing odors? Are you suggesting he is in the restroom? Precisely. This fellow is more cunning than we anticipated, but his cleverness ends here. Let us split up and search. At this moment, 22 hours had elapsed. After another hour or so, Tuanjiu finally approached the restroom where Feng Yao was hiding. Just as he was about to enter and conduct a search, a stick appeared at the entrance, attempting to ambush him. Tuanjiu quickly drew his sword to block and retreated, his left hand brandishing a kunai. I finally found you, Feng Yao. Come with us to meet the third Hokage, or I will execute you on the spot. Emerging into the moonlight, Feng Yao appeared, his garments tattered and worn. In his right hand, he wielded a section of a faucet he had dismantled from the restroom as a weapon. To return is also to die. I would rather be executed here. How about a trade? I will share the ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Seals if you spare my life. Humph. You underestimate the convictions we carry, brat. You pose a threat to the village, and you must be eradicated. Feng Yao brandished the Book of Seals as bait. Attempting to buy time, yet unfortunately for him, these ninjas were unwaveringly loyal to Konoha and the Hokage's intentions, rendering his ploy unsuccessful. Alas, it seems I was deluding myself. Regardless, I was once a member of this village. Let us engage in a fair battle. I will take 10 steps back after sustaining injuries, and then we shall commence our attack. What do you think? What trickery are you attempting? I will not back down. Heed my words. Surrender now. Though the intentions of Feng Yao remain shrouded in mystery, Tuanjio, an elite member of the secret of Umbu, would not be easily deceived. Alas, what a pity. Why aren't you moving? Feng Yao suddenly bellowed, causing Tuanjiu to flinch. Intelligence reports had indicated that Feng Yao might be a spy from another village, thus potentially an enemy reinforcements. He swiftly turned to investigate. The outcome? Of course, there was nothing to be found. Seizing this fleeting moment, Feng Yao turned and fled, while Tuanjiu, realizing he had been tricked, immediately hurled a kunai, which Feng Yao narrowly evaded. Humph, such a cunning fellow. As Feng Yao dashed away, he inwardly screamed to the system, I'm on the verge of collapse. How much time is left? 15 minutes, the system replied, unhurried. With no time for curses, Feng Yao's life depended on those 15 minutes. He sprinted towards the northern gate of the town and suddenly shouted, Help! Murder! Ninjas from other nations have infiltrated the land of fire. Someone come quick! What is happening? The town's guards, upon hearing his cries, fell into disarray. They turned to see a disheveled youth, reeking of foulness, racing towards them, pursued by a shadowy figure. However, the darkness obscured the details. Feng Yao rushed forward, clinging to a soldier's leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. Appearing utterly wretched, the soldier, somewhat repulsed by the mess, struggled free and asked, What is going on? Who is trying to kill you? He is a ninja from the land of wind, infiltrating our land of fire to steal the sealing scroll. He disguised himself as an Umbu member, but I uncovered his plot, and he attempted to kill me to silence me. My comrades have already perished. Feng Yao spoke his lies with an unflinching demeanor, his fluent account convincing the soldier to a degree. The soldier then shielded Feng Yao behind him. When Tuanjiu arrived and saw the guards protecting Feng Yao, he halted. I am a member of the Konoha Umbu, executing a covert mission. Clear the way at once. What proof do you have? The soldier's question left Tuanjiu momentarily speechless. Wasn't his attire and mask sufficient evidence? Meanwhile, taking advantage of Tuanjiu's distraction, Feng Yao continued his escape beyond the city. In a fit of urgency, Tuanjiu charged towards the guards. Seeing Tuanjiu attack, the soldiers genuinely believed him to be a ninja from another nation and attempted to intervene. However, they were no match for Tuanjiu's elite skills and soon lay defeated. At that moment, Feng Yao had already exited the city and glanced back, confirming that his pursuers would not catch up to him, a victorious smile spreading across his face. Haha, how many minutes are left in the system? Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Just as he inquired, he felt several gusts of wind approaching him. This technique involved condensing chakra into an earthen dragon, launching earthen projectiles as an assault. Though the substance striking him was merely dirt, it felt as if he had been struck by an iron ball, sending him flying and rolling several times before coming to a halt. The one attacking him with this ninjutsu was the last Umbu ninja, who had been lurking outside the city under orders. You were quite skilled, but now you shall die. With that, he drew a ninja blade from his back and swung it towards Feng Yao. Feng Yao's heart seethed with anger as he shouted inwardly, Damn system, has the time come? Congratulations, host, for completing the task, evading the assassination attempts of the Umbu for a day. Reward, immediate transport to the Wetbone Forest. Shall it be used now? Of course. Hurry. Beneath Feng Yao, a mystical array reminiscent of a summoning technique materialized. Just as the blade was about to descend upon him, a resounding bang echoed, and he vanished amidst a swirl of white smoke. The blade struck the ground instead, leaving the Umbu ninja wide-eyed in disbelief. He had not seen any hand seals being formed, yet Feng Yao had slipped away right before his eyes. What happened, Tanaka? Did you kill him? Where's the body? No. He suddenly vanished. I have no idea how. It seems he was rescued. Rescued, you say? Humph. Undoubtedly a spy sent by another nation to infiltrate Konoha. It's a pity we couldn't eliminate him. Let us return and report to Lord Hokage. Tuanjiu was utterly displeased upon hearing this. It was a disgrace for 3 Umbu members to lose track of a mere boy who wasn't even a genin. After regrouping with another Umbu member, the trio hastily returned to Konoha, oblivious to the fact that they would forever regret their failure to eliminate Feng Yao. Within the Hidden Leaf Village. Why, third Hokage? Why is no one worried about Feng Yao's disappearance? Naruto exclaimed. Even Irika-sensei, why treat Feng Yao this way? Naruto, this matter is quite complicated. Feng Yao essentially left on his own accord. It would be best for you to forget about him. Naruto clenched his fists, the forehead protector symbolizing his status as a Konoha ninja firmly in place, yet joy eluded him. He had intended to search for Feng Yao when he was informed of his disappearance. It seemed everyone had chosen to deliberately forget about Feng Yao, as though he had never existed, which was something Naruto could not accept. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, a voice interrupted him. "Hokage-sama, we have returned. Naruto, you should leave for your graduation class placement. Do not dwell on Feng Yao. He will not return." Fuming, Naruto stormed out, and the trio that had been responsible for pursuing Feng Yao returned. "My apologies, Hokage-sama. The mission failed. Feng Yao was rescued, and we do not know which nation's ninja intervened. However, we can confirm Feng Yao's identity as a spy. I suspect his parents may also be implicated." "Oh, I did not expect even you to fail to eliminate him." "Very well. Feng Yao's parents are likely ordinary people who were merely exploited. Gather all pertinent information about him and document it in the Umbu Member's Handbook. This individual may soon emerge as a ninja from an enemy nation." "Understood." Chapter 5, The Wet Bone Forest. At the border of the land of rice, a figure suddenly plummeted from the heavens, crashing against the branches of a tree before falling to the ground. Though somewhat cushioned, the impact was evidently severe. This mountain had long been dubbed the Evil Mountain by the locals, with tales circulating that its woods were composed of white bones and that the mountain itself could shift. Many who ventured inside had never returned, and over time, fear kept all but the bravest at bay. "Hey, system, have I arrived?" Indeed. The one who had just narrowly escaped death was Feng Yao, left to wonder if the system had betrayed him. When he was transported, he had been on solid ground. Yet the destination of his arrival was atop a tree. After such an arduous escape, compounded by hunger, Feng Yao was utterly exhausted. He could not even grasp the trunk and fell, colliding with several sturdy branches, likely fracturing his ribs. "Host, you have now reached the Wet Bone Forest." Yet at that moment, Feng Yao had no strength left. Upon learning he was safe, his mind grew increasingly hazy until he finally collapsed and lost consciousness. After a span of 2 or 3 hours, a blue-striped slug emerged from the ground. It crawled over to Feng Yao, scrutinizing him closely. "How did this human end up here? He appears gravely injured. I hope he doesn't perish on my watch, or else more will come in." As it spoke, it moved onto Feng Yao's body, and a gentle energy radiated from the little slug, infusing itself into him. Feng Yao's fatigue and injuries began to mend rapidly, and he fell into a long dream, one in which he became the strongest in the ninja realm, discovered Earth, returned to China, and enjoyed a joyful life with his parents. Did I just faint? Feng Yao awoke from his reverie, noticing traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was astonished to find that his injuries and fatigue had vanished completely, though this relief came with a formidable side effect. Indeed, he was ravenous. During his desperate flight, he had not had the luxury to consider his hunger, but now, after a restorative slumber, his stomach rumbled like thunder, reminding him that he needed sustenance. "Yes, the host has been unconscious for 8 hours, and a slug has healed your wounds." Upon hearing this, Feng Yao glanced around but saw no sign of the slug. However, he could not dwell on that. His immediate priority was to satiate his hunger. Rising from the ground, he ventured deeper into the woods, indiscriminately shoving anything edible into his mouth: lettuce, lily bulbs. "This human is something else. Saved him. Yet he is stealing my food." At that moment, Feng Yao remained blissfully unaware that the slug sage had quietly marked him down unfavorably while he indulged in his meal, all the while searching for the slug's tracks. "System, having completed my task, I should have another chance at a lottery, right? What might I obtain?" As he chewed his food, he mused internally, knowing that, given the system's restrictions on ninja techniques, it was unlikely he would draw anything of that nature. The comparative system allows one to directly acquire mastery. The lottery system enables the host to obtain abilities or items from other realms, which could range from a formidable lethal technique to something as mundane as a toothbrush. The system's emotionally detached communication continued to relay information to Feng Yao, causing him to choke on his food in exasperation. As a perennial unlucky participant in lotteries, his experiences in Huaxia's gaming scene had always resulted in guaranteed outcomes. In the realm of Naruto, the system had provided him with sage techniques that proved utterly unusable, and the tasks assigned were consistently bizarre, often involving formidable challenges that left Feng Yao thoroughly intimidated. "I feel that without drawing, You would probably just give me a toothbrush. Feng Yao remarked, somewhat irascibly. Very well. Then the host shall receive a toothbrush. No, no, I was merely jesting. Draw, it must be drawn. Feng Yao's mood shifted as swiftly as the turning of a page. Though uncertain of what he might obtain, one must always harbor dreams. Otherwise, what differentiates one from a salted fish? All right, commencing the reward draw from the myriad realms for the host. Feng Yao swallowed nervously, and within 2 minutes, the system's voice resounded once more. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 6 powers of the Navy. Would you like to learn them? The 6 powers of the Navy? Is this considered a physical technique? If I learn it, will I be able to utilize it? Having experienced the system's penchant for deception, Feng Yao is now apprehensive. The 6 powers, guns, gale steps, shave, paper drawing, moonwalk, and iron block, are collectively regarded as advanced physical techniques within the world of One Piece, designed to surpass human physical limits. Rest assured, this system restricts its focus to ninjutsu and physical techniques within the Naruto world. The physical technique drawn is not from this world, hence, it can be utilized. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao exhaled a sigh of relief and waved his hand decisively. Learn it, why not? A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, causing a slight headache, yet after a brief moment, Feng Yao realized he had mastered the 6 powers of the Navy and could employ them with ease. Curse system. Why didn't you provide this to me sooner? Did I really need to endure such a beating? If the host cannot even cope with previous circumstances, then the host can only be deemed an ordinary individual. Even with this system's assistance, an ordinary person cannot ascend to become the destined child of this world. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao fell silent. Indeed, his meager strength paled in comparison to the seemingly invincible protagonists of later stages. If he did not grow rapidly, he would only be left watching their backs. With a burst of determination, Feng Yao activated the moonwalk, propelling himself forward with enhanced speed. A technique that augmented his mobility and allowed him to alter his trajectory while descending through the air. Utilizing this skill, he traversed the mountains in search of the wet-bone forest. After approximately half an hour of running, he discovered a bamboo grove nestled halfway up the mountain. No. It was more accurately described as a bone forest, with towering skeletal remains scattered throughout, alongside numerous animal corpses. A colossal bone monument bore the inscription Wet Bone Forest. The bones were pristine white, exuding an eerie cleanliness that sent a shiver down Feng Yao's spine. As he ventured inside, he noted the absence of any slugs, prompting his curiosity to arise. System, did you not notice where my healing slug went? It has merged underground, and I am unaware of its precise location. Silently lamenting the irresponsibility of the system, Feng Yao could only devise a plan on his own. Elder Slug, I am Feng Yao, a ninja from Konoha. I am aware that you saved me. Might you emerge so that I may personally express my gratitude for your life-saving kindness? His voice echoed through the forest, yet no response came. Feng Yao could only sit in place, continuing to study the Marine 6 styles while he awaited a reply. After a considerable time, a voice resonated from all directions, gentle yet firm. Now that you are safe, you should depart swiftly. This is not a place for you. And do not speak recklessly upon your exit. What the hell? Feng Yao muttered. Didn't the system say I had a chance? They're asking me to leave. Is this system reliable at all? Calm yourself, host. Opportunities must be seized by one's own efforts. This medical text is bestowed upon you, but you must earn it through your endeavors. Suddenly, Feng Yao felt a heavy object in his arms. Upon inspection, he discovered it was the Eastern Medical Compendium. This revelation left him utterly bewildered. What does this mean? The slug sage is proficient in medical ninjutsu and healing. This compendium, the culmination of millennia of Chinese medical knowledge, holds unimaginable allure for those versed in healing arts. Realizing this, Feng Yao understood that the slug sage had never appeared in Naruto, and his knowledge of it was scant. However, among the 3 great summoning beasts, the slug's abilities predominantly centered on healing. Great Slug, I recognize your mastery in medical techniques. I possess a medical book, a crystallization of a powerful nation's wisdom over thousands of years, and I wish to propose a trade. Upon uttering these words, the ground ahead began to writhe, and eventually, a slug of adult size emerged. A medical book passed down through millennia? I do not recall any nation in the world possessing such a legacy. Seeing the creature before him, Feng Yao smiled faintly. Its emergence signified hope. He extended the book towards the slug. The slug, upon receiving it, examined the pages with a tentative demeanor, becoming increasingly animated and excited with each turn. Is it truly possible to achieve such results without relying on medical ninjutsu? And can such herbs be found in this world? Noticing that the slug sage seemed captivated by the Eastern medical compendium, Feng Yao cleared his throat and, with measured patience, reclaimed the book from the slug's grasp, putting forth considerable effort. Let me see that again. Great slug, this book was originally intended for you. Yet I have a modest request. I wish to learn the sage art of the wet-bone forest and become a sage. Feng Yao waved the book enticingly before the slug, presenting his request with a hint of mischief. The slug paused, momentarily taken aback. Feng Yao frowned. What? Is that not possible? Then this book shall merely. Oh, wait. It's not that it cannot be done. However, learning sage techniques is perilous. Your chakra is evidently insufficient and may lead to direct assimilation by nature. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao was rendered speechless. Indeed, he had enhanced his chakra with the assistance of the system, that his chakra was still insufficient, barely reaching half of Naruto's capacity. And he was unable to withstand the onslaught of natural energy. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, a notification resonated. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a time-limited reward task. You are granted a reward of triple chakra. Task requirement: master the sage mode within a week. The message continued. As someone who can contend with the protagonist, how could you be underestimated by a mere slug? Strive to astonish the sage. Such fortuitous tidings. Is this truly the system I am familiar with? Could it have been replaced? The system, sensing the host's doubt, responded. Doubting the host is tantamount to doubting this system. Please complete the task promptly. In an instant, Feng Yao's chakra surged dramatically, reaching the minimum requirement to cultivate sage mode. The slug opposite him was astonished, curious about the sudden increase in his chakra. Confronted with skeptical gazes, he cleared his throat and declared, Ahem, I was merely concealing my true strength. This is my authentic chakra level, which should suffice for mastering sage mode, correct? Indeed, that is the case, the slug acknowledged. But I must caution you that training in sage mode is perilous. Are you truly certain about this course of action? Yes, I am resolute. I appreciate your guidance, esteemed Lord Slug. With that, he handed over the book, and the slug, noting Feng Yao's understanding, accepted it and led him into the wet-bone forest. Conversing as they walked. Since you wish to learn sage mode, do you know what senjutsu is? Listening to the slug's inquiry, Feng Yao responded fluently. Senjutsu involves absorbing natural energy and combining it in a specific ratio to produce senjutsu chakra, significantly enhancing one's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, correct? Precisely. For a novice, the best way to experience the natural energy of my wet-bone forest is to maintain absolute silence in a certain environment, halting all activities to harmonize with nature. I will take you to the sacred site of my wet-bone forest, where the natural energy is most abundant. After following the slug for the duration of a tea break, they finally arrived at a circular structure constructed from various bones, which appeared somewhat foreboding from the outside. This is a sanctuary crafted from the remains of once mighty summoning beasts that I defeated. Inside, all external disturbances are eliminated. Neither light nor sound can penetrate, allowing you to fully experience the natural energy. Thank you, esteemed Lord Slug. May I attempt to harness this energy now? Feng Yao could hardly contain his eagerness. He was fervently determined to master sage mode, and time was of the essence. Upon receiving the slug's consent, he entered the sanctum. Upon closing the door behind him, Feng Yao was immediately enveloped in an overwhelming stillness and absolute silence. In this pitch-black, confined space, he could distinctly perceive the flow of his blood and the rhythm of his heartbeat. Even the faintest sound of breath was magnified infinitely. Feng Yao painstakingly sat up, his palms already glistening with a faint sheen of sweat. Within the oppressive silence of the room, he found himself tormented psychologically. He endeavored to grasp the moment. Yet mere minutes passed before the cacophony of his own heartbeat and breath rendered him restless. In his agitation, he even contemplated extricating his own heart or severing his throat, desperate to silence the noise within. Just as Feng Yao teetered on the brink of despair, the door swung open, letting in a cascade of light. Breathe, breathe. breathed, the presence of Lord Slug was palpable. At that moment, Feng Yao's eyes were bloodshot, his entire being resembling that of a drenched figure pulled from the depths of water. "Ah, you should step outside. Such endeavors cannot be accomplished in haste." Lord Slug gently assisted Feng Yao out. To be frank, Feng Yao had honed his mental fortitude to an admirable degree. His composure during previous confrontations was a testament to his exceptional psychological resilience. However, within the confines of this room, he succumbed to collapse in mere moments, a feat likely unattainable for those of lesser mental acuity. Beyond the room's intricate design, there existed an enchantment that exacerbated feelings of anxiety and unease. Only by maintaining tranquility of mind and stability of spirit in such conditions could one truly perceive the natural energies within the wet-bone forest. This was the cultivation method for the immortal mode of the wet-bone forest. Once outside, Feng Yao collapsed, turning to Lord Slug with a query. "Lord Slug, how long did I remain inside?" While ensconced in that room, he had lost all sense of time as passage. "Approximately 10 minutes. That is quite commendable, exceeding my expectations. It appears you possess more talent than I presumed." "Only 10 minutes? I felt as though a century had passed. How long must I endure to sense the natural energies?" "For my estimation, you will need to remain inside, while maintaining awareness for an entire day." Upon hearing this, Feng Yao sprang to his feet and dashed back into the room without a second glance. "What nonsense! A day? I have but a week in total, and I've only managed 10 minutes. If I don't push myself, I fear for my life," Lord Slug observed as Feng Yao rushed back inside, only to re-emerge after 10 minutes. "Breathe, how was it? Did you manage to endure for long?" Feng Yao emerged in a state of disarray. "About 10 more seconds thus." Feng Yao took a brief respite before plunging back into the room. This cycle of entry and exit continued. "Keep at it. You've already managed 20 minutes. Lord Slug encouraged, munching on a leaf as he addressed Feng Yao, whose eyes were still bloodshot. "You are nearing an hour now. Have you previously practiced the immortal mode?" With a mouth still glistening with slime, Lord Slug inquired, "Are you a spirit beast? To think you could endure 3 hours in the bone room after only 2 days." As he dragged Feng Yao out, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. This far surpassed Lord Slug's expectations. As dusk descends, Feng Yao finds himself utterly fatigued. His rigorous training over the past 2 days has left him with only an hour of sleep each night, resulting in dark circles beneath his eyes. Why push yourself so hard? Mastery won't bring death. This relentless pursuit might, indeed, lead to your demise, the slug remarked, offering him a leaf of greens. In his heart, Feng Yao silently retorted that a lack of mastery could indeed be fatal. Given his current pace, completing his training within a week seemed utterly implausible. "Damn it, system. I knew you harbored ill intentions, always plotting against me. Was it truly so benevolent of you to suddenly enhance my chakra? I refuse to comply. Extend my time." The system, seemingly unperturbed, responded, "The tasks assigned are non-negotiable. If the host fails to fulfill them, I must adhere to the established rules." "I understand. Is it annihilation, then? Why not offer something novel?" Thus, Feng Yao found himself once again seeking the wisdom of the slug sage. "Great slug sage, my time is limited. Is there any shortcut to expedite my training?" Frowning, the slug admitted, "To be candid, I initially intended for you to experience the difficulty and retreat. However, witnessing your exceptional talent and diligence, I genuinely wish to impart the wet-bone forest sage techniques to you. Yet, I cannot endorse shortcuts, for the risks are immense. Proceed at your own pace. Choosing the easy way may increase your peril tenfold. With your aptitude, you could master the sage mode within a month." "Why the urgency?" the slug implored with earnestness, but Feng Yao could only respond with a bitter smile, fully aware of the sage's good intentions. "Great slug sage, I beg of you. I must accelerate my training. I cannot fully articulate my predicament, but my life hangs in the balance." "Is it truly that dire?" "Very well, wait a moment." The slug pondered for a while, seemingly reaching a decision. Suddenly, the entire wet-bone forest, indeed, the entire mountain, began to tremble violently. Countless stones and soil cascaded down as a gargantuan slug emerged from the mountain, its size magnified exponentially. More accurately, the mountain itself was built upon this colossal slug, the true form of the slug sage. The other slugs, including those summoned by Tsunade and Sakura, were merely fragments of the slug sage's essence. Feng Yao felt the overwhelming might of the sage, as the natural energies emanating from its every movement appeared capable of lifting the mountain itself. Feng Yao, come here. To my head, the slug sage commanded, exuding an irresistible aura. Complying, Feng Yao approached obediently. The slug sage then expelled a viscous substance onto the ground, which, notably, did not appear corrosive. This is the slime from within me, distinct from ordinary slime. It is responsible for absorbing and condensing natural energy. Apply it to your body to sense and gather natural energy, thereby attempting to control it. Slime, is it? Thank you, great slug sage. Truthfully, Feng Yao felt a twinge of reluctance towards the slime, but for the sake of his mission and unlocking the sage mode, he resolved to persevere. After Feng Yao completed the collection of the slime, he hurried back to the bone house, accompanied this time by a clone sent by the slug sage. To prevent Feng Yao from being assimilated by the natural energy, the clone was prepared to absorb it if necessary. Upon his first attempt to apply the slime, Feng Yao sensed a formidable external energy surrounding his body, which, under guidance, began to merge into him. He quickly activated his mental and physical energies in an attempt to integrate this external natural energy. However, the initial wave was dispersed, flooding him with an overwhelming amount of natural energy. His eyes shrank to slits, two fleshy protrusions sprouted from his head, and his body appeared to shrink slightly. The nearby slug leaped onto him, writhing as it absorbed the natural energy within Feng Yao. Gradually, Feng Yao returned to normal, touching his skin, which had reddened from the slug sage's absorption. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Slug sage, I will first absorb the natural energy, and then you should extract only a portion. Do not absorb it all, allowing me to attempt to merge the remainder. That method could indeed work. Let us give it a try, replied the slug. The two remained in the dark room for 3 days and nights, only emerging occasionally for sustenance, without a moment's rest. I feel I am on the verge of success. I was so close to merging the natural energy earlier, Feng Yao exclaimed. I did not expect you to grasp it so quickly. If only the one who made a pact with me possessed your talent, the slug sage remarked. Oh, what happened to her? When she first entered the bone house, she was overly excited and went berserk within a minute, even smashing my bone house to escape. The slug sage's reference was likely to Tsunade, who, despite being a medical ninja, was a formidable woman with a fiery temper, making her presence in such a tranquil environment a significant torment. It was no wonder she had failed to cultivate the sage mode of the wet bone forest. On the 6th day of training within the bone house, a subtle yet powerful aura emanated from within, and with a resounding boom, the door exploded open. A figure emerged, shattering a colossal bone standing in the distance with a punch. It was Feng Yao, now in sage mode. His appearance transformed drastically. His eyes, adorned with a pale blue hue, were a striking cherry blossom red, and his hair had turned white. In this sage mode, he felt an immense power coursing through him, an urge to release it driving him outside. Observing the destruction he had wrought, Feng Yao felt a sense of satisfaction. What have you done? Could you not have simply opened the door? My bone house. The moment Feng Yao heard the furious outburst, his earlier bravado crumbled. Cough, cough. Slug sage, please do not be angry. I will repair it. I was merely too excited, he stammered. Upon hearing his apology, the slug sage's expression softened considerably, while not genuinely angry. It was pleased to see Feng Yao mastering the sage mode of the wet bone forest. Sitting on the ground, Feng Yao patiently attuned himself to the abilities bestowed by his sage mode. In this state, he felt extraordinarily powerful, capable of maintaining composure even amidst complex matters or extreme situations. In the sage state, the natural energy has enhanced his physical vitality, agility, and defense, allowing him to expand his perceptive range. He can now sense the true form of the slug sage beneath his feet, a feat previously beyond his capabilities. Most importantly, the process of gathering natural energy requires a period of stillness. The sage mode of Mayaboka Mountain necessitates standing motionless for a time to concentrate this energy, whereas the sage mode of the wet bone forest demands an even longer duration for accumulation. According to the slug sage, proficiency will eventually shorten this time frame. However, The Wet-Bone Forest Sage mode excels in its longevity, while the Mayaboku Sage mode lasts around 5 minutes. Naruto manages to sustain his chakra through shadow clones reasonably well. His Sage mode can endure at least 20 minutes. In this regard, the combat endurance of the Wet-Bone Forest Sage mode is undeniably superior. Moreover, he has finally begun to grasp the immense power of the system when he utilizes chakra. It undergoes a transformation in nature depending on the sage techniques he intends to employ. He has now mastered and can execute all the sage arts featured in the Naruto series, with his hands positioned to form the necessary seals. He conjured the technique known as Yin Release, Thunder Style. This is one of the Yin-Yang release techniques within Naruto and under the enhancement of Sage Chakra. It can unleash terrifying power, allowing him to discharge bolts of black lightning against his foes. The black lightning obliterated the remaining massive bones surrounding him, prompting even the slug sage behind him to marvel at the might of this technique. Still craving more, Feng Yao sought to experiment with additional sage arts. He performed the technique known as White Dragon Technique, inflating his abdomen and releasing an illusory dragon that grasped a pearl in its claws. The dragon orbited with a brilliant light before exploding, a technique capable of depriving others of their 5 senses through vibrations, damaging their auditory and visual faculties. However, immediately after casting it, Feng Yao realized he had inadvertently blinded himself with his own sage technique. Fortunately, it was merely a minor injury to his cornea, and the slug sage could assist in his healing. As he deactivated his sage mode and obediently sat down for treatment, he inwardly cursed, "Damn it. This system truly is a $9 special. It doesn't distinguish between friend and foe when it comes to sage arts. This is a reflection of your own foolishness, not a fault of the system. Such techniques require the user to meet certain conditions, and the system merely enables you to utilize all sage arts without alleviating their side effects." Feng Yao was rendered speechless. He had indeed gotten a bit carried away. When Toby used this technique, he cleverly masked the blinding light with a snake's cornea. However, he possessed no such cornea. "Why didn't you warn me earlier? I assumed you would realize it yourself. My apologies, I must have overestimated your intelligence." The system's infuriating tone only served to further aggravate Feng Yao. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of accomplishment. At last, he had secured a means of survival and strength within this ninja world. Chapter 6. 2 Tasks. Subduing Zabuza for a period, Feng Yao enjoyed a rather pleasant time in the Wet-Bone Forest, where he would often express his grievances about the system while simultaneously familiarizing himself with the application of Sage Mode. He also took the opportunity to listen to the slug sage share various insights from the Eastern Medical Compendium. During this time, he established a certain camaraderie with the slug sage, who initially wished to forge a blood contract with Feng Yao. However, Feng Yao tactfully declined, as he realized that even if he entered into such a pact, the inept system would render him unable to utilize any summoning techniques. "Host, I believe I just heard you disparaging this system," the voice of the system interjected. "Ah, how could that be? I was merely praising you." Feng Yao replied with a cough. After a brief silence, an ominous premonition washed over him. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a new task, Revenge on Konoha. Time frame, 6 months. Task requirement. As a rogue ninja from Konoha, you must exact vengeance within the stipulated period. Rewards will be based on the extent of damage inflicted upon Konoha. Slogan: Revenge is a dish best served cold. Embrace your role as an avenger, young man. Are you out of your mind? Personal vendetta? This task seems to be something you concocted on a whim. That slogan is clearly aimed at me. And attacking Konoha? Do you think I am pain? I refuse to entertain this nonsense," Feng Yao asserted, determined to confront the insufferable system. After all, he was now a sage, and a man of honor should not languish in the shadows of others. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered another task, establishing a faction. Task requirement: a powerful traveler must not only possess personal strength but also require subordinates. Please recruit 3 elite ninjas of Jonin rank or above to serve under you. Time frame: 6 months. Task reward: Beauty Elixir. Slogan: Begin your own legend in this formidable world, young man. System: Must I really go through with this? Can't I just complete this task without the ridiculous reward? Host must swiftly fulfill the task, otherwise, annihilation is imminent. The The system's voice returned to its usual coldness, leaving Feng Yao feeling utterly powerless, unable to voice his frustrations. Continuing to complain would likely result in yet another task, compelling him to recruit Jonin-level ninjas. Would he be expected to scour the various ninja villages for recruits? Listen, system, while I can somewhat comprehend this task, the reward is utterly trivial. I have to gather 3 Jonin, and you offer me a mere beauty elixir? Host must consider that as a leader of a faction, physical appearance is crucial. Otherwise, one may become the subject of ridicule. The beauty elixir is essential. I sense an insult in your words, yet I lack evidence to substantiate it. As they exchanged barbs, the slug sage approached, bringing him a meal. An audacious idea struck Feng Yao as he gazed at the slug sage. He walked over and cradled the diminutive slug sage in his arms. Slug Master, I wish to ask a favor of you. What is it? Have you injured yourself while practicing sage techniques? Let us set that matter aside for now. I wish to establish a faction and would like to invite you to be the first member. Feng Yao spoke earnestly, recognizing that the slug sage, with powers surpassing that of a Jonin and centuries of experience, would be an invaluable ally. Join your faction? However, it would suffice to establish a blood contract directly with me, allowing me to assist you whenever you are in need. Well, this is somewhat complicated. I am unable to sign a contract, and my intention in having you join my faction is merely to have your name associated with it. There is no requirement for you to do anything. Is that so? You truly are the most peculiar ninja I have ever encountered. If that is the case, I acquiesce. Yes, the first Jonin is secured, and it appears this endeavor is not exceedingly arduous. However, I must contemplate where to persuade the next 2 Jonin to join. And as for avenging Konoha, that requires careful deliberation, as Feng Yao does not wish to act too ruthlessly, given that his parents reside in Konoha. System, what is the acceptable level of damage for this first task? A minimum of 10%. This figure is still acceptable. Considering I have been pursued by those 3 Umbu for an entire day, a minor act of retribution does not seem excessive. Feng Yao reflected on the time he had spent in the world of Hokage, suddenly recalling a location that might enable him to gather the other 2 Jonin-level ninja. However, it is quite distant, and he must set off promptly. The next day, Feng Yao bid farewell to the Sage of Slugs, with whom he had lived for over a week, and activated Sage Mode to expedite his journey, utilizing the Moon Step technique for remarkable speed. Along the way, he passed through the land of Rice. This small nation, bordering Konoha, initially lacked ninja, however. Orochimaru bribed the daimyo of the land of Rice to establish the Sound Ninja Village, which became his base of operations. Feng Yao had contemplated whether he could recruit Orochimaru as an ally, but upon further reflection, he decided against it, as Orochimaru is exceedingly perilous. Currently, he commands not only the Sound Five, but also wields the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, and he himself is a ninja of comparable strength to a Kage. If Feng Yao were to naively approach him with the intention of recruiting him, he would likely become a specimen within moments. Days later, Feng Yao arrived at a narrow path and concealed himself, as this was the essential route to the Land of Waves. His objective was to locate the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi from the Mist Village, a formidable individual of Jonin caliber, accompanied by Haku, who possesses the ability to perform hand seals with a single hand and is a wielder of a bloodline limit. Zabuza had once claimed that even he might struggle against Haku. From a temporal perspective, Feng Yao surmised that he had arrived prematurely at this moment. Kakashi's team had yet to encounter Zabuza. He decided to remain perched in the trees for a while. The task at hand was to eliminate the bridge builder, Tazuna, who was said to have hired Konoha's ninja for protection. What sort of ninja could such a destitute nation afford? The 2 speaking ninjas each bore the forehead protector emblematic of the Mist Village, their faces obscured by masks, lending them an ominous appearance. These must be the first wave of assassins targeting Kakashi's team, known as the Demon Brothers, who had arrived early to lie in wait. Gentlemen, might I request your assistance? Who goes there? Upon hearing a commotion nearby, 2 ninjas from the Mist Shadow Village swiftly assumed battle stances, with one of them hurling a kunai towards the source of the sound. However, it was evidently futile, as Feng Yao adeptly evaded the attack using the Moon Step technique, landing directly before the 2. The brothers of the demon, skilled in combined assassinations, were not startled by Feng Yao's proximity, Instead, they welcomed it, unfurling their chained weapons in an attempt to eliminate him. Yet, Feng Yao remained unperturbed, softly uttering two words, iron block. This was a defensive technique from the Six Styles, channeling power into his well-toned body, rendering him as unyielding as steel, impervious to their chains. With iron block activated, he seized the chains surrounding him and yanked forcefully, causing the two brothers to lose their balance just as they attempted to break free. However, Feng Yao would not grant them such a reprieve. He effortlessly tossed each of them against a nearby tree. He then approached them slowly, stating, "Do not be agitated. I merely wish to ask you a question." The demon brothers, recognizing their adversary was beyond their capability, promptly resorted to the mist shadow technique in an effort to retreat. Yet, it seemed that the thick fog did not impede Feng Yao in the slightest. He plunged into the mist, dispatching the two brothers with precise kicks. Having honed his sensory abilities after training in Sage Mode at the Wetbone Forest, he could discern their positions even without activating Sage Mode, allowing him to navigate the fog with ease. He seized one of the mist ninjas, declaring, "I have a singular inquiry. Answer correctly, and you may live." "You are the Leaf Ninja tasked with protecting Dazuna, are you not?" He continued. "I never anticipated Dazuna would manage to employ a ninja of your caliber, but I shall not divulge any information." The mist ninja struggled, casting a venomous glare at Feng Yao. "Is that so? Then perish," Feng Yao retorted, delivering a swift and lethal kick that cleaved one of them in twain. The Gale Foot technique, one of the Six Styles, did not rely on mere physical impact. Rather, it executed vacuum slashes through rapid kicks to assault the enemy. This was Feng Yao's inaugural act of killing, having previously trembled at the mere thought of wielding a kunai. Yet, he was no longer the feeble individual he once was. Against such desperate individuals, he understood the necessity of ruthlessness to instill fear. Please don't kill me. I will tell you what you wish to know." The other, witnessing the gruesome demise of his companion, was evidently stricken with terror, eager to divulge anything. It would have been preferable to act thus from the start. "I wish to ascertain the whereabouts of Zabuza Momochi. You are his subordinates, are you not?" "Yes, he is a few kilometers north of here. Take the middle road, and you shall find him. I can guide you, as long as you spare my life." Feng Yao gazed towards the north. "North, you say? There is no need for you to guide me, as I do not trust you," he declared. And before the other could react, he executed another Gale Foot, brutally severing the man's chest and sending him to his end. Though the individual's eyes reflected sheer panic, he frequently glanced at his fallen comrade's body, and there appeared to be some furtive movements behind him. "You do not abide by credit." The man continuously spat blood from his mouth, and within mere seconds, he succumbed to death. Feng Yao approached and rolled over his body. The individual behind him clutched an explosive talisman, evidently intending to perish alongside Feng Yao amidst a moment of distraction. However, Feng Yao acted swiftly upon receiving the news, leaving his adversary no time to activate the device. How does the host feel about his first kill? The world of ninjas is indeed brutal. Once an enemy is identified, one fights with the unwavering resolve of certain death. Yet, I find myself in the same position now. It is for the best if the host can think this way. If you continue to show mercy and hesitate to strike, you will never accomplish the tasks set forth by this system. How can you still complain when every mission is a troublesome one? Couldn't you be a bit more professional? After saying this, he cleaned up the scene, confiscating all the equipment from the two men, and hastily disposed of their bodies before setting off to find Zabuza. Meanwhile, Kakashi's team was also making their way in this direction. However, the demon brothers had already been eliminated, so Naruto and the others would not encounter any trouble. Feng Yao arrived at a wooden house, shaped like a spinning top, which served as Zabuza's stronghold. The information provided by the demon brothers turned out to be accurate. Dealing with Zabuza required a far more careful approach than with the demon brothers. Therefore, Feng Yao activated Sage Mode a short distance from the house, his white hair and blue eyeshadow reappearing. In Sage Mode, Feng Yao's senses sharpened even further, allowing him to discern the precise number of individuals inside the house. He stealthily climbed onto the roof to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Mr. Zabuza, it seems necessary to be cautious of our client this time. That Kato is known for frequently hiring rogue ninjas only to eliminate them afterward." "Humph. Does he think who I am?" I am the formidable Zabuza Momochi of the Hidden Mist. If he dares to play tricks with me, I shall swiftly sever his head." The voices belonged to Zabuza and Haku, and their client was none other than the world-renowned magnate, Kato. Unfortunately, they had encountered Kakashi's team. Zabuza's assassination mission had once again failed. As rogue ninjas, they were destined to drift aimlessly. Feng Yao contemplated recruiting these two for his own purposes. Just as he prepared to enter, a sudden chill enveloped him from behind, and a colossal beheading sword landed precisely where he had just been crouching. "Quite perceptive, aren't you? No wonder the demon brothers fell to you. Who are you? You seem to know quite a bit." "Humph. It appears I have been outmaneuvered by those two fools. Those who venture out on missions also consider the possibility of being captured." The demon brothers were not lying, but there were indeed surveillance tools along the way. "Had I not been forewarned, I would have struggled to detect you." Observing Zabuza, who was partially obscured by a cloth, Feng Yao found himself increasingly satisfied with this potential subordinate. The figure inside the house was merely a water clone meant to deceive him, while Zabuza himself had attempted a silent assassination technique for a decisive strike. But alas, he had failed. "I bear no ill will in coming here. My name is Feng Yao, and I am here to sincerely invite you to join my ranks." "Ha ha ha, look at you. Just a little brat who hasn't even grown a full set of hair, daring to ask me, the illustrious Kakashi of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, to serve you." Zabuza, enraged by Feng Yao's words, raised his hand and swung his beheading sword toward him. However, in his sage mode, Feng Yao's strength had increased manifold, and he effortlessly caught the massive sword with one hand. Simultaneously, he employed the finger pistol technique from the 6 styles, which drastically augmented its power in sage mode. This technique channels all bodily strength into the index finger, delivering a strike with hardened precision, capable of easily penetrating a human body. Feng Yao thrust his finger toward the beheading sword he held, and the blade shattered with a resounding crack. Seeing his once mighty sword, which had aided him in countless battles, unable to withstand even a single finger, Zabuza was taken aback by the sheer might of this technique. He quickly stepped back. The hidden mist technique employed by Zabuza was evidently far superior to that of the Ghost Brothers, as thick fog enveloped the surroundings in an instant. However, Zabuza was not attempting to flee. He was searching for an opportunity within the mist. Yet, Feng Yao had no intention of prolonging the encounter. As his time in sage mode was limited, the technique of transmutation of inorganic matter suddenly came into play, granting life and control to inanimate objects. The stones on the ground twisted and transformed, rapidly piercing into the thick fog. A strong, metallic scent of blood began to pervade the air. Zabuza, at that moment, Haku, filled with intense murderous intent, charged at Feng Yao, casting silver needles aimed at vital points. However, Feng Yao evaded them with moonwalk, and Haku, seemingly losing his sanity, rushed in for hand-to-hand combat without even utilizing his bloodline limit. The outcome was inevitable. Feng Yao reinforced his defenses with iron-like resolve, absorbing one of Haku's strikes before swiftly locking his hands around Haku's neck. "I have not killed him. However, should you act recklessly, I cannot guarantee his safety." As the mist gradually dissipated, Zabuza found his hands and left foot deeply impaled by stone pillars conjured from the transmutation technique, rendering him immobile. Yet his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. "You have lost, Zabuza. I suggest you carefully consider my earlier proposal." "Humph. Then go ahead and kill me. I shall never be your pawn." "Oh, are you certain of that?" As he spoke, Feng Yao tightened his grip, causing Haku to struggle for breath. "You wouldn't want to use Haku to threaten me, would you? He is merely a tool to me. His life holds no value once I am gone. Do you genuinely believe I would acquiesce to your terms for him?" "I'm sorry, Zabuza, sir." "Hey, your subordinate has shown you such loyalty. Why not reconsider? He just recklessly charged at me to save you, willing to risk his life. Isn't this cruelty too much?" The emotional connection between Bai and Zaibujan is quite apparent to Feng Yao. Although Zaibujan is cold-hearted, he is not devoid of feelings. He has shed tears for Bai. Coupled with Feng Yao's comparable verbal prowess to Naruto's, he believes this endeavor is destined for success. In essence, ninjas are mere tools. What I covet is his lineage, not the individual himself. If you wish to kill, then do so. However, this reaction is unexpected. My approach seems flawless. Yet Zai Bujan remains utterly unresponsive. How did Naruto manage to achieve this? Feng Yao's mind is in a frenzy of complaints. Host, you are merely an ordinary individual. Without the halo of a protagonist, your words are futile. Feng Yao, having locked eyes with Zai Bujan for an extended moment, ultimately relinquishes his hold on Bai and simultaneously dispels the inorganic reincarnation. Cough, cough, Zai Bujan, sir. Bai hastens to Zai Bujan's side the moment his bindings are undone, supporting him, while Zai Bujan fixates on Feng Yao. What do you mean by this? Do you believe that by sparing me, I would become your subordinate? You are woefully naive. My only intention is to eliminate you. I am aware. Yet you cannot kill me. How about we strike a deal? Recognizing the current situation, Feng Yao understands that fully subduing Zai Bujan is temporarily unfeasible, prompting him to take a step back. What sort of deal? I am aware that you are a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, having assassinated the fourth Mizukage out of disdain for the village's tyranny. I can assist you in avenging yourself and facilitate your return to your homeland. You have witnessed my strength. I possess the capability to accomplish this. Upon hearing this, Zai Bujan falls silent. Following his failed assassination, he had fled the village and become a rogue ninja, yearning for years to return. The prospect of reclaiming his homeland appears enticing. This young brat, despite his audacious tone, is undeniably formidable, certainly beyond his own capacity to defeat. What are your terms? Quite simple. Serve as my subordinate for 1 year. During this year, you will enjoy ample freedom. All I require is your assistance when I call upon you. After 1 year, we will part ways without obligation. Zai Bujan lapses into contemplation. This condition is evidently quite lenient. For him, a year's service could yield the opportunity to return to the Mist Village, a remarkably profitable arrangement. Very well, I accept your terms. Agreed. Rest assured, you will come to appreciate the choice you have made today. However, Zai Bujan disregards him, opting instead to return indoors with Bai's support. Feng Yao follows him inside, where several of Zai Bujan's trusted mist assassins await. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, establishing your own faction. Reward, 1 beauty pill. Would you like to use it now? Let us use it. I wish to see what miraculous effects it holds. If the results are mediocre, I shall leave a negative review. This system does not accept any evaluations or criticisms. Commencing usage. Upon speaking, Feng Yao feels as though the bones and muscles of his face are becoming unusually animated, shifting incessantly. He instinctively covers his face with his hands. The neighboring ninjas, bewildered by the unfolding events, found themselves momentarily dazed as Feng Yao removed his hands from his face. A singular thought echoed in their minds. Is there truly such exquisite beauty in this world? At that moment, Feng Yao's features seemed to be sculpted by the most skilled artisan, each contour more intricate than the tiniest screw. There was an inherent allure to his visage that was simply captivating. Had such a face belonged to a woman, it would surely spell disaster for nations. Particularly striking were his deep, azure eyes, which invoked a sense of familiarity among those present as they exchanged glances. What has happened to your face? It looks remarkably different, one remarked. Even Zabuza found himself taking a few deep breaths, astonished by the transformation and unexpectedly feeling a sense of warmth in their shared gaze. Yet Zabuza, being no ordinary individual, quickly regained his composure. What is wrong with my face? Has it changed that much? Feng Yao felt somewhat uncomfortable under the astonished and infatuated gazes of the surrounding men, whose looks were laden with desire, a sensation more unsettling than facing Zabuza in combat. Zabuza handed him a mirror. Take a look for yourself. Initially, Feng Yao regarded the onlookers as a bunch of starved perverts, overly excited by the sight of a man's face. However, upon gazing into the mirror, he too was taken aback. The difference between his current appearance and the previous one was astronomical. It surpassed any transformation achievable in a cosmetic clinic by 1,000-fold. After all, cosmetic surgery could never evoke such an innate allure. Even he felt a surge of impulse upon beholding his own reflection. Goodness, system, your elixirs are astonishing. It's a travesty you didn't recruit a plastic surgeon as a host. This system produces only the finest quality, came the reply. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yao returned the mirror and requested a mask from Bai, unwilling to endure the intense scrutiny of the men any longer. Once adorned with the mask, The fervent gazes around him diminished significantly. "It seems you have quite a few secrets," Zabuza remarked darkly, his interest in their arrangement growing. He had never witnessed anyone undergo such a drastic transformation in such a short span, and it was evident that this was no mere illusion. The stronger Feng Yao's abilities, the greater the assistance he would provide in their impending assault on the Mist Village. Yet, such power warranted careful vigilance. Feng Yao cleared his throat. "This is merely a trivial matter. Do not dwell on it." Zabuza cast a glance at his trusted subordinates and issued his command. "From this moment forth, this individual shall be our new leader. You are to obey his every command without question." Feng Yao nodded in acknowledgement to the assembly. At that moment, an angry voice erupted from outside, directed at Zabuza. "Zabuza, you useless fool. I paid a hefty sum to enlist your services, and your two pathetic subordinates have yet to engage with anyone. I have no idea who has dealt with them, and now they have reached the bridge. How do you intend to explain this to me?" Upon hearing this, Zaibujan cast a glance toward the corner, where a certain individual nervously touched his nose. Silently contemplating that it would be futile for the two to proceed, it would be far better for him to handle the situation himself. Zaibujan then swung his executioner's blade and warned, "Kato, there is no need for your idle chatter. Next time, I shall take matters into my own hands, sparing you the trouble." Observing the enormous blade, now less than half a meter away, Kato felt a twinge of anxiety and swallowed hard. Under normal circumstances, the blade would have reached Kato, but a portion had been interrupted by Feng Yao. However, the executioner's blade could regenerate by absorbing the blood of others, utilizing the iron content within, thus alleviating any concerns. "Then, I shall leave it in your capable hands. Please do not make any further mistakes. It seems there are formidable ninjas over there, and I notice you are injured. Will that pose a problem?" Despite his fear, Kato expressed his doubts to Zaibujan, not out of concern for him, but rather for the successful completion of the task. Rest assured. Just prepare to collect their corpses." Zaibujan replied darkly, subsequently instructing Bai to expel a few individuals from their vicinity. Upon Bai's return, he looked at the injured Zaibujan with concern. "Mr. Zaibujan, your wounds render you unfit for executing an assassination mission. I believe it is unnecessary to act at this moment. An assassin must strike with absolute certainty for a lethal blow. Should the first attempt fail, the opponent will be on guard, and it is evident that you are not in peak condition. Do not fret. They are merely a handful of Konoha ninjas. Come with me, Bai." Zaibujan was unaware that among Konoha's ranks was the renowned copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, for if he had known, he would have exercised greater caution. Nevertheless, Feng Yao had no intention of informing him, preferring that Zaibujan be thoroughly overwhelmed before he intervened, thus allowing him an opportunity to bolster his rapport. Lost in thought, Zaibujan suddenly turned to him. "Leader, I must fulfill my employer's task now. Do you have any final instructions?" "Proceed without concern. I shall remain nearby for a while. I just overheard you mention that they are Konoha ninjas. You are a pillar of our organization and one of my most valued subordinates. Do take care." Despite his outward expression, Feng Yu was acutely aware that Zaibujan would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. He planned to discreetly follow, as losing a subordinate he had painstakingly recruited would be detrimental to him. "Host, your concern is exceedingly hypocritical and repulsive. This system is on the verge of retching." Uninformed fool. This is called the way of subordination. You should read more. Clearly, however, Feng Yao's understanding of subordination required refinement, as both Zaibujan and Bai regarded him with disdainful expressions. "Next time, I shall refrain from uttering such words. They are utterly distasteful. Mr. Zaibujan, it appears we have made an erroneous choice." With that, the two departed, leaving Feng Yao alone, bewildered in the wind. Chapter 7. Encounter with Naruto. Display of sage techniques on the other side, Kakashi's team swiftly reached the Land of Waves, unhindered by the Ghost Brothers. Their mission was to protect the bridge builder, Tazuna, until the completion of the bridge, a task that should have been classified as at least a B-rank mission. However, due to Kato's attempts to prevent the completed bridge from jeopardizing his financial interests, he resorted to hiring formidable rogue ninjas like Zabuza to assassinate Tazuna. Unfortunately, the impoverished state of the Land of Waves meant they could only declare the mission as C rank. Fortunately, Kakashi's team was present. Had it been an ordinary Chunin squad, their efforts would have been in vain. Meanwhile, Zabuza had caught up with Kakashi's team. Observing his target and the nearby leaf ninjas, he initially concealed himself alongside Haku. As a professional assassin, he meticulously gathered ample intelligence before making his move. Suddenly, Naruto furrowed his brow, seizing a kunai and throwing it into the nearby bushes. Over there. The sudden action startled those around him, and even Zabuza, hiding in the shadows, feared his cover had been blown. In reality, Naruto's antics were merely for show. Yet inadvertently, Zabuza's presence was slightly revealed, and the astute Kakashi sensed that there was indeed someone nearby. He exchanged glances with Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke, sensing the gravity of the situation, slowly reached for his kunai, while Naruto remained oblivious to Kakashi's signal. Have I been discovered? Truly worthy of Kakashi, Zabuza thought. Realizing that continuing to hide would be futile, he hurled his executioner's blade horizontally, aiming directly at Tazuna. Not in peak condition and wishing to avoid a prolonged confrontation with Kakashi, he intended for a swift resolution before departing. Get down. As he uttered those words, he crouched to evade the incoming blade, while Naruto and Tazuna were tackled to the ground by Sakura. Sasuke, reacting instinctively to Kakashi, managed to evade the attack. With one failed strike, Zabuza pressed on, simultaneously commanding Haku to join the fray. Haku, find an opportunity to eliminate Tazuna. I will handle these leaf ninjas. Water style, hidden mist technique. Under Zabuza's jutsu, visibility was quickly obscured, plunging the situation into dire straits. Kakashi, having recognized the executioner's blade, deduced that the rogue ninja from the mist was none other than Zabuza Momochi. However, he had no time to ponder why such a formidable ninja was involved in a C-rank mission. He had to strategize while issuing commands to Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke, Naruto. Sakura, stay back to back and do not move recklessly. This ninja is formidable. Protect Tazuna and be wary of his accomplice. Leave the rest to me. With that, Kakashi placed his right hand on his forehead protector, unveiling his concealed Sharingan, the three tomos spinning within his eye. TSK, that Sharingan is truly enviable, remarked F, who had been shadowing Zabuza, noting the shift in the dynamics of the confrontation between Kakashi and Zabuza due to his presence. Firstly, it is evident that Zabuza, having sustained injuries, is not in his prime condition. Thus, defeating Kakashi would be an exceedingly arduous task. Moreover, this iteration of Haku has entered the battle prematurely and is yet to encounter Naruto. The system indeed enables the host to master and wield the ocular techniques of the Sharingan, albeit requiring the host to procure the requisite eyes. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao was momentarily taken aback, inwardly ridiculing the system for its inherent pitfalls. In the current world of Naruto, the formidable Sharingan is wielded by various formidable individuals, such as Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha. Despite possessing Sage Mode, he still lacks the odds against such adversaries. There is no need for haste, as half a year remains. And who knows what this treacherous system might present. Meanwhile, the battle between Kakashi's team and Zabuza has escalated to a fervent intensity. Zabuza, already injured, finds himself at a disadvantage against Kakashi, who has activated his Sharingan, ultimately succumbing to a replicated ninjutsu. On the other side, Haku, witnessing Zabuza's plight, employs the ice release, crystal mirror technique, launching a barrage of Senbon needles at Naruto and Sasuke. However, this time, the outcome differs. Sasuke adeptly evades the attack, sustaining minimal injury, while Naruto, lacking the training from his demonic brother, finds himself immobilized and severely wounded, sensing the imminent threat to his life, which triggers the awakening of the nine tails within him. Though he is merely in a tailless beast state, it proves too formidable for Haku to withstand, swiftly dismantling Haku's technique. At this moment, Sasuke perceives the overwhelming, destructive aura emanating from Naruto, feeling not only astonishment but also envy and longing. He craves power. And the once underestimated underdog now possesses such immense strength within. Naruto, driven by the volatile emotions of the Nine Tails, yearns to eliminate the individual who has inflicted harm upon him. Lowering his body, he charges at Haku with an animalistic ferocity, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Kakashi, observing Naruto's rampaging state, prepares to intervene when a pale hand grasps Naruto's wrist, belonging to a masked boy who chuckles lightly, saying, "These two are my companions. Might I request that you all cease hostilities for the moment?" Naruto, dismissing words, grunts in defiance and demonstrates his resolve through action. Gripping Feng Yao's left arm with his free hand and forcefully stamping his feet into the ground, attempting to hurl his opponent away. The ground beneath him is instantly marked by two craters from Naruto's immense strength, yet Feng Yao remains unyielding. Prior to their encounter, he had already activated Sage Mode, rendering Naruto's current tailless state incapable of affecting him. Seeing that Naruto is unresponsive to his words, Feng Yao feels a sense of helplessness. He places one hand upon Naruto's head, utilizing his formidable mental prowess to compel Naruto to regain consciousness. Currently, Naruto has not entirely lost control. He is merely being guided by the emotions of the Nine Tails. Under Feng Yao's mental influence, Naruto gradually awakens, and the tailed beast transformation dissipates. Kakashi gazes in astonishment at this boy, seemingly of a similar age to Naruto, obscured by a mask, yet likely just a mere child of 12 or 13. To think that one could suppress the power of the Nine Tails without relying on sealing techniques, how formidable the young ones have become. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, it appears that this is a confrontation with Zabuza. Kakashi now finds himself in a precarious situation, silently cursing the task's client. Such a mission could easily qualify as an A rank, yet the other party had deceitfully classified it as a C rank to save costs. However, this is not the time for contemplation. He lunges forward with a swift step, his left hand wielding a kunai aimed at the opponent's arm, while his other hand seeks to pull Naruto back. Feng Yao, upon seeing Kakashi charge, made no attempt to impede him and simply tossed Naruto back to him. Naruto yelped in pain but emerged unscathed. Lying on the ground, Zabuza noticed Feng Yao. Although he was aware that Feng Yao had been tailing him, he refrained from commenting, recognizing that had he acted even a moment later, Haku would have perished. My leader, my apologies for letting you witness such a disheveled state, he remarked, observing Zabuza's myriad of wounds with a chuckle. Not at all. You shall recover swiftly, Senjutsu. Life Dew, Feng Yao proclaimed as he swiftly formed hand seals. The Life Dew technique, unique to the wet bone forest and taught by the slug sage, was quickly mastered with the system's assistance. An ethereal white butterfly was summoned, and a drop of Life Dew fell from his mouth, visibly healing Zabuza's injuries at an astonishing rate until he was completely restored. Feng Yao replicated the process for Haku, ensuring his full recovery as well. This powerful senjutsu required a specific time interval for use, once every half-month, with a maximum of 3 drops per application. However, its effects were extraordinary, capable of instantaneously healing all physical wounds. Zabuza could not help but marvel at the miraculous nature of this technique. He stepped aside to stand with Haku by Feng Yao's side. Leader, it seems I underestimated you. Thank you for saving Haku. Haku lowered his head in gratitude, though his appreciation was directed toward Feng Yao for saving Zabuza, as he had long since ceased to care about his own life. Kakashi, with his Sharingan activated, found his chakra reserves dwindling. The opposing duo had regained their strength, now joined by an enigmatic young fighter. On his side stood Naruto, who could spiral out of control at any moment, a somewhat reliable Sasuke, an ineffectual Sakura, and himself, with barely any chakra left. The odds seemed overwhelmingly stacked against them. At this juncture, Zabuza had clearly discerned Kakashi's wavering resolve. With a cold snort, he drew his sword once more, preparing to engage. Wait, Zabuza, you have already lost. As an assassin, your first failure means you have forfeited your chance. The mission has failed. Feng Yao turned to address him. Zabuza, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, hesitated before countering. Leader, if we let them go now, we will surely face retaliation from Konoha. I propose we eliminate them. Moreover, failing the mission will diminish our reputation as assassins. With you here, Kakashi will not stand a chance against us. As Feng Yao contemplated hastily departing from Kakashi's squad, he nearly turned around to deliver a slap to Zabuza, muttering that if he wished to perish, he would not stand in the way. The audacity of contemplating the annihilation of the protagonist team was remarkable. Leaving aside Sakura, Naruto had only recently activated his tailed beast mode without its full power. If pushed to the brink, Unleashing the Nine Tails would not be a simple matter to manage. Furthermore, Sasuke, although currently not at his peak, was backed by none other than Itachi Uchiha, a figure revered almost as a demigod. Should Itachi discover that his dear brother had been slain, he would likely pursue with relentless vengeance. Orochimaru's desire for Sasuke's body had led him to a dire state after facing Itachi. Kakashi, too, was a man capable of contending with Kaguya, and given that he bore no grievances with the protagonists, why invite trouble? Just as he was about to reprimand Zabuza, Naruto interjected, albeit a step ahead. Despite wearing a mask, his voice and stature were unmistakable to Naruto. Feng Yao, is that you? Even with your mask, I can't be mistaken about your voice. Why are you leaving the village? Why haven't you told me anything? Upon recognizing himself, Feng Yao instinctively furrowed his brow, but refrained from hastily retorting. Instead, he slowly removed his mask and smiled at Naruto, saying, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. Do take a look. Am I the person you seek? The unmasked Feng Yao left the onlookers in awe, momentarily captivating even Kakashi's team, including Zabuza, who had previously seen Feng Yao's face. Sakura murmured to herself, this man is so strikingly handsome, and he seems to exude a warm familiarity. Kakashi, observing Sakura's infatuation, chose to remain silent. Indeed, the man's appearance was otherworldly, and even he seemed spellbound. While he had entertained doubts regarding Naruto's claims, having seen Feng Yao's profile in the Umbu's records, he realized that familiarity could lend credibility to Naruto's assertion, given their long-standing bond. Yet, upon seeing Feng Yao unmasked, Kakashi's doubts dissipated. The photograph he had viewed depicted an exceedingly ordinary visage, one easily forgotten, starkly contrasting with the man before him. Naruto was also taken aback. The voice and physique matched his memories of Feng Yao perfectly. Yet the face was entirely different from that of his dear friend. Before Naruto could process this, Feng Yao donned his mask once more, causing the surrounding gazes to return to normalcy. Kakashi stood firm, having attained the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12 and engaged in nearly 1,000 missions. He understood that the difficulty of this task exceeded the capabilities of his team. Nevertheless, as a ninja, fulfilling his duties was paramount. He resolved to step forward for negotiations. Your strength is indeed formidable, but we are also on a mission. Surely, neither of us wishes for a life-or-death confrontation. The technique capable of healing injuries cannot be sustained indefinitely. How about we settle this with a wager? This statement piqued Feng Yao's interest, as he pondered how to appropriately allow Kakashi and his trio to depart. After all, his subordinates were individuals who valued their dignity. If he were to impose overly stringent demands from the outset, it would likely complicate future management. As for wagering, it mattered not what the stakes were, for he could deliberately concede the game. Oh, pray tell, what sort of wager do you have in mind? Seeing the agreement in his opponent's eyes, Kakashi sighed in relief. Had the terms been rejected, it would have led to a deadly confrontation. However, he feared that the future of Konoha, represented by his comrades, might once again be at risk. Kakashi retrieved 2 bells from his pouch. Here are 2 bells, one for each of us, within a stipulated time. Whoever retrieves the other's bell shall be deemed the victor. Should we emerge triumphant, you shall refrain from making any aggressive moves against Dazna until the mission concludes. Conversely, if we lose, Dazna will be at your mercy. Feng Yao cast a peculiar glance at the bells, recognizing that this was the very method Kakashi had employed to assess Naruto and his companions. He had not anticipated Kakashi would resort to such a gamble. Yet, understanding Kakashi's character, he realized that even in defeat, Kakashi would not willingly surrender Dazna. Nevertheless, this mattered little to him. Feng Yao held no concern for Dazna's fate. Whether life or death. Very well, I accept. However, I insist that all 4 of you engage together. One alone cannot hope to defeat me. At this moment, I stepped forward, intending to interject, but Feng Yao halted him. Both of you have already been vanquished. There is no need for further involvement. I shall exact retribution on your behalf. You may observe from the sidelines. Zabuza offered a knowing smile, recognizing that this newly appointed leader might not be so bad after all. Accompanied by Bai, he retreated to a secure distance. Kakashi's team felt a surge of elation. A 4-on-1 scenario significantly increased their chances of victory, not to mention the additional training this provided. except for Naruto, who pointed an accusatory finger at Feng Yao, unleashing a torrent of insults. "You masked fool, cease your arrogance. You're merely a kid, not much older than me. Do you believe I one-T thrash you?" An eerie silence enveloped the scene for a few moments, broken only when Sakura delivered a swift punch to Naruto's back, exclaiming in exasperation, "You dolt. Weavy, you finally gained a sliver of an advantage. What if you provoke them into a unified assault? Have you lost your mind?" Sasuke and Kakashi shook their heads in frustration. Kakashi tossed one of the bells to Feng Yao and quietly shared a few words with Naruto and the others before preparing for the impending confrontation. As Feng Yao affixed the bell to his person, Kakashi had already completed his hand seals. Earth style, earth wall. The ground began to ripple. And two towering walls of earth, each standing 2 meters high, materialized on either side and behind Feng Yao. This ninjutsu provided formidable defensive capabilities from the front, though it left a vulnerability at the rear. However, it was primarily intended to restrict Feng Yao's movement. The first to charge forward was Naruto, who began forming seals as he advanced. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, nearly 1,000 clones sprang into existence, effectively blocking the soul path ahead. Feng Yao could not help but marvel at Naruto's extraordinarily potent chakra. His Sage Mode was nearing its end, and he needed to conclude the battle swiftly while maintaining an air of performance. With his feet firmly planted, he executed the moon step, propelling himself into the air and evading Kakashi's ninjutsu as well as the advancing Naruto. Seizing the moment, Sasuke recognized the difficulty of dodging while airborne and unleashed nearly 20 shuriken with impeccable precision. On the ground, Naruto observed the enemy suspended in midair, instructing his shadow clones to form pairs, with one stepping onto the other's hands to launch themselves skyward. However, Feng Yao's moon step allowed him to alter his trajectory mid-flight, deftly dodging the incoming shuriken. Meanwhile, Naruto dispatched clones with precise kicks, creating puffs of smoke. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly pulled his hands back in the air, shouting towards Naruto, "Now, grab my shuriken." Feng Yao noticed several of Naruto's shadow clones stealthily ascending above him, grasping the shuriken Sasuke had just thrown. The shuriken was tethered by an exceptionally sturdy thread, and Naruto used the end of the thread to ensnare Feng Yao. With a derisive snort, Feng Yao thought to himself that such tactics would not suffice to defeat him. As he summoned his strength, he broke free from the entangling threads, though this consumed precious time. Upon landing, he was met with Kakashi's next ninjutsu. Summoning the earth, Kakashi unleashed the summoning, earth style, pursuing Feng technique. Several ninja hounds erupted from the soil, varying in size, and clamped onto Feng Yao's limbs, immobilizing him. At this juncture, Naruto attempted to snatch the bells from Feng Yao. "It seems that remaining stationary will lead to my swift demise," Feng Yao mused inwardly. He swiftly activated his iron block technique to shake off the hounds restraining his arms. The moment he freed himself, he unleashed one of his few most formidable sage techniques. Sage art would release true thousand hands. As the ground trembled, a majestic Buddha statue emerged from the earth, adorned with countless arms. This statue was significantly smaller than the one summoned by the Sage of the Six Paths, only about the size of a Nine-Tails. It is noteworthy that the statue summoned by Hashirama, the god of ninja, was over 10 times larger, capable of grasping the Nine-Tails with a single hand. Nevertheless, the surrounding observers were filled with astonishment, particularly Sasuke, whose desire to grow stronger intensified. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? He can use would-release secret techniques. He intends to eliminate us. Even Zabuza felt a chill run down his spine, recalling his earlier foolish desire to eliminate his opponent. With this ninjutsu activated, he feared he would be obliterated. Standing atop the Buddha's head, Feng Yao smiled slightly and declared, "Now, I shall commence my counterattack." With that, the hundreds of colossal hands behind the statue began to thrash wildly towards Kakashi's team. Kakashi shouted, "Scatter! Do not confront it head-on." In the ensuing chaos, Naruto's numerous shadow clones dissipated into clouds of smoke, as Kakashi and the others struggled to maintain their footing against the onslaught of countless arms. Amidst the swirling clouds of dust and debris raised by the flailing arms, they deftly evaded the onslaught. Under the deliberate control of Feng Yao, these limbs did not strike them directly, but rather bombarded their surroundings, wreaking havoc upon the terrain. It was not until a full half-minute had elapsed that the chaos finally subsided. Before them lay a desolate wasteland, marred by numerous craters of varying sizes. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were sprawled on the ground, groaning in discomfort. It appeared they had survived. Feng Yao gently descended to the earth, preparing to retrieve a bell when Kakashi, with great effort, lifted his head and smiled at Feng Yao, saying, "Such powerful ninjutsu, but alas, you have lost." At that moment, the ninja dog that had bitten Feng Yao transformed into Naruto, who had seized the bell from Feng Yao's waist. The initial shadow clones and shuriken had all been mere feints, intended to allow Naruto to blend in with the ninja dog and approach Feng Yao unnoticed. After a brief moment of silence, Feng Yao quietly acknowledged, "That was indeed a splendid collaboration. I concede defeat. I shall ensure that Zabuza will no longer pursue you." Upon hearing this, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief, while Naruto hurried to check on Sasuke and Sakura's injuries. Once he confirmed they were unharmed, his worry subsided. Having concluded his sage mode, Feng Yao approached Zabuza and Haku. He had sensed something unique about one of the ninja dogs when Kakashi had employed them. Coupled with his knowledge that Naruto often utilized transformation jutsu while mingling among shadow clones, he was nearly certain it was Naruto. However, he chose not to expose the ruse. He did not wish to stand in opposition to the protagonists, thus allowing this oversight to pass. Were it not for Zabuza's presence, he would have readily admitted his defeat without further pretense, but considering the need to maintain authority before his subordinates, he reluctantly played along. Addressing Zabuza, he cleared his throat and stated, "Ahem, I was careless. Let us call this mission a wash. I will assist you in dealing with Kato. You have no objections, I trust?" Given the recent display of his sage technique, Zabuza dared not voice any dissent. In the ninja world, strength reigns supreme. With no objections, he replied, "The leader has worked hard. My subordinates will handle the matter of Kato." Observing Zabuza's willingness to comply, Feng Yao nodded in approval. Training subordinates is akin to caring for pets. It requires strategy and finesse. Too slow, and they become unruly. Too fast, and they lose their essence. Just as Feng Yao was satisfied and the three were preparing to depart, Naruto leaped forward once more to assert his presence. "You there, just wait. One day I will defeat you head-on and become the strongest Hokage in the village." Before he could finish, Kakashi swiftly covered his mouth. With a playful grin, Kakashi apologized. "Don't mind him. He just loves to ramble." Feng Yao had grown accustomed to Naruto's antics. Yet he found it remarkable that an ordinary person would draw such ire. Perhaps this was the true power of the protagonist's halo. "I shall await your challenge," he said. Before departing with Zabuza, Kakashi's team finally exhaled deeply and promptly delivered a playful smack to Naruto's head. "You fool. Do you have any idea how perilous that was? The strength of that masked boy is unfathomable. Even in my prime, I could never acquiesce to him." Naruto winced as he rubbed his head, tears welling in his eyes. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "But he looks to be about our age." Sasuke fell silent, and Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at him before remarking to no one in particular, "This world is filled with individuals far stronger than I, yet younger than you. However, your potential is equally boundless. With diligent training, you will undoubtedly one day realize your dreams." Having spoken, he settled onto the ground and succumbed to sleep, having forcibly activated his Sharingan. His chakra severely depleted from the recent battle, leaving him utterly spent. While this mission was indeed fraught with danger, it also brought significant transformation to Sasuke, Naruto, and even Sakura. Especially for Sasuke, his resolve to grow stronger and seek vengeance had intensified immensely. Chapter 8. The misfortunate Zabuza accompanying Feng Yao back to the stronghold. Zabuza had experienced a significant transformation in his mindset. Initially, despite his defeat at the hands of Feng Yao, he harbored an unyielding spirit. After all, he was perplexed by the mysterious means through which his opponent effortlessly pinpointed his location amidst the mist. However, having observed the fierce battle between Kakashi's team and Feng Yao, he was now utterly convinced of the latter's prowess. Even if the fog concealment technique had remained intact, Zabuza knew he would have faced utter defeat. Upon returning to the wooden hut where he resided, Zabuza silently relinquished his position in the center. His subordinates, witnessing this unexpected humility from such an ambitious man, were taken aback by how swiftly Zabuza had submitted. Feng Yao, with a slight smile, unceremoniously occupied the central position, while Zabuza and Haku stood to his sides. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Zabuza's subordinates, and with their departure, the treehouse felt rather desolate. Turning his gaze to Zabuza, Feng Yao inquired with a hint of amusement, "What do you think of your subordinates?" Taken aback by the question, Zabuza, being astute, recognized Feng Yao's disdain for the inadequacy of their skills. He bowed slightly, acknowledging that compared to their leader, their capabilities were indeed negligible. However, they served their purpose, after all. Some tasks required scapegoats, did they not? Feng Yao, upon hearing this, felt a wave of contempt. Relying on the weak as pawns merely underscored one's own lack of strength. He reflected on the Akatsuki, which comprised merely a handful of individuals, yet managed to capture tailed beasts and devastate Konoha. Since he was establishing an organization, he was determined not to harbor useless members. At the very least, new recruits must be of Ch-Nin rank or higher. He addressed Zabuza with a firm tone. Our organization must consist of elites. There is no need for the weak to exist. Your subordinates can be disregarded, but henceforth, every new member must undergo a rigorous assessment. After a moment of contemplation, Zabuza seemed to have an epiphany. I understand now. It appears the leader intends to forge a terrifying team composed entirely of elite jonin. You truly are a man of ambition. Feng Yao, momentarily taken aback, had merely wished to enhance the organization. He had never proclaimed a desire to establish a terrifying team solely of elite jonin. He had not even settled on a name for the organization. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed again. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Establish a terrifying organization composed entirely of elite jonin within 2 years, with a minimum of 15 members. Reward: 1 opportunity for a lottery draw for an artifact-level weapon. Failure to complete the mission will result in obliteration. Motto: you are no longer an inexperienced youth. Let the name of the organization resonate through the heavens. Initially engaged in conversation with Zabuza, Feng Yao's expression abruptly hardened, and disregarding the rewards, he erupted in frustration. Are you out of your mind? What does this organization have to do with Zabuza? Do you not realize that the most formidable organization in Naruto, the Akatsuki, consists of merely 10 members? 15 elite jonin? Even if I were to recruit everyone from the Akatsuki, it would still fall short. The objective of this system is to cultivate the host into the strongest man in the world of Naruto. The journey is bound to be fraught with anguish. So prepare yourself mentally to accomplish the task. Upon hearing the system's indifferent attitude, Feng Yao gritted his teeth in frustration, and his gaze towards Zabuza turned ominous. Beside him, Zabuza felt perplexed. Had he uttered something amiss? Why did the leader's expression appear so unwelcoming? Was his flattery insufficient? Zabuza's innocent demeanor only fueled Feng Yao's pent-up rage. And just then, salvation arrived. The door of the wooden hut was kicked open, and a few beaten ninjas, barely clinging to life, were tossed inside. These were Zabuza's subordinates. The perpetrator of this act was Kato, who entered the room wearing sunglasses and brutally stomped on one of the ninjas' faces. Spitting disdainfully, he remarked, "You truly are a worthless piece of trash, Zabuza. You failed to kill even a bridge builder after 2 attempts. Although I had no intention of paying you. Now that you've botched the job, you must learn the consequences of offending me, Kato." Zabuza's expression darkened upon seeing Kato accompanied by a multitude of mobsters and ordinary ninjas. He had long known Kato was no good, but he hadn't anticipated such a swift betrayal. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Feng Yao intercepted him, revealing a somewhat amused countenance beneath his mask. "Allow me to handle this." You step back. Kato, noticing the masked youth approach, felt a flicker of confusion. His subordinates had arrived only long after the battle had concluded, seeing only that Dazna was still alive before reporting back. Hence Kato was unaware of Feng Yao's identity. Observing the lone figure charging forward, Kato scoffed, waving his pudgy hand to send several mobsters and Ronin charging at Feng Yao. These individuals possessed merely rudimentary swordsmanship, and Kato intended to wear Zabuza down through sheer numbers. Feng Yao activated his iron block, reinforcing his fists, and with a single punch, he caved in the chest of the nearest mobster, showcasing the tremendous force behind his blow. This, however, incited the ferocity of those nearby, who roared in defiance and rushed at Feng Yao, only to be sent flying one by one with a single strike each. The remaining mobsters in the room visibly dwindled as they attempted to strike Feng Yao while muttering incoherently. Let us see your terror organization. Let us see your elite Jiaonan. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Just give me a broken weapon. I've tolerated you for far too long. Amidst the onlookers' expressions of awe, Feng Yao fought his way to Kato, his mask and attire splattered with blood, resembling a vengeful Azura. The few remaining mobsters and ninjas around him hesitated to approach, while the powerful tycoon trembled, stumbling to the ground. What? What are you doing? Come protect me quickly. I'll increase your pay tenfold. Yet, the others remained unmoved. Just as Feng Yao had intended to eliminate Kato, a thought crossed his mind upon hearing those words. Establishing an organization requires financial resources, tools, a location, equipment, and the recruitment of personnel. None of these can be overlooked. With this thought in mind, he leaned down and patted Kato's plump face, asking in a devilish tone, "Tell me, you rotund fool, how much do you believe your life is worth?" Upon hearing such a question from Feng Yao, a glimmer of hope flickered in Kato's eyes. To him, any issue that could be resolved with money was not truly a problem. He quickly pleaded, "As long as you spare my life, I am willing to pay any amount." Feng Yao smiled at the now compliant Kato, placing his arm around his shoulder while imparting a solemn lesson. Money can always be earned again, but once life is lost, nothing remains. I demand half of your assets. Surely, that is not too burdensome. At the mention of this sum, Kato shuddered, feeling the weight of the demand. That amount is quite substantial. May I have a moment to gather my thoughts? Unexpectedly, Feng Yao's demeanor shifted as he pointed to the figure of Zabuza standing behind him, feigning anger. There is no time for hesitation. Right now, I am still amenable. Should my companion here take over, you would have already met your demise. Prepare the money within a day, or I shall eliminate you without hesitation. Kato, perceiving the seriousness in Feng Yao's tone, gritted his teeth as if resolving himself to a decision. Very well, rest assured, I will deliver the money to you within 1 day. Satisfied, Feng Yao nodded and instructed the surviving members of the mafia to carry Kato away in shame. It became clear to him why the system often threatened to eliminate him. It was all too easy to declare such fatal intentions to others. He scoffed inwardly at the system in his mind. Do you think I require more tasks? Enough already. I concede you are formidable. At that moment, Zabuza stepped forward, leaning close to Feng Yao and whispering, Kato is exceedingly treacherous. He may not readily comply with our demands. Should we return with ninjas? Feng Yao regarded Zabuza, then reclined back in his chair with a light laugh. I am aware, but we cannot secure his money here. It would be wiser to release him and then extract information regarding his finances. I entrust this task to you. Remember, he must not survive. Such a person, driven by vengeance, poses a significant threat. Feng Yao was not one to kill indiscriminately. He only did so when absolutely necessary or to achieve a particular aim, never simply for the sake of eliminating someone who happened to be unattractive. Upon hearing this, Zabuza secured his executioner's sword upon his back, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Rest assured, he will not escape. Chapter 9. The establishment of the immortal organization in the obsidian night sky. The moon hung high like a silver disk, casting a meager glow akin to water. Feng Yao treaded upon the lush green grass, having just interred the multitude of corpses that once littered the ground, while contemplating the future development and plans for the organization. Typically, an organization would be divided into several segments, with dedicated personnel for reconnaissance, assault, medical support, logistics, and defense. However, with only himself and 3 others currently present, and the sage slug yet to arrive, the task ahead seemed dauntingly distant. With a sigh, Feng Yao continued his stride back to the wooden cabin, resuming his cultivation and practice of chakra manipulation. Now, he had managed to reduce the time required to enter Sage mode to approximately 6 minutes, yet, in actual combat, this duration remained excessively long. He needed to shorten the activation time. As night fell on the following day, Zabuza returned to the stronghold, carrying the severed head of Kato and a hefty bag of money. His body bore several slender, deep wounds, indicative of a fierce battle endured. He placed the head and bag before Feng Yao, declaring that the leader had been dealt with. Kato's cash amounted to approximately 50 million Rio, with the remainder comprising various shops and real estate. Zabuza stood there, panting heavily yet visibly exhilarated. Money, for anyone, is never too plentiful. Zabuza had previously promised to assist Kato in his demise, motivated by the desire to amass sufficient funds to recruit soldiers and reclaim his place in the hidden mist village. Now, this man before him could help fulfill that ambition. Feng Yao's expression remained serene, his deep blue eyes flickering with a cold brilliance. This is merely the initial capital for the organization. There will be much more to come. Let us begin formulating our next plan. Zabuza clenched his fists, astonished that the 50 million Rio seemed to be of little concern to Feng Yao. This level of magnanimity was something Zabuza feared he could not emulate. Though Feng Yao appeared composed, his heart was alight with joy, overwhelmed by a sense of superiority and pride. He even mused to the system. It took me 12 years to gather a mere 1,200 Rio. Now, I've multiplied that sum by 50,000, and I have 2 commendable subordinates. This is what life is. The system interjected, "Host, you are exceedingly naive. 50 million Rio is hardly sufficient. Establishing an intelligence organization entails costs such as operational expenses, location, various ninja tools, and you cannot expect your subordinates to work for you without compensation? Or do you intend to be a callous employer? All of these require funding." Observing Feng Yao's somewhat lofty demeanor, the system unhesitatingly doused his enthusiasm with cold reality. Hearing these words, Feng Yao chuckled sheepishly, quickly regaining his composure. He summoned Zabuza and Haku to his side. "Our current scale is modest. Our immediate task is to recruit personnel. Haku, I need you both to venture into the 5 great nations, seeking rogue ninjas or exiled ninjas of J-Nin rank. Additionally, identify a suitable location for our organization to settle. You may take 1/5 of the money." Upon receiving Feng Yao's directive, Zabuza expressed mild surprise. He had initially believed that the organization he had joined was already taking shape, yet it seemed they had barely begun. Cautiously, he inquired, "Leader, may I ask what our organization is called and how many members we currently have?" Feng Yao cleared his throat softly and brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire as he stepped outside. The name of the organization was yet to be determined, but the number of members had already exceeded 3. By the way, you may also ponder what name would be fitting for our organization. Zai Bujan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that his leader had once been a commander, prompting even Bai to stifle a chuckle. At this moment, Feng Yao felt a slight flush of discomfort. It was unacceptable for his subordinates to regard him in such a light. Thus, he turned and spoke with a serious demeanor. "What we seek to establish is the most formidable organization in history. Among the individuals I have encountered, few possess the qualifications to accept my invitation. And you have barely met the criteria. There is a saying, better to be short of men than to have inferior ones. I hope you will maintain this mindset going forward." Upon hearing these words, Zai Bujan's thoughts were tumultuous. Indeed, better to be short of men than to have inferior ones. If all his subordinates had been like Bai from the outset, would his coup have failed? "I have learned much, leader," he said, bowing deeply. At this juncture, Bai suggested, "Since we are to establish the strongest organization in history, why not call it the strongest organization in history?" Feng Yao, upon observing Bai's seemingly earnest expression, felt a cold sweat break out. What sort of absurd name was that? Would he have to confront opponents who would exclaim, "Ah, so you are Feng Yao of the strongest organization in history?" The thought was utterly mortifying. Fortunately, Zai Bujan, displaying a degree of reliability, immediately chastised Bai, "Humph, that name is far too frivolous. In my opinion, we should simply call it the Strong Group. It's straightforward and to the point." Seeing Zai Bujan's slightly proud demeanor, Feng Yao rubbed his forehead, finally understanding the source of Bai's naming talent. With a hint of fatigue, he said, "Perhaps you should refrain from further suggestions. I have considered it, and I propose we name the organization Xian. The first skill I mastered upon obtaining the system was the art of immortality. And the immortal beings are indeed the mightiest entities in this world. The name Xian is most appropriate." Exchanging glances, Zai Bujan and Bai both found the name agreeable. Thus, on this summer night, the Xian organization, which would later instill fear in the 5 great nations, was established within this humble wooden cabin. Time flew by swiftly. As if in the blink of an eye, it was already mid-March. During this period, Feng Yao had managed to compress the charging time of his immortal mode to 3 minutes, while accompanying Zai Bujan on numerous assassination missions. Today's task was set within the Land of Fire, targeting an A-rank bounty named Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a man with dark skin who bore a katana on his back. He appeared to be in his 20s, adorned with the forehead protector of the land of clouds, and was a rogue ninja. They awaited until he arrived in a desolate area. Zai Bujan prepared to strike. The target seemed utterly oblivious. Without hesitation, Zai Bujan swung his decapitating blade towards the man's neck, the sword slicing through the air with a fierce gust. He was certain of his success. But just as this thought crossed his mind, the target's body suddenly vanished from sight. Above, beside, watching Zabuza momentarily lost in thought, Feng Yao suddenly reminded him. Upon raising his head, he noticed that the opponent had already leaped into the air, diving towards Zabuza without forming any seals. At the same time, he exclaimed, "Lightning speed sharp kill." Blue chakra enveloped his hands, and his nails transformed into a dark purple hue, appearing extraordinarily sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through flesh. Although Zabuza managed to block the first strike, he was still easily grazed on the arm by the nails of the other hand. Ninjutsu? Feng Yao observed the opponent's technique, which allowed for chakra creation without seals, enhancing physical vitality to elevate both attack and speed. Given that the adversary hailed from the hidden cloud village, this was hardly surprising. Initially, Zabuza's attacks had shown some efficacy due to the missed technique. However, as time progressed, Zabuza's speed and strength began to wane. Shuji's mastery of the body technique was not only profound, but also laced with potent poison, gradually overwhelming Zabuza. Seizing the opportunity, Shuji suddenly clawed at Zabuza, forcing him to retreat. Quickly forming seals, he declared, "Storm release, illusory radiance." Suddenly, several lightning spheres, each the size of a human head, appeared around them, emanating a brilliant light that obscured vision. Zabuza, in response, thrust his decapitating sword into the ground with one hand while forming seals with the other. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The adjacent pond began to churn violently, and a water dragon, over 2 meters long, roared as it surged towards the opponent. The explosive sound and blinding light created a cacophony, making it nearly impossible to see. The opponent's ninjutsu not only obscured vision but also detonated. As visibility gradually returned, Zabuza's clothing lay in tatters, and electric currents coursed erratically through his body, clearly indicating he was at a disadvantage. "All right, Zabuza, it's rare to encounter someone so intriguing." "Allow me," Feng Yao remarked, willing to conclude the encounter for Zabuza. Not wishing to impose, Zabuza sneered at Shuji and retreated. Impressive body technique. Possessing the storm release bloodline limit, I sincerely invite you to join my organization. The strength of this individual, as evidenced by his recent display of ninjutsu, undoubtedly reached the level of a jonin, and he had yet to exert his full power. He needed such formidable forces, not only to establish his own faction, but also because time was running short for his revenge against Konoha. He needed to act swiftly. Shuji cast a disdainful glance at Feng Yao, scoffing at his words. He could see nothing particularly remarkable about this masked youth. Scratching his head, he inquired, "What if I refuse your proposal?" Feng Yao did not rush to respond. Instead, he slowly removed his mask, surprised by Feng Yao's appearance. Shuji realized that mere good looks would not persuade him to join any organization. "Then I shall present you with an offer that you cannot refuse." Hearing this, Shuji momentarily paused, then chuckled. "Interesting. It has been a while since I encountered someone like you. What is the name of your organization?" Feng Yao donned his mask once more, turning towards the direction of the hidden leaf village, and uttered a single word: "Sage." Chapter 10. Pre-war. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating warmth as a gentle breeze caressed the air. A trio of individuals journeyed along the path to Konoha, their heads adorned with wide-brimmed hats to shield them from the sun's glare. Each of them wore a ring, faintly inscribed with characters, reminiscent of a hierarchical system borrowed from the Akatsuki. The rings bore the inscriptions of heaven, and derived from the opening lines of the 1,000-character classic. Have you all comprehended the nature of this mission? If any of you wish to flee, feel free to voice it. For our target is none other than one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha. Winlight's tone was devoid of emotion, leaving one uncertain whether he was testing their resolve or speaking sincerely. In this current era, Konoha, though weakened by the annihilation of the Uchiha clan and the declining strength of the 3rd Hokage, still boasted formidable figures such as Jiraiya, Hinata, Sarutobi, Yamashiro, Nara, and Akimichi. The thought of accomplishing such a task with merely 3 individuals seemed almost absurd. Haha, I never anticipated that the organization's inaugural mission would entail an assault on Konoha. Zabuza remarked with a shadowy grin, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Beside him, Shuji radiated excitement, fervently drawn to thrilling and perilous endeavors. When he had initially spoken to Winlight, he had declared that should the organization's activities prove mundane, he would withdraw without hesitation. Now, it seemed he would not leave even if asked. Winlight's mind was as clear as glass, though he had managed to maintain control over these 2, compelling them to serve him unconditionally posed a significant challenge. He feared that should a moment of peril arise, they would be the first to flee. Leading a team proved to be a daunting task, and Winlight couldn't help but lament the complexities involved. To command a group requires not only formidable strength, but also exceptional leadership qualities. Based on my estimations, the loyalty of these 2 is scarcely at 50. This will likely diminish the success rate of your revenge against Konoha by at least 20. You remain inadequately prepared. The system's merciless mockery echoed in Winlight's mind, prompting him to roll his eyes. Whom do you think to blame for this? If you hadn't given me merely half a year, I wouldn't be in such a rush. When Orochimaru attacks Konoha, wouldn't it be far more beneficial to swim with the current? You wretched system, Winlight fumed, but the system had already dismissed him. Upon reaching a small town, the trio decided to rest momentarily. This very town was where Winlight had once sought refuge. He still owed a sum of 1,020 Rio in medical fees to certain individuals. Thus, he entrusted some of his belongings to Zabuza, instructing him to head to the inn while he attended to matters. Afterward, he procured 5,000 Rio in banknotes and made his way to a dilapidated medical clinic, hoping to find the elderly doctor who had once treated him. The clinic's condition was even more decrepit than before. Cobwebs adorned the entrance, and as he pushed the door open, a cloud of dust enveloped him. Scattered wooden debris and an unkempt interior suggested that the place had long been abandoned. "Is anyone here? I have come to settle my medical bills," Winlight called out, his voice echoing in the silence. With no response forthcoming, he reluctantly stepped back outside. Approaching a street vendor nearby, Feng Yao inquired, "Excuse me. Could you tell me if there was an elderly gentleman who used to run a medical clinic here? Has he moved away?" The vendor, a young man, initially assumed that Feng Yao intended to purchase something, but upon realizing his inquiry was of a different nature, he frowned slightly and replied curtly, "I don't know. Haven't seen him in a long time. Are you going to buy something or not?" Feng Yao, unfazed by the vendor's demeanor, retrieved a 100-tael silver note and handed it over while asking, "When was the last time you saw him?" The vendor's eyes lit up at the sight of the silver note, and he eagerly snatched it, stuffing it into his pocket with a suddenly obsequious expression. "Thank you, sir. The last time I saw him was perhaps 2 or 3 months ago. Some peculiar individuals wearing strange masks came by, and after that, I never saw him again." At the mention of the masked individuals, a cold glint flashed in Feng Yao's eyes, causing the vendor to shudder. Realizing that he was in the presence of a formidable person, those masked figures were undoubtedly members of Konoha's Umbu, sent to hunt him down by the 3rd Hokage, and it was startling to think that even a physician was not spared. Feng Yao patted the vendor's shoulder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Let us pretend this conversation never happened." He then turned and re-entered the former clinic, neatly stacking a pile of silver notes on the table. Bowing deeply, he said, "I am eternally grateful for the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me, old sir. Whoever is responsible for your demise, I swear I will bring their head back here." With that, he departed, a profound darkness clouding his expression. He had always been clear about his grievances and favors. The old man had saved his life, yet now he had perished because of him, providing yet another reason for Feng Yao to advance against Konoha. "Ah, you're finally back. So, when do you plan to take action?" Shuji chimed in, but Feng Yao brushed him aside with disdain. He was not in the mood for frivolity, given the current circumstances regarding Konoha. A direct assault was out of the question. He needed to find a way to weaken Konoha's overall strength and investigate who had harmed the old doctor. Feng Yao contemplated. The high-level combat forces in Konoha must first be diverted. Facing them all at once would be extremely disadvantageous. It was a case of too few hands to combat many. Gathering intelligence was also crucial. Since he had vowed to avenge the elderly man, he had to follow through. However, extracting information from a ninja was far more challenging than prying words from Kato. He needed to infiltrate Konoha's intelligence and task centers. To dismantle Konoha would require the use of expansive sage techniques, but excessive reliance on such techniques would rapidly deplete his sage chakra, reducing their effectiveness and duration. If Konoha were to pursue him afterward, escape would prove difficult. In truth, Konoha's high-ranking shinobi were not abundant at present, as many had been dispatched for significant missions. Though Feng Yao was unaware of this fact, Wind Yao could only prepare for the worst, casting his gaze upon Zabuza and Yoshiyuki. He summoned the two to his side to undertake a mission. His intention was to audaciously divert the combat strength of Konoha's elite shinobi away. What was this method? You may ask. It was remarkably simple. Money. In Konoha, only J-nin were permitted to undertake tasks classified as A-rank or higher. An A-rank mission typically commanded a fee of approximately 500,000 ryo, and he planned to inundate Konoha with a plethora of A-rank and above missions. This would indeed be a substantial expenditure, but it was a worthy investment. He presented 10 million ryo to Yoshiyuki and Zabuza, instructing them to seek out individuals in Konoha to declare these missions. Given their status as rogue ninjas, they would be easily recognizable. Once more, Wind Yao cautioned the two, advising them to extract as many shinobi as possible and to stagger their mission declarations over several time intervals, rather than presenting them all at once. Upon hearing this, Zabuza discreetly scrutinized Wind Yao. The leader was not only formidable in strength but also possessed a keen intellect. Despite his youth, he remained remarkably composed while orchestrating plans against a behemoth like Konoha, truly impressive. Yoshiyuki, too, was contemplating, pondering the nature of Wind Yao and his connection to Konoha. Although he had joined the Sennin, he knew little about the organization, and the first task entrusted to him was an exhilarating assault on Konoha. After a moment of silence, Yoshiyuki could discern no further clues. He took half of the money from the table and departed, with Zabuza following suit, eager to execute the mission without delay. Over the course of the week, Konoha found itself inundated with numerous A-rank and above missions. Some were rejected due to unclear investigations and insufficient personnel, while others were successfully declared, leading to an increasing number of J-nin dispatched to carry out these tasks. Under the cover of night, the trio sprinted forward. Wind Yao glanced at the time, recognizing the need to infiltrate Konoha while the majority of its inhabitants were ensconced in slumber, aiming for a surprise attack. He turned to his companions, stating, "Once I enter, I will take the lead in the assault. I will unleash a wide-ranging attack to capture the attention of the majority of Konoha's forces. One of you should provide support," while the other infiltrates Konoha's intelligence department to ascertain the identity of the shinobi assigned to a medical execution task. The two exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. At this juncture, they were like grasshoppers bound by a single string, naturally compelled to collaborate. Thus, the plan to assault Konoha commenced. Chapter 11. The Assault on Konoha. Identity revealed amidst the expanse of forest, Feng Yao advanced with utmost caution. The moonlight filtered through the towering trees, casting a patchwork of fragmented shadows upon the ground. The only sounds that grazed his ears were the chirping of birds and the gentle murmur of flowing water. The closer he approached the heart of Konoha, the more perilous the journey became. Both he and Zai Bujan proceeded with vigilance, having already encountered no less than 3 patrol squads even in the dead of night. Their roles encompassed offensive maneuvers and intelligence gathering, while the external support was provided by Yuchai Shioji. Feng Yao was reluctant to engage in combat at this juncture. His destination was Hokage Rock, a vantage point where his ninjutsu could be deployed effectively, ensuring both offense and retreat would be manageable. However, this did not imply an absence of danger. Any aggressive action on his part would inevitably provoke an onslaught from Konoha's ninja forces, potentially alerting even the Hokage himself. Apart from fulfilling the system's mission, he harbored personal vendettas against those who had once pursued him outside the city, namely, the 2 Umbu ninjas, Tianzhong and Tuanjiao, as well as the mastermind behind the assassination of the old physician. Nevertheless, the course of action would depend on the circumstances. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to lose his life in a blind quest for vengeance. The village's security patrolled at half-hour intervals. Although stringent, opportunities for action did exist. He planned to strike at Hokage Rock following the conclusion of the next patrol, signaling Zaibujan to launch an assault on Konoha's intelligence department in search of vital information. If that proved unfeasible, self-preservation would take precedence, and he would rendezvous with Shoji for extraction. Upon hearing Feng Yao's directive, Zaibujan appeared taken aback. In the world of ninjas, missions typically held a higher value than life itself, yet Feng Yao had just prioritized survival. This sentiment stirred something within the man whose blood had once run cold. Rest assured, leader, I will procure the intelligence. Please, do take care of yourself. With that, he melted into the darkness, his years of assassination training ensuring that survival within Konoha would not pose a significant challenge. With thoughts of his companion in mind, Feng Yao continued towards Hokage Rock, guided by 12 years of memories from his residence in the village, moving forward with utmost caution. An hour later, Feng Yao finally arrived safely at Hokage Rock. Standing atop the highest point of the stone visage, he gazed down upon the entirety of Konoha. The cool night breeze caressing his mask. This was the most opportune location for action. Just as he was about to form his hand seals, two figures materialized before him in an instant. One pressed a kunai against his throat from behind, while the other grasped the hand he had intended to use for sealing from the front. Apologies, though I am unaware of your intentions. I cannot allow you to wreak havoc in Konoha. Is this the brat who supposedly glimpsed the sealing scroll and acquired information on the Ninetales? Hiding behind a mask. Are we? One voice was languid, while the other was resolute. The two shinobi who had confronted him were none other than Kakashi Hitaki and Asuma Saratobi, who had initially planned to lead their teams on a mission. However, the third Hokage suddenly informed them that members of the Umbu had reported sightings of a ninja in the surrounding towns inquiring about the whereabouts of a physician. It was suspected that Kazuyo had returned to the Land of Fire, accompanied by two formidable ninjas. According to the records in the Umbu's manual, a ninja of Kazuyo's caliber should not necessitate their involvement. Yet, it soon became apparent that the village had recently seen a surge in A-rank missions. Under normal circumstances, this would be a positive development, but it coincided with Kazuyo's return, along with his entourage of ninjas. This caused the third Hokage to sense an underlying conspiracy. Moments later, he realized that this was an attempt to siphon off the village's combat strength. Such actions could be deemed a terroristic assault against Konoha. Consequently, he instructed several teams that were scheduled for missions to remain behind temporarily and assigned AJ Nin among them to undertake the special A-rank task of guarding Konoha. At that moment, Kazuyo widened his eyes, preparing to strike, while Kakashi tightened his grip on his kunai, as if any further movement from Kazuyo would cost him his life. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Konoha, three-leaf village ninjas encircled the waiting Yoshiba Hideyoshi. You are one of the ninjas attacking Konoha, aren't you? Will you return with us willingly, or shall we force you? Frankly, I recommend the first option. It would save time, said Tsukikid's ship, fatigue evident under his darkened eyes. However, the sharp glint in his gaze indicated that if the opponent were unwilling, he would be the first to strike. The other two, Yamashiro Aoi and Izuki Rado, formed a duo capable of delivering an irresistible blow. Oh dear, are you elite J-Nin from Konoha? Or perhaps special J-Nin? Such an intense welcome might be overwhelming for me. Yoshiba laughed heartily, displaying no sign of concern despite the numerical disadvantage. He unsheathed his katana and charged at them. Wind release, illusory radiance. A blinding light flickered throughout the area. Is this lunatic out of his mind? Yamashiro Aoi cursed, drawing his kunai to engage in battle. The tremendous sound of explosions and the clash of blades confirmed that Hideyoshi had already engaged with Tsukikid's ship's team. The scene shifted to Zabuza, who had arrived at Konoha's intelligence office, which was also near the headquarters, guarded by Marino Ibiki and several ordinary Chunin. A massive explosion echoed in Zabuza's ears, startling even Ibiki and the others, leaving them bewildered about the commotion. Zabuza recognized this as a signal. It indicated that Hideyoshi had made contact, but it mattered not. What was essential was diverting the village's attention. With that thought, Zabuza flicked his wrist. With a swift motion, the blade of his executioner's sword plunged into Marino Ibiki's neck, instantly creating a gaping wound. Ibiki clutched his throat as blood gushed forth, ultimately collapsing onto the cold ground. The two other Nin were of no consequence. They intended to send a warning, but were swiftly dealt with by Zabuza before they could utter a word. This unexpected ease caused Zabuza to furrow his brow, muttering to himself, "This is rather too smooth. Even a weakened Konoha defense shouldn't be this feeble." Just as he was about to inspect the bodies, the scene before him abruptly transformed. From the corpses of the three Konoha ninjas, numerous trees sprouted, and a figure emerged from the foliage, none other than the newly promoted Nin, Kurenai Yuhi. "Since you've discovered me, well done," she remarked coolly. "I was hoping to wait a bit longer before making my move." Her calm and resolute voice reached Zabuza's ears, skilled in various genjutsu. Kurenai had ensnared him just as he prepared to strike. Zabuza's expression grew grave as his eyes darted, contemplating a way out. It seemed we had been discovered long ago. Was there an intent to capture us all at once? However, I am not so easily subdued. On Hokage Rock, Kakashi and Effia remained locked in a standoff. Upon hearing the explosions and bright flashes from outside the village, Kakashi casually remarked, "The third Hokage has long ordered us to keep an eye on you. Your companions have likely already engaged with us, but unfortunately for them, victory is beyond their reach, and you are no exception." Effia sensed the chilling aura of danger around his throat, narrowing his eyes, yet remaining silent. Asuma, facing him, found it odd. Typically, a ninja would tremble in such circumstances, yet his opponent remained unervingly calm, displaying remarkable courage. "Kakashi, it has indeed been a while since we last met. Since our parting in the Land of Waves, I wonder how you fared," Effia remarked, glancing at Kakashi, who recognized the voice. It was the enigmatic ninja who had rescued Zabuza in the Land of Waves. Effia and that mysterious figure were, astonishingly, one and the same. He immediately shouted a warning to Asuma, "Asuma, be cautious. This individual is not as simple as our mission described. He is exceedingly formidable. Do not underestimate him." With that, he revealed his forehead protector, fixing his Sharingan upon Effia. Last time, he had won through mere chance, but he knew that his strength did not truly match that of his opponent. However, here in the village of Konoha, he and Asuma could delay this adversary until the Hokage arrived with reinforcements. Naturally, Asuma, hearing such words from Kakashi, dared not be complacent. He too drew his unique weapon, the Hiraishin, but after Effia spoke, he became as still as a meditating monk, showing no reaction. Just as Asuma began to feel perplexed, Kakashi's Sharingan detected something ominous, and he suddenly shoved Asuma aside, urgently commanding, "Get down. This guy is stalling for time. He is covered in explosive tags." Chapter 12. The destruction of Hokage Rock in the pitch-black night sky. A deafening explosion echoed, and from Hokage Rock erupted a colossal mushroom cloud. The statues of past Hokage were marred with numerous cracks from the shockwave, though Kakashi and Asuma managed to evade the blast in time. They found themselves perilously close to the epicenter. Kakashi's right arm was a mangled mess, his body bore various degrees of charred marks, and his mask had been obliterated, revealing a handsome and composed visage now etched with grave concern. Asuma fared somewhat better, having been pushed aside by Kakashi just in time. He sustained only minor injuries to his arm. Just as he prepared to check on Kakashi, a figure swiftly interposed itself before him, none other than FY in Sage mode. The recent explosion had merely annihilated a clone he had created using his other grand technique from the Wetbone Forest, the Sage Art, Infinite Multiplication. During his studies in the Wetbone Forest, he had mastered only these two Sage techniques, inheriting the healing and splitting abilities of the Slug Sage. The effect of this technique allowed him to replicate his own cells, generating a clone with approximately 1/10 of his strength. The advantage of cellular replication was its permanence. However, the drawback was the extensive time required for the process, taking a full 10 minutes to complete. In this situation, FY had not intended to employ this technique, as his Sage transformation had a limited duration. Spending 10 minutes to create such a low-tier combatant seemed unwise. Yet, as he advanced toward Hokage Rock, doubts began to creep in. Despite his efforts to mobilize Konoha's forces, he had not encountered a single Nin. Even if Konoha were weak, this was implausible. Out of caution, he chose to invest some of his time, delaying his plan by half an hour, using the clone to scout Hokage Rock and affix explosive tags, while he himself hid nearby to restore his Sage chakra. Indeed, there were Jainin lying in ambush for him. As he directed the clone to buy him time, he replenished his chakra, and upon being discovered by Kakashi, he decisively ordered the clone to self-destruct, severely injuring Kakashi. Kakashi, I truly do not wish to kill you, but I cannot allow you to thwart my plans. Perhaps it is best for you to lose consciousness for a while. With that, he struck Kakashi with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing FY's aggression towards Kakashi, Asuma clenched his fists around his kunai and charged forward, channeling chakra into the blades, which transformed into two beams of vibrant blue. Glowing chakra swords. The chakra blade, True One character, was one of Asuma's commonly used jutsu, allowing him to concentrate wind-type chakra into his blades, easily shattering boulders. As FY observed the advancing Asuma, he retreated rather than pressing forward, activating his iron block technique to catch Asuma's dual swords with his bare hands. Asuma, taller and more imposing than FY, cast a shadow over the masked figure. However, Asuma's blades could not penetrate, no matter how forcefully he exerted himself. The sword seemed ensnared in a quagmire, utterly immovable. Fire style, ash pile burning. Asuma relinquished his blades and retreated. With a hand seal directed forward, a plume of black, scalding ash was expelled, landing on the ground. Using a flint from his molars, he ignited it, resulting in a violent explosion. Did it succeed? Asuma murmured to himself, gazing at the dark smoke. Not at all. He heard Windyao's voice just as he spoke. Having adeptly dodged the ninjutsu with a moonlit step, Windyu launched a surprise attack from behind with a swift kick. The sharp airwave tore a gaping wound in Asuma's back, causing him to stumble forward, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he struggled to rise. However, Windyao struck him down once more with a swift chop to his neck. Finally dealt with. Now I must hasten to fulfill my plan. His intention was to shatter the Hokage rock, causing it to tumble into the Hidden Leaf Village, thereby inflicting substantial damage while conserving his sage chakra. The host is far too soft-hearted. Why not unleash a wide-scale sage technique in a more populated area? Is it truly to spare a few lives? Bah, spare me your chatter. Were it not for you, I wouldn't even be here in the leaf. If I were to kill so many, it would be a relentless cycle of vengeance. Although, my current actions are not far from it. Windyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had previously stated that killing was merely a necessary means. Attacking the leaf required only destruction without unnecessary slaughter. Nevertheless, he was resolute about avenging the death of the old physician. With that, he began forming seals. The statues of the past Hokage remained remarkably solid. The explosive tags had merely created a few fissures. He needed to conserve sage chakra for further endeavors. Sage art, inorganic rebirth. Windyao slammed his hands into the ground, bestowing life upon the statue and restructuring its interior. A note emerged within. Attacking this point would shatter the entire Hokage rock. Rising from the ground, Windyu kicked forcefully at the base. Crack! A massive fissure instantly appeared, spreading like a spider's web across the entire Hokage rock. A thunderous roar echoed, heralding the collapse of the revered statues symbolizing the spirit of the leaf. What is happening? Why has the Hokage rock suddenly collapsed? Was there an ambush? Damn it. Who did this? We must capture them and unleash our fury. The villagers of the Leaf, witnessing the scene, were taken aback with rage, chaos erupting around them. There were cries of birds, loud roars, voices of anger, and whispers of fear. Windyu stood atop the Hokage rock in silence, having met the requirements for his mission. As soon as he departed the Leaf, this operation would be deemed a success. Just as he prepared to leave, an elderly figure appeared before him. Clad in a sleek black combat suit, a ninja cap atop his head, a small beard adorning his chin, and silver armor connecting his shoulders to his back, emblazoned with the character for fire. With two vertical ninja tool pouches strapped to his back, a purple silk ribbon cinching his waist, and mesh guards adorning his arms and calves, Feng Yao's sharp gaze was fixed intently on the third Hokage. Is this what you desire, Feng Yao? To take vengeance on the village? Is this your own ambition? Or does it reflect the will of your nation? The third Hokage questioned sternly, having underestimated his opponent. After all, Feng Yao had departed as merely an ordinary apprentice ninja. Yet, in less than 6 months, he had evolved remarkably, inflicting substantial losses upon the village. Upon hearing the third's mention of other countries, Feng Yao hesitated momentarily, but soon grasped that he was being perceived as a spy from a foreign land. This misjudgment could work to his advantage. He would embrace the confusion. Affecting a grave demeanor, he replied, "Lord Hokage, there is no need for such attempts at eliciting information from me. Your umbu is so formidable that you can even ascertain my return to the land of fire. Discovering my identity should pose no challenge." The third Hokage furrowed his brow at this cautious response, realizing that the other party was unwilling to divulge any information. Thus, he resolved to first subdue him before handing him over to the Yamamoto clan for interrogation to extract intelligence. With a swift motion, he launched a shuriken, which multiplied into thousands, hurtling towards Feng Yao from all directions. The sight of the countless shuriken sent a chill down Feng Yao's spine. Truly, the legacy of the Hokage was formidable, such creativity with a mere shuriken. Should he become ensnared, trouble would surely follow, especially in Konoha. A delayed retreat could lead to complications with the arrival of other genin. In light of these thoughts, he hastily formed hand seals to counter the impending onslaught. Sage Art, Wind Release, Sandstorm, he invoked, utilizing Wind Release ninjutsu to conjure a massive sandstorm to obscure the enemy's vision. Feng Yao had made his decision almost instantaneously upon confronting the third Hokage, to flee. There was no shame in retreat. If victory was unattainable, escape was the wiser choice. Having endured numerous trials, he had grown increasingly cautious. Even with hidden cards, he would avoid conflict if the odds were slim. No one relishes a battle devoid of certainty. And manipulating circumstances to enhance the probability of success was his forte. He would only fight to the bitter end when utterly unavoidable. Chapter 13. Confrontation with the third Hokage on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village. The sounds of battle had subsided. The remnants of the fierce conflict lay scattered about, various ninja tools embedded in trees, splintered trunks, and deep craters in the ground testified to the intensity of the recent clash. A large tree bore the weight of an injured Andorito, who had been pinned by a blade wielded by Hiyoshi Shikichi. His body bore the charred marks left by lightning, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he glared intensely at Hiyoshi, filled with a sense of bitter defeat. The opponent's bloodline limit not only obscured his vision but also inflicted a paralyzing effect, making it exceedingly difficult for him to discern the location of his enemy. Additionally, Hiyoshi wielded a peculiar martial art, his swift and poisoned strikes proving nearly impenetrable. A few meters away lay the unconscious Tsukikid ship and the injured Yamashiro Aoi, the latter having lost an arm in the fray. Both were grievously wounded, particularly Ship, whose eyes had been struck by Hiyoshi, leaving him at risk of toxins invading his brain without prompt treatment. Hiyoshi glanced at Ando, whose eyes brimmed with resentment, and with a swift motion, struck him unconscious before withdrawing his sword. He pondered silently, realizing he had squandered too much time and needed to swiftly assist their leader. The combination of the Navy Six styles and enhanced ninja techniques had proven more formidable than he had anticipated otherwise. Facing these three elite genin from the Leaf would have been exceedingly arduous. Prior to their arrival, Kazekage had entrusted the Navy Six styles to Zabuza and Hiyoshi, the latter mastering the techniques more rapidly due to his prior training in ninja arts. Although the Six styles were not native to the world of Hokage, they fundamentally represented a form of physical conditioning and application. He had consulted the system beforehand and learned that others could also train in these techniques, provided they swore not to teach anyone outside their organization. Meanwhile, Zabuza bore numerous wounds of varying severity, blood soaking through his garments. Unlike Hiyoshi, he was not so fortunate. Ensnared in a genjutsu, he had to resort to self-inflicted pain to force himself awake. The lifeless body of Kurenai lay crumpled before a nearby desk, a victim of the chaos. The injuries sustained were not solely from Kurenai, but also from Zabuza's own miscalculations. Fortunately, he had managed to escape the genjutsu in time and, leveraging his martial prowess, gained the upper hand. As he rifled through various mission scrolls, he suddenly spotted Kazekage's name, prompting him to halt and seize the scroll, stuffing it into his clothing in preparation for departure. The commotion had escalated, and time was of the essence. Should the ferocious tiger of the Leaf truly awaken, it would spell disaster for him. At that moment, Kazekage emerged from the swirling dust, several shuriken embedded in his body. Host, do you truly intend to flee? If you can vanquish the third Hokage, it would count as a mission reward. After all, the defeat of a village's Hokage would deliver a significant psychological blow to the Leaf, just as Kazekage contemplated escaping while the third was still ensnared. The system's alluring words echoed in his mind. Nonsense. This is within the realm of Konoha. How do you expect me to escape after defeating the third Hokage? Surviving is the fundamental prerequisite for all endeavors, much like my mission. Failure to accomplish it would mean my demise. I refuse to sacrifice my life for mere rewards. It seems you have no choices left. As these thoughts crossed my mind, a colossal monkey suddenly struck Wind Yao back with a single paw, the immense force causing him to stagger several paces, even in sage mode. Upon closer inspection, I beheld the third Hokage's summoning beast, the Monkey King, known for its indestructible form and ability to transform into the Rui Jingu Bang, a formidable ally of the third. I cursed the system for its ill-fated predictions. This was indeed troublesome. At that moment, the third Hokage seized the opportunity to exit the range of wind release, sand dust. Materializing before Windyu with a swift body flicker, continuing to persuade, "You have nowhere left to run, Windyao. Surrender now." As the Monkey King transforms into the Rui Jingu Bang, understanding his intentions, I realized we were once again fighting side by side. The Monkey King leaped and spun, morphing into a pitch-black rod adorned with golden patterns at both ends. The third Hokage grasped the Rui Jingu Bang, its massive size contrasting sharply with his slender physique. He crouched slightly and swung the staff forward, forming hand seals and proclaiming, "Diamond Prison Wall." The Rui Bang in midair split into dozens of replicas at astonishing speed, encircling Windyu and forming a cubic prison that ensnared him. This technique was a harmonious blend of offense and defense, capable of restraining foes while simultaneously protecting its user. Contingent upon the wielder's skill. In the world of shinobi, this move had previously withstood the first Hokage's would release. Observing the prison before me, I scoffed. It was evident that without defeating the third Hokage, my escape was impossible. Sage Art, Gale Release, Radiant Fong. I formed seals, unleashing a laser-like column of water that effortlessly sliced through the surrounding prison. This technique belonged to the realm of the Six Paths, far beyond the capability of any summoning beast to withstand. The Monkey King sensed danger and reverted to its original form just in time. But it was still a moment too late. One of its arms was severed. Thankfully, it acted decisively. Otherwise, it would have suffered far worse. Old friend, retreat for now. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Seeing the Monkey King wounded pained the third Hokage deeply. He ordered it to withdraw and continued to confront Windyu alone. The combination of the two different elemental techniques significantly amplified their power. Truly, the third Hokage, renowned as a master, effortlessly merged the jutsu. Had he been at his peak in youth, I might have been in dire straits today. As I faced the oncoming barrage of ninjutsu, I held nothing back. My sage mode had less than 6 minutes remaining, and I needed to resolve this battle in one decisive strike. Joining my hands in prayer, I invoked Sage Art, would release True Thousand Hands. From the rocky ground, I summoned a towering, majestic wooden Buddha. This time, its size was considerably larger than before. The Fire Dragon Flame Bullet struck the great Buddha, but to no effect. It merely managed to knock off a few dozen arms. This is impossible. How could this be? The secret techniques of the first Hokage. Alas, the response from the third Hokage came in the form of hundreds of arms, each strike weighing like a ton. As the Earth Technique, Earth Flow Wall, was unleashed, the third Hokage managed to deploy it just in time to withstand the onslaught of arms. This time, Feng Yao did not hold back. He launched a full-scale assault, his countless arms once again collapsing the battered Hokage rock, a thick cloud of dust lingering in the air above it for an extended period. The third Hokage knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This sage technique ultimately failed to provide complete defense, as age had rendered him incapable of fighting as he once did in his youth. Feng Yao too found himself unsteady, and moments later, he exited sage mode, gasping for breath in weakness. Though this jutsu was formidable, it drained sage chakra excessively, significantly shortening the duration of his sage mode. The two of them exchanged glances. both now at the end of their strength, struggling to move, waiting to see whose reinforcements would arrive first. Indeed, in the territory of Konoha, the Umbu arrived at Hokage Rock first. The third Hokage silently sighed in relief, while a flicker of madness crossed Feng Yao's eyes. It was now a matter of desperation. Damn this cursed system. It's all your fault, you ravenous mouth. If I ever see you, I'll sew your lips shut. Feng Yao muttered angrily to himself, forcing his body to stand. The leader was indeed in a wretched state, but it was no surprise. After all, he was facing the strongest third Hokage in history. Hey, such an exhilarating event should have included me. Standing guard outside is utterly pointless. With a swish, two figures appeared beside Feng Yao, each taking an arm to support him. The opposing Umbu, sensing the threat, immediately drew their weapons. Let us leave. The mission is accomplished, and there is no need to linger. It would be troublesome if other elite ninjas from Konoha arrived. Upon hearing this, Shuji frowned. He had intended to engage the enemy. However, he realized that following such a leader would undoubtedly lead to more thrilling escapades, so he heeded Feng Yao's command. Zabuza threw down a smoke bomb, and together with Shuji, they departed with Feng Yao. Third Hokage, how are you? An Umbu member rushed to the side of the third Hokage, inquiring about his condition as the enemy retreated. Cough. I won't die. Assess the casualties in the village, and do not pursue the enemy hastily. They are formidable. Have all the elite ninjas who are out on missions return as quickly as possible. Cough. Even as he spoke, the third Hokage struggled for breath. Yet he remained committed to fulfilling his duties as Hokage. Understood, Hokage-sama. Chapter 14. The carefree wisdom body in the brightly lit hall of the Hokage headquarters. The flickering red candlelight cast elongated shadows of the third Hokage's frail form. Before him knelt several members of the Umbu. One of them broke the silence. Hokage-sama. Konoha has suffered significant losses this time. Not only has the Hokage Rock been completely destroyed, but nearly 100 people have been injured in the vicinity. Particularly, Jonin Yukumo's ship has lost vision in his right eye and remains in critical condition. Aoyama has had his left hand severed, and even if he recovers, his strength will likely diminish. There are also several lightly wounded, including Asuma and Kurenai, who are now out of danger, while Kakashi lies gravely injured and unconscious. Furthermore, if this news spreads, it will undoubtedly tarnish Konoha's reputation and may even invite opportunistic attacks from other nations. The Umbu member's face briefly reflected a look of hesitation, as if contemplating whether to divulge the next piece of information. Finally, he gritted his teeth and continued, There are murmurs of discontent within the village directed towards you, and both advisors have expressed their criticisms. A hint of sorrow flickered across the Umbu member's features, for the third Hokage had tirelessly fought for the village, continuing to shoulder various responsibilities despite not fully recovering from his injuries, while the two advisors and others had. Cough. You may leave now, the third Hokage said wearily, waving his hand. He then added, Once all the other Jonin have arrived, summon them here. I have matters to discuss with them. Meanwhile, Feng Yao and his companions had already departed from the Land of Fire, now far beyond the protective reach of Konoha. Congratulations, host, on the completion of your task. Revenge against Konoha achieved, with a damage extent of 20. You have also defeated the third Hokage, delivering a psychological blow to Konoha. And as a result, you are awarded a special reward. The carefree wisdom body as Feng Yao lay atop Zabuza, he once again heard the system's voice resonate within him. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, carefree wisdom body? Previously, I had received an enhancement potion from the system that significantly improved my physical and mental capabilities. Unlike the potion, this time, it is a complete transformation of the host's physique, enabling your body to perfectly utilize various techniques and amplify the power of sage arts. For instance, when the host employs the white light technique, you will no longer be affected by intense light or air vibrations, and when using other sage techniques, your power will closely resemble that of the original practitioner. There are additional benefits, which I shall refrain from detailing at this moment. The host will naturally come to understand them in due time. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao felt a stir of emotion. If this were indeed the case, it would be immensely beneficial for him, as a portion of his sage techniques had previously been beyond his reach, not for lack of effort, but rather due to the potential for self-harm, and also because he could not unleash their full power. with the same chakra and sage techniques. For example, the technique of inorganic reincarnation wielded by Orochimaru would possess greater power and consume less energy. As he had inherited the legacy of the Ri-Chi cave and mastered the sage mode of its sages, Feng Yu had merely imitated the techniques through the system. Now, with a physique perfectly attuned to each sage art, how could he not feel exhilarated? Please prepare, the host murmured. As a refreshing energy seeped from his mind into his entire being, causing a delightful tingling sensation throughout his limbs. Lying on the body of Zai Bujan, Feng Yao could not help but moan softly. Startled, Zai Bujan nearly tumbled from the tree. Could it be that his leader possessed some peculiar inclination? Suddenly, a brilliant blue radiance erupted from Feng Yao's form. Zai Bujan hastily halted, leaning Feng Yao to one side, inquiring with concern, "Leader, what troubles you?" Feng Yao shook his head, exhilarated by the pure energy coursing within him. "It's nothing. Please step back a little. I will be fine shortly." He quickly settled into a meditative posture, absorbing the energy. The light surrounding him intensified, enveloping him in a cocoon of luminescence. Zai Bujan and Shoyu exchanged glances, their leader's mystery deepening in their minds. Within the light cocoon, countless dark specks emerged from Feng Yao's body, dissipating into nothingness. His physique began to transform gradually. He felt an unprecedented unity with the world around him. Every cell within him was profoundly altered, akin to the stark difference between a child and an adult, adapting to the current techniques and their side effects. Particularly, his intellect sharpened, his mental acuity not only heightened but also pure, rendering ordinary illusions nearly ineffective against him. His memory became remarkably clearer, thoughts flowing seamlessly, even recalling experiences from his past life on Earth spanning over 2 decades. After what felt like an eternity, the light cocoon gradually faded. Feng Yao's skin appeared more radiant than before, translucent enough to reveal bone beneath, resembling exquisite jade. His body was now truly pure and untainted, embodying a carefree spirit. Even his stature had noticeably increased. His gaze slowly shifted towards Zai Bujan and Shoyu, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. When Zai Bujan met his gaze, it felt as though all his secrets were laid bare, his ninjutsu, weaknesses, and psyche exposed, an experience akin to facing the Sharingan, albeit even more terrifying. Shoyu inhaled deeply, sensing the profound transformation in Feng Yao's aura. Though previously formidable, Feng Yao lacked the essence of a true leader, yet now, Shoyu found himself involuntarily inclined to submit to him. Moreover, in Feng Yao's presence, their restless minds seemed to find tranquility, each feeling a soothing comfort as if basking in the gentlest sunlight, dispelling the chilling intent and ferocity within their hearts. "Leader, your transformation is astounding," Shoyu stammered. Feng Yao rose, acutely aware of the immense changes within him. Both his chakra levels and recovery speed had significantly improved, and his comprehension of the previously employed sage techniques had deepened. The host's current physique was akin to a rare prodigy within the world of ninjas, his presence calming those around him, alleviating negative emotions, fostering an instinctive reliance, and facilitating swifter mastery of ninjutsu. Thus, the host was poised to become a competent leader. Feng Yao suddenly realized why Zai Bujan and his companion were gazing at him with such eagerness. He cleared his throat to bring them back to their senses. "Apologies, Chief. Right, here is the intelligence I acquired from Konoha. Our next plan is to proceed to..." Zai Bujan quickly interjected, diverting the conversation. Feng Yao pondered for a moment and conjured dozens of different strategies in his mind, surprising himself with his capacity for multifaceted thought. After glancing at the intelligence scroll, he snorted coldly. The operatives assigned to the mission were indeed the Umbu ninjas who had pursued him on that fateful day, while he harbored a desire to eliminate them. Umbu members were constantly on missions and not always present in the village. He could not justify returning to Konoha solely for one team member. After contemplating briefly, he arrived at a conclusion. "Let us head to the land of water, Zai Bujan. I shall fulfill the promise I made to you." Upon hearing this, Zai Bujan was momentarily taken aback, then immediately knelt on one knee. "Thank you, Chief. Rest assured, even if I were to seize the mist-hidden village, I would still remain a part of the Sun family, at your service. I trust you, Zai Bujan. Order Bai to accompany us to the land of water." We shall require his strength, Feng Yao responded, helping Zai Buzhan to his feet. Yes, Chief. Allow me to carry you on my back for our journey. Nay. Zai Buzhan, it would be more fitting for your weary brother to bear you. Let me take the burden. I am not fatigued. You are too courteous, Xiuji. I shall carry you. I shall. They found that the closer they were to Feng Yao, the more invigorated they felt, even reaping benefits from their ninjutsu training. This task of carrying one another became a competition between them. Ahem, no need for that. My chakra is nearly restored. I can walk on my own. If it were two beautiful women vying for his attention, Feng Yao might have begrudgingly accepted, but with two robust men competing, that was another matter entirely. The scene shifted to Konoha Ninja Village. Besides the third Hokage seated in the center, two individuals stood beside him, Mito Gate-in, Konoha's senior advisor, and T-Ka-Ren. These two were responsible for liaising with the Land of Fire and could, under certain circumstances, provide counsel to the Hokage, even influencing his decisions. The elite ninjas of Konoha sensed an undercurrent of unease. Surrounding the Hokage were not only the elite ninjas but also members of the Umbu and Root, including the enigmatic leader of Root, Shimura Danzo, who was partially obscured by bandages and wore a perpetually suspicious expression in his narrowed eye. The recent incident involving the destruction of the Hokage Rock had drawn significant attention from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who expressed dissatisfaction with Konoha's actions. This situation not only tarnished Konoha's reputation, but also that of the Land of Fire. Indeed, following this incident, the strength of Konoha Ninja Village has diminished to a concerning degree. Neighboring nations may seize the opportunity for bold actions. During the emergency meeting held yesterday in the Land of Fire, our concern was whether the third Hokage could continue to fulfill his duties. The two senior advisors engaged in a heated exchange, their words laced with reproach towards the third Hokage. Below, Might Guy, incensed by their remarks, interjected vehemently. Were it not for Lord Hokage's valiant efforts to intervene, the losses to Konoha would undoubtedly have been far more catastrophic. Where would you have been at that moment? The two advisors, momentarily taken aback by his retort, fell silent until the third Hokage came to their aid. Ahem, very well. The recent incident at Hokage Rock was a failure on my part. I underestimated the opposition. I hereby resign from the position of Hokage. As he uttered these words, he appeared even more frail. This cannot be, Lord Hokage. Without your leadership, what shall become of Konoha? We beseech you to reconsider. The surrounding individuals urged him to stay, while only Danzo from the Root organization wore a sinister smile. The two senior advisors stood by like statues, their expressions blank, eyes fixed ahead. Change was imminent for Konoha. Chapter 15. The fifth Hokage at the border of the Land of Fire. Sunlight filtered through the lone crevice of a tree, casting a gentle glow upon the ground. Three figures sat in a circle, with an assortment of fruits, food, and water laid out before them. Among them was a man of extraordinary beauty, seemingly embodying all the exquisite wonders of this world, drawing the gaze of those around him involuntarily. Zabuza, munching on his food, reflected inwardly, relieved that he was a man. Otherwise, sitting beside their leader would render him incapable of eating, lost in mere admiration. Yet, he couldn't shake the persistent image of their leader that haunted his thoughts. Could it be that? Abruptly, Zabuza shook his head, discarding that unsettling notion. Once finished with their meal, they would hasten onward. Feng Yao wiped his mouth and donned his mask once more. They had now reached the border, where the Land of Water was surrounded by the sea. Crossing over would necessitate travel by boat. Assisting Zabuza was also a means of aiding himself. He had contemplated the various locations of the immortal organizations and ultimately resolved upon the Land of Water. This region boasted a prime geographical position, distanced from the mainland and untouched by large-scale warfare. Hence, since the era of the Hokage Wars to the conclusion of the Third Ninja War, it had preserved the greatest variety of bloodline limits in the world of Hokage, renowned for its diverse array of Kekkei Genkai. What does this signify? An abundance of talent. To cultivate even a few of such individuals would yield fresh blood for the immortal organization. The task set forth by the system would thus be easily accomplished. And with this thought, Feng Yao felt a surge of delight, already pondering what divine artifact the system might bestow upon him. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Subdue Terumime. Mission brief. Capture the fifth Mizukage. Time frame, within 2 years. Slogan: a powerful man must conquer the strongest woman. Go forth. Young man. Even with Feng Yao having inherited the carefree and wise heart, his mental fortitude and resilience were formidable. Still, he was nearly toppled by the audacity of the system. How dare you say such things? Previously, you accused me of being lewd. Conquering the fifth Hokage? Do you take me for a lustful spirit? Feng Yao declared with righteous indignation, utterly unwilling to engage in such sordid affairs. What could the host be contemplating? I merely require you to recruit Terumi Mei into the immortal organization. The peculiar notions are of your own making. Were you deliberately misleading me just now? Ahem, truth be told, I did have similar thoughts. My organization is indeed in need of talent, particularly individuals with bloodline limits like Terumi Mei. Feng Yao unabashedly cleared his name before himself. On the outskirts lay a small village, inhabited by ordinary folk who made their living through fishing. Acquiring a couple of boats here should prove quite effortless. Zabuza and Xiaoyi were tasked with finding a vessel, while Feng Yao wandered through the village. His attention captured by a notice board. Despite its modest size, this village occasionally displayed important news and national matters, ensuring the villagers remained informed. One particular paper caught his eye, a notice from the Land of Fire. The third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, due to his advanced age and frailty, voluntarily relinquished his position. The daimyo of the Land of Fire and the elite committee of Konoha decided to appoint Danzo Shimura as the fifth Hokage. Simultaneously, an S-rank bounty was placed on the notorious rogue ninja, Feng Yao, offering a reward of 50 million ryo for his elimination. Accompanying the notice were images of Feng Yao wearing a mask and previous photos taken while he was still in the Leaf Village. Since Kakashi had yet to awaken, Naruto's team remained oblivious to the fact that Feng Yao was the young ninja they had encountered that fateful day, and thus, they were unaware of his true appearance. Upon reading this, Feng Yao smirked, amused by his own worth, reminiscent of the time he had robbed Cardo. However, he lamented that he was bound for the Land of Water. As he continued reading, his expression froze, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes, transforming his demeanor to one of profound darkness. The notice stated that Feng Yao's parents, Feng Bo and Feng Miao, had been confirmed to have close ties with the rogue ninja and had repeatedly betrayed their country by selling intelligence to foreign nations. They had been executed by the fifth Hokage. Seething with rage and feeling a desperate need for an outlet, he smashed the announcement board with a single punch. His parents were merely ordinary individuals. How could they be accused of treachery? Yet, he was astute enough to realize the truth. The third Hokage, known for his benevolence, would never harm the innocent. However, with Danzo's ascendance, a man inherently suspicious and ruthless, any hint of negligence could not be tolerated. In this moment, the village's paramount need was to restore order and capture Feng Yao. Thus, Danzo targeted his parents, irrespective of any connection. Their deaths would pacify the citizens of Konoha and the Land of Fire, demonstrating Danzo's capability to assume the role of fifth Hokage. I shall kill you, Danzo. Feng Yao uttered each word with a fierce intensity. Despite some estrangement, his parents had nurtured him for 12 years. As humans are not mere wood or grass, who could remain unfeeling, especially towards those who gave life and sustenance? Though consumed by fury, his calm and discerning nature allowed him to maintain rational thought. He promptly sought out Zabuza and Haku. At that moment, the two had secured a fishing vessel and were preparing to depart. Feng Yao approached them, stating, I have matters to attend to and cannot proceed to the Land of Water for now. You two should go ahead and wait there for my orders. His tone conveyed an undeniable authority. Haku inferred that Feng Yao must be undertaking significant business, and as he began to offer his assistance, he caught sight of the murderous intent radiating from Feng Yao's azure eyes. Startled, he swallowed his words. Zabuza perceived Feng Yao as an untamed beast in this moment. Since it is the leader's command, we shall comply. We will establish our foothold in the Land of Water and await your arrival, Zabuza affirmed. After conveying his instructions, Feng Yao turned away, his mind fixated on a singular thought, to eliminate Danzo. Entering sage mode, he sprinted through the forest, confident that his speed would allow him to return to Konoha in less than a week. Host, while you seek vengeance, I do not intend to hinder you. However, I must remind you that in 3 days, half a year will have elapsed, and the next random selection will occur. At that point, you will be unable to enter Sage mode and utilize Sage techniques. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao could only perch upon a tree, inwardly cursing the system innumerable times. Although he found the system to be frustrating, he could only succumb to impotent rage, uncertain of what kind of ninjutsu or style would be randomly assigned next. Directly proceeding to Konoha was certainly not an option, while Feng Yao yearned for revenge. He was not so blinded by fury as to recklessly engage in a confrontation with Danzo. Every action he took was the result of rational contemplation. In his current state of carefree wisdom, activating Sage mode alongside the enhanced power of Sage techniques, he was confident he could eliminate Danzo and retreat unscathed. Yet now, revenge was imperative, but he could not jeopardize his life in the pursuit of it. Such behavior would be that of a fool. You truly falter at the critical moment. Feng Yao scolded the system, then promptly changed direction, as he had conceived another plan that necessitated an ally. Meanwhile, within Konoha, Danzo donned a white Hokage cloak over a red ninja outfit, his head adorned with the Hokage hat. He had finally realized his ambition of becoming the Hokage of Konoha. He could now implement his will and employ forceful measures to safeguard the village. Hokage-sama, the news has already spread. What is our next course of action? The individual kneeling before him was none other than Danju, an Umbu member who had previously pursued Feng Yao. He was, in fact, one of Danzo's subordinates. You have performed admirably, and it is thanks to your earlier report that I was able to orchestrate the downfall of Hiruzen today. This little brat, Feng Yao, has indeed taken me by surprise, Danzo stated in a calm tone, holding Feng Yao's dossier in his hand. Long before Feng Yao defected from the ninja village, Danzo had received this information. Ordinarily, the emergence of a rogue ninja would signify the negligence of the third Hokage. He had hoped to exploit the situation. Yet the villagers remained steadfast in their support of the third. Danzo could only bide his time, ordering Danju to eliminate the old physician. Viewing the death of an ordinary person as inconsequential, particularly should there be any collusion between Feng Yao and this physician, he commanded those around him to report any developments concerning Konoha promptly. At last, he awaited Feng Yao's return. A vendor had reported that someone was inquiring about the physician's whereabouts and had brought ninjas with them. He relayed this information to the third Hokage, leaving it for him to address. In truth, even if Feng Yao were to fail, Danzo would still find a way to implicate the third Hokage, willing to employ any means necessary to ascend to the position of Hokage. Danzo clenched Feng Yao's dossier tightly in his hand. Now, his objective was to eradicate this pest threatening Konoha. Chapter 16. The first encounter with Orochimaru 2 days later, in the northern frontier of the Land of Fire. There lay a small nation bordering it, the Land of Rice. This region also served as the birthplace of the Sound Ninja and the lair of Orochimaru. Feng Yao arrived in the Land of Rice, where the villages appeared somewhat rudimentary. Occasionally, a couple of ninjas adorned with music note headbands stood guard at a gate. At the entrance stood Kitamaru and Doyu, both possessing unique abilities, adept in various barrier and sealing techniques. As Feng Yao approached them slowly, the two exchanged glances, and Doyu took the initiative to speak. "Do not move. Who are you? Remove your mask." Kitamaru beside her fixed his gaze intently upon Feng Yao, who gradually came to a halt. "Call Orochimaru out. You are not worthy to inquire about my identity." A surge of anger welled up within Doyu. This brat thinks highly of himself. I shall show you the extent of my power. With this thought, she produced a flute, the magic flute, Dreaming Sound Lock. A series of clear, melodious notes filled the air, enchanting and echoing. Should one succumb to its allure, they would be drawn into an illusion, their bodies gradually corroded. However, Feng Yao's formidable mental strength rendered such illusions utterly ineffective against him. As Doya completed her performance, he calmly remarked, "Is that all? Your flute skills leave much to be desired." Doyu, ever competitive, could not tolerate such sardonic ridicule and immediately swung the flute toward Feng Yao in attack. Yet, as she drew within 5 meters of him, her body suddenly weakened, overwhelmed by an incredibly refreshing aura permeating her limbs. The sensation was so delightful that she nearly gasped, her previous anger and murderous intent dissipating, replaced by an unexpected warmth and reliance on Feng Yao, even feeling inclined to draw closer. Feng Yao, puzzled by Doyu's sudden sluggishness, did not hesitate to seize her neck. intending to coerce Orochimaru to appear. Doyu let out a startled cry, not due to fear, but because the proximity to Feng Yao was inexplicably comforting. Despite being held, she felt a strange assurance that he would not harm her, even developing a peculiar fondness for this stranger. I hardly exerted any force. Could it be that Orochimaru's 5 subordinates are merely a facade? He mused, pondering the significant influence his unique physique had on others. His carefree and enlightened nature possessed a magnetic appeal for those harboring negative emotions, akin to a famished individual suddenly presented with a feast. Strangely, this allure seemed to affect the opposite sex even more profoundly, a notion that had eluded the system's calculations. Upon realizing this, Feng Yao understood that while Zabuza had appeared to be affected by him before, it had not reached the point where he could be distracted in battle. Hence, when facing female ninjas, he would possess an inherent advantage. Seizing upon their momentary lapse in focus could swiftly turn the tide in his favor. Doyu, release her at once. You sorcerer! Kintumaru exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing his companion being captured, ready to take action. However, Dayu called out to him unexpectedly. I'm fine. He means no harm. Please inform Lord Orochimaru. As she uttered these words, Dayu's voice quivered with uncertainty. Kintumaru was taken aback. The group had served under Orochimaru together, and they were well acquainted with one another. Dayu, known for her competitive spirit and sharp tongue, was notorious for her foul language and frequent quarrels. It was nothing short of a miracle that she had refrained from hurling insults at her captor, let alone showing any sympathy. Moreover, the hint of shyness in her tone was perplexing. Were it not for the clarity in her gaze, he would have thought she had fallen under some illusion. A wave of contemplation washed over Feng Yao. This carefree state of mind was proving more advantageous than he had anticipated. Kintumaru, torn between indecision, cast a frustrated glance at Feng Yao and declared, You will regret this. If you harm Dayu, Lord Orochimaru will not spare you. With that, he retreated into the room, leaving Feng Yao alone with the panting Dayu. Moments later, 4 figures emerged from behind the door. Leading them was Orochimaru, his raven-black hair framing a face marked by golden, elongated pupils, and purple eyeshadow that extended from the corners of his eyes to the bridge of his nose. His pallid complexion bore no trace of color, and he adorned blue-green, comma-shaped earrings exuding an aura of treachery. Following him were Kintumaru, Zokun, Jirubu, and Kagaya Kimimaro. Feng Yao's gaze lingered on Kimimaro, a wielder of the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit, renowned as the strongest among the Sound Ninja. The combined strength of the other 4 paled in comparison to his prowess. Orochimaru approached Feng Yao, a sinister smile gracing his lips. From your appearance, if I am not mistaken, you must be Feng Yao, the S-rank rogue ninja who recently wreaked havoc in Konoha. I never expected you would seek me out. It was hardly surprising that Orochimaru recognized Feng Yao. The land of rice was adjacent to the land of fire, and his masked visage had circulated among various powers. Moreover, Orochimaru had been closely monitoring the developments in Konoha, making it improbable that he would remain uninformed about such significant events. The onlookers exchanged astonished glances, having heard rumors but not delved deeper, as they were accustomed to following Orochimaru's commands. Dayu turned her gaze towards Feng Yao, her admiration for him growing. Lord Orochimaru, I wish to propose a transaction. Feng Yao regarded Orochimaru with a calm demeanor, unperturbed by his knowledge of his identity. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was increasingly intrigued by Feng Yao. Recognizing the latter's capability to devastate the Hokage rock in Konoha and locate him in such a short span of time. What sort of transaction do you have in mind? Feng Yao? Upon encountering Orochimaru, who sought to negotiate terms, Dayu momentarily released her grip, indicating her sincerity. Orochimaru's gaze softened slightly. However, Dayu remained rooted in place, reluctant to distance herself from Feng Yao, whose presence was irresistibly captivating. Ultimately, under Orochimaru's command, she reluctantly took a few steps backward, glancing over her shoulder as she moved to stand behind him. Noticing Dayu's unusual behavior, Orochimaru frowned but chose not to dwell on it. I propose a collaboration to obliterate the Hidden Leaf Village, but I have one condition. I wish to personally eliminate the 5th Hokage, Danzo, Feng Yao declared. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, shook his head and regarded Feng Yao with a mocking expression. What incentive do you offer for me to join forces with you? What benefits do you bring to the destruction of Konoha? Feng Yao silently cursed the old fox. Orochimaru had long been scheming the village's downfall. It was evident that he intended to leverage Feng Yao's proposition for his own gain. Ignoring Orochimaru, Feng Yao turned his back and calmly stated, "The choice of collaboration lies with you. If you are disinterested in obtaining the legacy of Konoha's ninjutsu or in resolving your ongoing pursuit by the village, feel free to reject my proposal." With that, he prepared to depart without a backward glance. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Just as he was about to leave, Orochimaru called out to him, "Wait, Yaokuen. You convinced me to agree to your terms. I have no particular interest in that old coot, Danzo. If you wish to eliminate him, all the better." At this, Feng Yao turned around, but suddenly, Orochimaru's head elongated and lunged towards him. This was Orochimaru's soft body modification, allowing him to stretch and contort his form at will. He opened his mouth, significantly larger than that of an ordinary person, aiming to bite into Feng Yao's throat. In response, Feng Yao executed a single-handed Six Styles maneuver to block the approaching serpent's head, while his other hand delivered a powerful right hook, distorting Orochimaru's face. The head retracted back to Orochimaru's body, and the injuries on his face healed almost instantaneously. With a menacing tone, Feng Yao inquired, "What do you mean by this, Orochimaru?" Rubbing his left cheek, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he ominously remarked, "Since we are to collaborate, I must ascertain your true strength. Allow me to witness it." Yaokuen with that, he charged once more toward Feng Yao. Chapter 17. Confrontation with Orochimaru. As Orochimaru executed a swift body flicker technique and materialized before Feng Yao, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the aura emanating from him, instilling a subtle sense of kinship. However, unwavering in his resolve, he remained impervious to such distractions amidst the battle. With hands forming intricate seals, he called out, "Shadow of the Serpent Technique." This B-rank ninjutsu was remarkably versatile, capable of summoning multiple serpents instantaneously to serve various roles such as intimidation, restraint, and capture, achieving a devastating combo effect. Often, adversaries found themselves ensnared before they could even react. A dozen serpents, adorned in brown with black stripes, lunged toward Feng Yao's limbs and vital points. Beside him, Duyo felt a pang of concern for Feng Yao, an emotion she found perplexing. Yet, her apprehensions proved unfounded. Feng Yao deftly evaded the onslaught with a graceful step, employing the moonwalk technique to sidestep the pursuing serpents with ease. It was not until Orochimaru withdrew his technique after several meters of relentless pursuit that he wore a grave expression. His Shadow of the Serpent technique was not only formidable in numbers, but also in speed, capable of ensnaring even elite shinobi who let their guard down. The fact that his opponent could evade such an attack from such proximity was astonishing. In Orochimaru's experience, only the Uchiha clan's Sharingan possessed the ability to replicate and discern ninjutsu, as well as to perceive an opponent's movements. However, it was evident that Feng Yao's eyes were not Sharingan. Feng Yao's ability to dodge the Shadow of the Serpent technique without activating Sage Mode was a testament to his transformed physique. His comprehension of ninjutsu surpassed Orochimaru's expectations. In the instant his adversary launched the technique, Feng Yao had simulated its myriad potential outcomes in his mind, enabling his escape. "Yaokuen, your secrets are far more intriguing than I anticipated. However, mere evasion will not suffice for me to acknowledge your prowess," Orochimaru remarked with a cold smile, exuding a mature, somber aura intended to provoke Feng Yao. Feng Yao pressed his palms together, contemplating that this might be his final invocation of Sage Mode. A shadow emerged at the corner of his eye, and his pupils underwent a transformation. This did not imply that he could instantaneously enter Sage Mode. Rather, it was a demonstration of multitasking as he engaged Orochimaru while simultaneously activating the mode. Orochimaru, sensing the palpable shift in Feng Yao's power, now exponentially more formidable than before, was reminded of his encounters with Uchiha Itachi, a feeling of insurmountable dread washing over him. He scoffed, vowing that the humiliation of that day would not repeat itself. While it was true that Feng Yao had bested the third Hokage, the latter was aged and weakened, far from his prime, whereas Orochimaru stood as one of the legendary Sannin. Positioning himself low to the ground, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, invoking the serpent's array of 10,000 snakes. This technique allowed him to summon countless serpents from his mouth to assault his enemies, burying them alive in a writhing mass of snakes before ultimately detonating them. Watching Orochimaru spewing forth serpents, Feng Yao furrowed his brow, musing that perhaps roasted snake meat might not be such a bad idea. With swift hand seals, the speed was so remarkable that afterimages were left in its wake. From a distance, Kimimara's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that his opponent was simultaneously forming 3 different seals. FY took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing slightly. Senjutsu, Go Yumen. FY unleashed wind release, fire release, and toad oil, creating a vast expanse of ignited oil, the temperature soaring, mercilessly consuming the serpentine creature summoned by Orochimaru before him. He had refrained from employing this technique earlier because, despite his ability, he could not execute 3 ninjutsu simultaneously. However, he had now surpassed that limitation. Not only that, he could even release 4 techniques at once. Orochimaru, upon witnessing this, hastily retreated, knowing that even he could not withstand an attack of such magnitude. Simultaneously, he bit his finger and pressed it into the ground. Triple Rashomon. A trio of demonic gates, colored red, blue, and black, erupted from the earth, seemingly intent on absorbing all attacks. These 3 gates represented the stages of receiving, annihilating, and expanding the absolute prison defense, possessing the ability to absorb all forms of assault. Not only could they protect the user, but they also served to intimidate the opponent mentally. The first gate would absorb the attack, the second would diminish its power, and the third would disperse its force. By the time the blazing oil struck the 3rd gate, it had already lost much of its potency, failing to harm the Orochimaru behind it. Is it that technique? Thankfully, just as Orochimaru exhaled a sigh of relief, FY suddenly appeared behind him, his cold voice resonating. Mr. Orochimaru, the battle is not yet over. FY clasped his hands together and murmured softly, Senjutsu, Maishinman. Several red torii gates descended from above, pressing down upon Orochimaru. This technique could temporarily seal the opponent's chakra. Orochimaru felt the chakra within him being sealed, rendering him vulnerable and at the mercy of his adversary. FY did not relent. He continued to form seals, seemingly intent on claiming Orochimaru's life. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Orochimaru shouted in terror, Someone come and help me quickly. From the sidelines, Kimimaro, having observed Orochimaru faltering, had long desired to assist but waited for the command. Upon hearing this, he dashed forward. Alongside him, the others sprang into action as well. They all activated their cursed seal second forms, their skin darkening and hardening, their hair changing color and lengthening, claws sprouting among other transformations. Shikatsumiyaku, Tasenka no Mai. Secret Technique, Spider Sticky Gold. Earth Release, Doton Dango. Multi-Punch. Each individual unleashed their specialized ninjutsu. The strength of the Sound 5 was not to be underestimated. Each possessed unique abilities, secret techniques, genjutsu, and bloodline limits. As he beheld the oncoming array of attacks, FY swiftly turned, altering his hand seals. His abdomen swelled, and he expelled an ethereal white dragon. Senjutsu, Hakajaki no Jutsu. The white dragon clutched a purple dragon ball, soaring rapidly toward the Sound 5. This technique utilizes air vibrations to induce the sensation of bones grinding against each other in the enemy, while simultaneously emitting a blinding light that damages their visual and auditory senses. Previously, Feng Yao had refrained from using this technique due to its overwhelming side effects. The intense light had even inadvertently rendered him blind once. Consequently, he had not employed it again until now, as his eyes shimmered with a protective membrane safeguarding his gaze, and his body's resilience allowed him to withstand the air's tremors. Meanwhile, the quartet within the vicinity were agonizingly compelled to shut their eyes and cover their ears. Not only were they unable to continue performing ninjutsu, but there were also subtle signs that their seals were on the verge of failing. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yao plunged into the blinding light, effortlessly dispatching them one by one with powerful punches. In stark contrast, the only individual remaining standing on the field, aside from Feng Yao, was the enigmatic Mayo, who had evaded the reach of the technique. Damn it, he is unbelievably strong, was the fleeting thought that crossed Orochimaru's mind. In the next moment, Feng Yao delivered a fierce kick to his chest. Instantly, darkness enveloped Orochimaru's vision, and an overwhelming dizziness caused him to lose his balance, collapsing to the ground. After a couple of breaths, he gradually regained his composure, and upon clearing his sight, he found Feng Yao's feet planted squarely before him. Cursed be this situation, Orochimaru thought, as he prepared to rise. However, Feng Yao lifted his right foot and brought it crashing down. Orochimaru's head was brutally pinned to the ground, producing a heavy thud akin to a stone striking the earth. Feng Yao. Orochimaru seethed in rage, striving to rise once more. Feng Yao regarded him coldly and struck down again. Orochimaru's head violently collided with the ground, causing his scalp to split and blood to pour forth. This wretched man. I shall find a way to kill you, Orochimaru vowed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, the fury in his chest threatening to consume him. He lifted his head, his serpent-like gaze fixed intently on Feng Yao, and spoke darkly. Yao-kun, I was remiss just now. I acknowledge your strength. Shall we cease hostilities? Witnessing Orochimaru's capitulation, Feng Yao released his name seal and, with an ease reminiscent of long-lost friends, helped Orochimaru to his feet. Come now, Mr. Orochimaru, do rise. The ground is quite chilly. Just now, we were merely engaging in a casual exchange. I hope you don't take offense. The 5 sound ninjas stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the rapid transformation of the man who had just moments ago displayed such merciless ferocity. Orochimaru himself was momentarily taken aback. Casual exchange? He had been on the brink of being slain. Yet, within Feng Yao's aura, he felt his earlier murderous intent and anger dissipating, replaced by a sense of astonishment mingled with greed. It appeared that his physique was exceedingly unique, capable of altering the thoughts of those around him. Moreover, judging by what he had just witnessed, he must have mastered Sage Mode. Such a body would indeed serve as a perfect vessel. With this thought, Orochimaru licked his lips, contemplating that had he not been outmatched by Feng Yao, he might have directly initiated an experiment to dissect him for research. Chapter 18. Space-Time Ninjutsu. Though the thoughts in his heart were malicious, Orochimaru was shrewd and composed. He wore a congenial smile, seemingly unfazed by the recent events. Yao Jun, you are being too courteous. It was I who proposed this exchange. How about we proceed to my base to discuss our forthcoming plans? Feng Yao was about to follow Orochimaru into the building when suddenly, Orochimaru's gaze shifted and he spoke again. Yao Jun, since we have formed an alliance, might I request that you remove your mask for a moment? Upon hearing these words, Feng Yao understood that Orochimaru sought to confirm his identity. However, the visage concealed beneath the mask bore no resemblance to the wanted poster. Yet, he sensed that refusal would not appease Orochimaru, so he reluctantly reached up to unveil his face. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. How extraordinarily handsome. It was astonishing that such beauty existed in the world. Duoyu gazed at Feng Yao, entranced. Even those around them momentarily lost their focus. Orochimaru, taken aback for a brief moment, quickly resumed his mental calculations. This individual possesses an exceptionally unique physique. However, his appearance is entirely unlike that of the person depicted on the wanted notice. Could he perhaps be employing a technique akin to the faceless jutsu? Yet, such matters are inconsequential now. What I desire is his body. Orochimaru cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back to the present, and addressed Feng Yao. Yao Jun, it would be prudent to don your mask once more. I fear my subordinates may succumb to your charm. Your appearance diverges from that on the wanted poster, but every individual harbors their own secrets. I am inclined to trust you, Yao Jun. Duoyu blushed and lowered her head. As for Feng Yao, he noted Orochimaru's lack of inquiry into his appearance and sensed an underlying purpose. After all, genuine trust in someone like Orochimaru cannot be merely spoken. After replacing his mask, he followed Orochimaru and the others into the building. Inside, there was an opening leading to rough stone steps descending into darkness. A long, cold tunnel lay ahead, filled with various cages, accompanied by the incessant sounds of cries, struggles, and anguished moans. These were the unfortunate souls captured by Orochimaru to serve as experimental subjects. Feng Yao was no saint. He had no intention of rescuing those who bore no connection to him, merely following Orochimaru with a calm demeanor until they reached a stone door. Within, there were several stone chairs and intricate machinery. after instructing the 5 to stand guard outside. Orochimaru took a seat and began to discuss the plans ahead with Feng Yao. Yao Jun, attacking Konoha requires not only individual strength, but also the power of a nation. Your arrival is fortuitous, for I already have a candidate in mind. Sitting quietly beside him, Feng Yao listened intently, aware that Orochimaru likely referred to the 4th Kazekage, Raza. In Feng Yao's recollection, due to the financial constraints of Sunagakure, Raza had recognized both the might of Konoha and the looming crisis. Thus, Orochimaru and Raza conspired to launch an assault on Konoha. The nation I speak of is the Land of Wind's Sunagakure, which has been weakened by the foolishness of the Land of Wind's daimyo, who continuously reduces the number of ninjas and funding for the ninja villages. This has led to a decline in Sunagakure's combat capabilities. They harbor the greatest apprehension towards Konoha, making them the most suitable ally. Orochimaru suddenly rose and approached Kazekage, his golden pupils widening in intensity. Thanks to your influence, Danzo has ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage. I have encountered him before, and he will not employ the conciliatory policies of the 3rd Hokage. Conflict is inevitable between us, and thus we may. I believe I comprehend your intent, Mr. Orochimaru. We shall ally with the Sand Shinobi to launch an assault on Konoha. Kazekage met Orochimaru's gaze with his cerulean eyes, noting that it was currently April, while their plan for Konoha's collapse was set to commence with the Chunin exams in July. This afforded them 3 months for preparation. Engaging in conversation with someone as astute as Kazekage proved to be effortless. I shall notify you when the plan is set in motion. For now, I suggest you take the opportunity to rest. If you wish, you may also tour my domain, Orochimaru said, patting Kazekage's shoulder while inhaling the alluring scent that surrounded him. His resolve to seize this body solidified within his heart. Upon stepping outside, the 4 individuals accompanying Doyuya harbored significant suspicion towards Kazekage, their expressions betraying their unease. Ignoring their glares, Kazekage brushed past them and inquired casually, "Where's my room?" The mood among those near him subtly relaxed, though Kimimaro shook his head, maintaining a vigilant demeanor. Lord Kazekage, allow me to escort you," Doyuya said, fidgeting with the hem of his clothing, a hint of bashfulness in his voice. "Hey, Doyuya, you can't be serious. This guy just..." Tsukurobo interjected, astonished by Doyuya's rapid shift in allegiance. "Shut it, Tsukurobo. What are you talking about?" "It was Lord Orochimaru who instructed us to accommodate Lord Kazekage," Doyuya retorted, his instinct to lash out curbed by Kazekage's presence. "It's fine. Just tell me where my room is," Kazekage replied, wishing only to find a place to rest and ponder their forthcoming plans. He knew he could not place his complete trust in Orochimaru. Such a person warranted constant vigilance. Likewise, Orochimaru could not trust him. And their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. "I'm perfectly fine. Allow me to guide you," Lord Kazekage, Doyuya said, ignoring Tsukurobo as he led Kazekage to his quarters. Observing their retreating figures, Tsukurobo sighed in resignation, well aware of Doyuya's sharp tongue. He often hoped Doyuya would exercise some restraint, but today had proven to be an exception. Orochimaru's base was expansive, and after a brief period akin to the brewing of tea, Kazekage arrived at a rather modest room. The floor was adorned with a thick white carpet, and a stove stood in the center, its ashes still warm from the last embers of charcoal. An oil lamp flickered beside it. "This shall be your resting chamber. I hope it meets your approval," Doyuya said, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. Kazekage offered him a subtle nod before stepping into the room. Only at the entrance, Doyuya remained standing there, unable to leave. Yet, even from that position, she could still sense the pure aura emanating from Feng Yao, and she wished to linger a while longer. After a full half-hour had passed, Feng Yao, with a hint of exasperation, rubbed his forehead, feeling a tinge of frustration. "Doyuya, do you have anything else you wish to discuss?" he inquired. Doyuya, caught off guard by his question, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "And no, is your wish, Lord Feng Yao, to destroy Konoha?" In her moment of panic, she recalled the conversation between Feng Yao and Orochimaru. However, at that moment, Feng Yao's expression grew dark, startling Doyuya with the sudden shift. With a cold and emotionless tone, he replied, "In the past, that was not my desire. Now, I have but one wish, to kill the 5th Hokage." As Duo Yu listened to his icy words, she took a few steps back, her fist gently clenched against her chest. Lowering her head in contemplation, she seemed to have made a decision. I will definitely become stronger. I will assist you, Lord Feng Yao, in fulfilling your wish. With that declaration, she dashed away, leaving Feng Yao to sigh in resignation. He discerned that Duo Yu had developed some feelings for him, yet she was merely a 14-year-old child, naive and uninformed. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in. In terms of physiological age, host, you are even younger than Duo Yu. You are merely 12 years old this year, albeit with a slightly more mature psychological age. I believe you can. Ah, shut your foul mouth. If it weren't for the innate charisma of this carefree mind, would I have to endure such incessant disturbances from these people? Look at Orochimaru. He's likely lusting after me. Moreover, if it weren't for your flawed system requiring the replacement of ninjutsu, I would have already infiltrated Konoha and slain Danzo. Why must I remain here? Feng Yao berated the system, his previously suppressed emotions stirred by the memory of his parents' demise. In this world, the only entity that truly understood him was this system. Before it, he felt no need to conceal his true self. The next time I issue a mission, I will ensure to settle this score with you, the system retorted. Feng Yao smirked in response. Bring it on. I await your challenge. The following day, the system announced, Host, please prepare. I shall randomly select ninjutsu from the Naruto universe for you. From this moment on, your sage techniques and sage mode will be rendered unusable. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao felt a strange energy constraining his ability to absorb natural energy. However, he did not forget sage techniques. He simply could not employ them. Let the selection begin, he said, his expression calm as he inhaled deeply. Congratulations, host. You have drawn space-time ninjutsu. You will now possess all space-time ninjutsu within the Naruto universe. But you will be temporarily unable to use any other techniques. Chapter 19. The Summoning Contract. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao momentarily exhaled in relief. The space-time ninjutsu seemed slightly more favorable than he had anticipated. This form of ninjutsu allows the practitioner to traverse freely between the realms of reality and other dimensions. It is undoubtedly a formidable category of ninjutsu, with the most renowned example being the S-rank space ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique. Subsequently, the system inundated Feng Yao's mind with a wealth of knowledge. His ability to absorb this information had markedly improved, enabling him to assimilate the concepts in a short span of time. Among the techniques he learned were Summoning Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Kamui, Intangibility, Heavenly Hand Power. The Center of Heaven, Yomi's Bi Saka, the Heavenly Sending Technique, and the Wheel Tombs of the Underworld. Some of these techniques not only belong to the realm of space ninjutsu, but also to the category of ocular jutsu. Feeling a sudden pang of insecurity, Feng Yao hesitantly inquired, Kamui and Intangibility can be used without the Sharingan, correct? However, it was evident that the system would not grant him such a concession. What are you thinking, host? You possess merely ordinary eyes. You require the Manjiki Sharingan, or even the Rinnegan to wield these ocular techniques. Feng Yao was left dumbfounded once more. Clearly, this revelation significantly diminished the array of space-time ninjutsu he could employ. You are deceiving me. How do you reconcile this with your claim that my physique allows for the perfect utilization of various ninjutsu? I meant that perfect usage would entail no side effects, such as injury or blindness when using the Manjiki Sharingan. Then it appears I must resort to acquiring someone else's eyes for transplantation. At this juncture, Feng Yao was too weary to engage in further debate or wordplay, choosing instead to contemplate how to adeptly wield these ninjutsu. Host, actually, eye transplantation is not a necessity. Given your physique, you merely need to obtain a small sample of the cells from the other party's Sharingan to seamlessly inherit their space-time ocular techniques. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao raised an eyebrow, responding with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Are you being serious? Absolutely, without a hint of exaggeration. Your physique is exponentially rarer than that of the sages in this world. Feng Yao's expression softened considerably. This revelation made the situation far more manageable. With Sasuke and Kakashi currently lacking in strength, he felt confident in his ability to acquire their cells. During this time, Feng Yao remained sequestered in his room, familiarizing himself with the application of his space-time ninjutsu. Mastery of a technique and its execution in battle are two distinctly different concepts. Apart from the occasional visits from Duyo, who brought him meals, he was not disturbed by anyone else. He had mentally simulated the Flying Thunder God technique countless times, allowing him to flexibly respond to any situation he might encounter. His next goal was to enhance his summoning jutsu, focusing not on the method itself, but rather on establishing a blood contract with a suitable summoning beast. He anticipated that seeking out a summoning beast might not yield significant power enhancements in the short term. The Sage of Slugs would be an excellent choice, given that it was not too far away. There is but one question. The Slug Sage is not adept in combat. Will I summon it merely to replenish Danzo's vitality? Nonetheless, a visit is certainly in order, yet I must seek another summoned beast for battle. Beyond contract summoning, I can also utilize object summoning, allowing me to conjure items from a specific location. This can be effectively exploited. Explosive tags, ninja tool scrolls, and even the Rashomon Gate fall under the category of object summoning. Feng can now summon Rashomon for defense. With this thought, Feng rose from the blanket, preparing to return to the Wetbone Forest. Just then, a figure knocked at the door. Feng calculated the time and presumed it was Moyo delivering the meal. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Kadamaru. Lord Feng, I have brought your lunch today." Kadamaru felt a flicker of reverence for the man who had so easily defeated him. The pure aura emanating from Feng was immensely beneficial to him. After only a brief encounter that day, he had noticed a significant increase in his training speed upon returning. He had intended to deliver meals previously, but was firmly rebuffed by Moyo, leaving him no opportunity to do so. Noticing Feng Yao's silence, Kadamaru was uncertain of his mood. Although he wished to linger longer, he feared provoking the other. If Lord Feng has no further instructions, I shall take my leave." With that, he arranged the utensils and prepared to exit. Just as Kadamaru was about to disappear around the corner, Feng Yao's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, broke the silence. Why did Moyo not come to deliver lunch today? Startled by the inquiry, Kadamaru paused, taken aback that Feng would express concern over such a matter, as he had always seemed aloof. Moyo had met with a cold reception despite her warm intentions. Moyo accidentally lost control while practicing her summoning technique. She was injured and is currently resting. Kadamaru, feeling compelled to be forthright, recounted everything he knew. Injured? Summoning technique? Hearing this, Feng furrowed his brow. He recalled that Moyo's summoning technique allowed her to call forth 3 spirits for battle. Although their power was moderate, there might be potential within the summoning contract. With this realization, he lifted his gaze to Kadamaru and commanded, "Where is she residing now? Take me to her." Yes, please follow me. She is quite nearby." Kadamaru, noting Feng Yao's concern for Moyo, could not suppress his thoughts. Could it be that there was something between them? Surely not. Preoccupied with the summoning technique, Feng paid no mind to Kadamaru's musings. His intent was solely to negotiate a contract with Moyo at a cost. Upon arriving at a modest, somewhat disordered dwelling, Feng observed scattered clothing. Moyo lay on the left side of the bed, her body trembling, a jagged black curse mark still etched upon her face, and cold sweat beading on her forehead. Manyu also wished to summon the 5 ghosts of the underworld through her family's summoning technique. However, her impatience led to an inability to contain the malevolent aura of her opponent, resulting in a backlash. Lord Orochimaru assured her that if she could endure this period, all would be well. Gatamura hastily explained the situation to Feng who fell silent for a moment. Is her urgency in training a consequence of my words that day? Surely not. The chakra within Manyu was not only chaotic, but also infused with a sinister and eerie essence, which undoubtedly was the reason for her current unconsciousness. Feng approached, seated himself on the bedside, and placed his hand upon Manyu's forehead. Pure mental energy flowed into her mind, gradually calming her down. The curse mark began to dissipate. Manyu slowly opened her eyes and saw Feng gently stroking her head. Initially, she thought it was a dream and nuzzled against his hand, only to be reminded by Gatamura beside her. Manyu, you're awake. It was Lord Feng who saved you." Manyu froze, realizing she was not dreaming. Feng my lord, I'm so sorry." Manyu hurriedly pulled the covers and sat up, apologizing to Feng Oh, it's good that you're all right. I have a small request for you. If Kitamura has no further matters, may I ask you to leave for a moment? Feng Yao believed his request was reasonable, as consulting others about ninjutsu could be inconvenient with bystanders present. However, to Gitanmaru and Manyu, the meaning shifted dramatically. It appeared that Lord Feng Yao truly wished to be alone with Manyu. Should they inform Lord Orochimaru about this? Lord Feng Yao, he wants to be alone with me. Why? Gitanmaru discreetly exited, closing the door behind him. Manyu sat on the bed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Aside from the last time Feng Yao had caught her, she had never been this close to him before. The sin of Lord Feng Yao is delightful, Manyu mused. Across from her, Feng Yao felt somewhat awkward seeing Manyu in such a state. He had merely come to inquire about ninjutsu. Clearing his throat, he said, Manyu, may I ask if your 3 ghosts have a summoning contract? Manyu, whose face was flushed and head bowed in anticipation of Feng Yao's questions, momentarily froze before realizing her misunderstanding and began to gesticulate. Yes, we do. Lord Feng Yao, why do you ask? Given Feng Yao's displayed prowess, it seemed unnecessary for him to rely on a summoning beast. Yet, he couldn't very well admit that he was unable to use his sage mode. I recently developed an interest in summoning techniques and happened to hear about your injuries relating to your research, so I came to see. Upon realizing that Feng Yao's visit was not solely due to her injuries, Manyu's eyes dimmed momentarily before brightening again as she retrieved her family's summoning contract. This is the summoning contract passed down through generations in our family. It allows communication with the underworld and the summoning of spirits to fight. My current strength only permits me to summon 3 ghosts. Upon observing the names of those who have signed the covenant on the scroll, Feng Yao nodded slightly. What he sought was indeed the spirit contract. Without it, even if he possessed the ability to perform spirit summoning, he would be unable to conjure formidable spirit beasts. His gaze then shifted towards Duoyu. Might this spirit contract allow me to affix my own signature? I am willing to trade my knowledge of ninjutsu, ensuring its worth is on par with that of this spirit contract. Chapter 20. The 5 Ghosts of the Underworld. Upon hearing this, Duoyu slightly furrowed his brow, for it pertained to a covenant passed down through generations of his family. His parents had informed him that only members of their lineage were permitted to enter into such agreements. However, if the counterpart happened to be Lord Feng Yao, it would not be necessary to force the issue. It would be of no consequence. With that, he smiled and returned the scroll to Duoyu, not wishing to impose. No. Ordinary people certainly cannot, he replied, but if it is Lord Feng Yao. Duoyu's face appeared to flush even deeper. If it is Lord Feng Yao, then please proceed to inscribe the summoning contract. After saying this, he pushed the summoning contract back towards Feng Yao with both hands, observing Duoyu's demeanor. Without hesitation, Feng Yao picked up a pen from the table and transcribed the spells he had once recorded in the Book of Seals onto the paper, presenting it to Duoyu. No. This is unacceptable. These ninjutsu techniques are far too precious. I cannot accept them, Duoyu exclaimed, having glanced at the paper and realizing it was filled with invaluable forbidden arts. He hastily pushed it back. Yet, Feng Yao remained resolute, and ultimately, Duoyu accepted it. He gently pressed the paper against his chest and declared, Lord Feng Yao, I shall grow stronger to assist you in achieving your desires. Subsequently, Feng Yao inscribed his name upon the summoning contract and affixed his seal, feeling the connection to another realm, capable of summoning its denizens. He ventured outside the village of sound, biting his fingertip and pressing it into the earth, black runes emanating from his palm. His consciousness intertwined with numerous malevolent spirits, their auras dark, ominous, and varying in strength. Feng Yao discerned that among them, 5 ghosts possessed formidable power, far surpassing the others. As he sought to approach them, these 5 specters unleashed a potent wave of malevolence, charging directly towards him. In reality, a dark mist began to swirl around Feng Yao, as if it intended to engulf him. However, upon nearing his form, it dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing into nothingness. The 5 ghosts realized they were utterly incapable of harming Feng Yao, and their astonishment rendered them desperate to flee. Yet, they were swiftly pierced through by Feng Yao's mental energy, transformed into spears. He opened his eyes. The summoning technique invoked the 5 ghosts of the underworld. A vast cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing 5 colossal figures standing upon the ground, each towering nearly 100 meters, resembling giants. The Slaughter Ghost, wielding dual axes, adept in physical combat. The Corpse Ghost, brandishing a long spear, capable of manipulating the deceased to attack. The Grievance Ghost, tasked with countering incoming assaults, instantaneously teleporting to the host's side during an attack. The Malevolent Ghost, capable of emitting a piercing wail to assault the enemy's psyche. The Spirit Ghost, able to absorb others' chakra and return it to the caster. Beside him, Duoyue gazed in astonishment, recalling her previous attempts to summon one of these 5 entities. Unfortunately, the strength of her opponent had far exceeded her own, resulting in a backlash instead of success. Now, Feng Yao had summoned all 5 with ease. Feng Yao subtly assessed the might of the 5 ghosts. At present, each possessed at least the strength of A.J. Nin. Considering how they could synergize along with his guidance, it is indeed a delightful surprise to have discovered something remarkable. Feng Yao exclaimed with a hint of excitement, for it was a time when he found himself lacking in strength. After all, without the Sage Mode, his prowess had significantly diminished, thereby reducing his chances of vanquishing Danzo. He needed to ensure complete preparation to enhance his odds, a task he excelled at. Lord Feng Yao is truly remarkable. These 5 are the most formidable spirits from the netherworld, Midoriya cheered on the sidelines, her enthusiasm seemingly surpassing even her own joy at mastering this ninjutsu. Thank you, Midoriya. With the addition of an aggressive summoning beast, things have become much more convenient. Following Midoriya's guidance, Feng Yao procured numerous kunai and scrolls nearby, marking the kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique. Lord Feng Yao, Lord Orochimaru wishes to see you. He has matters of great importance to discuss, Kai Otamura hurriedly reported as he rushed over to Feng Yao. Understood. How curious, though, with 2 months remaining until the Chunin exams. Why would Orochimaru seek me out now? Upon arriving at the eerie underground, Orochimaru's shadowy visage greeted him, arms outstretched in welcome. After gently pushing Orochimaru aside, Feng Yao inquired about the reason for his summons. It turned out that after Danzo's ascension, a multitude of ninjas had been dispatched on missions, ostensibly to demonstrate Konoha's strength to the outside world. Additionally, it served to monitor various nations, with particular emphasis on Sand Shinobi, as the so-called allies were merely bound by paper treaties. For the safety and interests of their own village, they could engage in warfare at any moment. Given their proximity, Danzo feared that the Sand Shinobi might seize the opportunity to attack Konoha amid its weakening strength, while the Sand Shinobi were wary that Danzo might proactively strike for the security of Konoha. The conflict between the two was nearly unavoidable and was escalating rapidly. Thus, the 4th Kazekage had proactively reached out to Orochimaru, expressing a desire to collaborate in an assault on Konoha, earlier than anticipated. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. I plan to take my subordinates to the Land of Wind for discussions. I wonder if you, Yao Kuan, would consider accompanying me. Orochimaru revealed his true intentions, only to be outright rejected by Feng Yao. No, I have matters to attend to during this period. Mr. Orochimaru, please inform me when you are prepared. With that, he departed without a backward glance, unaware that Orochimaru had lost access to Sage Mode. Feng Yao was acutely aware of Orochimaru's capabilities, highlighting the disparity in intelligence between them. Never underestimate the significance of information. Jiraiya's defeat against Pain stemmed from a severe lack of intelligence. Even Pain himself remarked that had it not been for that secret, they would have never stood a chance against Jiraiya. If any hint of suspicion arose during the journey to the Land of Wind with Orochimaru, the latter might once again turn against him. For Orochimaru, the pursuit of all ninjutsu in the world and the power of immortality outweighed everything else. The notion of trust in a pact was utterly laughable. Upon returning to his room, he tidied up a few items before preparing to head towards the Wetbone Forest. As he departed, he encountered the 5 members of the Sound Ninja. Lord Feng Yao, where are you off to? Moya cheerfully approached, hands clasped behind his back, while Kidomaru extended his 6 arms. I have some matters to attend to and should return within 2 months, so there is no need for Orochimaru to worry. Feng Yao replied succinctly to Moya's inquiry before striding towards the village entrance, with Moya watching him leave. Suddenly, a figure flashed behind Moya, and just as she turned, Kimimoro's cold, calm voice echoed. Do not forget that it was Lord Orochimaru who bestowed upon you your powers. Should I discover any treachery against him, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Kimimara's murderous intent enveloped Moya, rendering her motionless. However, having spent so many days by Feng Yao's side, her strength had surged remarkably. She bit her tongue, forcibly breaking free from Kimimara's grip. She swiftly stepped back, yet Kimimaro showed no intent to pursue. Remember my words, he stated before departing, viewing Orochimaru as a deity. Thus, Kimimaro had been particularly watchful since Feng Yao's arrival, and witnessing Moya's evident allegiance to the one who had harmed Orochimaru was intolerable to him. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto slammed a piece of paper onto the table, fuming. Why can't I go on missions with Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke? He questioned the fifth Hokage, Danzo Shimura. You are the Nine Tails, a weapon and a tool of the village. Should you roam freely? It could present an opportunity for enemy nations, resulting in immeasurable losses for Konoha, Danzo replied without even glancing at Naruto, dismissing him as merely a child. His focus lay on the movements of other great nations, particularly the Wind Country nearby. Naruto clenched his right hand in trembling anger, feeling the weight of despair. Would he forever remain unacknowledged by the villagers? Was becoming Hokage merely a guise for being a vessel that contained a monster? Just as he teetered on the brink of deep self-doubt, Kakashi burst in, standing beside Naruto and placing a hand on his shoulder. If I may speak candidly, Hokage-sama, Naruto is not as weak as you presume. He is my acknowledged subordinate, and I believe he is capable of participating in missions. At that moment, Kakashi, fully recovered from his injuries, had swiftly learned of the recent events, the resignation of the third Hokage and Danzo's ascension, an unwelcome development indeed. He arrived just in time to overhear the exchange between Naruto and Danzo. It was evident that restrictions on Naruto's movements had already begun, despite him being appointed Hokage. This situation was concerning. Kakashi's entrance prompted Danzo to finally raise his gaze, recognizing that he must address the elite forces of the village, particularly the shinobi. You must be aware of the profound desire that each great nation harbors for such power. As the Hokage, it is my solemn duty to safeguard the village, extinguishing any potential threats in their infancy. Furthermore, as a ninja, one must embrace the notion of self-sacrifice, otherwise, one is unworthy of the title. Danzo's tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent as he resumed his focus on official matters. Kakashi furrowed his brow in concern and subsequently departed with a somewhat despondent Naruto by his side. Chapter 21. Return to Wet Bone Forest at dawn. As the eastern winds herald the daybreak, the morning light gently unfolds. The chill of the night has condensed into dewdrops, lingering upon the leaves as Feng Yao traverses the mountain where the slug sage resides. The scenery remains unchanged from his previous visit, with a patch of grass slightly heaving, transforming into a slug. Feng Yao, have you come back to see me? The slug sage's joy is palpable upon noticing Feng Yao's arrival. Recently, Lady Tsunade has seldom sought its company, leaving it with only the medical texts Feng Yao had gifted. Indeed, esteemed slug sage, I have returned bearing a gift for you. A sincere smile graces Feng Yao's face, for he knows that sometimes the bond with a summoning beast is far more reliable and kind than that with a human. He produces a ring engraved with the character Fortune and hands it over. What is this? Ah, your aura feels so comforting. As the slug sage receives the ring, it crawls onto Feng Yao's shoulder, relishing the purity of his essence, which greatly benefits its cultivation as a spiritual beast. This is proof of our organization as summoning. Additionally, esteemed slug sage, I wish to establish a summoning contract with you. Gently patting the little slug's head, Feng Yao broached the matter at hand. Ah, Feng Yao, can you truly sign a summoning contract now? That is splendid news. In the future, you may come directly to Wet Bone Forest whenever needed. I often feel so lonely here. The slug sage, eager and unhesitant, summoned an enormous scroll. As it unfurled, it revealed the names of many who had signed summoning contracts with Wet Bone Forest over the millennia. The last name inscribed was that of Tsunade Senju. Feng Yao affixed his own signature, pricking his finger to seal it with his blood, feeling a thread of connection established with Wet Bone Forest. Thank you, esteemed slug sage. I would also like to inquire if there are any other summoning beasts in the vicinity. The slug sage, possessing a wealth of knowledge about the world, was the perfect source for such inquiries. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the land of wind, Orochimaru stood in the desert alongside Kabuto and Kimimaro, awaiting a visitor. A figure clad in a white robe and adorned with a blue Hokage had approached. This man was Raza, the fourth Kazekage and father of Gaara. Haha, fourth Kazekage. You have arrived rather late, Orochimaru remarked with a sinister smile, his golden eyes fixed intently on Raza, flanked by two sand shinobi. Orochimaru, do not overstep your bounds. You are merely a fugitive from Konoha, and it is a risk for the Kazekage to meet with you. One of the sand shinobi interjected. But Raza raised a hand to silence him, calmly addressing Orochimaru. Recently, Konoha has tightened its surveillance on our sand village, which has regrettably consumed much of my time. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Clearly, Raza wished to avoid any unnecessary prolongation and aimed to confirm the timing of the impending assault on Konoha. Oh, the Kazekage is indeed anxious. I can assist your nation in attacking Konoha, on the condition that I acquire all forbidden jutsu from Konoha, and that thereafter neither Konoha nor the Sand Village will impede my research. Orochimaru also presented his own conditions, which were promptly met with Raza's refusal. Orochimaru was already formidable enough. Granting him access to Konoha's forbidden techniques would render him even more formidable, and Raza could not afford to create another adversary while attempting to eliminate one. As for Orochimaru's research, he had heard whispers of it. Such matters were intolerable not only in Konoha but also within Sunagakure. Your two conditions are excessively stringent. I cannot acquiesce to them. What I can assure you is that I will persuade Konoha to lift the bounty on you, and that is all. Upon hearing Raza's words, Orochimaru's expression darkened. The notion of lifting a bounty suggested the possibility of reinstating it, a statement more suited for children. Meanwhile, Kimimaro and Kabuto observed Orochimaru, seeming ready to strike at any moment, while Raza remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly smiled, easing the previously tense atmosphere and subtly signaling Kimimaro to refrain from action. How about this? I propose a different condition. I will assist you in attacking Konoha. And in return, you Sunagakure ninjas will help me eliminate someone. Raza was taken aback, not anticipating Orochimaru's willingness to compromise so readily. Though the individual Orochimaru sought to eliminate was likely not an ordinary foe. Who is it? Hiki, you must have heard of him. He is the rogue ninja who recently ambushed Konoha, destroyed Hokage Rock, and defeated the third Hokage, Feng Yao. As Orochimaru uttered Feng Yao's name, a gleam of madness flickered across his face. In recent days, he had covertly approached Feng Yao, and the closer he got, the more he coveted that body, not only for its ability to influence others' minds. Orochimaru even felt that his own understanding of ninjutsu had significantly deepened in Feng Yao's presence. If he could possess that body, he might learn all the world's ninjutsu in the shortest time possible. With this thought, Orochimaru greedily licked his lips. You're asking us to assist you in eliminating him? The very person who can defeat the third Hokage? Raza queried incredulously. I, along with my subordinates, will also lend our aid. Furthermore, he is currently my ally and has needs of his own, so our chances are quite substantial, provided I remain alive. Raza pondered for a moment, weighing his options, and ultimately consented to Orochimaru's request. Orochimaru extended his hand, a sinister smile gracing his lips. A pleasant collaboration, Lord Kazekage. The scene shifted to Konoha, where sunlight bathed the Hokage's office. A group of Umbu members knelt on the ground. Hokage-sama, in recent days, Sunagakure has been constantly mobilizing ninjas from various regions back to their homeland, and the fourth Kazekage seems to be quietly meeting with someone. Though we have yet to ascertain who it is highly likely that this is a move against Konoha. Listening to his subordinate's report, Danzo's expression remained impassive. However, the actions of the Sand Ninjas had aroused his suspicion. For Danzo, mere suspicion warranted eradication. He would rather wrongly eliminate 1,000 than let a single threat slip by. Contemplating this, Danzo lifted his head and commanded the person before him, recall some of the Jonin who are currently deployed. Suspend the pursuit of Feng Yao for the time being. In a few days, the Chunin exams will be jointly held by the allied nations. During this period, I shall take the opportunity to instigate conflict against the Sand Hidden Village. Inform all the Jonin of this directive and summon them. After speaking, Danzo produced the pre-written orders and plans, handing them over to his subordinates. There are still many Jonin who harbor discontent towards him. However, once war commences, They will come to realize that he is the one capable of leading Konoha to its former glory. Danzo aims to emulate the first Hokage and unify the ninja world. Kakashi, discontented with Danzo's actions, chose not to reveal Feng Yao's true appearance to him upon awakening, but instead reported it to the third Hokage. Upon learning this, the third Hokage furrowed his brows in confusion. He, too, could not ascertain who Feng Yao truly was, an enemy spy, a mysterious ninja from the Land of Waves, or merely an intern from Konoha. Thus, the true visage of Feng Yao remains known only to a select few, adding an extra layer of protection for him. On this day, many Jonin received intelligence from the Umbu, a secret order from the Hokage. Are we on the verge of war? The peace painstakingly established by the third Hokage is at stake. Danzo, you scoundrel. The third Hokage, enraged by Kakashi's report, slammed the paper onto the table. Astonished that Danzo would so swiftly seek to initiate conflict with the neighboring allied nations. Kakashi, I need you to find someone, he said, turning his grave gaze toward Kakashi. Chapter 22. The Chunin exam. A gust of mountain wind swept through as dozens of individuals from the Sound Village formed a circle, with Orochimaru at the center articulating his plans. Suddenly, a rustling in the nearby trees caught everyone's attention, causing them to tense up and direct their gazes toward the source. It was Feng Yao returning from the wet-bone forest. He surveyed the surroundings slowly, his piercing gaze compelling those around him to avert their eyes. Yaokuin, you have finally returned. Hehe, I thought you had given up on your quest for vengeance, Orochimaru remarked, visibly relieved upon seeing Feng Yao. After hearing of his departure, Orochimaru had dispatched individuals in search of him, but to no avail. The loss of Feng Yao would mean the loss of a perfectly crafted vessel. Humph. Has the plan already commenced? Feng Yao shot a glance at Orochimaru, getting straight to the point. With July approaching, the Chunin exams were imminent. According to the storyline, Orochimaru would first send 3 sound shinobi to participate in Konoha's Chunin assessment while masquerading as the 4th Kazekage, subsequently instigating the plan for Konoha's destruction during the exams. Certainly, the upcoming Chunin exams hosted by Konoha represented a rare opportunity for direct infiltration. I too shall dispatch my subordinates to infiltrate, and together with the Sand Shinobi, we shall obliterate Konoha. In that moment, Yaokuin's desires shall undoubtedly be fulfilled. A faint smile hovered on Orochimaru's lips as he regarded Feng Yao. How curious. How did Orochimaru manage to impersonate the Kazekage? With Kimimaro present and Kabuto presumably in Konoha, Orochimaru should logically be in the Sand Village. Could it be that my arrival has altered the course of events, leading to the 4th Kazekage's survival at Orochimaru's hands? Yet, from this day forth, Konoha shall cease to exist. Feng Yao's voice was icy as he responded, though his words were softly spoken. The chilling intent was palpable to all present. The expressions among the crowd varied. Some were unfamiliar with Feng Yao, while others clasped their hands together, gazing at him with admiration. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to the ninjas from the Sound Village who will be heading to Konoha, Orochimaru said with a broad smile, pointing out those selected for the mission. First among them were the 5 Sound Shinobi, with Kimimaro still in good health, indicating that he had not encountered the 4th Kazekage in conflict. Additionally, there were participants in the assessment, Saku, Toshi, and Jin. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Claim the top spot. Mission requirement. Achieve first place in the Chunin exams hosted by Konoha. Reward. 1 random draw. Slogan. Young man, while others have already become Chunin, you have yet to attain even the rank of Genin. Go prove yourself. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao erupted with frustration. What the hell? Are you even aware of the situation regarding this Chunin exam? Danger lurks at every corner. Conflict could erupt at any moment. What nonsense is this about participating in the Chunin assessment? However, the system paid him no heed, and with an inward gesture of defiance, he acknowledged that he was now burdened with 3 accumulated tasks. Reluctantly, he steeled himself to speak. I believe I require a legitimate identity as well. Let one of your positions be relinquished for me, Wind Yao spoke in a low voice. Yet his tone conveyed an undeniable authority as he addressed the 3 members of the Sound Ninja. Sak, Toss, and Jin exchanged glances, for they were unfamiliar with Wind Yao's true nature. Why should we yield the position to you? Who do you think you are? This is an order from Lord Orochimaru. Toss stepped forward, directly refuting Wind Yao's claim. Ah, you are quite suitable, especially with those bandages. I need not exert much effort to disguise myself, Wendy replied. And before Toss could react, he swiftly maneuvered behind him, pressing his hand against the back of Toss' head and forcefully driving it down to the ground. A resounding crack echoed as the forehead protector met the earth, shards of stone and blood splattering in all directions. Orochimaru frowned slightly at the scene. While he did not particularly care for the life of his subordinate, he was taken aback by the audacity of such an act in his presence. Yet it was not the time to confront Windyao. Ah, Yao Kuan, spare him. He did not intend any disrespect. I concede to your request, Orochimaru remarked, prompting Wen Yao to release his grip on Toss, who promptly succumbed to unconsciousness from the forceful blow. Those around them should have reacted with anger. Yet under the influence of Windiao's aura, they remained silent, perhaps intimidated by his presence. As the night deepened, the sky hung heavy with dark clouds, portending an imminent storm, a harbinger of impending conflict. The following day, Windiao, Sak, and Jean traversed the mountain path. At this moment, Windiao's face was obscured with bandages, and he donned the forehead protector of the Sound Ninja, revealing one striking azure eye. Toss-sama, are you hungry? I have some food here, Jean inquired amiably, addressing Windiao by the name he had adopted for the sake of disguise. Jean, captivated by Windiao's aura, continued to shower him with attentions throughout their journey. I say, system, can this passive effect be turned off? It's rather bothersome. Everyone seems drawn to me. What if I were to lose my virtue in the process? Windiao mused. Host, you cannot deactivate it at this moment. This is a privilege many would envy. The system's voice responded, tinged with a teasing tone rather than its usual coldness. Even I would prefer not to be subjected to everyone's affections. Windiao sighed inwardly. After rejecting further advances, he quickened his pace, soon laying eyes upon a large village. He gazed for a moment, a look of nostalgia and remorse washing over him, then abruptly closed his eyes and knelt upon the ground, bowing in the direction of his home. Sak and Jean could not comprehend the significance of Windiao's gesture. Upon his return, Windiao harbored intentions of vengeance against two individuals and the destruction of one village. He hoped that his parents could find peace in the afterlife, for he would provide them with the closure they deserved. With this thought in mind, he led the somewhat perplexed Sak and Jean towards the village of Konoha. At the entrance, only one Jonin and several Chunin were stationed to oversee and inspect the passage permits for those entering and exiting Konoha. Most others were stationed around the village, on watch to ensure the safety of the assessment. Feng Yao stepped forward, presenting his pass to the guard for inspection. Once confirmed, he confidently entered the Hidden Leaf village. Shortly thereafter, he overheard a commotion ahead. Hey, that hurts. Let him go, you fat idiot. It was Naruto's voice. Recognizing it instantly, Feng Yao surmised he had encountered Gaara's team. He leapt onto a tree to observe the unfolding situation. Don't embarrass me here. A calm, indifferent voice came from a nearby tree. It belonged to a boy with pale skin and pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Notably marked by the character for love inscribed on his forehead, it was Gaara. Lord Toshi, that appears to be a ninja from Sunagakure, Kin whispered, though her voice caught Sasuke's attention, prompting him to retaliate with a stone. Who is that, hiding over there? Feng Yao effortlessly caught the stone and descended to reveal himself. Is that headband? From the Sound Village? Temari remarked, pondering the insignia. Upon seeing Feng Yao, Naruto squinted, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, he exclaimed, aren't you that kid we rescued from Zabuza in the Land of Waves? You've grown so much. Why have you come to our village? Sasuke and Sakura widened their eyes, scrutinizing Feng Yao anew. Although his height and build had changed, those striking azure eyes were unmistakable. This was indeed the ninja capable of defeating even Kakashi-sensei. Feng Yao felt a twinge of awkwardness. Was his plan to infiltrate Konoha about to be thwarted before it even began? Yet, observing their astonishment, he sensed they were unaware of his identity. Had Kakashi not informed Danzo of his appearance? Ahem, you must have mistaken me. We just met. Feng Yao continued to feign innocence, unwilling to admit his identity with so many eyes watching in the village. However, Sasuke had no intention of hearing him out. Ever since that incident, he had been driven by a desire for strength. Seeing someone of similar age like Feng Yao in the Land of Waves had only intensified his resolve. He charged at Feng Yao, delivering a swift kick. Shall we test it out? But the current Sasuke was no match for Feng Yao. He swiftly seized Sasuke's ankle, pulling him forward and spinning him around to grasp the nape of his neck. Calm down. We are merely here for the assessment. With Feng Yao's hold, Sasuke fell silent. The pure aura emanating from Feng Yao dulled the darkness and hatred within him, leaving him momentarily devoid of struggle. He felt an inexplicable urge to heed the man's words. Do not harm Sasuke. Upon witnessing Sasuke being captured, Sakura anxiously called out. Naruto's gaze sharpened, his hand resting on the kunai at his waist, poised to take action at a moment's notice. Chapter 23. Gaara. The members of Gaara's team were astonished to witness Sasuke being so effortlessly captured. Each face was etched with disbelief, for Sasuke was undoubtedly among the top 3 in strength among the newcomers of Konoha. To be ensnared in an instant was beyond comprehension. Gaara's gaze, however, was fixed upon Fy, who slowly spoke. I find you quite intriguing. What is your name? I'm Gaara of the Sandstorm. As Gaara's eyes fell upon him, Fy pondered deeply, harboring a sense of distrust towards Orochimaru. Moreover, with the 4th Kazekage still alive, he realized that he might require allies. He replied in a gentle tone, I am Tsu, a ninja from the Sound Village, and I too find you fascinating. With that, he released Sasuke. Sasuke, still somewhat disoriented, felt a warmth akin to the happiness of his childhood while beside Fy. He deduced that this individual could not possibly be the same one they encountered in the Land of Waves. For the aura he emanated was vastly different from that of the person he remembered. After speaking, he gradually returned to Naruto's side. Temari blushed slightly as she gazed at Sasuke, thinking to herself that he was rather handsome. Well then, since the misunderstanding has been cleared, we ought to take our leave. Kin, let us go, Fy said, seizing the opportunity presented by Sasuke's release. He fabricated an excuse, leading and Kin towards the site of the Konoha examination, only to deliberately distance himself from them midway. I have matters to attend to. You two proceed to the examination site and wait for me. And Kin exchanged bewildered glances, yet they dared not defy Fy's command. Yes, Lord Tsu, they acquiesced. With a swift turn, Fy darted back. At this moment, Gaara's trio was traversing the streets of Konoha, discussing the events that had just transpired. That bandaged ninja seems formidable. I never anticipated such prowess among the Sound Ninjas. I yearn for a chance to battle him, remarked Kankuro. Suit yourself, but remember why we are here, Temari interjected. As they were vaguely aware of the underlying plans and understood that the Sound Ninjas could, from a certain perspective, be considered allies. Suddenly, Gaara halted. His gaze transfixed on a distant tree. What is it, Gaara? Temari inquired, puzzled. Yet, Gaara offered no response, instead addressing the tree, do not hide, come forth. I have already detected your presence. Are you unable to resist the urge to engage with me? Upon hearing this, Fy descended from the tree. At this juncture, Gaara's emotions were still tumultuous, rife with solitude and disdain. Gaara, I wish to speak with you, Fy declared, and in a mere instant, he blinked to stand before Gaara. Gaara instinctively summoned his sand to retaliate. But then, how warm. What is this sensation? Gaara's hand fell. For he had long been engulfed in profound emptiness and isolation, yet now his heart was enveloped in an unparalleled tranquility. After all, strictly speaking, Gaara is still a child, and the burdens he bears are exceedingly painful for him. His heart remains perpetually scarred until he encounters Naruto, who persuades him with words. However, the current version of himself possesses the Shy Chishintai, a presence far more formidable than Naruto's persuasive speech. Fy gently places his hand on Gaara, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. In that moment, Shizen and Kankuro beside them finally react. Oh no, he has taken Gaara away. How could you just stand there and watch? I don't even know how it happened. I felt as if that guy was a good person, and didn't he perceive any threat? You felt the same, didn't you? I. How could Gaara have been taken so easily? We must report this to Captain Maki immediately. After exchanging mutual grievances, the two hastily depart. At this moment, Gaara is taken by Fy to a clearing several thousand meters away from Konoha. Gaara remains calm, partly because he is not afraid, and partly because he senses no malice from the man before him. What do you intend to do? Gaara inquires. Fy does not respond verbally, but instead unwraps the bandages from his face, revealing his exquisite visage. Gaara's eyes widen in surprise. seemingly understanding why the man had been masked. Actually, my name is FY. I was previously using a false name. FY, revealing his true identity to Gaara, knows that only sincerity can sway him and draw him into his fold. Hearing such honesty from FY softens Gaara's gaze considerably. I have heard of you. I did not expect you to dare to conceal your identity and infiltrate Konoha. What is your intention in revealing your identity and bringing me here? Had it been anyone else, Gaara would have already torn them to shreds for such audacity. Yet, facing FY, he finds it difficult to summon any murderous intent and is instead curious about FY's intentions. I seek your assistance. My entry into Konoha is fraught with peril. Many wish to kill me, so I need to find a friend, a trustworthy ally. FY's tone is earnest, and although Gaara's pupils slightly constrict upon hearing this, he furrows his brow. I cannot comply. I am a ninja of Sunagakure. Without the village's orders, I cannot arbitrarily assist anyone. Upon hearing Gaara's response, FY does not feel disheartened. Instead, he internally acknowledges the potential for success. I understand. I do not wish to impose my will upon you. If you choose not to help me, I will not hinder your decision. As he speaks, he gently places his hand on Gaara's head, intending to offer him a gift. Gaara instinctively flinches, but, upon meeting FY's gentle gaze, does not evade. A pure stream of spiritual energy enters Gaara's body, seeking the sealing technique that binds Shikaku. Upon observing this, FY furrows his brow. The sealing technique employed here is rather rudimentary, and in this regard, the village hidden in the sand falls short of the Leaf Village. It is likely that the fourth Kazekage, relying on his sand gold to subdue the One Tail, did not consider the necessity of refining the sealing method. Consequently, Gaara had to depend on his own mental fortitude to control Shikaku, resulting in his insomnia. Feng Yao infused a portion of his mental energy and chakra into the sealing technique. His mental prowess is among the purest in the world of ninjas, possessing an allure even for tailed beasts. What extraordinary mental energy is this, so remarkably pure? Shikaku, who harbors an innate contempt for humans, felt a warmth emanating from this mental energy, rendering him less agitated. Thus, Gaara need not fear that his slumber would allow Shikaku to seize his consciousness at any moment. As he released his grip, traces of tears adorned Gaara's face. He had endured not only solitude and suffering from a young age, but had also been plagued by an acute lack of security, with Shikaku seeking to claim his mind and his father wishing to end his life. Yet now, it seemed as though someone akin to Yashimura had emerged. Someone he once trusted and deeply loved. Remember, Gaara, you are not alone. Regardless of the choices you make henceforth, I shall regard you as my dearest friend. After uttering these words, Feng Yao gently ruffled Gaara's hair, his gaze softening. Gaara wiped his tears away. Mr. Feng Yao, may I address you as such? Initially intending to call him simply Feng Yao, Gaara suddenly felt that such familiarity would be disrespectful, hence he added the honorific. Of course, it is merely a form of address. Mr. Feng Yao, while I cannot promise to assist you in any particular endeavor, should you ever find yourself in peril, I will stand by your side. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao enveloped Gaara in an embrace. Gaara's body stiffened momentarily before his expression relaxed, and he reached out to return the embrace. That is sufficient. Gaara, I have a gift for you. He then took Gaara's hand and placed a ring inscribed with a crescent moon upon it, causing Gaara to momentarily freeze in astonishment. Feng Yao cleared his throat. We are friends now, so it is only natural to exchange gifts. This ring symbolizes our bond. Gaara lowered his gaze, caressing the ring that Feng Yao had given him. Host, you are becoming increasingly shameless, allowing yourself to gain such formidable power. Ahem, how could you speak so? I am merely considering Gaara's well-being. He may soon become a target for Akatsuki, and at that time, I shall protect him. After conversing with the system, Feng Yao donned his disguise once more and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return with Gaara to the Leaf Village. Chapter 24. The first examination. Upon returning to the hidden Leaf Village, Gaara and Efya bid each other farewell. Where could Lord T.S. be? Jean anxiously awaited at the spot, while beside him, Saku displayed an unmistakable impatience. You've asked that over 30 times already. How would I know? It's infuriating, Saku retorted, nearly driven to madness by Jin's incessant queries. At that moment, a gentle voice emerged, and Efya appeared behind them. What are you all discussing? I have returned. Saku exhaled with relief, while Jean gazed at him with admiration. They proceeded together into the examination room, where a considerable number of ninjas had already gathered, representing various countries surrounding the hidden leaf. This assembly served as a microcosm of inter-country warfare, a stage for showcasing each nation's strength. According to his recollection, the participants in this CH-9 exam included 30 from Sunagakure, 21 from AIM, 6 from Kusa, 6 from Taki, 87 from Konoha, and 3 from Odo. The disparity in military might among the nations was evident from these figures. The strength of a nation is synonymous with the prowess of its ninja, and the might of the ninja is ultimately determined by their abilities. Upon entering, he spotted many familiar faces. Shikamaru, Kiba, and Choji were among his former classmates from the Ninja Academy. At that moment, Effie's attention was drawn to another individual, Kabuto. Renowned as one of the most cunning strategists in the world of Hokage, he was engaged in conversation with Naruto and others, discussing the various villages and ninjas participating in the exam. As for the Sound Village, being a newly established minor nation, it had scant intelligence, while the other nations were replete with formidable talents. This conversation reached Effie's ears, as well as those of Saku and Jean, whose expressions soured at the implications. Kabuto truly was an exceptional spy, entirely discarding his position as the second-in-command of the Sound Village during his discourse. In all honesty, Effie considered recruiting Kabuto under his command. However, he understood that Kabuto was no Na'vi child. He was adept at gathering intelligence across nations and had been deeply indoctrinated by Orochimaru, unlike Gaara, who could be swayed by his own abilities. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I will never be defeated by you. The crowd fell eerily silent for a few seconds, their gazes toward Naruto tinged with hostility. I want to teach him a lesson. Lord TS, what do you think? Should we? Effie stifled the urge to laugh, contemplating, what do I think? I genuinely want to see how you handle your own second-in-command. I won't stop you. Just don't go overboard. As soon as the words left his lips, Saki was the first to charge forward. His hands bore special devices that allowed him to manipulate air pressure with chakra. Leaping into the air, he launched a cutting wave towards Kabuto, who nimbly evaded with a swift push off the ground. Jean seized the opportunity to throw silver needles, aiming them at Kabuto's rear, pulling the strings taut with his hands. A sudden cacophony of bells rang out, a sound that could unnerve anyone who heard it. Do appeared dazed, only to be sent sprawling by a punch from Saku. Damn, what superb acting. It was almost lifelike, and it's no wonder Do's infiltration efforts had gone unnoticed. Feng Yao couldn't help but silently commend Do for his performance. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions rushed forward, preparing to confront Saku. Suddenly, a massive cloud of white smoke erupted in the classroom. Quiet down, you bastards. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a multitude of Chunin, along with the chief examiner, Marino Ibiki. Impatient, are we? I am the examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection exam. You sound ninja, tone it down, or risk disqualification from the exam. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao stepped forward. I apologize, my companion has been rude. Are you all right? My friend? He helped Do to his feet. Mr. Feng Yao, Gaara noted silently, having observed the exchange. Do cast a meaningful glance at Feng Yao, indicating that he was unperturbed. Marino Ibiki surveyed the room before announcing the rules of the examination. Next, each of you will receive a piece of intelligence. Your task is to safeguard your information from being viewed by others while simultaneously attempting to steal the intelligence of your peers. You will have 1 hour to accomplish this within a 1-kilometer radius of this vicinity. Exceeding this distance will result in disqualification. At the end of the time, the teams that have successfully protected their intelligence and acquired any one other team's information will advance. If either condition is unmet, disqualification is immediate. Feng Yao frowned slightly upon hearing this. Have the rules of the Chunin exam truly been altered? Is it due to my presence? Once all the participants had received their scrolls, Marino Ibiki gave the command. Then let the examination commence. Chapter 25. A smooth advancement. As Senju Ibiki's words echoed in the air, Feng Yao swiftly targeted a Leaf Village ninja ahead. The pursuit of intelligence did not necessarily require stealth. It could also be seized outright. Once the examination commenced, all but one's own team members became adversaries. This assessment was far more ruthless than the previous one, and the odds of a Leaf Ninja advancing were significantly greater than those from other nations. Given the sheer number of Leaf Shinobi, it was improbable for them to turn against one another, leading to a considerable elimination of foreign competitors. Humph. Such is the style of Danzo, Feng Yao mused internally, his hands showing no sign of restraint. The Leaf Ninja attempted a hasty dodge, but Feng Yao was not one to let an opportunity slip away. With a forceful strike upon the table, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Leaf Ninja flying. The unfortunate shinobi felt as though he had been struck by a massive hammer, crashing to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. By the time he regained his senses, he found Feng Yao standing before him once more. Another heavy punch rendered the Leaf Ninja unconscious. Feng Yao, unfazed, retrieved the intelligence from his rival's grasp and tucked it away with nonchalance, returning to his seat without a care for concealment. His two companions, already well acquainted with Feng Yao's prowess, remained unsurprised. However, as the attention of the entire arena turned towards him, a swell of pride surged within them. The surrounding competitors quickly reacted, scrambling and leaping through windows in search of opportunities to pilfer intelligence. Yet, no one dared to challenge Feng Yao, paralyzed by the decisiveness and ferocity of his earlier actions. Beside him, Gaara ensnared 3 fleeing Leaf Ninjas with sand, effortlessly acquiring the intelligence they possessed. Following Feng Yao's example, he returned to his seat. Senju Abiki furrowed his brow at the sight. This cohort of youngsters was rather formidable. It was unusual for them to brazenly occupy their seats after seizing intelligence. As time passed, more individuals secured information from rival teams, and the numbers continued to dwindle. After approximately half an hour, several ninjas from the Land of Rain entered the classroom. No choice but to confront them. I cannot locate their hiding spots. One scarred leader growled at Feng Yao. He had weighed his options, considering that the sandy boy might be a formidable opponent. While this sound ninja had shown no exceptional ability, merely being the first to strike, perhaps a mere paper tiger, Jean stepped forward defiantly. Silence your tongue. I shall be your adversary. Just as the Rain ninjas prepared to forcefully seize the opportunity, Gaara made the first move, encasing the 3 of them in a swirling mass of sand, lifting them into the air. With a chilling tone, he warned, should you dare approach Mr. Torres even a step closer, I shall not hesitate to end you. A terrifying aura enveloped the 3 individuals. After finally achieving a semblance of inner peace and gaining the attention of someone who valued him, everything stemmed from Feng Yao. Now, these reckless Rain ninjas dared to target those he cherished. Just as the 3 Rain ninjas were on the verge of suffocation under pressure, Gaara interjected, enough. The first round of the examination forbids killing. Otherwise, I shall revoke your qualifications. With a disdainful huff, he halted and withdrew the sand. The words of Marino Ibiki saved the trio, and as they descended, they were engulfed in a sense of relief from their narrow escape. Temari and Kankuro were equally incredulous, witnessing Gaara extend his hand to aid others, seemingly holding great respect for the bandaged figure. They began to question their own perceptions. Was this truly the same Gaara they knew? Meanwhile, the external situation was quite dire. The despised Leaf Village had audaciously launched a collective assault with multiple teams. How shameless. We must unite as well, they lamented. Other nations' ninjas were swiftly being eliminated by the Leaf. Amidst this protest, an hour passed, and one by one, the participants returned to the classroom, noticeably fewer in number. The Leaf's main cast had all successfully advanced, yet unlike previous recollections, only 20 teams remained, with the Leaf dominating the majority. The ninjas from smaller nations displayed visible anger. Having been ambushed by the Leaf's forces, some even overwhelmed by coordinated attacks from multiple teams, a grossly unfair selection process. Marino Ibiki observed the expressions of the crowd. Sighing internally, however, he could not defy the orders of the Hokage. At that moment, a figure burst through the window, 2 kunai embedding themselves in the corners of the classroom as a massive black banner unfurled. I am the proctor for the 2nd exam, Mitarashi Anko. Don't celebrate too soon. The next trial awaits you. Follow me. A hush fell over the room, and Anko's face flushed slightly, revealing her embarrassment. Under the guidance of several Chunin instructors, they gradually departed the classroom, arriving at a forest encased by towering iron nets. Anko approached the gate of the iron enclosure and ominously declared, "Welcome to Konoha's 44th training ground, infamously known as the Forest of Death." Gazing at the vast expanse of trees, Feng Yao pondered the ramifications of his actions that had facilitated Danzo's rise to power, resulting in significant alterations to this examination. It was evident that Danzo did not wish for ninjas from other nations to advance, leaving Feng Yao apprehensive about what the second round would entail, given Danzo's character. It would surely not be straightforward. Feng Yao conducted a cursory survey of the surroundings, sensing an unusual surplus of Umbu ninjas. It was improbable that such a number was merely for the safety of the participants. What ulterior motives could they possibly harbor? "Before we proceed, please sign this consent form," Anko instructed, her tone serious. "As there is a possibility of fatality, your agreement is essential." After everyone gradually signed the consent forms, the second round was about to commence. Feng Yao also spotted Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja, engaged in conversation with his former student, Akai, under the cover of a straw hat. Remarkably, even with his iconic long tongue visible, Akai failed to recognize him at first. The rules for the second match remained as Feng Yao had understood, delineated into two scrolls representing heaven and earth, which must be gathered simultaneously to ascend the tower and secure advancement. Following the respective entrance leaders, the candidates entered their designated portals, signaling the commencement of the second examination. Akai's voice resonated in the ears of every examinee. All participants surged into the training arena. And shortly thereafter, many members of the Umbu followed suit. Akai did not intervene, though his gaze darkened upon seeing them. "I will handle the scroll. I will seek the other one and rendezvous with you. You proceed to the central tower," Feng Yao instructed Jin and Sake once again. He had matters to attend to and could not afford any distractions from them. "Yes, Lord Tosi." Feng Yao possessed the heavenly scroll, but to advance, he needed to locate the corresponding earthly scroll. The forest was vast, and acquiring other team scrolls did not necessarily rely on theft. Ambushes could also prove effective. After approximately 2 hours of traversing, Feng Yao encountered the first group attempting to ambush him. The air was pierced by sharp sounds of shurikens slicing through. As several kunai suddenly hurtled toward him, accompanied by traps laid beneath his feet, someone was indeed lying in wait. Feng Yao stepped back, biting his finger, and swiftly formed seals before striking the ground. Summoning technique, Silver Moonwolf, a wolf of considerable size, akin to that of an elephant and cloaked in white fur, materialized beneath Feng Yao. This was a contract arranged through the slug sage, imbued with remarkable speed and acute reconnaissance abilities. "Go, bring those people here," Feng Yao commanded in a calm tone. The participants of the Chunin exam were predominantly ordinary genin, save for a few, and thus posed little challenge to his summoned beast. The wolf howled once more to the heavens before swiftly disappearing into the forest. "What is that creature? How terrifying! It's going to kill me." Accompanied by a few chilling screams, within mere moments, the Silver Moon Wolf returned, carrying the bodies of 3 individuals. They were Leaf Ninjas, and after rummaging through their belongings, Feng Yao discovered the earthly scroll his team required. As he prepared to depart after securing the scroll, the Silver Moon Wolf suddenly sensed a presence behind Feng Yao and growled fiercely. Without turning, Feng Yao coldly inquired, "Who ordered you to come and kill me?" Chapter 26. Danzo's secret orders in the shadows. Several ninjas were not concealing themselves. 3 of them sprang forth with lethal intent. They were members of Konoha Umbu. Silver Moon Wolf rushed ahead, seizing one of them by the arm and throwing him aside. The other 2 exchanged glances, prioritizing the elimination of the Sound Ninja. If he continued with his summoning, it would spell trouble. "You hold him off. We will dispatch this Sound Ninja and then assist you. That beast will pose no further threat." With that, they abandoned their bitten comrade and charged toward Feng Yao like a gust of wind. One of them bit his finger to form a seal and swiftly sank into the ground. Earth Release, Decapitation Technique. Suddenly, hands emerged from beneath Feng Yao's feet, grasping his ankles and pulling him underground, leaving only his head above the surface. This technique had once been employed by Kakashi against Sasuke, primarily to ensnare adversaries. Success. The other Umbu ninja felt a surge of triumph as he drew his ninja blade and leaped to strike Feng Yao, seemingly intent on claiming his life. Just as the blade was about to pierce Feng Yao's skull, he whispered, Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Feng Yao's form vanished, leaving an empty pit in the ground. What is happening? The ninja who had used the earth release emerged from underground, only to witness Feng Yao's figure reappear without warning. With a specially crafted kunai in hand, he swiftly aimed for the adversary's neck. It was too swift. Blood gushed from the ninja's throat as he clutched it in disbelief, staggering backward in a desperate attempt to staunch the flow. He never imagined he would meet his end at the hands of a mere genin from the Sound Village. The moment he had grasped Feng Yao's ankle, he had unwittingly received the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, Silver Moon Wolf had dispatched another Umbu ninja. The remaining one, aware of his impending doom, charged recklessly toward Feng Yao. As a ninja, he could not abandon his mission. He needed to fulfill his duty. Feng Yao hurled a kunai, but the adversary evaded it and continued his assault. Flying Thunder God technique, second phase. In that instant, Feng Yao utilized the kunai embedded with the Flying Thunder God mark to materialize behind his foe. A powerful punch sent the Umbu member hurtling away, rolling several times before attempting to rise again to confront Feng Yao. However, Feng Yao deftly pinned several kunai into the tree, rendering him immobile. Approaching, Feng Yao grasped the ninja's neck. What are the true intentions behind this Chunin exam? And where is your Umbu member, Danzo? As he interrogated the immobilized ninja, he tightened his grip. The ninja's face reddened with rage, yet he remained resolute, glaring at Feng Yao defiantly, refusing to utter a word. Troublesome indeed. Yet, I can surmise the gist of it. From the first exam's intent to diminish the number of ninjas from other nations to this current exam, which has resorted to sending Umbu to eliminate the elite young ninjas from rival countries. It appears that Danzo is poised to wage war against the other nations. Is he not? The ninja across from him remained utterly tight-lipped, yet the contraction of his pupils revealed that his suspicions were indeed corroborated. It was unexpected that while the Land of Wind contemplated an assault on Konoha, Konoha harbored similar intentions. Moreover, Danzo's ambitions were evidently far grander, his methods more ruthless. He had directly commanded the infiltration of personnel to eliminate the new generation of forces from other nations during this examination. Feng Yao could not help but scoff inwardly, then posed a question. Was Danzo responsible for the assassination of the ninjas from other countries in this second assessment? Regrettably, he did not receive the answer he sought. As the other's gaze and demeanor betrayed no change, if he was not unaware, then he was indeed not involved in this operation. With a decisive exertion of force, Feng Yao extinguished the life of the Umbu operative. He then formed hand seals to summon a summoning beast. Summoning technique, slug. The creature he wished to summon was the Sage of Slugs. As the white smoke dissipated, a slug the size of a house materialized in the clearing. Ah, Feng Yao. You finally remembered me. Where is this place? The curious sage inquired. Feng Yao explained, this is the Hidden Leaf Village. I would like to ask you, Great Slug, to split and assist me in locating several individuals. Given the vast expanse of the forest, searching for people alone was impractical. What was required now were reconnaissance and detection summoning beasts, and both the Silver Moon Wolf and the Slug were evidently well suited for the task. Feng Yao relayed the current situation, including the physique and characteristics of the individuals he sought, to the two beasts. The Sage of Slugs promptly began to split apart and scatter, leaving only one beside Feng Yao. Ah, it feels so comfortable on you. When will you come to the Wetbone Forest to keep me company? The small slug complained while bouncing atop Feng Yao's head. Feng Yao could only smile wryly. He had a multitude of matters to attend to and no time to spare, so he could only respond nonchalantly, soon, just 2 or 3, maybe 4 or 5 months. Upon hearing this dismissive reply, the small slug increased its bouncing frequency atop Feng Yao's head. Before long, the slug delivered the first report. 3 teams have already been assassinated, and I have yet to spot the individuals you seek. Oh, one of the grass ninja teams has surprisingly managed to counterattack. Noting the sage's astonished tone, Feng Yao deduced that the individual in question was likely Orochimaru. The only ones capable of dealing with elite Umbu operatives here were the Gaara squad, himself, and Orochimaru's contingent, which did not belong to Konoha. I have found one of the individuals you seek. There are 3 in total to the west. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao smiled faintly and immediately dashed westward, his speed allowing him to reach his target in no time. Damn it! They're all like monsters. Not only is it a challenge to seize their scrolls, but even safeguarding our own is exceedingly difficult. We bear the hopes of the village. We cannot return in such a disheveled state. We must pursue once more. Before him stood 3 ninjas from the hidden grass village, 2 males and 1 female. The girl possessed striking red hair, adorned in a mesh-patterned ninja top and black thigh-high stockings, her body marked with several bite wounds. The girl in question, Xianglin, is another target of Feng Yao. Her abilities can be described as exceedingly formidable within the realm of Naruto. By merely biting her skin, one can restore chakra and heal injuries. Moreover, she harbors no particular attachment to the village hidden in the grass. Although her current strength is lacking, with a bit of nurturing, she is destined to become a formidable figure among the sages in the future. The timing of my appearance is fortuitous. As the 2 grass ninja are just about to depart, I must find a place to conceal myself. With the earth scroll clutched in her hand, a flicker of panic crossed Xianglin's eyes as she slowly rose to her feet. Just then, a colossal brown bear emerged behind her, roaring fiercely and pursuing her. Xianglin stumbled and fell to the ground. Feng Yao recognized that the opportunity had arrived. He swiftly hurled his trident-shaped kunai, teleporting directly in front of Xianglin. The massive bear, incensed by the obstruction, prepared to swipe at him with a paw. As the bear's paw descended, Feng Yao stood resolute, seemingly unfazed, while the bear's eyes widened in surprise. Gathering iron-like energy in his hands, Feng Yao struck the bear's abdomen with a powerful punch, causing a violent impact that contorted its back. The bear let out a pained roar, flying through the air and crashing against a large tree, dislodging countless leaves. At that moment, Xianglin realized someone had come to her aid, although her vision was obscured. She could only sense the warmth radiating from her savior, and her fear began to dissipate. Feng Yao approached, gently placing a pair of glasses on Xianglin's face, speaking softly. "It's all right now. Are you injured?" Through her blurred vision, Xianglin discerned a man enveloped in bandages, momentarily startled, yet her heart soon settled. She could not fathom why she felt such a profound sense of security. Feng Yao glanced at her, then unwound the bandages from his face, apologetically stating, "I must have startled you with my appearance. My name is Tors, what is yours?" He refrained from disclosing his true name, recognizing that unlike Gaara, she lacked the strength to protect herself. Gazing at the man who not only brought her comfort, but also exuded striking handsomeness, Xianglin's cheeks flushed crimson. Staring at his face for too long felt almost like an affront to the beauty of existence, prompting her to lower her gaze. In a voice barely above a whisper, she replied, I'm fine, thank you." At this moment, Feng Yao was not in a hurry to recruit Xianglin as a subordinate. Her current strength was insufficient. He merely aimed to plant a seed of trust within her heart. He produced a kunai, embedded with the Flying Thunder God technique, and handed it to her. "If you encounter danger, use this to protect yourself," he advised, gently stroking her crimson hair before vanishing with the Flying Thunder God technique. Xianglin remained rooted in place for quite some time, only coming to her senses after a while. She lowered her head, glancing at the kunai, and tenderly pressed it against her chest. Chapter 27. Who is the genius? A gentle breeze swept through, occasionally accompanied by the roars of beasts and the songs of birds, accentuating the profound silence of the surroundings. Feng Yao navigated through the forest. "Host, your methods to ensnare the naive youth have indeed escalated. It seems there was someone who previously refused to accept the system's beauty-enhancing elixirs and the liberating wisdom of the Heart of Freedom." The system remarked with a hint of mockery. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the system's jibes, Feng Yao could not help but feel a sense of defeat. After all, he had succumbed to their allure. "Oh dear system, I was mistaken. Must you persist in this? Every time I recruit one, you have to bring it up, and I can hardly bear it." Upon witnessing Feng Yao's concession, the system let out a haughty snort and fell silent. Before long, an increasing number of teams fell victim to the pursuit of the Konoha. At this moment, Feng Yao felt a twinge of concern for Seik and Jean, not out of genuine worry for their safety, but because this challenge required the collaboration of 3 individuals to succeed. Thus, he requested the assistance of the Slug Sage to locate their whereabouts. "Certainly. However, it seems that there are Konoha ninjas ahead," the sage replied. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao paused, hiding behind a large tree as he prepared to assess the situation. Suddenly, a calm voice pierced the air. "No need to hide. Come out." Feng Yao's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated being discovered so swiftly. Just as he was about to emerge, a young girl's voice chimed. "Ah, isn't this the top newcomer from last year, Niji? Could I trouble you for an autograph?" Realizing that he was not alone, Feng Yao retreated quietly. As he observed closely, he recognized the encounter between Niji and Shikamaru's team, realizing it was merely a coincidence. If circumstances allowed, he would gladly welcome a few Konoha ninjas into his organization. Alas, it was a lofty aspiration, for those nurtured in the ideals of Konoha would find it nearly impossible to betray their village. "Is there someone else?" Niji mused, having failed to notice Feng Yao previously. His Byakugan activated, revealing Feng Yao perched in the tree. The prowess of the Byakugan was indeed formidable. Feng Yao found himself yearning for Kakashi's eyes. As he descended from the tree, the members of Shikamaru's team were taken aback, having completely overlooked his presence. "This must be one of the Sound Ninjas. He appears to be their leader, though his two companions seem to be absent," Ino whispered to her teammates. "Are you contemplating snatching the scroll from him?" "He is the one who swiftly eliminated a Nin in the first round," Shikamaru said, somewhat exasperated by the prospect. "What are we to do then? Where can we find someone weaker than us? We have the advantage in numbers, and he is a Sound Ninja." They deliberated on how to seize the scroll, while Niji regarded Feng Yao with a grave expression. Unlike Shikamaru and the others, Niji could discern the flow and quantity of Feng Yao's chakra through his Byakugan. It was evident that Feng Yao was no ordinary Nin. The sight of a familiar powerhouse exhilarated him. "Let us engage in a contest. Should one of us lose, they shall willingly surrender their team scroll." Feng Yao cast a keen glance at Ning Ci, yet the proposal held no allure for him. Having already obtained the scroll, he was confident that his opponent could not triumph over him. However, Ning Ci still harbored resentment towards the main family. Perhaps this sentiment could be leveraged to sway him to his side. "I am willing to engage you in combat, but I must alter the terms. Since I already possess the scroll, defeating you would yield me no advantage." Feng Yao's voice, muffled by his bandages, resonated with a somber tone. In a fit of frustration, Ino exclaimed, "Why has that guy already acquired the scroll, while we remain empty-handed?" Ning Ci furrowed his brow. "What is it that you desire? I require your assistance in the future. As for the exact nature of this request, I have yet to determine it. But I assure you it will not contravene your wishes," Feng Yao replied. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Ci assumed a combat stance, signaling his acquiescence. He then launched an immediate attack, as his specialty lay in the gentle fist, the most formidable martial art of Konoha. This technique directly targets the chakra network. Capable of inflicting internal damage, even a mere graze could prove fatal. As Ning Ci struck, Feng Yao chose not to meet the blow head-on. Given that Ning Ci employed the gentle fist, a style akin to Li's brute force that could be countered with sheer physical resilience, he preferred a more strategic approach. Observing Feng Yao's retreat, Ning Ci tightened his gaze, determined not to grant him any respite, and swiftly pursued. 8 trigrams 64 palms. An immense bagua seemed to materialize before them as Ning Ci's hands moved with remarkable speed, targeting the vital points of Feng Yao's body. A successful strike would result in the immediate sealing of his chakra. Alas, he was confronted by Feng Yao, who swiftly discerned the specific points of attack and the techniques employed by Ning Ci, adeptly deflecting each of his strikes with precision. With each failed attempt, Ning Ci's astonishment grew. Could it be that this opponent had previously sparred with the elite of the Hyuga clan? He appeared to possess an uncanny understanding of my martial arts. Beside them, Ino expressed her surprise, shaking her head and turning to Shikamaru. "No way. That guy is even besting Ning Ci, who was hailed as a genius last academic year." Shikamaru retorted, "Not quite." He pointed at Feng Yao, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. "Ning Ci can no longer be considered the genius. It is the Sound Ninja he is battling who is the true prodigy." "Why do you say that?" Ino inquired. "You might not have noticed, but when that Sound Ninja first confronted Ning Ci, it was evident that he was unfamiliar with the gentle fist techniques. In Ning Ci's use of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, his initial responses were hasty and reactive. Yet, after witnessing Ning Ci's first strike, he immediately seized the initiative, thoroughly analyzing Ning Ci's attack patterns. In just a few fleeting seconds of combat, He deciphered the age-old secret techniques of the Hyuga clan. This individual is truly formidable. We should make our exit post-haste, Shikamaru urged gravely as he grasped Ino's arm, prompting their swift departure. After completing all 84 of the 8 trigram 64 palms, Niji was slightly panting, unable to believe that despite his arduous training in ninjutsu, he could not even graze the hem of his opponent's garment. Feng Yao delivered a powerful punch to Niji's abdomen and then stood a few meters away, letting out a faint sigh. At this moment, you cannot triumph over me. It is best to concede. Niji clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, and ultimately struck the ground with a decisive blow, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness regarding both fate and strength. Everything seemed predestined. A person's abilities and destiny are predetermined, akin to the distinction between the main and branch families, much like the man before him. He buried his head deeply into the ground, his body trembling in anguish. Feng Yao approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. A person's life can be governed freely, not manipulated. Your future shall never be confined to this, Hyuga Niji. Upon hearing these words, Niji's body ceased to tremble. He lifted his gaze to the bandaged man, about to voice a thought, when suddenly the man's demeanor shifted ominously, his breath becoming terrifying, and in Feng Yao's eyes, Niji perceived only an abyss of murderous intent. Apologies, Niji, but I have matters to attend to. Let us consider this a draw. Without waiting for Niji's response, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished, leaving Niji standing in stunned silence. At this moment, outside the examination venue, dumplings are best paired with red bean soup. Once I finish, those Umbu should have wrapped things up by now. I truly wonder what the Hokage is thinking. This has offended all the neighboring nations. While savoring dumplings and sipping red bean soup, Akane expressed her concerns. We have a serious situation. Chief Examiner Akane suddenly reported a bespectacled leaf ninja. What has occurred? 3 corpses have been discovered, and their deaths are bizarre. You must come and see. Following the leaf ninja, Akane arrived at a location adorned with Buddhist statues. All personal belongings and examination evidence of the 3 corpses had been removed, their faces melted away, an unmistakable sign of Orochimaru's soul-stealing technique. A cold-blooded ninjutsu that allows one to assume another's appearance. This technique, it's him. How could he be here? This is bad. The Umbu ninjas sent in for the assassination must have already been eliminated by him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Akane wasted no time and turned to the nearby ninja. Quickly, report this situation to the Hokage. This matter is of utmost importance. Chapter 28. The inevitable kill of figure sword through the sky, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. It was Feng Yao. At this moment, his chakra erupted as he utilized the moon step to propel himself forward with unparalleled speed. This velocity was indeed terrifying. Just moments ago, the slug had revealed that it had discovered the identity of the one responsible for hunting him down and murdering his lifesaver from years past, the notorious Umbu ninja, Jio. Ahead, Naruto and Sasuke lay battered upon the ground, with Sasuke rendered unconscious by Orochimaru's cursed seal on the back of his neck. Nearby, Lee valiantly held off Kin and Sak, while Sakura remained safely by Naruto and Sasuke's side. Without the true TOS present, it was evident that Kin and Sak were no match for Lee. They soon found themselves at a disadvantage. With Sak sustaining severe injuries from Lee's Lotus technique, yet still resolutely rising to continue the fight. Enough. You two are no match for me. If this continues, you may not survive, Lee panted, clearly exhausted after executing the Lotus technique. However, despite Sak's arrogance and hubris, his unwavering loyalty to Orochimaru compelled him to fulfill his mission at all costs. He charged recklessly at Lee once more. Sakura was taken aback by Sak's madness. But at that moment, a dark figure emerged, slamming an elbow down to subdue Sak to the ground. Sak let out a pained cry, spewing blood, as he lay incapacitated. Mere sound ninja, 3 of you have somehow survived until now, but it is time for you to exit the stage, came a chilling voice from beneath a mask, belonging to a member of the Umbu. Sakura and Lee visibly relaxed, uncertain of why the Umbu were present, yet relieved at their appearance. Kin, witnessing this scene, instinctively attempted to flee, only to be halted by another Umbu member pressing a kunai to his throat. You all should leave at once. We will handle these sound ninja. One Umbu member instructed, intending to dismiss Sakura and the others before secretly dealing with the foreign ninjas. Though they were unsure of the Umbu's intentions, Sakura and her companions, recognizing the Umbu as their own forces, complied and prepared to depart. Just then, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A figure appeared behind Kin, and a kunai swiftly pierced the Umbu who held Kin captive. The Umbu member, gazing at the kunai that had penetrated his chest, realized too late that the assailant's speed was beyond his reaction. "Do not hesitate to kill," the assailant declared, casually discarding the fallen Umbu like refuse. Kin, exhilarated, shouted, "Lord TOS, you have arrived. We are executing Lord Orochimaru's orders," and these Umbu suddenly appeared. However, Feng Yao raised a hand to silence him. He had not come to save anyone. Sakura and her companions were visibly startled by this swift execution of the Umbu member, as were the Shikamaru group, who had been hiding nearby. "Damn it! Why is it this man again? He dares to take down even the members of the Umbu. What should I do?" Ino was once again beside herself with frustration. At that moment, a shuriken flew through the air, aimed directly at Feng Yao, accompanied by an explosive tag. Jin leaped away just in time to evade the blast. Meanwhile, Tuanzio, who had been lurking in the shadows, sprang behind Feng Yao, wielding his ninja blade with a deadly chakra-infused slash. Any ordinary person would have been cleaved in two by such an attack. Upon witnessing Tuanzio's presence, Feng Yao erupted with fury. "Tuanzio, at last, I have found you. You are the first person I must eliminate today in Konoha." Feng Yao cast aside Jin and, employing the Six Styles technique, gripped Tuanzio's blade with one hand while delivering a powerful strike aimed at Tuanzio's head. A resounding explosion echoed as white smoke enveloped them. Tuanzio had just employed the substitution technique to evade Feng Yao's assault. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Tuanzio formed hand seals and unleashed his most proficient wind jutsu, a slicing gale hurtling toward Feng Yao. However, the instant Feng Yao seized Tuanzio's blade, he had already marked him with the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yao materialized beside Tuanzio, thrusting a three-pronged shuriken deep into Tuanzio's arm, blood gushing forth, rendering the limb incapacitated. Now unable to perform hand seals, Tuanzio grabbed a kunai with his other hand and hurled it at Feng Yao. Easily evading the attack, Feng Yao crushed Tuanzio's remaining arm with a single hand. Tuanzio stifled a groan, managing to suppress any cries of pain. He staggered backwards, interrogating Feng Yao. "Who are you? What is your purpose in infiltrating Konoha? Why do you insist that I must die?" While stalling for time, he discreetly signaled his last remaining comrade. Yet, Feng Yao appeared unfazed, playfully twirling the shuriken in his hand. "Do you not recognize me? No wonder. I have undergone quite a transformation. But surely you remember the old medic you killed not far from Konoha?" As he spoke, a frigid murderous intent glimmered in Feng Yao's eyes. "You are Feng Yao. How dare you come to Konoha?" Tuanzio finally comprehended the depth of their animosity. At that moment, his other teammate completed their task. "Don't move, Feng Yao. Your two companions are now in my grasp. If you make any rash moves, I will kill them." The Umbu member who had subdued Sake seized Jin while Feng Yao was engaged with Tuanzio, using them to threaten him. Tuanzio sensed a glimmer of hope. Swallowing hard, with a hint of pride, he declared, "What now, Feng Yao? Let us negotiate. Release us, and I assure you we will not harm you." Before he could finish, Feng Yao swiftly slashed his throat. Tuanzio's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized his hands were too crippled to stem the flow of blood from his wound. He could only watch helplessly as his lifeblood drained away, witnessing the extinguishment of his existence. "We could have talked." His words faltered, and he took his last breath. Feng Yao merely gazed coldly at the lifeless body before him, stating, "I have declared you a person I must eliminate. No one shall hinder me." The onlookers were struck with terror at this scene, and the dark operative, fully aware of his impending doom, immediately detonated the explosive tags affixed to his body, attempting to drag the two down with him. With a resounding explosion, Saku and Jin were left unscathed, having been placed atop a tree by Feng Yao, who had spent considerable time with them. Naturally, this allowed him to implant the Flying Thunder God technique upon them. He had first used this very jutsu to teleport when rescuing Jin. Feng Yao then turned his gaze towards the positions of Sakura and Shikamaru's team, both groups feeling a chill run down their spines under his piercing stare. Yet, It was not a fierce glare directed at them. His only enemies were Danzo and Toryun. The destruction of Konoha was merely a means to achieve his vendetta against Danzo. Chaos was his ally, and he harbored no intention of indiscriminately slaughtering those who were unnecessary casualties, especially considering they were once his classmates. Thank you, Lord Tors. What shall we do with these individuals? Orochimaru has commanded us to eliminate Sasuke. Saku, after expressing his gratitude with difficulty, inquired about Sakura and the others' fate, causing Sakura to visibly tense. You should head to the tower. You need not concern yourselves with matters here. With Feng Yao taking charge of the aftermath, the two felt reassured and, supporting each other, made their way towards the tower. Once they had distanced themselves, Feng Yao instantaneously appeared before Sakura. Despite his unique constitution, he had just taken a life in her presence. Sakura appeared far from composed. Rather, she trembled incessantly. Do not be alarmed. I shall not harm them. He reassured her before kneeling beside Sasuke. In this moment, Feng Yao sought vengeance for his parents, and Sasuke, too, was on a similar path. At least he possessed the strength to seek retribution, while Sasuke had nothing and ultimately succumbed to darkness in pursuit of power. He placed a hand upon Sasuke's head, channeling his mental energy to help soothe Sasuke's tumultuous emotions, ensuring he posed no further danger. Turning his attention to Naruto, he had gleaned some insight into Naruto's plight. Danzo's rise to power had led to Naruto's surveillance and captivity. This was an indirect consequence of his own actions, thus. He decided to transfer a portion of his chakra and mental energy into Naruto, which might aid him when he faced the threat of the Nine Tails in the future. However, now that they were all aware of his true identity, Feng Yao could not allow them to pass the assessment unscathed. He hoisted Naruto and Sasuke onto his back and addressed Sakura and Shikamaru, stating, I am taking these two with me. If you were to speak carelessly about what has transpired here, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. He then implanted the Flying Thunder God technique upon them, deceitfully adding, This technique allows me to perceive your words. Every action you take will be under my watchful eye. With that, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and departed from the scene. The expressions of those remaining were grim, and Sakura broke into tears, calling out, Sasuke. Chapter 29. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar. Third form. As the clouds drifted gracefully across the sky, Danzo's mood was far from pleasant. He had received word that Orochimaru had infiltrated the village. Were he not the Hokage, he might have considered exploiting this rogue ninja. Now, however, he yearned for nothing more than to eradicate him swiftly. Summoning all available ninjas, he prepared to launch an assault on Orochimaru. Yet, he was swiftly halted by Anko. Hokage-sama. She cautioned, if you decide to strike against Orochimaru now, he will stop at nothing to annihilate Konohagakure. Moreover, many of our ninjas have been dispatched to the Wind Country. The risks involved in such an action are exceedingly high, considering he is one of the legendary Sannin. Upon hearing her counsel, Danzo regained his composure. The threat posed by Orochimaru could not be ignored, but it must be addressed with the village's safety as the foremost priority. Anko, please summon Hizashi as well. After all, Orochimaru is his disciple. At that moment, Danzo recalled the third Hokage, with the village's combat strength dwindling and Orochimaru being the third's pupil. It was only natural to enlist the third's assistance in confronting Orochimaru. He felt it necessary to visit the high tower himself, firstly, to discern Orochimaru's intentions, and secondly, to address the new generation of Konoha. Ideally, by the time the third round commenced, only Konoha's teams would remain, thus showcasing the village's formidable prowess before the daimyos of each nation in hopes of securing greater funding and missions. Yet, unforeseen events had disrupted his plans. The scene shifted to the high tower, where, after 5 arduous days of competition, the final results had finally emerged. The teams advancing to the next round were Kabuto's team, Gaara's team, the Sound Ninja Trio, Kiba's team, Niji's team, and Shikamaru's team. Each team regarded the others with a myriad of thoughts swirling in their minds. Naruto didn't advance? The realization struck like a bolt. That when you had defeated the third S-Rogue Ninja, how infuriating. How could he possibly relay this news to others? Especially under such scrutiny? Had Sasuke been dealt with? Regardless, if he had, it merely indicated the boy's true capabilities. The presence of the man beside him was oddly comforting. Observing the myriad of faces, Kakashi, along with the other Jonin and Danzo, entered the hall. Kakashi began, "First, congratulations to all for passing the second exam. Now, I would like to invite Hokage-sama to announce the rules for the third exam." Danzo stepped forward and surveyed the assembly, his gaze eventually settling on a man clad in a Konoha forehead protector, his eyes slitted like a serpent's, Orochimaru himself. After a brief moment, Danzo averted his gaze. Windu noted the unwavering calm in Danzo's eyes, as though this were their first encounter. He could not afford to reveal any weaknesses, surrounded by so many Jonin. Any misstep could spell his doom. The requirements for the third round were straightforward, a series of individual battles. However, Danzo emphasized, "I must clarify that I expect each of you to exert every effort to secure victory for Konoha. This is not merely a personal contest. It is a microcosm of the war between nations. Your triumph will bolster Konoha's prestige among neighboring countries, instilling fear in our adversaries. You must be willing to lay down your lives for the victory of Konoha." Towanzo spoke firmly to the ninjas of Konoha before him, causing a stir among the crowd. Just then, Moonlight Shippu appeared to take control of the situation. Although he had survived the encounter with Hideyoshi, he had indeed lost one eye, which slightly hampered his combat prowess. "Now, allow me to take over, Lord Hokage." As anticipated, the ensuing battle was aimed at diminishing their numbers. However, it was rather suspicious that the three sand ninjas coincidentally matched up against the three sound ninjas led by Fuyo. It was evident that this was yet another scheme devised by Tohanzo. Jin and Saki were no match for Kankuro and Temari, leading to the confrontation between Gaara and Fuyo. Upon recognizing Fuyo, Gaara momentarily froze, torn between his mission and the friendship he shared with him. "Gaara, what are you waiting for? I have been eager to face you," Fuyo urged. As Gaara wrestled with his decision, Fuyo leaped forward, signaling with his action that there was no need for hesitation. A slight smile graced Gaara's lips as he utilized sand to pull himself onto the battlefield, marking the official commencement of their duel. "Hiki, it's Fuyo's match," Orochimaru remarked with keen interest, his obsession with Fuyo's physique evident. Gaara initiated the attack. Despite having never witnessed Fuyo's prowess, he would not underestimate the man before him. Sand rain. Sand bullets. Gaara unleashed a barrage of spherical sand projectiles from the sand encasing him behind his gourd. Summoning technique. Silver Moonwolf. The white-furred king of wolves reappeared beside Fuyo. Fuyo grasped its fur to evade Gaara's assault, and the limited space on the battlefield was almost entirely occupied by the wolf. Observing the speed of this summoning beast, Gaara adapted his strategy and formed hand seals, extending one hand toward Fuyo's position. Sand-binding prison. A vast expanse of sand surged into the air, the range of this technique being remarkably extensive. Realizing escape was futile, Fuyo summoned another beast to counter. Summoning technique. Arctic Sea Lion. This was yet another high-level summoning Fuyo had procured through connections. As the sea lion emerged, it immediately understood the situation. Its mouth agape in anticipation. Water release. Great waterfall technique. The Arctic Sea Lion, one of Fuyo's few high-level summoning beasts capable of ninjutsu and communication, unleashed a colossal water sphere that crashed into the sand. The sand, upon contact with the water, became exceedingly heavy, causing Gaara's sand-binding prison to collapse. "Lord Fuyo, how am I doing?" The sea lion asked proudly, but Gaara was determined not to grant Fuyo the opportunity for conversation. He aimed to decide the outcome with his next move, knowing that if Fuyo continued to summon beasts, he might exhaust himself in the process. Sabaku no Yari. The sand before Gaara continuously coalesced, ultimately forming a massive spear nearly 2 meters in length, a weapon reputed to match the strength of the shield of Shikaku. Goodness. Gaara is truly serious. It seems I must also adopt a more earnest approach. With Gaara preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, Fuyo was compelled to take the battle seriously. Drawing several kunai from his hand, he also produced a handful of flash bombs. As Gaara hurled the spear of Shikaku, Fy simultaneously launched his own kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. The Spiral Flash Super Rotation technique, a signature move of the 4th Hokage, had not been employed by him in Fy's recollection, except during the rescue of Kakashi. In essence, it was a straightforward tactic that utilized the blinding yellow light emitted by the flash bombs to mislead the opponent into believing they faced a visual obstruction ninjutsu. thereby facilitating an effortless strike using the Flying Thunder God technique. The dazzling brilliance had no effect on FY. He swiftly maneuvered across the battlefield with his kunai, evading the Sand's automatic defenses at a pace surpassing their reach. Gaara was rendered blind, unable to aim the spear of Shikaku, and FY expertly slashed his attire with several kunai, leaving numerous gashes. As the light faded, Gaara conceded defeat, having felt FY's restraint in their encounter. It was unexpected that Kuin had even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Was that recent technique a form of visual obstruction ninjutsu? The spectators continued their discussions, for not everyone possessed knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique or the fourth Hokage's renowned specialty. The ensuing chaos unfolded within the ranks of the Konoha team. Kabuto, having initially withdrawn from the competition, found that the addition of another participant resulted in Niji's forfeit. Ultimately, the contenders advancing to the next round included Rock Lee, Shino, Shikamaru, Kiba, Niji, Tenten, Kankuro, Temari, and FY himself. The final matches were scheduled to occur 3 days hence, sooner than FY had anticipated, suggesting that Danzo likely harbored some ulterior motives. After the tournament, Sakura exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Where are Naruto and Sasuke?" Kakashi gazed at Sakura with growing concern. Upon his return to the village, he discovered that Naruto and his companions were absent from the list of qualifiers. While this in itself was troubling, the fact that only Sakura emerged raised alarm bells, as she remained tight-lipped about Naruto and Sasuke's whereabouts, merely stating that they were not dead. This revelation had yet to reach Danzo and the village's higher-ups if they were to learn of the disappearance of the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails within the village. It would undoubtedly incite chaos, particularly given the current circumstances. Kakashi-sensei, I cannot say. I can only tell you after the competition concludes, otherwise Sasuke and the others could be in danger. Observing Sakura's fearful demeanor softened Kakashi's heart, prompting a resigned sigh. At that moment, a figure stood a short distance away. "I believe I can inform you of what transpired, Kakashi-sensei." Emerging from the shadows was none other than Nara Shikamaru, the future intellect of the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 30, Confrontation with Kakashi Shikamaru. "Is that you?" Kakashi paused for a moment upon seeing Shikamaru, who seemed to be aware of Naruto and Sasuke's whereabouts. "No. They will die." Shikamaru quickly reassured Sakura, who appeared frantic. "Do not fear, Sakura. The technique he implanted in me is not one that can monitor my actions. Although I am unaware of its nature, I can assure you it lacks any surveillance capability." Upon hearing this, Sakura gradually regained her composure, and Kakashi, enlightened by Shikamaru, grasped the situation's context. Immediately, he set off to search for Fuyo, ultimately arriving at a narrow alleyway. This was Fuyo's residence, and indeed, he was present. The interior was cloaked in dust, with cluttered furniture strewn about. Fuyo sat precariously on a chair that appeared ready to collapse at any moment. Upon Kakashi's sudden entrance, Fuyo momentarily froze before calmly stating, "It seems Shikamaru has discerned the technique I left behind." Kakashi regarded Fuyo warily, aware of the latter's formidable danger. Yet he had not left himself without a contingency plan. "What have you done with Naruto and Sasuke?" Kakashi's foremost concern remained the safety of his comrades. Having had his identity exposed, Fuyo replied while scanning the surroundings for any signs of other individuals. "They're alive. Once I accomplish what I intend, they will be unharmed." "What do you intend to do?" Kakashi pressed. "I seek the head of the fifth Hokage. For this, I am willing to raise Konoha to the ground." Kakashi's expression darkened with rage at this proclamation. As a man who embodied the will of fire, he could never permit harm to come to his friends. "If that is the case, shall we wager? If I win, you must abandon your plans to destroy Konoha. If you win," Kakashi began, but Fuyo abruptly interrupted. "If I win, I shall claim your Sharingan." Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he touched his eye, which bore the legacy of Ibido. Ultimately, he steeled his resolve. "Very well, let it be so." With that, Fuyo grasped Kakashi's arm and transported him away from the village. Engaging in combat within the village would attract far too much attention. Kakashi marveled once more at Fuyo's enigmatic abilities as the scenery shifted around him. Having been a disciple of the fourth Hokage, he recognized that Fuyo had employed the Flying Thunder God technique. Standing merely a few dozen steps away from Fuyo, Kakashi articulated the rules of their wager. 3 strikes will be exchanged. You may not evade. You must withstand my attacks using only ninjutsu. If you endure my 3 strikes, you shall be the victor. Otherwise, I shall claim victory. Impressive, Kakashi, Fuyo remarked, finding the situation rather challenging. This effectively nullified his Flying Thunder God technique, a strategy Kakashi had evidently devised on the fly. If left to his own devices with the Flying Thunder God technique, Kakashi would never be able to strike Wind Yao. After a moment of contemplation, Windy replied, "Very well, I consent. I hope you will also honor your promise." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression grew solemn. Even though Windyu had granted him 3 opportunities to attack, he could not assure his victory over Windyu and could only strive to secure an advantage for himself. With remarkable swiftness, he began forming hand seals. As a copy ninja of Konoha, his sealing speed was significantly faster than that of an average person. With the seals completed, he placed his right hand on the ground and gripped his wrist with his left. S-rank ninjutsu, lightning cutter. Chakra converged in Kakashi's palm, generating a powerful electric current, transforming his hand into a blade with enough force to pierce through the human body. This technique was one of Kakashi's signature moves, characterized by its concentrated thrust at a single point. Activating his Sharingan, Kakashi propelled himself towards Windyo, his right hand outstretched, causing the stones beneath him to be swept up by the intense lightning. Windyu bit his finger and struck the ground, invoking the summoning technique, Hard Rock Panda. A burst of white smoke erupted, revealing a black and white panda made almost entirely of massive, sturdy stones, serving as an excellent shield. Bang! Kakashi's lightning cutter collided fiercely with the panda's belly, penetrating most of its form before finally halting. Unfortunately, this attack did not injure Wind Yao, and as Kakashi withdrew his arm, the panda dissolved into a cloud of smoke. My technique might be blocked head-on by a summoned beast. If that is the case, Kakashi resumed forming the same hand seals as before, but this time he did not thrust forward. Instead, he clenched his right hand and executed a throwing motion. Lightning Cutter, Lightning Tiger's Onslaught. This was a variant of the Lightning Cutter, transforming into a wolf, which was more agile than its predecessor. If Windyu continued to use his summoned beast, Kakashi would maneuver the Lightning Wolf to evade and directly target Windyu. Kakashi truly was a master of strategic combat. Windyu silently admired him. However, he had no intention of dodging this strike, although the Lightning Tiger's onslaught was formidable. Its penetrating power was not as great as the original Lightning Cutter. Windyu steeled himself. 6 styles, Iron Block. The fangs of the Lightning Wolf clamped down on Windyu's shoulder, and electric currents surged violently through his body, continuing for several seconds before finally subsiding. 2 wounds appeared on Windyao's shoulder, along with several other injuries. Yet, the bleeding quickly ceased, and with the enhancement of his Xian Yao Xian body, Windyao's recovery rate was remarkably swift, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Kakashi began to gasp for breath, having depleted much of his chakra after using the lightning cutter twice. He was clearly fatigued, but Windyu had not sustained significant damage. Nevertheless, Kakashi still had one final gambit. He took a deep breath, and his Sharingan underwent a transformation, the 3 tomo merging into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Manjiki Sharingan. Kamui. Kakashi widened his Manjiki Sharingan, and the space within his line of sight began to appear as though it were melting away. Windyao, confronted with such a powerful space-time ocular technique, dared not underestimate its potency. Seizing the opportunity before the space was fully formed, he hastily performed the hand seals. Summoning technique, Triple Raisenman. Raisenman is a type of summoning tool, and he had now mastered it. 3 towering gates, nearly 100 meters high, rose from the ground, obscuring Kakashi's line of sight, preventing Kamui from directly striking Fongyao. Exhausted, Kakashi managed to destroy one of the Raisenmen before succumbing to fatigue. Each of the 3 techniques had drained a substantial amount of his chakra. "You have lost, Kakashi," Fongyao declared as he retracted the Raisenman and slowly approached Kakashi. Gasping for breath, Kakashi lifted his gaze to meet Fengyao's calm eyes, which seemed to have anticipated his defeat. Struggling to rise, Kakashi spoke again. "Yes, I have lost, but I would like to discuss a condition with you." At this moment, Fengyao furrowed his brow, surprised by Kakashi's persistent demands before he had even spoken. Irritated, Fengyao replied, "Speak quickly. Once you finish, I will take your Sharingan." "Taking my Sharingan is inconsequential," Kakashi weakly asserted, but I wish to request your assistance, a favor for Konoha, and you may kill Danzo without fear of repercussions." Upon hearing this, Fengyo scoffed. "Why should I agree to your request? I could easily annihilate Konoha and eliminate Danzo without anyone holding me accountable." As Kakashi presented his condition, Fengyo's mind raced with thoughts. The third Hokage represented a conservative faction, while Danzo was aligned with the militaristic. The third, being in a position of power, was undoubtedly aware of Danzo's actions against the Wind Country, yet he could not personally assassinate Danzo. Kakashi was negotiating on behalf of the third. Kakashi, unfazed by Fengyo's initial rejection, calmly began his counterargument. "If you destroy Konoha, other nations will perceive you as a threat, and your life may not be easy thereafter. However, if you agree to our terms, we will provide you with assistance when you eliminate Danzo, provided you do not harm others. After all, your only true enemy is Danzo. We sympathize with your parents' plight, yet the third Hokage never mistreated them during his tenure. They would not wish to see you destroy Konoha in pursuit of vengeance." At this point, Fengyo's expression softened somewhat. Yet he remained aware that in the world of ninjas, strength spoke volumes. He doubted that aligning with the third would yield any substantial aid. "Kakashi, I concede that you have a point, but even if I agree, what assistance can you offer me? By your merit? Or by the third's?" Just then, a voice interjected, answering in place of Kakashi. "By me." Fengyo turned to see a figure that made his pupils contract in surprise. He then turned back to Kakashi, sharing a knowing smile. "I should have anticipated this. I agree to your terms." Chapter 31. The destruction of Root. A gentle drizzle fell, enveloping the entire Hidden Leaf village in a lush green hue. After discussing all the details with Kakashi, Fengyo once again accompanied him back to his abode. "Kakashi, it is time for you to fulfill your promise," Fengyo remarked as he settled back into his worn chair. Kakashi, without hesitation, removed his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Ready for what was to come, Fengyo slowly extended his hand forward, and Kakashi felt a chilling touch against his eyelid. "I'm sorry, Obito." Kakashi silently apologized to his deceased friend as Fengyo withdrew his hand. Just as he was perplexed by the unfolding events, Fengyo declared, "All right, it's done." Kakashi, bewildered, thought to himself, "Wasn't it supposed to be about my Sharingan? Was that all it took?" Noticing Kakashi's incredulous expression, Fengyo explained, "I merely required some cells from your eye. I have no intention of extracting anyone's eyeballs indiscriminately." Upon hearing this, Kakashi sighed in relief. That I not only represented a significant portion of his strength, but was also the sole gift from his dear friend Obito. "System, is this sufficient?" Fengyo pondered within as he acquired the Sharingan cells. "Indeed, you should now attempt to absorb these cells," the system responded, following its instructions. Fengyo inhaled the Sharingan cells that clung to his fingertips. He felt a peculiar chakra surge from his fingers to his eyes. After a momentary pain, the traces of the kaleidoscope Sharingan flickered in his gaze, albeit for a fleeting instant, unnoticed even by Kakashi. He realized he possessed not only Kakashi's space-time ocular technique, but also that of Obito, including the abilities of intangibility and Kamui. Just as he was contemplating this, the system informed him, as naturally come in pairs. Since the host now possesses the cells of Obito's eye, both eyes' space-time capabilities can be acquired. Moreover, the Sharingan has been assimilated with the host's constitution, allowing its use without any visible change to the eyes. What a remarkable boon. This means I can engage in battles while others perceive my eyes as ordinary, Fengyo mused. Then, unexpectedly unleashing Kamui would yield magnificent results. He cast a profound glance at Kakashi, silently apologizing. "I have already secured Obito's eyes. Your experience card will have to wait for several hundred days." As for the demands placed on Fengyo by the Hidden Leaf, there was but one: to dismantle Root and sever Danzo's left and right arms. Danzo's confidants were all members of Root, and the majority of supporters in the recent conflict with the Sand Shinobi were likewise affiliated with Root. In truth, many of the elite shinobi, as well as the backbone of the Hidden Leaf, opposed this endeavor. Thus, the third Hokage was resolute in thwarting Danzo's actions, even if it meant sacrificing Danzo himself, in the very foundation of Root, collaborating with a rogue like him. When you conspired to orchestrate the assassination of Danzo and obliterate the roots of his organization, with the intention of subsequently electing a new Hokage. In exchange for their assistance in the cessation of the bounty on Windio as a rogue ninja, he stipulated an additional condition, the acquisition of Niji Hyuga from Konoha. Niji, undeniably a prodigious talent in the early days of the Hokage, unfortunately found himself overshadowed by excessive external influences, leaving him little opportunity to showcase his abilities. Wen Yao sought to draw Niji into his ranks. Ultimately, Kakashi, representing the third Hokage, acquiesced, recognizing that Niji was merely a member of the branch family. The world of ninjas often operates under such principles. There are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Mere months prior, the two factions were locked in a deadly struggle. Yet today they found themselves as comrades aligned in purpose. 2 days later, just before Konoha's impending assault, Windio and Kakashi arrived at the stronghold of the Roots, the vanguard of Konoha's forces. "This is now in your hands," Kakashi intoned solemnly, handing Wen Yao a stack of documents. After committing the names to memory, he coldly remarked, "From this day forth, the Roots shall cease to exist." With that, he slowly approached the stronghold, while members of the Roots, stationed not far off, immediately recognized Wen Yao and braced themselves for confrontation. The emergence of Danzo had significantly bolstered the Roots, now numbering nearly 100. "Who goes there? Approach, and we shall show no mercy," one of the Root ninjas barked, but Windio showed no signs of halting his advance. Noticing Windio's silence, the Roots felt emboldened to act. Earth style, yellow spring swamp. The ground beneath Windio transformed into a viscous liquid, a technique devised to ensnare foes. In an instant, as the earth technique materialized, Windio vanished from sight. While the Root members scoured for his whereabouts, several shurikens flew toward them. As they turned to evade, they noticed peculiar seals upon the shurikens, yet it was too late. Wen Yao had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to their location. With a swift series of strikes, the 3 guards at the entrance were dispatched in an instant, and Windio strode into the stronghold, reminiscent of a Reaper of Souls. Upon his entry, the Root members collectively recognized the intruder. Intruder alert. Earth style, crumbling earth palm. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Earth style, earth spike. The ground convulsed violently as countless stone pillars erupted, aiming to impale Windio, while flames manifested around him. Nevertheless, these jutsu effortlessly passed through Windio's form, leaving him unscathed. He had deployed the ability of his right eye, Kemui, to shift his body into the Kemui dimension, rendering him intangible. "What is happening? An illusion?" one member questioned. "This is no illusion. It is merely a testament to your inadequacy," Wen Yao retorted as he began forming hand seals, slicing his finger to summon forth his most formidable allies through summoning jutsu, the 5 ghosts of the underworld. In a magnificent plume of smoke, the entire stronghold was overwhelmed by the colossal forms of the 5 ghosts. They roared in unison, and sensing the impending doom, the members of the Roots hastily dispatched a messenger to inform Danzo of the crisis. However, shortly after dashing out, a silver-white wolf lunged forth and severed the man's neck. "It was futile. We were no match for it. Why hadn't any Jonin arrived to provide assistance?" A figure, resembling a squad leader from the Root, exclaimed anxiously. Fongyo scoffed. "Do you truly wonder why no Jonin has come?" Upon hearing this, the individuals across from him were momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, one of them shouted in realization. He understood this was a coordinated assault by the other Jonin of Konoha against Danzo. Everyone must flee with all their might, ensuring they returned to the Hokage's side. It was already too late. The realm of the underworld had descended. A dark red barrier expanded from the 5 ghosts, enveloping the entire Root base. This was a lethal technique derived from their collective synergy, temporarily sealing the space while doubling their combat prowess within the domain. 5 ghosts? Eliminate them, they roared. The 5 colossal figures surged into the crowd, mercilessly harvesting lives as if slicing through vegetables. Their methods vary greatly. The evil ghost emitted wails, causing those with weakened mental fortitude to collapse helplessly to the ground, awaiting their demise. The Death Ghost and Corpse Ghost rampaged through the throng, leaving a trail of chaos. What manner of monsters are these? Damn it, the barrier cannot be breached. This is bad. My chakra has been drained by that demon. Within the barrier, a hellish scene unfolded, with many of the slain rising anew to attack their former comrades, a manifestation of the corpse ghost ability. In less than half a stick of incense, the root was nearly decimated. At that moment, Feng Yao spotted someone persistently drawing various ferocious beasts. It was Sai, still affiliated with the root. He commanded the 5 ghosts to cease their assault upon him. With a swift flying thunder god technique, Feng Yao appeared beside Sai, who summoned several massive ink tigers from his sketchbook to assail him. After evading their attack, Feng Yao seized Sai's shoulder, drawing him into the Kemuyi space. Sai's abilities were indeed remarkable, and his strength was commendable. He could be recruited as a subordinate. As for his education, it could be addressed once stability returned to Konoha. Looking around, Feng Yao noted that apart from himself, there were no living beings left in the vicinity. He commanded the 5 ghosts to dissolve the barrier and then departed swiftly. Shortly after his departure, numerous jonin, including Kakashi and Asuma, arrived at the scene. They sighed heavily. They had not come to rescue the root, but rather to prevent the impending war and protect Konoha from obliteration. Without names, emotions, pasts, or futures, their hearts were solely focused on their mission. The roots that had supported Konoha's grand tree from the shadows began to vanish from this day forth. Chapter 32. The end of the Ch-Nin exams. What? Root has been completely annihilated. Danzo thundered, slamming his fist onto the table upon receiving the news. Root was his trusted faction, his very foundation, and with the imminent war between Konohagakure and Sunagakure just days away, Root was to serve as the vanguard. Now, however, fury seethed within Danzo's chest as he pondered who could have committed such a brazen act. Was it Sunagakure? Orochimaru? Or perhaps the 3rd Hokage? He swiftly dismissed Sunagakure from suspicion. Had they been aware of his operations, it would not have been Root alone that suffered. But Konohagakure would likely have faced an onslaught as well. The remaining 2, Orochimaru and the 3rd, were indeed suspects. Orochimaru harbored a deep-seated hatred for Konohagakure, while the 3rd had no desire to instigate war. A realization struck him. The 3rd Hokage had colluded with Orochimaru to obliterate Root, that cowardly Hiruzans. With his focus solely on appeasement in both domestic and foreign affairs, he never contemplated reform. I shall not allow you to succeed. Konohagakure shall not regress to that feeble past. Danzo seethed with rage, and it was not without reason that he arrived at such a conclusion. Orochimaru was indeed a former disciple of the 3rd. It was entirely plausible that a clandestine agreement had been forged between them. The 3rd would never act directly, just as the J-Nin, despite their opposition to him, would not outright defy his orders. As for Fengyo, he had seemingly vanished without a trace. It was evident that he was unreachable, as the photographs were entirely inaccurate. The absence of information led Danzo to erroneous conclusions. He turned to the 2 remaining loyalists, Wainushi Torigane and Yamakamikaze, who had accompanied him as his guards and thus had escaped the massacre. It matters not. As long as I eliminate the 4th Kazekage tomorrow, this war shall transpire regardless of your preferences. He mused, lightly caressing Shirsue's eye, contemplating the potential necessity of utilizing that eye to control Orochimaru. Danzo's strength had now been significantly diminished. The J-Nin in the village held no allegiance to him. He had intended to garner the village's trust through this war, yet the 3rd had once again interfered. Meanwhile, having eradicated Root, Fengyo arrived at a secluded residence far from Konohagakure, where Naruto and Sasuke were bound tightly. Just as Fengyo approached to assist in their release, the 2 suddenly transformed into wooden dummies. A substitution jutsu. Concealed beneath the eaves, Sasuke launched his assault. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke expelled a massive fireball from his mouth, causing an explosion that collapsed the entire room. Yet, Fengyo stood unfazed amidst the chaos. I didn't expect you to break free on your own. Come down. Do not compel me to take action. Who would listen to you, you bandaged weirdo? Naruto shouted. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he dashed forward, conjuring thousands of shadow clones in an attempt to overwhelm Fengyo through sheer numbers. Fengyo formed hand seals, summoning the spirit beast, the Frostheart Sea Lion. A sweeping water-style jutsu obliterated Naruto's shadow clones, effortlessly capturing the 2. You bastard. Let me go. Why are you capturing us? Where is Sakura? Naruto struggled violently, while Sasuke wore an expression of bitter defiance. Before the future 7th Hokage and the formidable Sasuke, who would later dominate the ninja world, had fully matured, they could be effortlessly captured by him. He released both individuals and first glanced at Sasuke, contemplating whether to attempt to sway him to his side. However, this dim-witted youth was solely fixated on vengeance. Even if he revealed the truth about Itachi, Sasuke would likely rush off to seek him out for answers or loudly proclaim his desire to avenge himself upon Konoha. Such a person was not suitable for manipulation. As for Naruto, exchanging words would not suffice against him. And having witnessed Naruto's growth both in his previous life on Earth and in this world of ninja, he had no intention of causing him harm. I bear no ill will towards you. Your capture was a necessity. Do not act recklessly, and once matters stabilize, I shall release you. After explaining, he bound both individuals with a more resilient rope. Subsequently, amidst Naruto's outcries, they returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. The third round of the Chunin exams was on the verge of commencing. The circular arena was filled with dignitaries from various countries and competitors. With Danzo seated prominently at the center, Feng Yao and the other advancing participants stood in the arena, awaiting the formal commencement of the match. While this might merely be a contest for them, for Danzo, Feng Yao, and Orochimaru, this was a battlefield. Hey, relax, you must bow to the audience. The Chunin in charge of the exam admonished everyone. Shortly thereafter, the fourth Kazekage arrived at the arena, accompanied by two Sand Shinobi. Danzo feigned cordiality as he rose to greet him. Welcome, Kazekage-sama. We invite you to enjoy the competition of our Leaf Ninjas. The fourth Kazekage offered no reply. Understanding that Danzo's words implied that aside from Konoha's ninjas, the displays from other nations were inconsequential. Despite this blatant insult, the Kazekage maintained his composure. Just wait, today, Konoha shall fall, he thought, feeling a sense of comfort as he glanced toward Orochimaru's direction. Just wait, Feng Yao. After today, your perfect body will be mine. Each individual harbored their own schemes, but at this moment, only the competitors were free of distractions. Their sole focus was to secure victory in this contest. With 9 participants remaining, Feng Yao was required to compete in an additional match, all against Sand Ninjas. Danzo was indifferent to the nature of the competition. His objective was to ensure Konoha's triumph, demonstrating to the dignitaries present that Konoha was the mightiest of ninja villages. There was no need to elaborate on the matches involving Kankuro and Temari. Kankuro forfeited in light of his upcoming plans, and Temari was no match for Feng Yao, who effortlessly secured victory with a single Flying Thunder God technique, effectively decimating the entire Sand team. As the matches progressed, the atmosphere intensified, and the various factions grew increasingly tense, knowing that the conclusion of the Chunin exams would signal the opportune moment for action. This time, without Gaara's presence. The match proceeded smoothly toward its conclusion, culminating in the final bout. To Feng Yao's surprise, his opponent in this decisive contest was none other than Lee. Lee had successfully triumphed over Hyuga Neji in the earlier rounds. It was evident to Feng Yao that Lee was brimming with joy in this moment. The match commenced, and the Chunin alongside began this final confrontation. However, Feng Yao was the first to speak. You have already sustained severe muscle strain from using the Lotus technique against Neji. It is impossible for you to defeat me, even if you had not employed the technique at all. Feng Yao held a deep admiration for this diligent genius and contemplated whether there was a way to recruit him into his ranks. Yet, Lee merely smiled faintly, gesturing with his right hand in a welcoming motion behind his left. You must be tossed. I can see that you are also a prodigy. Regardless of whether I can win or not, I am determined to stand here and fight you, for that is my ninja way. Feng Yao regarded Lee thoughtfully. Could sheer effort truly surpass innate talent? It seemed unlikely. Lee had initially bested Sasuke with ease, yet as Sasuke ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja world, Lee had barely managed to unlock the 6th gate. Nevertheless, hard work reaps rewards. While he might not surpass those chosen by fate, he could undoubtedly become a more exceptional version of himself. Feng Yao summoned the Sage of Slugs to provide Lee with a brief healing session for his muscle strain, not only to ensure a fair fight, but also to enhance their rapport. Thank you, Tossed. I shall give it my all. With that, Lee activated the 1st gate, the opening gate, and subsequently opened the rest gate to bolster his stamina, charging toward Feng Yao at breakneck speed. Leaf Hurricane. Lee executed a spinning upper kick, a common taijutsu maneuver of the gentle fist style. Feng Yao, too, resolved to confront Li with taijutsu, seeking to earn his respect through direct confrontation. Li's foot struck like steel against Feng Yao, yet he did not falter. Instead, he retreated and began to whirl around Feng Yao at high velocity. He then surged forward, delivering an upward kick aimed at Feng Yao's chin, attempting to launch him into the air, a precursor to the lotus technique, which would allow him to unleash further attacks. Typically, one would be unable to evade such a move mid-air, forced to endure the onslaught. However, Feng Yao was different. He shifted his feet slightly. Six styles moonwalk. Feng Yao altered his trajectory in mid-air, causing Li to miss the follow-up strike. Observing Li's formidable taijutsu, Feng Yao felt Li's fighting spirit ignite even further. 8 gates release. Opening gate, healing gate. Li's body began to glow a vivid red, enveloped in a visible green aura, unleashing a ferocious power that stirred the very air around them into a tempest. Prepare yourself. Li moved, taking mere steps that shattered the ground beneath him. Yet, no matter how swift Li's movements, Feng Yao adeptly analyzed his actions. As he employed the moonwalk to evade, he simultaneously clashed with Li using the iron block technique. The ensuing explosion of debris and dust rendered the spectators momentarily blinded. As the dust settled, Xiao Li faced defeat, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. Who could have anticipated that the ultimate victor would be an inconspicuous sound ninja? After the judges announced the results, Feng Yao helped Xiao Li to his feet. Your taijutsu is indeed formidable, he remarked. But mark my words, one day the lotus of Konoha shall bloom once more. Observing Xiao Li's somewhat melodramatic declaration, Feng Yao merely nodded in quiet acknowledgement, pondering that perhaps he might even master the art of the tsutsuki by then. It seemed that everything had come to a close with the conclusion of the match. Meanwhile, on the platform, Feng Ying, witnessing Konoha's elimination, mockingly addressed Danzo. It appears that Konoha's ninjas have failed to seize victory after all. Ha ha ha. Just as he erupted into laughter, Danzo made his move. Wind release, vacuum wave. He expelled a sharp, scythe-like gust from his mouth, aiming to sever Feng Ying's very flesh. Taken aback by Danzo's sudden assault, Feng Ying hastily countered with magnet release, sand gold. They had not yet initiated their plan, but that was no longer of consequence. With the facade of civility shattered, he bellowed towards Gaara and the others. Act. Annihilate Konoha. Chapter 33. Siege on Danzo. At the utterance of these words, Danzo erupted in fury. He had long suspected that the Sand Village harbored malicious intent, and once this matter concluded, he vowed to eradicate Sunagakure entirely. The gaze of the Sand Shadow Rashi grew colder still. The confrontation was now a matter of survival, where either Konoha would be obliterated or Sunagakure would face annihilation. In the audience, Kabuto had colluded with the Sand Village to unleash a vast array of genjutsu, ensnaring the majority of spectators in an illusion. Gaara prepared to enter his tailed beast transformation, while immense summoned beasts emerged outside Konoha, joining the forces of Sunagakure in their assault. Faced with this dire situation, Danzo knew his only recourse was to swiftly eliminate Rashi. He formed hand seals, channeling chakra into his technique. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo unleashed a barrage of chakra, propelling it forth like bullets from a machine gun. Rashi, acutely aware of the stakes, understood that the outcome of his duel with Danzo could determine the fate of the entire war. He responded with urgency. Magnet release, sand shuriken. Sand coalesced into countless shuriken, clashing with Danzo's attack, resulting in a stalemate. However, Danzo's two subordinates soon joined the fray, Yamanaka Kurenai and Nara Shikamaru, both from Konoha's most prestigious clans, wielding formidable secret techniques. Secret technique, poison dust technique. Yamanaka Kurenai gathered venomous insects between her hands and exhaled them in a single breath. Inhaling the toxic dust would spell death for the unwary. Meanwhile, Shikamaru sought an opportunity to employ the mind transfer puppet technique. Danzo unleashed wind release, vacuum sphere once more. Even the fourth wind shadow found himself momentarily overwhelmed, shouting down to the audience, Orochimaru, are you not going to lend a hand? Orochimaru, lurking below, smirked coldly as he ascended to the high platform. Should the fourth wind shadow perish, his plans for the destruction of Konoha might indeed unravel. Despite his extensive preparations, He recognized the necessity of a cautious approach. Standing alongside Rashi, Orochimaru faced Danzo, whose expression darkened upon his arrival. "How could it be you?" Danzo exclaimed, realizing he had miscalculated. While the third Hokage might resort to drastic measures to prevent war by destroying Root, he would never permit Orochimaru to conspire with the sand to obliterate Konoha. Yet, there was no time for further reflection. Orochimaru commanded his sound ninjas to establish the Four Purple Flames formation, encircling Danzo and his allies, with Kunmaru joining within the array. During the formation, Moya glanced at the imposing figure of Fuyo standing in the audience. Lord Fuyo, so dashing. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Danzo turned to his subordinates. "You two, hold off Orochimaru while I deal with the fourth wind shadow." He then unraveled the bandages from his arm, revealing a limb adorned with Sharingan. Orochimaru chuckled mockingly. "Ah, so it is this arm. A true masterpiece." Danzo scoffed, and his companions, Yamanaka, Kurenai, and Shikamaru, charged towards Orochimaru and Kunmaru. The plague insect, a creation of the female ninja Takin, is a nano-sized venomous creature that, upon contact with its host, inflicts poisoning. This insidious insect infiltrates the cells of its victim, wreaking havoc within. Meanwhile, the Wind Master, Shanzhong, prepares his heart-to-heart technique. Observing Orochimaru being momentarily restrained, Danzo feels a sense of relief and turns his attention to Rasha. Below, Feng Yao coldly scrutinizes the unfolding battle, recognizing Danzo as his primary target. However, he must tread carefully around Danzo's Kodoame Tsukumi. Should his vengeance backfire and lead to his own while being manipulated, he would find himself in a foolish predicament. He decides to let Orochimaru and the fourth Kazekage deplete Danzo's Sharingan before seizing the opportunity to strike. Utilizing his Kamui, he positions himself closer to the battlefield, awaiting the perfect moment to intervene. On the ground, numerous elite ninjas from Konoha have arrived to suppress the situation, yet Gaara has successfully transformed into his tailed beast form, rendering him uncontrollable for the time being. The battlefield beneath the elevated platform has descended into a stalemate. To the east of the village entrance, Sand Ninjas and Orochimaru appear. A few elite ninjas are dispatched to confront this monstrous one-tailed beast. Cursed be Orochimaru, the traitor who conspires with the Sand Village against Konoha. The crowd erupts in anger. Yet Orochimaru remains unfazed, diligently facing the two ninjas before him. The serpentine figure of Orochimaru conjures a colossal, sinuous serpent that hurls Takin into the sky. Following this, he unleashes the Kusanagi sword, extending his head towards Shanzhong. Knowing well the latter's expertise in mental manipulation necessitates an immediate resolution. Without hesitation, Shanzhong seizes this moment of opportunity. Employing the heart-turned-puppet curse seal technique, he attempts to evade with the substitution technique, enabling Kimimaro to advance first, dashing directly before Shanzhong. The bone pulse, dance of the camellia ensues, resulting in Shanzhong's head being severed from his body. Faced with two shadow-level opponents, he finds himself utterly overwhelmed. Descending from the sky, Takin witnesses the demise of his companion, a surge of sorrow rising within him. The outcome of the battle seems inevitable. Yet he charges recklessly towards Orochimaru and Kimimaro. Meanwhile, the clash between Danzo and Rasha continues. Danzo's prowess is formidable. Not only does he wield 11 Sharingan, but he has also integrated Hashirama's cells into his right arm, showcasing impressive taijutsu skills. His wind release techniques possess the power to slice through Susanoo, marking him as a versatile combatant equipped with both strength and enhancements. However, his lack of practical combat experience proves detrimental, as he finds himself momentarily subdued by Rasha. Seizing the opportunity, Rasha executes the magnet release, Sand Gold Funeral. This technique serves as a precursor to the Sandstorm Funeral, being denser and heavier. As an immense quantity of sand engulfs Danzo, with his hands forming seals once more, the grains tremble under the oppressive force, compressing Danzo into a mere puddle of flesh. Rasha, convinced of his victory, remains oblivious to the existence of the Izanagi, an extraordinary ocular technique. Utilizing Izanagi to rewrite the reality of his demise, Danzo reappears before Rasha, hands poised for another set of seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo inhaled deeply before compressing and unleashing the air, resembling an air rocket launcher capable of propelling an entire body away with astonishing force. Although Rasha was unaware of how his adversary had resurrected, he quickly enveloped himself in gold sand, shielding himself from this lethal strike. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo drew forth shurikens, infusing them with wind chakra. Wind release, shuriken. The enhanced sharpness of the shurikens effortlessly cleaved through rock, breaching Rasha's sandy defenses. However, just as Danzo had the chance to eliminate the fourth Kazekage, a voice interrupted the fray, summoning Giant Snake. A colossal black python interposed itself between the two combatants. Although the shuriken sliced through the serpent, it lacked the necessary force to penetrate Rasha's defenses. Danzo focused intently, observing that Oil Girl had already been dealt with, her body pierced by Kimamaro's bones. Orochimaru approached slowly, a mocking glint in his gaze as he regarded Danzo. Yet, he too was curious as to why had yet to intervene. Wasn't his objective to confront Danzo? It soon became evident. Danzo gradually peeled away his right eye, realizing he had no alternative but to manipulate Orochimaru to eliminate the Kazekage and quell the impending destruction of Konoha. In doing so, he could present himself as the savior of the village, retaining his position as Hokage and earning the villagers' trust. With this thought, he revealed his right eye, merely Shurisue's eye. He unleashed upon Orochimaru the strongest Jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru's will had been subtly altered by Danzo, while Rasha remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Danzo let out a sinister chuckle and resumed his assault on Rasha. Wind release, vacuum serial waves, emitting several crescent-like gusts. This technique not only severed the opponent's flesh but also disrupted their chakra. As Rasha prepared to defend, Orochimaru unexpectedly launched a surprise attack, catching Rasha off guard. Cursed snake arm explosion. Multiple colossal serpents lunged forward, engulfing both Rasha and the sand within their gaping maws. Following the impact of Danzo's vacuum serial waves into the snake's body, Orochimaru manipulated his chakra to trigger a detonation of the serpent. Kimamaro and the others stood in stunned silence, baffled by Orochimaru's sudden aggression towards Rasha, which had not been part of their plan. As the explosion subsided, Rasha emerged, coughing violently. Cough. Orochimaru, you. He was grievously wounded. His left arm had been severed completely. One eye was obliterated, and numerous injuries adorned his body. Outside, the Suna shinobi grew anxious, unaware of the unfolding chaos. Haha, this eye has indeed exceeded my expectations. I alone possess the power to alter this ninja world. Just as Danzo began to revel in his apparent triumph, the space behind him began to warp, and a figure materialized, resting a hand upon his shoulder. A chilling voice echoed through the air. You are mistaken, Tuanzo. You are not the one capable of transforming this world of ninjas. For today you shall meet your demise here. Chapter 34. One-on-one with Danzo. Upon hearing the sound, Danzo was startled and turned his head, but Feng Yao's movements were swifter. With the flying thunder god slash, Feng Yao's form transformed into numerous phantoms, piercing directly through Danzo's body, blood erupting from his mouth. Lord Feng Yao has made his move. Has he succeeded? Among all present, aside from Orochimaru, Moya was undoubtedly the most focused on Feng Yao. However, the strike did not yield success. Danzo activated his Anaji, rewriting reality itself. Revived to full health, he appeared untouched, while those nearby were once again astonished by his ninjutsu. Yet, the continuous illusion technique, Kodo Amatsukami, which he had just imposed upon Orochimaru, had ceased. Orochimaru, regaining his senses, took a step back, pressing his hand against his forehead as Kimamaro rushed to support him. Such a terrifying illusion. There exists but one technique in this world capable of such feats. A glimmer of fear lingered in Orochimaru's eyes. It was not the fear of death that haunted him, but the dread of never being able to master all the ninjutsu in existence and unravel the truths of the world. Fortunately, the technique had been lifted, yet now, in addition to coveting Feng Yao's body, he yearned for Shurisue's eye, the eye that could wield Kodo Amatsukami, possessing that I would pave his path ahead, free of obstacles. Overwhelmed with excitement, Orochimaru trembled in anticipation. In contrast, Raza found himself in the direst situation. Each individual here had their own motives, yet he alone was ensnared by betrayal. His combat strength had significantly waned, rendering him incapable of posing an effective threat to anyone. His value to Orochimaru had diminished greatly, though he remained oblivious to this fact. "Orochimaru, what on earth is going on with you?" Raza queried, his voice laced with confusion. Orochimaru slowly averted his gaze, observing Feng Yao, who he had just severely injured, without an ounce of remorse. It was merely a matter of being ensnared by an illusion. "Everything is fine now, and I owe you my gratitude, Yao Kuan." Upon hearing Orochimaru's thanks, Feng Yao chose to disregard him, keenly sensing the malice directed at him. Today, he not only aimed to eliminate Danzo, but also had to guard against Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, cough cough, why don't you assist in eliminating the Hokage first?" For Raza, removing the fifth Hokage was of greater priority than eliminating Feng Yao. Yet, Orochimaru held a different perspective, nonchalantly responding, "Do not rush, Lord Feng Yao. Let the two of them fight a bit first." Orochimaru clearly harbored intentions of letting both sides suffer, hoping to capitalize on the aftermath. He wished for Danzo to force Feng Yao into Sage Mode. Having fought with Feng Yao, he was aware that the weakness of Sage Mode was its limited duration. However, regrettably, misinformation led him to make a grave error. Feng Yao was currently employing space-time ninjutsu. Danzo regarded the bandaged figure before him with confusion. The forehead protector suggested he was one of Orochimaru's, yet the hostility emanating from him seemed more potent than that of everyone else combined. With a cold snort, understanding that Kodo Amatsukami had been breached, he found himself in a precarious situation, a hint of panic creeping into his heart. It is surprising to discover that Orochimaru has individuals like you among his subordinates. How did you discern the identity of the otherworldly deity? It is no wonder that Danzo failed to recognize Feng Yao. Technically, this was their first encounter. Haha, I am not one of Orochimaru's minions. As for how I identified the otherworldly deity, you may carry that question with you to the depths of hell. With a cold smirk, Feng Yao began to unravel the bandages from his face, momentarily startling Danzo upon revealing his visage. Yet, Danzo remained certain that they had never crossed paths. Someone of this nature would surely not be forgotten after a single meeting. Who exactly are you? I am the very individual you have been seeking to apprehend during this time. The one responsible for the destruction of the root organization you painstakingly established. Danzo, do you recall the turmoil surrounding Feng Bo and Feng Miao? If Danzo still did not comprehend Feng Yao's identity at this point, he was unworthy of being regarded as a dark-hearted schemer within the world of Hokage. He realized that he had been mistaken from the outset. The third Hokage had conspired with Feng Yao to obliterate the root organization. You are Feng Yao. I never imagined it would be this traitor from Konoha. Humph. Driven by your thirst for vengeance, you have ignited the flames of war in Konoha. I truly cannot fathom how your parents could have given rise to such a wretch. They hold no value for the village at all. Danzo's words struck a nerve, igniting Feng Yao's fury. Indeed, listening to your drivel only serves to stoke my anger. Feng Yao had no intention of engaging further in conversation with Danzo. He bit his finger and summoned forth his most formidable allies. Summoning technique, the 5 demons of the underworld. 5 colossal specters from the realm of the dead descended once more upon this world. Although Danzo referred to Feng Yao as a mere child, he dared not underestimate him. Feng Yao's accomplishments were widely recognized. At this moment, Danzo still had 8 eyes at his disposal, granting him 480 seconds of invincibility. In the realm of the underworld, Feng Yao initiated the assault, expanding the domain until it reached the boundaries of the barrier. With the domain activated, the 5 demons became increasingly agitated. The Death Demon was the first to charge forward, wielding a massive axe that sliced through the air with a piercing sound aimed directly at Danzo. In response to Feng Yao's initial offensive, Danzo did not hastily employ his Anaji. Instead, he sought to eliminate one of Feng Yao's summoned beasts first. Would release, exploding gun tree. This technique, derived from the cells of Hashirama that Danzo had implanted, was both offensive and defensive, capable of instantly countering an attack while simultaneously engulfing the opponent. A colossal tree sprouted from his right arm, blocking the great axe and lunging towards the Death Demon. However, Danzo's efforts to slay the Death Demon were thwarted. Feng Yao commanded the fiend to unleash a mental assault, and the piercing shriek halted Danzo's would-release ninjutsu, allowing the corpse demon to stab him right through. Izanagi could only be activated again. As the invincible minute approached, Danzo paid no heed to his injuries, imbuing his kunai with wind release and charging toward Feng Yao to engage in battle. Yet, knowing the duration of Danzo's Izanagi, Feng Yao was not inclined to confront him directly. Any ninjutsu used during those 60 seconds of Izanagi would merely squander his chakra. Thus, utilizing the moon step, he directly initiated the Qin Wang's column mode. Danzo could only watch helplessly as Izanagi's time came to an end. And Feng Yao once again commanded the Shikigami and the malevolent spirits to attack in unison. Nearby, Orochimaru observed the unfolding scene with a furrowed brow, taken aback by Danzo's apparent ineptitude. Although this resurrection technique was formidable, it seemed unlikely to exhaust Feng Yao's sage mode in such a manner. Danzo, slightly out of breath, found himself struggling against the bizarre and unpredictable summoned beasts, having only faced 3 thus far. It became evident that he must first eliminate 2 of them. Contemplating this, Danzo bit his finger and summoned his own familiar. The summoning technique, Dream Eater, a peculiar creature with an elephant's trunk, rhinoceros eyes, a bull's tail, and tiger's feet, landed upon the elevated platform. It roared, opening its maw wide, and with the power of wind release, appeared intent on drawing in and devouring the objects before it. The immense suction forced Feng Yao to exert pressure with his feet to maintain his stance, while Danzo leapt behind the 5 spirits. Wind release, vacuum wave. He cleverly enhanced his attack with wind release, however. His aim was not directed at the spirits' bodies, but rather aimed to sever the legs of the malevolent spirits, resulting in the 2 being swallowed whole by the Dream Eater. After eliminating the malevolent spirit capable of mental attacks, Danzo felt a considerable sense of relief. "You are too close to me, Danzo." Feng Yao seized the opportunity, executing a moon step to close the distance, grasping Danzo by the throat while the tendrils of the spiritual ghost ensnared him. In an instant, Danzo felt his chakra rapidly depleting. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. He severed the tendrils of the spirit. While Feng Yao adeptly evaded his wind release with a phantasmal shift, Danzo hastily retreated. In just a brief moment, half of his chakra had vanished. At this juncture, Danzo's chakra reserves had dwindled to the point where he could no longer recklessly employ Izanagi. Meanwhile, Feng Yao replenished his chakra, having just expended some summoning his beasts. Observing the scene before him, Rasha felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, discarding his prior agreement with Orochimaru entirely. Realizing the situation had turned against him, Danzo commanded the Dream Eater to charge forward and utilize wind release to buy himself some time. He then employed wind release, vacuum wave once more, but this time, his attack targeted the domain and barriers that ensnared him, rather than Feng Yao. Danzo, having lost the will to continue fighting, understood that persisting would lead to his demise. Rationality birthed a fear of death within him, ultimately transforming into cowardice. While attacking the barrier, Danzo's mind screamed in desperation, "For Konoha, I must survive. I am the only one who can alter the ninja world." However, Feng Yao had already executed the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing directly before him. As he grasped Danzo, he had inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal moments prior. With a kunai, he struck from below, cleaving through Danzo's body and heart. Chapter 35. The Lamentation of the 3 Virtues. With a sudden jolt, Danzo's body trembled, his eyes widening as he expelled a mouthful of blood. "You cannot kill me." His visage turned pale as parchment, and once more he invoked Izanagi. Yet, this time, the expression on his face bore a hint of despair. The immense consumption of chakra had left him dizzy and weighed down, allowing him but one more use. A sorrowful thought coursed through his mind. Could it be that I am truly destined to perish here today? No. I am the Hokage. I cannot die. Swiftly, he formed hand seals. When captured by Fuyo, he had not been idle. The curse of self-entanglement. When attacked, he had insidiously planted a mark upon Fuyo. Sinister black stripes began to creep up Fuyo's body, restricting his movements. Danzo would not let such an opportune moment slip away. He immediately produced a shuriken, infused with the power of wind release, and hurled it toward Fuyo. The shuriken, sharp enough to cleave through stone, hurtled directly at its target. Just as it was about to strike, a vengeful spirit teleported in front of Fuyo, intercepting the lethal blow. This spirit could instantaneously appear beside its master when under threat. Danzo, witnessing his attack thwarted, felt his spirits plummet once more, helplessly observing as Fuyo gradually dispelled the seal that bound him. He howled in frenzied rage. "You traitors of Konoha! You comprehend nothing of your actions, driven solely by vengeance, steered by your emotions. You are unworthy of being shinobi." In response to Danzo's scorn, Fuyo let out a derisive laugh. Fixing his gaze upon Danzo, he spoke slowly. "And what of you, Danzo? You frequently extol the virtues of self-sacrifice. Yet when the moment arrives, you cower. The second Hokage has long demonstrated your unworthiness to lead. Your actions have perpetually betrayed your ideals. This is your original sin." At these words, Danzo's breath quickened, bewildered by how his adversary could unearth such long-buried truths from history. Even Orochimaru and his companions, upon hearing this revelation, pricked up their ears, having been unaware of such secrets. Danzo clenched his teeth, furrowing his brow as he fixed his gaze upon all present. He comprehended that his demise was inevitable. Fuyo's words had struck a profound chord within him. They evoked memories of the second Hokage's admonitions. The moment that demands your sacrifice will come. Until then, preserve your life. Ironically, Fuyo's discourse ignited Danzo's resolve to fight to the death. Abandoning thoughts of retreat, he resolved to perish alongside Fuyo and his allies. Danzo tore away his clothing, revealing the seal of the four symbols inscribed upon his body. However, Fuyo was well versed in all of Danzo's jutsu, and despite Danzo's swiftness, he could not outpace the Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, Fuyo teleported, piercing Danzo's heart with a kunai. Yet, Danzo unleashed his final invocation of his Izanagi, rendering him invincible for a fleeting 60 seconds. He laughed maniacally, resurrected beside them, casting aside all thoughts of life and death. "For the sake of Konoha, you shall not survive." At this moment, Danzo felt that his demise would hold significance, as he would take 3 formidable adversaries from the Hidden Leaf Village with him. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that this sealing technique could not kill FGA. FGA merely lamented the fact that he could not personally eliminate Danzo. Regardless of whether he utilized intangibility or the Flying Thunder God technique, FGA could effortlessly evade Danzo's sealing jutsu. It was merely a pity for Shirsue's eyes. Just as everyone prepared to safeguard their lives, a melodious flute melody resonated, transforming into 3 dark dragons that ensnared Danzo, halting his self-destructive sealing technique. Danzo gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, turning to see that the flutist was nothing more than an inconspicuous young girl. The Sanzandia and Lamentation held formidable single-target control abilities, capable of immobilizing the opponent's movements and rendering their current techniques ineffective. This was the family secret technique that Dia had diligently practiced over the past days. "Lord FGA, I promised I would aid you in realizing your aspirations." Dia silently expressed in her heart as blood trickled from her mouth, revealing the difficulty of executing such a ninjutsu. Witnessing this spectacle, FGA would certainly not let this golden opportunity slip away. He employed the Flying Thunder God to instantly teleport beside Danzo. With a swift thrust, a kunai pierced Danzo's heart, rendering him incapable of utilizing Izanagi ever again. His consciousness began to fade, his body feeling unbearably heavy, until he collapsed to the ground like a feeble old man. In his final moments, he weakly murmured, nihilistic slash, "This time, it is I. Before you." The leader of the roots of the Hidden Leaf Village, the 5th acting Hokage, and a figure who dedicated his life to the prosperity of Konoha. Danzo felt today as an anti-hero. Nearby, the 3rd Hokage's eyes were clouded, seemingly brimming with tears. "Danzo, the Hokage has been slain. What shall we do now? We must stabilize the situation." Quickly summon the 3rd Hokage. The Leaf Village ninja observing from below were thrown into disarray. The Kazekage witnessed this scene with immense joy. His emotions had oscillated dramatically from being ambushed to being abandoned by Orochimaru and almost perishing alongside Danzo. Yet, with Danzo's death, he managed to stand upright. Addressing the ninjas below with difficulty, "The 5th Hokage is dead. Will you not surrender? Your village has lost this war." The Sand ninjas felt invigorated by his words, while the Leaf ninjas were engulfed in despair. Just as Dia had made her move, the barrier weakened with one less participant, and FGA had accomplished his objective. He prepared to seize Danzo's right arm and Shirsue's eyes when a massive serpent launched a surprise attack. FGA swiftly grasped Danzo's body, using the flying thunder god to evade to the side, as the colossal serpent crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. FGA was already acutely aware of Orochimaru's ill intentions. It was evident that he was fully prepared to strike. With a deep sigh, he deftly collected Danzo's arm and Shirsue's eyes. Orochimaru, can't you restrain yourself any longer? Do you truly believe you can triumph over my sage mode? Feng Yao spoke first, attempting to intimidate with his words. His chakra had not been significantly depleted during his recent battle with Danzo, making him more than capable of dealing with Orochimaru. However, at this moment, Junmaru and the quartet were present, and Orochimaru likely had yet to utilize the Edo Tensei of the first and second Hokage. The fourth Kazekage's stance remained ambiguous. This situation was not particularly advantageous for him, yet with the powers of intangibility, Kimui, and Flying Thunder God at his disposal, there were few in the entire ninja world capable of restraining Feng Yao. Even if he could not defeat him, retreating would be well within his means. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Feng Yao's sage mode was indeed terrifying, possessing not only astonishing speed and strength but also an unparalleled mastery of sage techniques. However, after observing Feng Yao's prolonged battle, he formed a bold hypothesis, despite having the ability to swiftly resolve the fight using sage mode. Feng Yao had continuously relied on summoning beasts in the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru speculated that Feng Yao's reluctance stemmed not from a desire to avoid using it, but rather from an inability to do so. The various ninjutsu Feng Yao employed at that moment bore little resemblance to those he had wielded during their initial confrontation, further piquing Orochimaru's curiosity about the secrets of Feng Yao's body. Yaokuin, in our previous battle, I was indeed no match for you. Why not allow me to witness your sage mode once more today? With that, Orochimaru bit his finger and pressed it against the ground, summoning two heavy brown coffins from beneath the earth, inscribed with the characters for first and second. Upon seeing this, Feng Yao understood that the occupants were none other than the first and second Hokage of Konohagakure. Feng Yao had once contemplated using the Edo Tensei technique himself, but at that time, while in the Forest of Death, he had no suitable strong skeletal remains to utilize. Otherwise, the beings he could summon would surpass those of Orochimaru, as the latter had yet to fully master the Edo Tensei technique. A third coffin gradually emerged, one that had almost been summoned before but had been thwarted by the third Hokage. It bore no inscriptions, though the anime depicted it. The manga did not. Feng Yao doubted that it contained Minato. Clearly, the coffin housed individuals who had already undergone the Edo Tensei process. For instance, the first and second Hokage had been placed in coffins after their resurrection and subsequently summoned, while the fourth was currently sealed, rendering it impossible for him to be successfully resurrected and placed within a coffin. Moreover, since it had been intended to confront the third Hokage, it should be someone familiar to him. After all, the first and second Hokage were his mentors. Thus, the final occupant should also be someone well known to the third Hokage. As the coffin lid slowly creaked open, there was no need for elaboration regarding the first and second, for they were unmistakably present. The third figure appeared somewhat unfamiliar at first glance, yet the three tomo in his eyes confirmed he was a member of the Uchiha clan. This revelation alerted Feng Yao. He now understood who the final individual summoned by Orochimaru would be. Chapter 36. The third coffin. The members of the second Hokage's elite guard possess an unwavering will of fire, dedicating their lives to the village of Konoha, and are among the few Uchiha clan members trusted by the second Hokage, Uchiha Kagami. His appearances in the series are sparse, and for a moment, FY did not recognize him. The two Hokages and Uchiha Kagami had not yet been entirely stripped of their consciousness. As they looked around, upon seeing Danzo's lifeless body, the pupils of the second Hokage involuntarily constricted. Had Danzo been slain? The summoner turned out to be merely a young man. The current generation is truly remarkable. So, is this handsome lad our adversary? If so, we are compelled to engage him in battle. Which clan do you hail from, young man? Lord First Hokage, Lord Second Hokage. It is unexpected to meet you under such circumstances. It seems Konoha is in dire straits. As the three gazed upon the fallen bodies and the attacking forces of Sunagakure, a pang of sorrow inevitably gripped their hearts, for the deceased had been summoned back to the realm of the living to assist outsiders in ravaging their own village. It is indeed the successive Hokages and Uchiha Kagami. Raza, standing nearby, was naturally taken aback by the sight of these figures, especially the two Hokages. Renowned throughout history as the god of shinobi, Hashirama, and the master of ninjutsu, Tobirama, Orochimaru reveled in the astonished expressions of Raza and the others. However, FY appeared composed, for he already knew who they were. This calm demeanor elicited a sense of insult from Orochimaru. "Humph, allow me to commence. Let us relish this. Shall we, Waikuin?" With that, he thrust 3 kunai, bound with seals, into the napes of the 3 individuals. The dust upon their forms began to dissipate, revealing them as if they were truly alive, their consciousness erased, transforming them into mere instruments of slaughter. "Please, no. Lord Orochimaru." Cough, cough. Motto. Standing to the side, witnessed this and attempted to intervene but stumbled and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. FY, wishing to stop her, realized that if Orochimaru heard her, he might use her as leverage against him, so he focused on addressing the immediate threat before him. The first Hokage clasped his hands together, not even forming seals. Would release, birth of dense forest, with chakra as the source of life. This ninjutsu caused multiple trees to sprout rapidly from the ground. The trees seemed to uproot themselves, swiftly creating a forest, and under Hashirama's guidance. The trees surged forth to engulf FY. FY mused, indeed, the first Hokages would release is unparalleled. My own skills are likely not even half as potent. He then bit his finger, summoning the SH-10 to defend himself. Summoning technique, triple SH-10. 3 towering gates, each reaching hundreds of meters, erupted from the earth. Colliding fiercely with Hashirama's would release. The first gate immediately showed signs of collapsing, barely supported by the second gate. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami sprang into action. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was naturally adept at fire release. Kagami swiftly formed hand seals, taking a deep breath, his abdomen swelling slightly, before unleashing a torrent of flames. Fire release. Dragon Flame Song technique unleashes 4 fire dragons from the mouth of the mirror, each striking from the top, bottom, left, and right, their potency and temperature formidable and undeniable. The combination with would release further amplifies their might, causing the remaining 2 gates to collapse in succession. As a thick cloud of smoke engulfs the area, rendering the ninja downwind unable to open their eyes, coughing incessantly. Yet, in the midst of this chaos, the figure of Kazekage is nowhere to be seen. Just as Orochimaru's brow furrows in concern and he prepares to search, Kazekage emerges from below, utilizing phasing to evade detection. Having just employed the Resurrection Gate to obscure Orochimaru's line of sight. Orochimaru-sama, beware of what lies behind you. Kimimaro quickly perceives the danger and unsheathes his own spine, launching it toward himself. However, Kazekage is unwilling to grant him this opportunity, seizing Orochimaru as shoulder instead. In a flash, the right eye of the Sharingan manifests a swirling vortex. This ocular technique is inclined toward defensive maneuvers and close-range assaults, capable of drawing both oneself and external entities into a different dimension. With a passive ability to shift its wielder into that space, it evades all incoming harm. The surrounding scenery and Orochimaru's form begin to warp, as Kazekage aims to pull him into the realm of the Sharingan. Damn it, is this a space-time ninjutsu? Attack him quickly. At this moment, Orochimaru finds himself within the grasp of the technique, unable to escape, while Kimimaro remains several paces away. The second Hokage makes his move, his speed surpassing that of Kimimaro. Water release, water severing wave. The second Hokage unleashes a powerful, straight jet of high-pressure water from his mouth, transforming it into a razor-sharp water blade that rushes toward Kazekage. If he were to persist in absorbing Orochimaru, he would surely be cleaved in 2 by the second Hokage's attack. Unlike typical water release techniques, this jutsu had previously severed the roots of the divine tree in the original storyline. Kazekage is compelled to cease his absorption, activating phasing to evade the strike as the earth and nearby boulders are neatly sliced in half by the water column. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru distances himself from Kazekage. Believing he has exercised sufficient caution, yet he is astonished to find he nearly fell prey to Kazekage's ploy. Kazekage, observing the considerable distance between himself, Orochimaru, and the other Hokage, realizes he has missed the optimal chance to defeat Orochimaru. Be wary, he may possess the ninjutsu to become ethereal and evade attacks. However, when utilizing that space-time ocular technique, he was in a tangible state. Otherwise, I would have already perished. It seems your eyes conceal many secrets as well, Kazekage. Orochimaru speaks with apprehension, noting the significance of intelligence in ninja combat. Recognizing that Orochimaru has thoroughly analyzed his abilities, Kazekage opts not to prolong the confrontation. Aware that his chakra is not inexhaustible, the scene shifts to the ground, where the sand and leaf ninjas occupy opposing positions. However, bolstered by the death of their Hokage, the morale of the sand ninja surges, subtly overwhelming the leaf forces. Wind release, void sphere. Shikaku expels a colossal sphere of chakra, targeting the leaf ninjas. As the ninjas prepare to scatter, a diminutive figure stands defiantly before them, fragile as though a gust of wind could shatter it. Earth release, earth flow wall. The terrifying explosive projectile struck the wall. Although the structure was damaged, it spared the people from injury. Upon recognizing the identity of their visitor, the crowd erupted in joy. Lord Third Hokage, you have finally arrived to take command. It is splendid news. With your presence, victory is assured. Please, lead us once more. The Third Hokage waved his hand to silence them while issuing the forthcoming battle directives. The primary objective was to expel invaders such as the Sand Ninja and traitors like Orochimaru from the village of Konohagakure. Seal the One-Tail's movements with barriers. Kakashi, Guy, join me in containing the beast. With that, the Third Hokage summoned Enma through summoning jutsu. The King Kong fist transformed into a mighty staff, ensnaring Shikaku. However, Shikaku was fierce, relentlessly clawing at its prison, causing the staff to tremble slightly. Wind style, sand bullet. The enhanced sand projectiles pierced through their adversary's flesh, facilitating control over the beast. Kakashi invoked multiple earth-style walls to counter the assault. Boom. Once again, the One-Tail's attack was thwarted. At that moment, the 4 purple flames formation set by the Konohagakure ninjas was completed, and the 3 within managed to subdue the One-Tail. The Third Hokage discreetly glanced at the high platform, reassuring himself. In his heart, he pondered, it all relies on you. You must defeat Orochimaru. After a brief clash, Orochimaru discerned that Feng Yao possessed the ability to absorb others' techniques, which likely belonged to the realm of ocular jutsu. Thus, the second Hokage's illusionary technique from years past was unleashed, the Dark Path technique. This Jinjutsu could obscure others' vision and was originally designed to counter the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Seeing Feng Yao's bewildered expression, Orochimaru knew he had succeeded and promptly commanded Kimimaro and others to attack, doubting Feng Yao could maintain his ethereal state indefinitely. Indeed, the duration of that state was limited to 5 minutes. Wood style, world descending. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Fire style, great fireball. Corpse bone path, eightfold dance of the weeping willow. Although Feng Yu was being assaulted, Orochimaru suddenly felt a sense of impending danger, despite Feng Yao's vacant gaze. His eyes were fixed upon him. Instinctively, he executed the serpent replacement technique. Opening his mouth wide, he peeled away his flesh, allowing his snake-like lower half to escape. In the next instant, the space where Orochimaru had just stood distorted. Crack! The entire substitute was drawn into an alternate dimension. Feng Yao's mental prowess had reached extraordinary heights, particularly after his physical transformation, which granted him immunity to most Jinjutsu. However, he remained wary of the strongest illusion, the Kodo Amatsukami. Thus, he feigned being ensnared by the Jinjutsu to deceive Orochimaru into lowering his guard. Seizing the opportunity, he utilized the spatial distortion of his left eye to directly eliminate Orochimaru. Yet the latter remained alert. The left eye's power could warp space in the direction of his gaze, transitioning into another dimension, rendering it exceptionally lethal. Kakashi possessed this ability as well, but he had yet to fully master it in the present moment. With the defeat of Shenwei, Feng Yao evaded to safety using the Flying Thunder God technique and boldly proclaimed, as one of the legendary Sannin, you would not be devoid of your word, would you? My lord? If you do not emerge, I shall join forces with the Sand-Hidden Village to launch an assault on Konoha. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous plume of white smoke erupted in the center. From within, a large orange toad perched itself upon the ground. It was none other than Jiraiya, the sage of Mount Miyaboku. It has been a long time, Orochimaru. Chapter 37. Jiraiya, a tall man adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the character for oil, appeared between Kazekage and Orochimaru. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist, and beneath his red cloak, he wore a brown garment. His feet were clad in wooden sandals, and he donned armor-like gear on his arms. This was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, alongside Orochimaru. The morale of the Leaf Village warriors surged upon seeing Jiraiya. Surely with his presence, victory against the Sand Village was assured. However, the crowd on the high platform fell into an unexpected silence. As Jiraiya struck a pose he deemed stylish, accompanied by the frog beneath him, the lack of acknowledgement from those nearby prompted him to sheepishly retract his stance. Raza frowned at the sight of Jiraiya and quietly positioned himself next to Orochimaru. Orochimaru widened his golden eyes in surprise. It had been so long since they last met. Yet Jiraiya remained as frivolous as ever. Upon hearing his old friend's remark, Jiraiya adopted a serious demeanor, fixing his gaze on Orochimaru. He had originally been entrusted by the third Hokage to come to the Leaf Village to prevent the outbreak of war, but upon arrival, he learned of a young boy named Kazuyo who sought revenge against Danzo, intending to destroy the village. Jiraiya had planned to negotiate with Kakashi and the boy, initially intending to subdue Kazuyo himself. However, witnessing their battle, he realized he lacked absolute confidence in that endeavor. He could only resort to a prearranged secondary plan to have Kazuyo assassinate Danzo and thwart the impending conflict. Yet, he never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events: the Sand Village's assault, Orochimaru's emergence, and the resurrection of the first and second Hokages. What astonished him even more was that the young Kazuyo could hold his own against these formidable opponents. Jiraiya had promised to provide assistance during their previous dealings, and he could not allow Orochimaru to act with impunity. It was imperative to restrain him this time. Orochimaru, cease your actions at once, or I shall be compelled to kill you, Jiraiya declared. Orochimaru, taken aback, replied with a sardonic laugh. We possess nearly 6 Kage-level combatants on our side. What can you, Jiraiya, do to defeat me? Have you ever triumphed over me, even once? Indeed, aside from himself, Orochimaru had Kimimaro, Raza, the first and second Hokages, and Uchiha Kagami, all of whom were exceptional warriors. The 4 sound ninja outside the arena were not accounted for, as their presence would only lead to swift annihilation in such a battle. Jiraiya bit his finger, drawing a red semicircle beneath his eyes, and brought his hands together in a prayer-like gesture. Entering sage mode. Kazuyo, buy me some time. I need to summon the 2 great sages to assist us. He instructed Kazuyo beside him. Kazuyo cursed Jiraiya silently, exclaiming in his heart, was he merely spectating moments ago? Why didn't he summon the 2 great sages earlier? Jiraiya's approach to combat is far too conventional. I refuse. Kazuyo's icy retort caught Jiraiya off guard, his eyes widening in disbelief. With a twitch at the corner of his eye, he exclaimed, Hey, I came out here to save you, and do you want to even support me a little? Support? How does that even qualify? My chakra has been depleted by more than half, and while my ninjutsu offers ample defense, my offensive capabilities are lacking. My objective has been achieved, and there is no necessity to continue battling Orochimaru. Had Jiraiya entered sage mode, Feng would not have hesitated to collaborate with him to take Orochimaru's life. However, in this situation, asking him to risk his life is a miscalculation. Just as I was about to voice my thoughts, Orochimaru denied them any opportunity. He summoned his subordinates to charge at the 2, unwilling to let Feng escape. You lot, capture Feng. I shall deal with Jiraiya. The group divided into 2 factions, as Orochimaru and Jiraiya knew each other well and would not suffer in their confrontation, thus allocating the majority of their strength against Feng Yao. The second Hokage's body flicker technique was significantly faster than the others, allowing him to reach Feng Yao in an instant. Senju Tobirama, renowned in the ninja world as the fastest ninja, bore this title justly. In battle, he often triumphed through sheer speed. Positioned behind Feng Yao, the second Hokage's lips moved slightly. Water release, heavenly weeping. This was an offensive water technique developed by the second Hokage, unleashing unexpectedly sharp water needles. The high-speed jets of water would strike at the enemy's vital points. This technique, mastered by Tobirama, required no hand seals for execution. Its formidable power was such that even Madara had to employ his Susanu's arms for defense. However, phasing through attacks was not merely a matter of speed. And the second Hokage's assault naturally bore no fruit. With so many adversaries present, Feng Yao was not foolish enough to expend energy in a low-probability battle. After utilizing phasing, he swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to vacate the battlefield before the others could close in. All remaining foes were left grasping at air. This spectacle left both Orochimaru and Jiraiya astounded. Orochimaru had not anticipated such a decisive retreat, devoid of any lingering attachment. While Jiraiya thought it implausible for someone like Feng Yao, who dared to seek vengeance against Konoha and oppose the Hokage, to flee so easily. Orochimaru's expression darkened. His plans had unraveled, and future opportunities would be even harder to come by. You all go assist and utterly destroy Konoha. His golden eyes brimmed with mounting fury. Upon hearing this, the others immediately joined the fray below. With so many elite shinobi assisting, Konoha found itself once again at a disadvantage. Jiraiya, too, was consumed by rage. He summoned Gameken to buy him time as Orochimaru launched a fierce assault against him. Neji had been resting on the sidelines after his defeat to Lee. Witnessing Lee alter his destiny through sheer determination made Neji reflect on his own fate as a branch family member, recalling Feng Yao's earlier words. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. And upon investigating, he discovered a brutal battlefield where the Sand Ninja clashed with Konoha's forces. As a member of Konoha, he felt compelled to join the fray. But soon after, Guy informed him of additional Sand Ninja incursions outside the village, urging him to assist there while the Jonin managed the situation. Neji was left to confront the Sand Ninja, and for the first time, he experienced the harrowing reality of war. He deftly utilized the techniques of Heavenly Spin and Gentle Fist to vanquish 6 incoming Sand Shinobi, his chakra nearly depleted, collapsing in exhaustion upon the ground. At that moment, a Sand Shinobi, concealed amidst the pile of corpses, seized the opportunity as Neji's vigilance waned, drawing forth a kunai aimed directly at Neji's heart. However, Neji's Byakugan swiftly detected the lurking foe, and he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to alter his position. The kunai struck his chest, but failed to pierce a vital organ. Neji clutched the assailant's hand tightly, preventing any further advance. It became a battle of endurance. Would the leaf reinforcements arrive first, or would the Sand Shinobi succeed in plunging the kunai into Neji's body? But fate intervened. Windyao. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique he had inscribed during his earlier duel with Neji, arrived at his side just in time to witness the unfolding scene. Neji was someone he intended to recruit. He could not allow him to perish at the hands of such a mere lackey. With that thought, he swiftly kicked the assailant away, delivering a decisive blow that ended the adversary's life. Neji exhaled a sigh of relief, tilting his head to glance at Wind Yao. Although Wind Yao was not adorned with bandages at that moment, his aura was unmistakable to Neji. Cough, cough, thank you. You saved me, Neji stammered, his words punctuated by pain, likely due to an injury to his heart and lungs. Wind Yao bit his fingertip, summoning a slug to aid, placing it upon Neji's chest. A green luminescence flickered over the wound, and soon the bleeding ceased. Windu gently wiped away the dried blood from Neji's face. No need to thank me. I am here to take you away. My true name is Wind Yao, and I trust you have heard of me. Neji, I can help you alter your destiny. Will you follow me? As Wind Yao articulated his intentions, Neji's gaze fell. He felt a stirring within. He had long believed that fate was immutable. Yet he had witnessed Lee genuinely transform his own seemingly predetermined fate through sheer effort. Perhaps, by following this man before him, he could indeed. Sensing Neji's hesitation, Windu stoked the flames of resolve. He spoke persuasively. Just months ago, I was merely a failure, incapable of even performing E-rank ninjutsu. Yet now I possess the strength to defeat shadow-level ninjas. I have changed my destiny, and so can you. At this, Neji's expression firmed, and he decisively declared, I am willing to follow you. I yearn to change my fate. I refuse to accept the destiny of being a branch family member. A smile graced Wind Yao's lips as he absorbed Neji into his Kimui space, casting a final glance at the war-torn Leaf Village. He resolved to seize the opportunity to gather some benefits before departing. Chapter 38. The plunder of Konoha. Feng Yao meticulously recalled the various edifices of Konoha. The instantaneous movement capability of his right eye, Kimui, was executed based on the scenes etched in his memory. Now endowed with the Kimui space, he possessed the means to transfer items directly into this realm. It would be a grave disservice to his abilities not to capitalize on this opportunity amidst the chaos. For Konoha, the most crucial locations were undoubtedly those housing various ninjutsu and forbidden texts. He utilized his Kamui space to transport himself to the Hokage's office, where only a scant few shinobi remained, as the majority had departed to engage in battle. Merely 2 nin stood guard. Upon noticing the intruder, they immediately inquired about Feng Yao's identity. Who dares to trespass in the Hokage's hall? The 2 shinobi swiftly readied their weapons, tasked with preventing any unauthorized access to confidential information and forbidden techniques amidst the rampant invasion by the Sand Ninja. Ignoring their inquiries, Feng Yao surveyed his surroundings and mused. The repository for the forbidden text should be in the attic. After all, Naruto visited it once. The 2 guards, realizing he was an invading Sand Ninja, wasted no time in forming hand seals to subdue him. Fire release, fire style. Wind release, godly gale. The flames surged, intensified by the wind, racing toward Feng Yao. Their ninjutsu coordination was commendable, yet regrettably ineffective against him. Feng Yao emerged unscathed from the inferno, his intangibility rendering him impervious to harm. The 2 nin, taken aback by such an anomaly, prepared to flee and summon reinforcements. With the grace of a fleeting shadow, Feng Yao closed the distance between them in an instant. The swirling vortex of his right eye, Kamui, manifested, causing the 2 shinobi's forms to distort before being inexorably drawn into the Kamui space. In truth, this space bore no lethal intent. It merely incapacitated foes, preventing their escape. Within this realm, numerous individuals were already confined, yet under Feng Yao's deliberate control, they remained separated. Avoiding any encounters, having neutralized the 2 guards, Feng Yao began his search for Konoha's treasured scrolls and forbidden techniques. At last, he discovered a sealed door within an attic. Utilizing his intangibility, he traversed through it. One could hardly fault Konoha's higher-ups for their oversight. Who could have anticipated the existence of such an extraordinary ocular technique? Inside, a faint candle flickered, illuminating shelves laden with scrolls, sealing books, and various coveted ninjutsu. Feng Yao approached the center, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Though he could not wield these techniques himself, they held the potential to significantly enhance the combat capabilities of a sage. Each village within the ninja world possessed its own specialized ninjutsu. For instance, Konoha excelled in fire release, Sunagakure in wind release, and Kumogakure in lightning release. This did not imply that they were limited to a singular chakra nature transformation, but rather that each village maintained a stringent confidentiality regarding their techniques, making leakage rare. Had it not been for the invasion by Sunagakure, even Feng Yao would have found success elusive. Activating the swirling vortex of his right eye, the scroll-laden shelves began to tremble. All the scrolls, the culmination of decades of painstaking research and creation by Konoha, now lay within Feng Yao's grasp. After gathering all the necessary information, Feng Yao once again utilized his divine powers to arrive at the hall where tasks were accepted and rewards distributed. To his dismay, the place was now deserted. Without hesitation, he forcefully broke open cabinets and safes, absconding with the entire liquid assets of the Hidden Leaf Village and the rewards bestowed by clients. Having nearly exhausted the funds he seized from Kato, he found himself in urgent need of resources to fill the void left behind. However, being a ninja village, the amount he pilfered from the Hidden Leaf was not as substantial as what he had taken from Kato, totaling merely 30 million ryo. This is hardly surprising, as the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf rely on commissions for their livelihood. A sustainable means for an entire village is quite implausible. Most of their funding comes from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Contemplating this, Feng Yao resolved to embark on a heist in the Land of Fire at an opportune moment. If one were to speak of treasures beyond those of the Hidden Leaf Village, they might mention Yamato, who inherited the cells of Hashirama and possesses the wood release, as well as Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. When Hashirama's cells are mentioned, the immediate association is the ability to utilize wood release. However, Feng Yao, equipped with a system, would find it futile to use such abilities. Nevertheless, he placed considerable value on the cell's remarkable regenerative capabilities. His current cellular activity and recovery rate were commendable. Yet they still paled in comparison to Hashirama's extraordinary healing abilities, which rivaled Tsunade's when she activated her creation rebirth technique. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to verify this matter. System, what would happen if I infused Hashirama's cells into my body? It is important to note that not everyone can transplant Hashirama's cells. They epitomize the pinnacle of yang release. The cellular vitality of an average individual is utterly inferior to that of Hashirama's cells. This implies that even a minimal transplantation of Hashirama's cells could potentially lead to their dominance as they replicate. One might be inevitably engulfed by Hashirama's cells, necessitating a balance of power. Take Danzo, for example. The Sharingan represented a form of yin release, and as the saying goes, lonely yin does not flourish. Hence he transplanted Hashirama's arm to achieve harmony. This allowed him to wield both forms of power, yet in the original narrative, Danzo ultimately lost control over Hashirama's cells due to an imbalance stemming from excessive use of the Sharingan, which depleted his chakra reserves. Currently, the host's mental fortitude and physique are capable of accommodating the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, and once fully developed, the host's body may rival that of a sage. In that case, I shall not worry. With this clear answer, Feng Yao had no intention of seeking out Yamado, as he was not a complete replica, and his would-release capabilities were inferior to those of the first Hokage. The inheritance of cells is imperfect. Only the white Zetsu are truly flawless. A matter to be pondered later. He resolved to first retrieve Karen, thus sensing the flying thunder god kunai he had left with her. Swiftly, on a mountain path, a young girl trailed behind an older, middle-aged ninja. It was evident that the middle-aged man was the leader of the Grass-Hidden Village's team. Prepare for punishment upon our return. We suffered great losses during this Chunin exam, while you cowardly hid away. Indeed, outsiders cannot be trusted. In the Hidden Grass Village, the Nin incessantly mocked and ridiculed Karine, who merely lowered her head and followed behind, clutching a kunai in her hand. Originally a member of the Uzumaki clan, Karine had fled to the Hidden Grass Village, only to find herself ensnared in yet another nightmare. She possessed the unique ability of her clan to heal. Any injured individual who bit her skin would regain their chakra and wounds, rendering her a living medical resource for the villagers. As they walked, the Nin, resting against a massive rock, seized Karine's arm, intending to bite her and replenish his strength and chakra. However, before he could proceed, a hand suddenly gripped his head, applying pressure until a grating sound echoed from his skull. Ah! The Nin screamed. What person is this? Feng Yao lifted him by the head and casually tossed him aside like refuse. Turning to Karine with a smile, he remarked, Did I not say that you must protect yourself in the face of danger? Why not eliminate those who would harm you outright? Seeing her benefactor, who had once saved her, appear again filled Karine with an instinctual sense of safety that had eluded her since the annihilation of her clan and the death of her mother. Feng Yao knelt beside her, speaking softly, Come with me. From this day forth, you shall no longer be alone, nor will you endure the disrespect of others. As he uttered the last words, he cast a glance at the fallen Nin not far away. Karine's heart stirred with hope, and just as she prepared to take a step forward in agreement, the Nin struggled to rise, ferociously declaring, How dare you? You belong to the hidden grass. Once I capture you, I will drain your chakra dry. At his words, Karine trembled, a primal fear resurfacing from her long history of oppression. The Nin grinned with malicious glee at her reaction, but in the next moment, Feng Yao seized him by the throat. With an impassive expression, Feng Yao unleashed his iron grip, crushing the Nin's limbs before discarding him at Karine's feet. Although somewhat gruesome, Feng Yao aimed to hasten Karine's escape from the nightmares of the Hidden Grass Village. He helped her grasp the kunai. This individual has inflicted much harm upon you, but you need not fear any longer. You are now under my protection, and he shall pay for his misdeeds. Karine, her cheeks flushed from Feng Yao's grasp, found the prospect of killing difficult to fathom. Feng Yao rolled up her sleeve, revealing her thin arms marred by bite marks. It seemed a memory flickered within her, and she ceased trembling, closing her eyes as she thrust the kunai towards the fallen Nin. And no, please. After the deed was done, Karine appeared in a daze. still reeling from the act of taking a life. Feng Yao comforted her, and once her emotions stabilized, he enveloped her within the realm of his divine space. Much time had passed, and she pondered the fate of the battle in the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 39: The Conclusion of the Great War. Boom. 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 The resounding echoes of massive explosions reverberated through the air. Across the skies and the ground, the silhouettes of ninjas engaged in fierce combat were omnipresent. Under the leadership of the third Hokage, Shikaku was successfully subdued, and Gaara reverted to his human form. However, the subsequent emergence of the reanimated powerful foes inflicted significant losses upon the allied forces. Fortunately, Konoha had refrained from dispatching its ninja battalions, and the majority of its warriors remained within the village. Groups of 3 elite ninjas worked in tandem to restrain a single shadow-level combatant. Among the adversities faced, the reanimated warriors proved to be particularly troublesome, fearless, and exceedingly potent. Several elite ninjas narrowly escaped death in their encounters. Damn it, is the sealing scroll not yet prepared? The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Asuma Sarutobi cursed while valiantly fighting, although they could still hold their ground. The prolonged conflict wreaked greater havoc upon Konoha, leaving them in a state of considerable distress. Patience, Asuma read reassured from the sidelines. For now, we can only await results from Lord Jiraiya. Our task is to buy time and hold back these formidable forces. Just then, a torrent of water jutsu surged toward them, necessitating an evasive maneuver. Meanwhile, Raza was commanding the Sand Ninja forces. His combat prowess significantly diminished, preventing him from joining the fray. Lord Kazekage, if this continues, it could spell disaster for us. Konoha possesses far too many elite ninjas. Our forces are nearing total depletion, and support from the outside has yet to arrive. If Orochimaru loses, Maki voiced his concerns, observing the increasingly precarious situation surrounding Orochimaru. This offensive had proven far more challenging than anticipated, with the Kazekage gravely injured. In Jiraiya's arrival, Shikaku restrained by the third Hokage, they found themselves relying solely on Orochimaru. The Sand Village had become a mere pawn, once able to hold its own among the 5 great villages, but now facing the prospect of being relegated to the lowest tier. Raza let out a disdainful snort, his expression growing ever graver. This is our only option now. If we retreat at this moment, do you think Konoha will show us mercy? What about Gaara? Can he once again harness the power of the tailed beast? Raza inquired, shifting the conversation to Gaara's condition. In Raza's eyes, Gaara was an inadequate weapon for the Sand Village. He had initially hoped for Gaara to rampage through Konoha, causing destruction, but was thwarted by the third Hokage's 5-element seal. This sealing technique necessitated the user to master the 5 basic chakra nature transformations, and the seal could only be broken using the 5 elemental releases. No, our capabilities fall short of breaking that seal. Gaara is unlikely to transform into the tailed beast, Maki candidly informed Raza. At this moment, Raza's demeanor darkened further. Gaara had become akin to a sumptuous feast concealed beneath a cover, enticing to others, yet inaccessible to himself. He even harbored thoughts of disposing of Gaara on the spot. He could not allow the village to be ensnared in such peril. If the Jinchuriki perished, the tailed beast would eventually resurrect elsewhere in the world. Tailed beasts are sentient conglomerates of chakra. Killing one merely disperses the chakra, leaving the essence intact. Gaze upon Gaara with unwavering focus. Once the battle concludes, the responsibility shall fall upon you. Ultimately, Rashi issued this command for the safety of the village. Maki pondered momentarily. Having trained alongside Gaara for an extended period, he had developed a bond, recalling how he had once championed Gaara's ascension to Kazekage despite considerable opposition. Yet, in this moment, he could only acquiesce to the order. Meanwhile, the clash between Orochimaru and Jiraiya had reached a fever pitch. Jiraiya, in sage mode, possessed an immense reservoir of chakra, supplemented by the assistance of 2 sages to refine his sage chakra, rendering him exceptionally proficient in prolonged combat. The 2 adversaries stood firm, with visible scorch marks adorning Orochimaru's body, a testament to the strain of facing Jiraiya and the 2 sages in unison. In stark contrast, Jiraiya emerged with minimal injuries. Ah, young Jiraiya, is this the Orochimaru you spoke of? Defeating him in battle indeed proves to be quite a formidable challenge, remarked Fukasaku, the elder sage, standing beside Jiraiya. Orochimaru responded with a chilling smile. I must extend my gratitude for the sage's praise. It appears I must hasten my pursuit of powers that rival those of my Obokuzen. Jiraiya furrowed his brow at this revelation. Should Orochimaru acquire the strength of other sage arts, his ambitions would render him even more perilous. You shall have no opportunity, Orochimaru. This time, I will not allow your escape. Drawing a deep breath, Jiraiya inflated his cheeks, transforming his chakra into oil, which he expelled from his mouth while simultaneously igniting it with fire-release ninjutsu, amplifying its potency beyond that of ordinary fire techniques. Jiraiya's sage mode is indeed formidable. It seems I have no choice but to employ that technique, Orochimaru mused, biting his fingertip and swiftly forming hand seals, his body undergoing a transformation as it enlarged, culminating in the emergence of 8 colossal white serpents. The secret technique, the 8-headed serpent, feared and renowned as the strongest python, boasted a massive form that eclipsed even Mandara, complete with a fearsome visage revealing sharp fangs. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had unleashed this form while exploiting Sasuke's exhaustion from chakra suppression. Yet he was swiftly vanquished by Itachi's Totsuka blade. Nevertheless, this technique was far from weak. Its selection as one of Orochimaru's trump cards attested to its formidable nature. It stood as one of Orochimaru's most potent techniques, embodying his enduring obsession. Be cautious, young Jiraiya. This maneuver is not to be underestimated, cautioned Fukasaku. I understand. 2 sages. Prepare yourselves, Jiraiya declared, stamping his feet upon the ground, creating 2 massive craters from the force. He soared into the air, palms pressed together. Ninjutsu, Wild Lion's main technique. He proclaimed, elongating his hair into a lion's mane-shaped formation to ensnare his opponent. Though composed of hair, the strength was sufficient to slice through adversaries. Having once defeated Pain's animal path in an instant, countless strands of hair divided into dozens of tendrils, ensnaring the 8-headed serpent before him. Hiss. Roar. 8 formidable heads became entwined, colliding with one another, but soon one head expelled a torrent of flames, incinerating its surrounding fur with searing heat. Jiraiya observed this without haste. With a swift motion, he unleashed a ninjutsu to ensnare his opponent. Earth Release. Yellow Spring Swamp. A massive swamp suddenly materialized beneath Orochimaru, ensnaring his entire being, rendering him unable to escape. Orochimaru, concealed within the belly of a serpent, sneered disdainfully as another head of the 8-headed serpent exhaled a chilling frost. The swamp was instantly frozen, encasing Jiraiya in numerous ice crystals, while the 8-headed serpent emerged from its depths. It appeared that the 8 heads possessed the ability to wield various forms of ninjutsu. After exchanging blows, Jiraiya discerned the offensive patterns of the 8-headed serpent. The 2 sages exchanged knowing glances. In that case, let us take action, young Jiraiya. Sage art, frog song, the most potent of auditory illusions, was conjured by the frog couple, ensnaring the opponent in a powerful genjutsu, rendering them immobile. Even the 8-headed serpent was momentarily paralyzed. A perfect opportunity. Sage technique, supermassive Rasengan. A jutsu exceeding the magnitude of the standard Rasengan by tenfold, its destructive force formidable enough to obliterate a colossal mountain. Jiraiya leaped high once more, delivering the entire Rasengan upon the serpent's head. Awakening from the genjutsu, the serpent let out a deafening roar. The 2 heads were obliterated by the Rasengan's impact. The sages did not remain idle. They coordinated their efforts, employing techniques such as tongue binding and water severing. Sage Shima first ensnared the 8-headed serpent with her tongue, followed by Sage Fukasaku unleashing a powerful water release technique, its piercing strength rivaling that of the second Hokage's water dragon jutsu, cleaving through another head where Orochimaru was hiding. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya recognized Orochimaru's presence. His hair elongated instantaneously, ensnaring Orochimaru tightly. The 2 locked in a stalemate. Orochimaru, surrender? Your actions have inflicted too much pain upon this ninja world. Jiraiya continued to implore, longing to redeem his former friend. This was why he had refrained from allowing the 2 sages to act immediately. He did not wish to take Orochimaru's life. Jiraiya, how can you fathom my thoughts? Life is so fragile, and humanity is an easily shattered entity. I seek to fortify existence, to attain eternity. Orochimaru roared at Jiraiya, having witnessed the brutality of war and the loss of loved ones throughout his life. Unlike others who express their emotions through tears, he internalized the fragility of life, fearing the loss of comrades and distrusting their strength. Just as Jiraiya prepared to counter, a figure materialized behind Orochimaru. Flying Thunder God Technique. F, who had been waiting for this moment, had previously inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal during their confrontation. Now, Orochimaru was utterly defenseless. He seized Orochimaru's right eye, activating the Sharingan S vortex. Orochimaru, it seems that your eternal life is destined to be spent within my realm. Orochimaru's body was grotesquely drawn into the space of Kamui. No. Chapter 40, A Bountiful Harvest. The voice of Orochimaru reverberated through the sky, conveying the news of his defeat. With Orochimaru's downfall, the formidable power of the eight-headed serpent gradually succumbed to the ground. Jiraiya gazed at Feng Yao, at a loss for words. Logically, Orochimaru, as a rogue ninja, had brought neither benefit nor harm to Konoha, yet emotions compelled him to question Feng Yao. What have you done to Orochimaru? To Jiraiya. Orochimaru was a long-lost comrade he had never managed to reclaim. In the original narrative, one reason he did not inherit the title of Hokage was his desire to find Orochimaru, their bond reminiscent of that between Naruto and Sasuke. Feng Yao slowly rose to his feet, ignoring Jiraiya and casting his gaze toward the ninjas still engaged in battle below. Orochimaru had yet to release his Edo Tensei, so the first Hokage, Uchiha Kagami, and others continued to fight on. There is no need for you to concern yourself with my affairs with Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya. I have my reasons for keeping him alive. I shall not dispose of him lightly. Setting aside Orochimaru's nefarious schemes, his intellect and vision were among the most distinguished in Hokage history. As the only Hokage who believed in science, Feng Yao intended to utilize even the power of the Kodo Amatsukami for his own ends. Apart from Jiraiya's inquiries, the most agitated individual on the battlefield was Kimimaro, who recklessly repelled the J-Nin before him and charged toward Feng Yao. With bones protruding from his hands, he formed a massive bone spear, roaring, "What have you done to Lord Orochimaru? Return him to me." Observing the reckless advance of Kimimaro, Feng Yao contemplated summoning a spirit beast. However, at that moment, an enigmatic figure clad in a mask, wielding a gray bone staff, struck Kimimaro, sending him several meters away. It was Doyu, one of the three demons. When Feng Yao concluded matters with Orochimaru, she had hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to stand by the one she yearned for, Feng Yao. Doyu, holding a flute, entered her cursed seal second state. Although Kimimaro's concern was palpable, it was evident that her strength had significantly improved. Her gaze was fixed on Kimimaro previously. She would have quailed at the sight of him, but now she felt resolute, having someone precious to protect. I will not allow you to harm Lord Feng Yao, unless you can slay me. Witnessing the girl stand up for him stirred something deep within Feng Yao. He had previously regarded Doyu with indifference, as her portrayal in the original narrative was rather unremarkable. Yet today, she astonished him with her ability to use secret techniques to control the self-sealed Danzo and to deflect one of Kimimaro's attacks. Feng Yao approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder. You need not intervene. I shall handle matters here. Doyu shivered slightly at his touch. Her head bowed as she murmured in a voice barely louder than a whisper, Yes, yes, Lord Feng Yao. She then covered her face and stood behind him, peeking through her fingers to catch a glimpse of his profile. In her heart, she silently mused, Oh dear, Lord Feng Yao's aura is as captivating as ever. However, I absolutely cannot let him see me in this cursed seal second state. It is far too unseemly. Feng Yao would never have imagined that the reason the other party was covering their face was this. His expression was as dark as the depths of water. Junma Lu, Orochimaru is now in my grasp. You have two choices. Either watch as I take him away while you wander off alone, or follow me from this moment forth. And I can assure you that you will have the opportunity to see him. You have 10 seconds to decide. Junma Lu felt every bone in his body shifting and growing at a visible pace. He wished to kill the person before him instantly and reclaim Orochimaru. Yet, reason prevailed, allowing the cursed seal on his body to slowly dissipate, ultimately retracting into a small 3-tomo circle. Feng Yao's smile widened slightly at Junma Lu's choice. His first command was for Junmalu to gather Orochimaru's forces in preparation for retreat. Continuing the fight would only lead to needless deaths. With Jiraiya stationed in Konoha, any minor threats would be insignificant. It was wiser to conserve strength for future use. Below, the Sand Shinobi displayed traces of despair, with Orochimaru defeated and severely injured. It seemed they could not break through. They could not allow the One-Tailed to fall into the hands of Konoha. Maki, take action. However, Lo Sha's eyes shone with renewed determination. Should the One-Tail fall into Konoha's hands, it would undoubtedly become a weapon, causing immeasurable damage to the Land of Wind. Upon hearing the command, Maki trembled, yet he understood the consequences of the One-Tail falling into enemy hands. In the next moment, he spread his arms wide, resembling a great bird unfurling its wings. With a sharp crack, the wind blade erupted forth, creating a tempest of invisible wind blades. It quickly coalesced into a singular force, hurtling towards the exhausted Gaara. "Maki, what are you doing?" Temari shouted, rushing towards Gaara. After all, she was Gaara's sister. Regardless of their positions, her love for him remained. Yet, the wind blade was quicker. Just as it seemed victory was at hand, Feng Yao activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing before Gaara and taking the blow directly. "Mr. Feng Yao," Gaara exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, his eyes filled with rage as he struggled to rise. A massive gash ran from Feng Yao's collarbone to his waist, blood flowing incessantly from the wound. Jiraiya, who was assisting other ninjas in sealing the reanimated corpses, frowned in confusion. "That's strange. He shouldn't have been hit by such an attack." Feigning a cough of blood, Feng Yao saw Gaara's concern intensify. Gaara hurriedly tore a piece of his clothing to staunch the bleeding. This was a deliberate act of self-sacrifice on Feng Yao's part, initially contemplating how to take Gaara away. And now the Sand Shinobi had unwittingly provided him with an opportunity. Weakly, he said, "Gaara, the people of this village do not deserve your loyalty. Will you come with me?" Gaara's eyes turned crimson. "I will go with you, Mr. Feng Yao. Please, do not speak any further. You are gravely injured." Temari and the others intended to intervene, but upon reflection, they questioned whether it was truly right for Gaara to remain in the Sand Village. Ultimately, they held their tongues. Beside him, Raza furrowed his brow. His son, typically reclusive, seemed unexpectedly concerned for Feng Yao. After Luo assisted Feng Yao to his feet. Junmaro had nearly finished assembling Orochimaru's forces. Among them was Kabuto, who had just distanced himself from the battlefield. Upon hearing the news of Orochimaru's capture, he could scarcely believe his ears. At that moment, 3 spectral entities surged forth, unreservedly charging at Maki. Concurrently, a haunting melody enveloped the air, seeking to ensnare the adversary in an illusion. "You have harmed Lord Feng Yao. I will see you dead." Doya had entered the second state of the curse seal. Her skin transforming, horns sprouting from her head, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent and fury, each move lethally precise. Even Maki found himself compelled to retreat, unwilling to confront her head-on. Feng Yao, unable to suppress a wry smile, spoke once more, "I am unharmed, Doya. This encounter is over. Let us withdraw together." Doya hesitated momentarily but ultimately gritted her teeth and returned to Feng Yao's side, gently supporting his other shoulder, her gaze filled with concern for his wounds. With the assistance of those around him, Feng Yao stood and regarded the 5 beside him, Kabuto, Luo, and others, his eyes gleaming with a newfound brilliance. He had indeed gained much, and the mission would soon reach its conclusion. He then turned to Jiraiya, stating, "Sasuke and Naruto are at an 3 kilometers from here. To the denizens of Konoha, we part ways for now." With that, the swirling vortex of his right eye expanded, enveloping himself and those nearby, drawing them into the spatial realm of Kamui. Konoha endured 3 hours of warfare before the dust finally settled. The reincarnated first Hokage, Uchiha Kagami, and others were sealed away. Raza led the remaining Sand Shinobi in surrendering to the 3rd Hokage, while Jiraiya was appointed as the temporary acting Hokage, with the 3rd assisting in managing Konoha's myriad affairs. Alas, war brings only suffering. Once this incident passes, how many families in Konoha and Sunagakure will be torn asunder? Surely neighboring nations will not remain idle. The 3rd Hokage stood beside Danzo's lifeless form, his eyes betraying guilt, pain, and helplessness, while Jiraiya, arms crossed, calmly remarked, "I will stay in Konoha for a time. Once stability returns, I will seek someone to inherit the Hokage position. The third paused, contemplating. Ah, you mean Tsunade. She is indeed suitable, both in temperament and status. It will be a challenging time for you, and we must also remain wary of Feng Yao. His identity is shrouded in mystery. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. Fear not. I have a fair grasp of his abilities. Dealing with him poses no issue. Moreover, our collaboration with him has yielded no detriment. Just then, a Chunin rushed in, breathless with urgency. Not good. Third Hokage, Lord Jiraiya. A grave situation has arisen. Seeing the newcomer in such a fluster, Jiraiya frowned. With Tsunade already defeated, what further calamity could occur? Do not rush. Speak slowly. A visitor inhaled deeply, trembling as they exclaimed, all the forbidden jutsu scrolls from the Konoha library, along with the funds I obtained through Konoha's commissions, have been completely swept away. What? Who did this? Just as Jiraiya posed the question, a strikingly beautiful visage suddenly surfaced in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he uttered, Feng Yao, you wretched little brat. Do not let me cross paths with you again. Chapter 41. The Great Hand Seal of 10,000 Realms. In the village of Sound Ninja, a vast spatial vortex materialized, releasing Gaara and his companions. Upon landing, they all marveled at the wonders of spatial ninjutsu. However, one among them, Kimimaro, remained unconcerned. He immediately pressed Windio for the whereabouts of Lord Orochimaru. Have you confined him within that previous space? When will you release him? Having just entered the Kamui space, they noted that while its dimensions did not rival the world-like expanse of the heavenly realm, a technique mastered by Kagaya Tsutsuki, it was still comparable in size to the Land of Fire. Windu had deliberately separated the occupants within, ensuring that Orochimaru received special treatment. He is not dead. I shall allow you to see him when the circumstances permit. Windu assured. Kimimaro paused momentarily before continuing. I hope you speak true. I will be watching you closely. If anything were to happen to Lord Orochimaru, I shall not hesitate to kill you. With that, he glared menacingly at Windu. That would require you to possess such capability. Nevertheless, rest assured, I do not intend to take his life, Windu replied, unable to suppress his appraisal of Kimimaro. It was indeed rare to find such loyalty and strength. No wonder Orochimaru regarded him as a friend. Kimimaro led the remaining three to rest, leaving only Gaara and Matoi. They both spoke simultaneously. Lord Windu, please tend to your wounds first. Matoi's cheeks flushed slightly as she contemplated using bandages to dress Windu's injuries, seeing it as a golden opportunity to approach him openly. Unfortunately, Windu's wounds were already scabbed over, a testament to his formidable recovery abilities. Seeing the injury, Gaara breathed a sigh of relief, while Matoi reluctantly abandoned her plan. Matoi, take these individuals and rest for a while. I have matters to attend to, Windu instructed, activating Kamui once more to release Niji and Karen. Upon their emergence, Niji, feeling somewhat disoriented, was the first to inquire, Lord Windu, where are we? With a gentle smile, Windu replied, for the time being, this will be your base. Train well here, and should any questions arise, Matoi is available to assist you. Niji had no concerns, but Karen furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Matoi, who appeared to be of similar stature. Matoi's emotions flared as she noticed Windu releasing another woman from the space, leading to an unspoken tension as the two women exchanged fierce glances. Karen stepped forward, tugging at Windu's garment. Windu, I don't know this woman. What if she intends to harm me? Perhaps you could accompany me instead? Matoi's inner fury simmered as she fought the urge to confront Karen. Stepping closer, she declared, do not worry. I will take good care of you. So please, do not trouble Lord Windu. Amidst the clamor, Duo Yu departed with a few companions. Observing the joyful exchange between the two, Feng Yao nodded in satisfaction. It appeared their relationship was quite amicable, which put him at ease. If the system possessed eyes, it would surely regard Feng Yao with a look of incredulity. The host's thoughts are indeed unconventional. However, congratulations are in order for completing the task, securing victory in the Chunin exam. You have earned a single opportunity for a prize draw. Would you like to utilize it now? Yes, I shall use it now. Feng Yao found himself sorely lacking in offensive capabilities. Summoning techniques essentially involved calling forth other beings to fight, and with only a handful of summoning creatures at his disposal, he relied primarily on Flying Thunder God, or Kamui. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 10,000 hands technique, which will be automatically learned. The 10,000 hands technique. I have not heard of it, but it certainly sounds like an offensive ability. Feng Yao scrutinized this lethal technique. It resembled a method of attacking by condensing chakra into a hand. It produced countless phantoms, striking with the right hand as a palm imprint, coalescing into a gigantic hand for assault, seemingly possessing extraordinary power. Seeing that this time the system had not failed him, Feng Yao smiled in satisfaction, commending. It appears your lottery mechanism is rather commendable. I previously misjudged you. Upon hearing such rare praise, the system calmly responded, the host is exceedingly courteous. However, from my perspective, your chakra seems insufficient to unleash the 10,000 hands technique. Insufficient? Indeed, not enough. Stunned, Feng Yao reiterated his disbelief. Cursing, I knew this wretched lottery mechanism was worthless. How could I trust you after this? How am I to complete my tasks with such useless rewards? The system felt a tad awkward at this juncture. Ahem. This is merely a stroke of bad luck on your part. I assure you that next time, upon completion of the task of establishing a faction, the host will have access to a more advanced prize pool. Feng Yao, frustrated with nowhere to vent his ire, realized his chakra was already quite considerable. Yet he could not even utilize the 10,000 hands technique. However, upon reflection, this only underscored the might of the technique. For now, alternative strategies must be devised. This is your assertion. Should you deceive me, I shall take my own life and drag you down with me. Should the host perish, the system itself would remain unscathed. After the rewards were dispensed, it was time to deal with the remaining individuals in his Kamui space, namely Sai and Orochimaru. The vortex of his right eye opened, drawing Feng Yao within. The heavens were adorned with a starry expanse akin to the night, surrounded by uneven stone pillars, the space seemingly extending into infinity. A black-haired youth was engrossed in his sketchbook, this individual being Sai, who, having undergone the emotional deprivation training by Danzo, remained remarkably composed even in this unknown realm. You appear quite at ease. Are you prepared to have a conversation with me? Feng Yao approached him and spoke gently, to which Sai responded with a flick of his right hand. Ninjutsu, super beast imitation. A vividly animated ink dragon surged forth, attempting to bite Wind Yao, only to pass directly through his body. Zhua Yi furrowed his brow once more, preparing to make his next move. In a fleeting moment, the Flying Thunder God technique had already positioned a kunai against Zhua Yi's throat. Wind Yao remained exceedingly cautious. Anyone who had ever come into contact with him bore the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. Zhua Yi closed his eyes, adopting a demeanor of resigned acceptance. Why bother? I have no intention of interrogating you. Besides, the removal of your tongue curse seal was thanks to me. The tongue curse seal is a specialized sealing technique used by Konoha's Umbu root, imposed by Danzo upon the tongues of root members. If the afflicted uttered anything pertaining to their own affairs, they would experience complete paralysis, unable to speak or move. However, this became ineffective upon Danzo's demise. Observing Zhua Yi's continued silence, Wind Yu frowned slightly. I understand that Danzo brainwashed you and that you underwent special training to suppress your emotions. But your current state seems to stem from your brother's influence. Upon hearing that name, Zhua Yi froze, his eyes widening as he gazed at the man before him. Xin was Zhua Yi's brother, who had urged him to abandon his emotions for the sake of survival in this harsh world. Consequently, Zhua Yi became devoid of feelings. Merely a tool for executing missions directly linked to Xion's death and his final words. How do you know that name? At last, Zhua Yi spoke, prompting Wind Yu to lean closer. How I know is of little consequence. Your brother wished for you to endure in this cruel world. And if you were to end your life so easily, would that honor his last words? Zhua Yi fell into contemplation. His brother was the most significant person in his life. Follow me, and you may one day reunite with him in this ninja world. Wind Yao's final words ignited a spark in Zhua Yi's eyes. He rose, gazing at the man who had obliterated the root, making his decision. I pledge my loyalty to you. Zhua Yi knelt on one knee, bowing his head to Wind Yao. Excellent, rise. We have another individual to meet, and he is not to be trifled with. Wind Yao smiled, assisting Zhua Yi to his feet, then turned his gaze toward the horizon. Suddenly, his expression hardened as he sensed two distinct chakra signatures. Aside from Zhua Yi, Only Orochimaru and a few lesser opponents remained that could hardly contend with Orochimaru. Moreover, the strength of that chakra rivaled even Orochimaru's. Chapter 42, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in the space of Kamui within the boundless realm of Kamui. Orochimaru felt an overwhelming sense of unease. The space he found himself in was utterly desolate, stretching infinitely with an unchanging scenery that offered no solace. After being drawn into this dimension, he pondered the nature of this place. Despite his mastery of ninjutsu, he realized that he was powerless to return to the world of ninjas. His thoughts turned to how Fengyo intended to handle him. Even if he were to be slain, Orochimaru was unperturbed, for the cursed seals embedded within him contained his chakra, akin to a saved game file in a video game. However, being trapped here indefinitely would pose a significant problem. As he contemplated his predicament while moving forward, the space ahead began to spiral. Reminiscent of the moment he was drawn into this realm. Anticipating Fengyo's arrival, he prepared to engage in conversation, only to be met by a figure clad in a tight black suit, a mask obscuring all but one eye, an eye that bore the Sharingan. Orochimaru was perplexed by the stranger's presence. It was evident that this individual was not Fengyo. Yet, the presence of the Sharingan piqued his curiosity. Licking his lips, Orochimaru elongated his neck and unleashed the Kusanagi sword toward the masked man. The latter appeared surprised by Orochimaru's actions, yet remained composed as the attack passed through him. This was the illusory ninjutsu employed by Fengyo. Could it be that there was a connection between them? Orochimaru's golden pupils narrowed in contemplation. However, the masked man was acutely aware of Orochimaru's identity and was intrigued by how he had entered this space. "How did you manage to enter my domain?" he inquired, his tone laced with incredulity. "Your domain?" Orochimaru echoed, confusion washing over him. Was this not Fengyo's space? Were they not allies? Indeed, but enough of this. "I shall capture you and interrogate you properly," the masked man declared arrogantly. Hearing such hubris, Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh. "Though I am unaware of who you are, it seems you possess the means to leave here. Perhaps I shall incapacitate you and compel you to escort me out." The masked man scoffed, dismissing Orochimaru's bravado. "Foolishness. Come, let us see if you can withstand my might." Confident in his domain, he formed hand seals: snake, rat, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Drawing a deep breath, he transformed his chakra into flames. Fire style, great fireball technique. The masked man unleashed a colossal fireball, its size amplified by his chakra, far surpassing that of an average ninja. Upon witnessing the vast range of the technique, Orochimaru swiftly morphed into a serpentine form, coiling around a nearby stone pillar with remarkable agility, evading the fiery onslaught. This is a technique most proficiently wielded by the Uchiha clan. Who are you truly? Upon witnessing the formidable figure of Orochimaru, the identity of the man before him as a member of the Uchiha clan became increasingly certain. Yet, the Uchiha clan had been eradicated, and this individual was neither Sasuke nor Itachi. Thus, what could his true identity be? "You need not concern yourself with my identity," the masked man declared. As he leapt into the air, charging toward Orochimaru, a branch materializing in his right hand. Would release, cutting technique. A jutsu that could only be wielded by those who possessed Hashirama's cells. By making contact or inserting the branch into his opponent's body, sharp wooden spikes would emerge, ruthlessly impaling them, with the quantity determined by the user's chakra. "Humph," Orochimaru hissed, summoning a snake from his mouth in an attempt to ensnare the man's neck. However, upon the branch's contact with his body, he was struck by the sheer terror of the technique. The ability to use would release. He promptly employed the Great Snake Transformation technique, expelling a fresh body that slithered away. Meanwhile, his original form was pierced by countless sharp roots. The potency of the cutting technique momentarily astonished Orochimaru, yet he had encountered so many surprises lately that he had grown numb to them. He swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to control his opponent. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru's arms morphed into dozens of black serpents, slithering toward the masked man, only to be met with the same piercing outcome. "Damn it, what kind of technique is this?" he thought, his head throbbing from the repeated failures. Nevertheless, he realized that while his adversary must materialize when attacking, this could be exploited to his advantage. As these thoughts raced through his mind, FY appeared beside Orochimaru in an instant using the Flying Thunder God technique. Having observed the battle for a while, he deemed it pointless for the two to continue. Upon seeing FY, Orochimaru prepared to retaliate, yet FY's kunai pressed against his throat halted him. The speed of the Flying Thunder God was indeed legendary. Although Orochimaru could employ the Great Snake Transformation technique to escape, he chose to hear what FY had to say first. Slowly, FY turned his head toward Toby. My apologies for the disturbance caused by the person I captured. It is beyond my control, for I possess eyes akin to yours. As he spoke, FY revealed his Sharingan, typically concealed from view. The crimson orbs bore black patterns resembling shurikens, causing the masked man to widen his eyes in shock. This masked individual was none other than Uchiha Toby, a character steeped in tragedy. Following his acquisition of Kamui, FY had instinctively believed his space was singular, only to discover it shared with Toby, a consequence of Toby's own abilities. How did you come to possess that eye? No, even if you have that eye, you could not possibly have one like mine. How did you achieve this? Toby questioned the striking man before him, his initial instinct being that the other had taken Kakashi's eye. Yet, that right eye was unmistakably his own. How could the other possess an eye identical to his? This matter, though troublesome to articulate, necessitates that I convey my sentiments regarding your domain, nay, my domain, which I shall frequently inhabit henceforth. Thus, I implore you to refrain from intruding without cause and to avoid disturbing my associates. With a serene countenance, Feng Yao articulated his demands, for he harbored no desire to permit an individual entry only to be subsequently led away or struck down by Obito. Upon hearing such audacity, Obito was consumed by a blend of fury and amusement. What a farce. Regardless of how you acquired those eyes, they are fortuitously mine for the taking. With that proclamation, Obito's right eye once again shifted, manifesting Kamui to conjure a vortex of warped space that unleashed a ferocious whirlwind, subsequently augmented by a fire technique. Fire release, explosive wind dance. The immense flames coalesced into the form of a serpent of fire, capable of instantaneously engulfing and incinerating adversaries. Its speed, range, and power were unparalleled, a truly terrifying display of fire release, rivaling Madara's great fire annihilation. Feng Yao launched a series of three-pronged kunai, employing the Flying Thunder God technique for rapid movement while simultaneously discarding flash bombs mid-flight. Spiral Flash, Super Will Dance, Roar of the Three Forms. The blinding yellow lightning obstructed Obito's vision, and he recognized the technique as the signature move of his mentor, Minato Namikaze. Should he persist with the explosive wind dance, he risked being directly slain during the brief moment of materialization. Indeed, as he ceased the ninjutsu, a kunai grazed his neck, compelling Obito to maintain his intangibility for survival amidst the brilliance. However, such a state could not endure indefinitely, as his opponent surely understood that intangibility was a fleeting secret, lasting only 5 minutes. Thus, Obito found himself in a stalemate. Reverting to tangibility would invite assault, while utilizing Kamui to escape would still leave him vulnerable upon reappearing, ensnaring him in a dilemma. Noticing Obito's hesitation, Feng Yao halted his ninjutsu. Do you comprehend now? I am privy to all your secrets. Though I may not possess the means to extinguish your life, have you pondered the repercussions should I divulge your secrets and ambitions to the 5 great nations? For instance, the Eye of the Moon plan. Feng Yao teased, casting a knowing glance at Obito. What? How much do you truly know? Obito's tone wavered for the first time, infused with a hint of panic. If the revelation of their shared ocular prowess evoked mere astonishment, the current moment inspired a tinge of dread. Only a handful within the ninja world are aware of this matter, fewer than 3. I have acquiesced to your terms. I shall refrain from intruding upon this space and will not harm those within. Obito's tone softened. That suffices. In turn, I shall safeguard your secrets, Feng Yao replied, then took his leave alongside Orochimaru. He held no absolute confidence in vanquishing Obito. The use of his Anaji and his own intangibility, along with the flame fan techniques, had yet to be fully demonstrated by Obito. Orochimaru, however, found Feng Yao increasingly intriguing. The mysteries of the Sharingan, the tailed beasts, and the enigmatic space suggested that the individual before him might indeed hold the key to eternal life and the truth. Uchiha Obito stood motionless, perplexed by the sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure. The individual seemed omniscient and omnipotent. Should they become adversaries, it would undoubtedly be a nightmarish scenario. Obito murmured. It appears the plan must be accelerated. Rin, wait for me. Chapter 43. Subduing Orochimaru. Upon arriving at a secluded clearing, Orochimaru was released, promptly maintaining a cautious distance from Feng Yao. With a smile, Feng Yao inquired, "What is the matter, Orochimaru? Is such caution truly necessary? Or are you afraid of dying here?" At that moment, Feng Yao's eyes had reverted to their haunting azure hue, a sight that only intensified Orochimaru's apprehension. He was all too aware that even without activating his Mangekyou Sharingan, his adversary could still wield potent ocular techniques. Orochimaru retorted, "Surely, you underestimate yourself, Yao Kuin. Exercising caution in your presence is certainly warranted. However, you are mistaken on one point. I do not fear death. Even if I were to perish, I have means to resurrect." His confidence stemmed from his profound expertise in cursed seals, a knowledge so advanced that, in the original narrative, he could even return from being sealed by the legendary Taken no Ken. Is that so? After I eliminate your disciples bearing the cursed seals, you would still have the capacity to resurrect, would you not? Feng Yao proclaimed, unabashedly taking a seat on the ground. Orochimaru broke into a cold sweat. His mind raced with confusion. How could his opponent possibly be aware of such matters? Even if one knew of the cursed seals, the intricacies of resurrection were secrets he had never disclosed to anyone. Could it be that Feng Yao possessed the ability to foresee past and future? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Orochimaru felt as though his very essence had been laid bare, exposed to the air. Feng Yao, however, could not fathom that Orochimaru was spiraling into paranoia. His intention was merely to convey that he possessed the power to end Orochimaru's life. Observing the change in Orochimaru's demeanor, Feng Yao felt a sense of satisfaction. He continued, this time addressing Orochimaru's aspirations and pursuits. "Orochimaru, I recognize your insatiable thirst for knowledge. Everything you undertake is in pursuit of the world's truths, yet this endeavor requires time. Thus, you devised the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, enabling you to transfer your spirit into another body for immortality. You wish to uncover the secrets of my being. That is the reason you desire to usurp my body, is it not?" Feng Yao's words pierced through Orochimaru's facade, leaving him shaken to his core. A tumultuous realization dawned upon him. It was no wonder that all his schemes and intentions were laid bare before this man. He seemed to possess the uncanny ability to predict the past and future. Orochimaru felt defeated in spirit, as if Feng Yao could already glimpse his fate through those piercing eyes. With a tremor in his voice, he finally asked, "Yao Kuin, you are correct in your observations. Yet, why have you captured me only to spare my life? What is it that you truly seek?" In that moment, he yearned to comprehend Feng Yao's true intentions, for his very existence now hinged on the whims of this formidable figure. Quite simply, "Orochimaru, become my right hand. I shall guide you in exploring the essence of the world, unveiling the mysteries of the shinobi realm. Together, we shall create unparalleled life forms," Feng Yao declared, his words brimming with audacity. Even Orochimaru found himself swayed, contemplating deeply. If this man could indeed foresee the past and future, then perhaps he had already determined whether or not to take him along on this journey. If that were the case, following him might truly enable Orochimaru to realize his grand ambitions. Upon contemplating this, Orochimaru could not help but draw in a few sharp breaths, exhilarated. For so long, he had traversed the path of science and solitude, akin to a pioneering revolutionary. Yet now, he found himself with a guide, a leader to illuminate his journey. As he gazed at Feng Yao, the glimmer of greed and cunning had faded from his eyes, replaced by genuine respect. "You must already know my answer, right? Huh? How would I know your answer if I had to ask you?" Feng Yao pondered, perplexed. "I am willing to be your right-hand man, Yao Kuin. I wish to see how far we can advance together. Please forgive me for my past transgressions." With that, he bowed deeply. Witnessing this scene, Feng Yao chuckled heartily, helping Orochimaru to his feet. "Rise, Orochimaru. You will come to rejoice in your decision today. Take this." He produced a ring inscribed with the character for Earth and placed it upon Orochimaru's hand, symbolizing his role as the second in command of the sage. Feng Yao's first task was to show Orochimaru the spoils he had acquired in Konoha, a veritable mountain of forbidden scrolls. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had only glimpsed these forbidden techniques before and had not mastered them all. Moreover, Konoha must have integrated many new jutsu in recent years. Part of Orochimaru's motivation for attacking Konoha had been to obtain these scrolls, yet he was astonished to discover that Feng Yao had already prepared them. He felt increasingly convinced that Feng Yao possessed a foresight akin to a prophetic jutsu, and he felt fortunate about his choice. Yao Kuan, these jutsu are truly magnificent. I believe it will take me a considerable amount of time to fully master them. Observing Orochimaru's enthusiasm, Feng Yao smiled gently and replied, "You have ample time for these techniques. I hope to see them enhance our organization's combat capabilities within 2 years. Is that feasible? Rest assured, Yokuin, there are numerous secret techniques within these scrolls that will bolster our strength. In less than 2 years, you will have a formidable team at your disposal." Upon hearing Orochimaru's assurance, Feng Yao nodded in satisfaction. However, he could not linger in the Kamui space for long, so he led Orochimaru back to Otogakure. Upon entering the familiar underground, they found Kimimaro standing guard at the door to Orochimaru's laboratory, seemingly lost in thought. He too must have been yearning for Orochimaru in his own way. However, as he turned, a spark lit up in his eyes. The long-haired, golden-eyed man had reappeared. "Lord Orochimaru, have you returned from that place?" Kimimaro exclaimed joyfully, but upon seeing Feng Yao, he immediately became wary, rushing to Orochimaru's side to place himself between them. He was unwilling to endure the pain of loss again. "Lord Orochimaru, with me here, I will not allow him to utilize that space-time ninjutsu." Saying this, he activated his cursed seal. As Kimimaro stood protectively before him, Orochimaru affectionately patted his head. "It's all right, Kimimaro. From now on, I am Yao Kuin's subordinate, and you are to treat him as you would treat me. Do you understand?" Feeling the stark contrast in tone from Orochimaru, he was engulfed in confusion, momentarily suspecting that the other had undergone a transformation. "In Yao Jun, I glimpsed my potential future, and I hope you will regard him with the same respect you afford me." Orochimaru, noticing the uncertainty in Junmaru's gaze, spoke again in a soft, sinuous voice. Junmaru looked at Feng Yao with incredulity. Although he could not fathom the reason behind Orochimaru's drastic change, he resolved to follow whatever Orochimaru commanded. Kneeling on one knee, Junmaru pledged his allegiance to Feng Yao. "My Lord Feng Yao, I have been remiss in my conduct towards you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. And I am grateful to you for restoring Lord Orochimaru to me." Observing Junmaru's unwavering loyalty to Orochimaru, Feng Yao sighed internally. He genuinely appreciated having such a devoted subordinate. However, Junmaru's affliction remained a significant concern. In this lifetime, due to the absence of a siege on the Kazekage, his condition had not deteriorated as severely. But it was feared that his days were numbered. After assisting Junmaru to his feet, Feng Yao followed Orochimaru into his laboratory. Retrieving all ninjutsu and forbidden texts from the Kamui space to present to Orochimaru, including Shirsue's eyes and Danzo's severed arm. Orochimaru was visibly thrilled, particularly by Shirsue's eyes. Having personally experienced the terror of that jinjutsu, Orochimaru was somewhat moved by the trust Feng Yao placed in him. Knowing that should he implant the eyes and use Kodo Amatsukami against Feng Yao, it would spell disaster. Yet, Feng Yao exhibited no trace of suspicion towards him. Had he already discerned from the future that I would not betray him? "Yao Jun, you are indeed a formidable and enigmatic man." In reality, Feng Yao had merely performed the Flying Thunder God technique on the eyes, ensuring their safety before entrusting them to Orochimaru. Of course, this would only become apparent to Orochimaru much later. Chapter 44. The condition of Kimimaro with the successful recruitment of Orochimaru, an eminent scientist. The strength of the Sage organization has significantly increased. Furthermore, Orochimaru comes with the entire Sound Village, which is nearly self-sufficient, and possesses his own Sound Shinobi. However, to Feng Yao, they remain Orochimaru's subordinates. He has no intention of incorporating them into the Sage organization, as he seeks only the elite. Upon his return, he distributed the rings Xian, Huang, Yu, Zhou, and Hong to Niji, Karui, Sai, Kabuto, and Maki, respectively. These are the true combat forces he requires. As for Kimimaro, he felt a profound sense of regret. The latter's strength was indeed formidable. Thus, he made his way to Kabuto's medical room. Kabuto's infiltration mission had concluded, and he was now engaged in research at the Sound Village. The foundational personnel of the Sage organization have now been established. 1. Individuals capable of intelligence gathering and assassination, which includes Sai and Zabuza. 2. Those responsible for logistics, overseeing medical care and organizational finances, such as Karui, Kabuto, and Orochimaru. 3. The strong assault team, which requires immense power, is currently entrusted to Feng Yao, Shioyo, and Orochimaru. As for the funds acquired in Konoha, Feng Yao had entrusted all of it to Orochimaru for management. One should not underestimate Orochimaru. Establishing a ninja village and maintaining numerous outposts demands substantial financial resources. Moreover, Orochimaru's research endeavors require astronomical sums. Without his financial acumen, he would likely have faced bankruptcy long ago. Upon entering the room, Feng Yao found Kabuto engrossed in studying cells within a test tube. Noticing Feng Yao's presence, Kabuto paused his work, smiled, and adjusted his glasses. Lord Feng Yao, what brings you to my humble abode today? Kabuto, being well-versed in Kimimara's ailment, anticipated Feng Yao's inquiry regarding his condition. Kabuto, I'm aware of your remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu. I wish to inquire about Kimimara's situation. How much longer can he endure? Ah, so your visit was to discuss this matter. You truly care for him, Kabuto replied. I estimate he has less than 2 months left. This affliction is hereditary within his family, essentially a drawback of their bloodline limit. Kimimaro wields the Shikatsu Miyaku, which allows him to manipulate the bones within his body. As you know, indeed, I have witnessed his abilities firsthand. It is precisely because of his strength that I lament the prospect of losing him. The primary component of bones is calcium. The sheer amount of bone he extracts from his body indicates the calcium levels within him, resulting in muscular atrophy. The heart, being primarily muscular, is thus affected. His family's affliction manifests as chronic heart failure, which likely explains the frequent demise within his lineage. I see. So, there truly are no other alternatives? Despite Kabuto's explanation, Feng Yao remained somewhat unconvinced and pressed for more information. In the contemporary world, few surpass Kabuto in medical ninjutsu, however. He suddenly recalled another individual. That is Tsunade, renowned among the legendary Sannin for her exceptional medical ninjutsu, whose healing prowess arguably surpasses that of the Sage of Slugs. Consider the summoned beasts from Mayaboko Mountain and the Dragon Cave. Each one demands an exorbitant number of offerings, akin to a lord. The reason the Sage of Slugs refers to Tsunade as my lady is due to his admiration for her medical techniques. This ignited a renewed desire within Feng Yao to seek out Tsunade. Feng Yao, it seems you have found a candidate, remarked Do, observing Feng Yao's contemplative demeanor. As a spy, Do excelled in observation and analysis. Did he truly have someone in mind to rescue Jinmaru? This was a feat even he found impossible. Perhaps I have. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Orochimaru, Feng Yao mused. Do was taken aback. As a medical ninja, he had long been aware of her renown, but had never had the opportunity to meet her. In terms of medical ninjutsu, Do still fell short compared to Tsunade. Otherwise, Orochimaru would have humbly sought her assistance in the original narrative. May I accompany you? I have long wished to witness the esteemed Tsunade in action. Do adjusted his glasses, perhaps harboring aspirations of matching her skills. Then come along. We shall seek out Orochimaru first. I have matters for him to attend to. Feng Yao replied with a hint of amusement. The two departed the medical room, and Feng Yao explained the situation to Orochimaru. Can you find her? Feng Yao inquired after laying out his request. Orochimaru paused his research, surprised by Feng Yao's dedication to Jinmaru. He had contemplated showing Tsunade Jinmaru's condition, yet he felt unable to seek out his former friend on behalf of another. However, he hadn't anticipated that Feng Yao would take this issue to heart so quickly. Of course, after all, one among us was once my disciple. It is merely a matter of time, Orochimaru replied. Feng Yao nodded in agreement. To persuade Tsunade to assist him, he would need to present her with an irresistible proposition before she fell victim to Naruto's persuasive words. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya temporarily assumed the role of acting Hokage, managing the village's affairs. The power of Konoha had been severely diminished, with the death of the fifth Hokage, the destruction of the root organization, and the loss of 42 Anbu operatives. Konoha mourned the death of 7 Jonin, 104 Chunin, 564 Jinin, and approximately 3,000 civilians. One of the 2 major advisors, Mitarashi Anko, had perished. The village's forbidden scrolls had been lost, a fact tightly sealed by the higher-ups. Although funds were scarce, support from the Land of Fire ensured that resources were still available. Fortunately, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, provided a sense of security for the villagers. After paying tribute to the civilians who lost their lives in the recent conflict, Konoha began the process of reconstruction. During discussions, the most contentious topics revolved around the handling of Sunagakure and the crimes of Feng Yao as a rogue ninja. The village of Sunagakure requires no elaborate introduction. It has instigated a war against Konohagakure, and now the 4th Kazekage, Raza, has been captured, while countless elite shinobi and troops have perished in the onslaught. Those who remain alive have all been incarcerated within the confines of Konoha's prison. A faction advocates for retribution, seizing this opportunity to obliterate Sunagakure entirely. Even Jiraiya has entertained a flicker of this notion. However, the faction led by the 3rd Hokage favors the release of the Kazekage, seeking an alliance with Sunagakure to counter potential invasions from other nations. 3rd Hokage, we can no longer afford to be so lenient. The devastation wrought upon us by Sunagakure is immense. Should we forge an alliance with our enemies, what will the villagers think? Are we to ally ourselves with those who have caused us such suffering? One Jainin exclaimed, clenching his fist in anger. His disciple, merely 13 years of age, had met a tragic fate at the hands of Sunagakure, brutally stabbed and discarded in a street corner, his body discovered only after a day of searching. I understand your anguish, yet Sunagakure is not devoid of its own suffering. War begets only new animosities, and should we attack in our current state, we risk being exploited by Kumogakure, who have already begun to make their presence felt, the 3rd Hokage replied, inhaling from his pipe, his murky eyes concealing the depths of his thoughts. One of the remaining advisors, Nara Shikaku, spoke up. The Land of Fire has convened emergency meetings twice this year. The consensus is to cease all hostilities and restore our national strength post-haste. We require a leader. Jiraiya, it has been decided at the conference that you shall become the 6th Hokage. Upon hearing this, the assembly was invigorated, yet Jiraiya extended his hand in refusal. I deeply apologize, but I am ill-suited for this role. I have already chosen someone more deserving. I shall bring her back. She is more suited to be the 6th Hokage, the princess of Konoha, Tsunade. The mention of her name elicited a stir throughout the hall. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and her reputation as one of the legendary 3 are well known in Konoha. Had she been present, the losses would have been considerably less severe. That girl indeed possesses both the capability and stature. I entrust you with her retrieval, Nara Shikaku sighed. There was no longer a fear of Jiraiya fleeing. He was a man of understanding, and Konoha could not endure further turmoil. What of FY though? He's a rogue shinobi, and he has committed numerous offenses against Konoha, assassinating the 5th Hokage, annihilating the Anbu's root, embezzling village funds. If he remains at large, he could become another Orochimaru. A Jainin interjected. The collusion between Konoha's higher-ups and FY, along with the theft of jutsu, was known only to the upper echelons and a select few Jainin. This matter need not be revisited. For now, we shall suspend his bounty. Pressing him could provoke another attack on Konoha, which would yield disastrous consequences. All senior officials were in accord on this issue, with even Kakashi and other Jainin maintaining their silence. The scandal of conspiring with a rogue shinobi to assassinate the 5th Hokage was a monumental disgrace, one that must remain buried in the annals of history. Chapter 45, Tsunade. On a serene morning several days later, a familiar vortex materialized in the laboratory, heralding the arrival of Fonyo and Orochimaru. I never anticipated that you would master the impure world reincarnation technique, and to a degree surpassing my own, remarked Orochimaru, astonishment lingering in his gaze. This forbidden art necessitates extensive practice for complete mastery, and he himself had merely scratched the surface. You're being overly complimentary, Orochimaru, Fonyo replied, turning to observe Orochimaru's profile. Do you believe Tsunade will acquiesce to our demands? She certainly will. For her, those 2 individuals represent her entire world. Whatever we request. She will undoubtedly comply. Fongyo nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Orochimaru's words. Without Naruto's remarkable verbal prowess, Tsunade would indeed capitulate as suggested. He had already dispatched Sai and Kabuto to gather intelligence, but the temporal discrepancies caused by his arrival had muddled matters within the Hokage's office. Currently, Tsunade was not in the short booklet street, yet her legendary reputation as a prime target would make locating her relatively straightforward. Fongyo had even consulted the Sage of Slugs, but regrettably, the sage had not been summoned in quite some time, yielding no fruitful information. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, and Sai entered, his head slightly bowed. I apologize for the interruption, Lord Fongyo. I have located the individual you seek. She is in Asakusa Street. Well done. I appreciate your efforts. Orochimaru, call Kabuto. We shall make our way there together. Due to the absence of any recollections of Asakusa Street in Fongyo's mind, they would have to traverse by foot. The movement capabilities of his right eye's Kamui and the Flying Thunder God technique each possessed unique merits. The former required no seals if one had visited a place. They could teleport there directly, while the latter necessitated a mark. However, in terms of speed, Kamui fell short of the Flying Thunder God, as its absorption rate was comparatively slow. Yet, there existed a spatial ninjutsu that diverged from the norm, one that required no seals at all, allowing for free traversal within the same space, even from unfamiliar locations. This was the ultimate space-time ninjutsu in the Naruto universe, Hzuki no Ch Kai. The execution of this technique necessitated the convergence of the three great ocular powers, which was precisely why Fongyo had brought Niji along. He was merely lacking Nagato's Rinnegan. Asakusa Street lies in the northwestern region of the Land of Fire, and given their collective speed, they would arrive in less than half a day. At noon in a bustling casino, a voice resonated, tinged with irritation. Hey, sister, are you still in? If you keep losing, you won't have any money left. Of course I'm in. Why wouldn't I be? I'll win it all back in one go. The voice, laden with frustration, belonged unmistakably to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, we're running out of money. We haven't even repaid the last loan yet. And look at how pleased those gamblers are, lamented Shizen, clutching a small pig while earnestly trying to reason with her. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves and waved dismissively. It's all right, Shizen. You must believe in me. Not only will I recover our losses, but I will also strike it rich. In her current state of exhilaration, Tsunade was in no mood to heed any caution. A few nearby gamblers chimed in, exactly. We can't lose everything. Ah, how could one leave without winning back their money? Haha. These individuals have long recognized their opponent as the fabled cash cow, destined to lose in every gamble. In the final round, Tsunade once again lost her stake, infuriated. She smashed the table in two with a single punch. Alas, such abysmal luck. The coins scattered like confetti, startling both Shizune and the piglet. The other gamblers instinctively took a few steps back. With a grin, one of them addressed Tsunade, Sister, do not be angry. Isn't it normal for gambling to have its ups and downs? You still owe us a bit. Though upon hearing this, Tsunade felt a slight flush on her cheeks. She had gotten carried away and neglected her principle. Oh dear, next time, I shall repay you, she said dismissively, attempting to drag Shizune away. However, the nearby gamblers were displeased and quickly blocked their path. Wait, sister, you must settle up today. Your reputation, cough cough, you cannot leave without paying. Oh, is that so? That depends on whether you can stop me, Tsunade replied, her gaze sharpening. Just as she prepared to take action, a gentle voice interjected. Allow me to handle her debts. Please do not trouble her any further. Fongyo stepped through the door, drawing the attention of all present. At that moment, he wore no mask, for there was no longer a need to conceal his identity. His features, as if sculpted by the hands of a deity. His fair skin and azure eyes evoked a collective thought among those in the room. How could such beauty exist in this world? Shizen and Tsunade momentarily lost their composure, but quickly regained their senses. Toby glanced at Fongyo. They had grown accustomed to his visage in the Sound Village, nearly forgetting how striking it truly was. Pray tell, how much does she owe in total? Fongyo inquired with an elegance that was both charming and graceful. The nearby gamblers snapped back to reality, hastily responding, She owes a total of 1,200,000 Ryo. Oh, merely 120 cough cough. Toby, you shall cover this amount. Realizing he could not afford such a sum, Feng Yu swiftly redirected. All his funds had been given to Orochimaru, leaving him with only a few tens of thousands. Toby cast a disdainful glance at his leader before reluctantly producing the 120,000 Rio. This should be reimbursable, right, Lord Feng Yao? Indeed, indeed. Feng Yao reassured him, sensing the underlying grievance in Toby's tone. It has been a while, Tsunade. I have come seeking your assistance, or rather, it is my leader who requires your help. Orochimaru's sultry voice echoed from behind Feng Yao, prompting Tsunade to narrow her eyes. They then proceeded to an open area. Tsunade, flipping her hair, turned to Feng Yao, stating, "Speak, what is it that you wish from me?" One must admit, Tsunade's figure was the most remarkable Feng Yao had seen since arriving in the world of Naruto, especially the way she turned, the sway of her form captivating. Feng Yao quickly shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts that invaded his mind. Lady Tsunade, I beseech you to aid in healing a child who is profoundly afflicted by the burdens of a bloodline limit. Additionally, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my faction. Upon hearing Feng Yao's motives, Tsunade instinctively prepared to decline, stating, I apologize. But I have no intention of aligning myself with any faction. Moreover, judging by the way they refer to you, you are the rogue ninja who has thrown Konoha into disarray, are you not? Are you not afraid I might end your life? As she spoke, she leaned forward and struck the ground with a fist. Her terrifying strength shattered the concrete within a 50-meter radius, causing Feng Yao and his companions to sink several centimeters into the earth. The use of such immense power demands precise control of chakra, requiring the wielder to concentrate chakra throughout their body, enveloping themselves in it before unleashing a potent blast of energy. Tsunade, being a medical ninja, excels in the meticulous control of chakra, which explains her remarkable mastery of such formidable strength. As she regained her footing, the murderous intent emanating from Tsunade was palpable. Indeed, there was no need for her to show courtesy towards a rogue ninja like Feng Yao or Orochimaru. Feng Yao bit his finger and formed hand seals, tiger, serpent, dog, and dragon, culminating in the summoning technique. Edo Tensei. Two coffins emerged from the shattered earth. Feng Yao's familiarity with the Edo Tensei technique rivaled that of Orochimaru, as he possessed mastery over all space-time ninjutsu. Lady Tsunade, do not be hasty. Let us first observe how these two respond to my request. As the lids of the coffins fell, the murderous glare in Tsunade's eyes melted away, replaced by tears brimming with love and longing. Chapter 46. The lover and the younger brother. A few days prior, within the confines of the Konoha village prison, a disheveled man, his arms severed, sat forlornly in the corner of his cell. This man was none other than Raza, the fourth Kazekage, the sole traitor amidst the recent war. With his village suffering catastrophic losses, and Gaara swayed by the machinations of Fy, Raza had been captured by Konoha. He had contemplated ending his own life, yet his subordinates had dissuaded him from such a course. As he languished in his cell, an elderly figure approached with measured steps, gazing upon Raza's wretched state with a heavy sigh. Kazekage-sama, our two nations were once allies. Why have we suddenly torn asunder our treaty? Raza, regarding the third Hokage before him, let out a cold scoff. An alliance is merely a piece of parchment. Your Konoha possesses strength far superior to my Sunagakure, and Danzo harbors ambitions akin to a wolf. If I do not strike first, I fear I shall soon find myself obliterated by your village. The third Hokage fell silent, acutely aware that Danzo had indeed harbored intentions of invading Sunagakure. Once the seed of suspicion takes root, it proves exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Kazekage-sama, Danzo is no longer with us. Konoha will soon have new leadership. I hope we can set aside our grievances and forge a renewed alliance. Upon hearing this, Raza grasped the true intent behind the third Hokage's words. Truth be told, he found himself with little choice. Sunagakure had sunk to the lowest tier among the 5 great villages. If he did not seek alliances or cease hostilities, extinction would be the inevitable outcome. Raising his head, Raza spoke with bitter irony. Third Hokage, you are the victors of this war. Naturally, you hold the reins. What options remain for a defeated general like myself? You are mistaken, the third Hokage countered suddenly. There are no victors in war, only the vanquished. His words bore a dual meaning, leaving Raza in contemplative silence as he lowered his gaze. Upon exiting the prison, The third Hokage encountered Naruto, embroiled in a heated argument with Jiraiya by the roadside. After the war's conclusion, Naruto and Sasuke had been personally rescued by Jiraiya. After all, they were his disciples and the village's Jinchuriki, deserving of his utmost concern. Struggling against Jiraiya's grip, Naruto exclaimed, "You lecherous sage! Let me go. I need to find Grandpa Third." Spotting the third Hokage approaching, he called out for assistance. "Grandpa Third, come quickly. This lecherous sage is such a nuisance. He even claims to be the acting Hokage. What a ridiculous joke. Truly pathetic." With that, he kicked Jiraiya. "Ouch. You little rascal, do I not appear to be Hokage material?" Jiraiya retorted, puffing his cheeks in indignation. "Haha. All right, Naruto. Jiraiya has indeed been acting as Hokage during this time, so refrain from causing a ruckus." The third Hokage chuckled heartily at Naruto's spirited demeanor, as if the weight of his own troubles had been alleviated. "Grandpa Third, I have something else I wish to inquire." At this juncture, Naruto's expression darkened. Is it true that F.Y. was responsible for the death of the fifth Hokage and played a part in the assault on Konoha? Naruto lamented that he had never truly understood his childhood friend, having failed to recognize him in their previous encounters. The third generation fell silent for a moment, and after a brief pause, nodded slightly. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. He seemed to finally grasp the meaning behind Windyao's words from years ago. If that is truly the case, I will undoubtedly seize him. I shall teach him a harsh lesson and bring him back to the village to apologize to those he has harmed. Observing the growling Naruto, Jiraiya sighed. The gap between their strengths was simply too vast for Naruto to accomplish such a feat. Since it is so, Naruto, would you care to train with me? Your friend ran away the moment he saw me. Really? Naruto's spirit appeared rejuvenated as he clung to Jiraiya's waist, exclaiming, "You must teach me the most powerful jutsu." Perverted sage. How many times must I tell you? I am not a perverted sage. In any case, gather your belongings and come with me. We still need to find someone. Find someone? Who are we looking for? The scene shifts back to the present on Asakusa Street, where Tsunade covered her mouth in disbelief, tears streaming through her fingers. Inside the coffin lay her beloved, Kato-dan, alongside her brother, S.H. Sook. Even Shizen could not suppress her trembling. "Is it really you, uncle?" Kato-dan was not only Tsunade's lover but also Shizen's uncle. Windyo, alongside Orochimaru, had ventured to the battlefields of the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars countless times before finally locating their remains and successfully summoning them. Windyo did not restrain their personalities. Upon seeing Tsunade, both appeared with gentle smiles despite their dust-covered faces. Kato-dan looked at Tsunade with warmth, saying, "Tsunade, it has been a long time. I am curious as to why these people have summoned me." S.H. Sick, surprised to see his sister, glanced around and exclaimed, "Sister, am I not dead? And Master is here too." Tsunade had dreamed countless times of reuniting with them, even if only to exchange a few words. She rushed forward, embracing them and weeping loudly. Shizen, however, felt a sense of worry. Tsunade's feelings for them were overwhelmingly profound. If they truly agreed, "No, I must intervene." With a resolute mind, Shizen decided to act first. With remarkable speed, she executed the tongue needle technique, swiftly bypassing Tsunade to unleash poisonous needles that, judging by the foul stench, would be lethal upon contact. This concealed weapon required no hand seals and was incredibly swift. She aimed to catch Windyo and Orochimaru off guard. Windyo, noticing Shizen's movement, pushed Orochimaru and Kabuto aside, activating his intangibility to evade the attack. The poison needle pierced through, leaving dark spots on the stone wall behind. Missed? Shizen immediately sensed the failure and prepared to unleash her toxic mist technique. This technique had previously been used against Kabuto, releasing a vast amount of poison that would be fatal with just a slight inhalation. The difference between a healer and a poisoner was but a thought away. However, Orochimaru acted swiftly, instantly appearing before Shizen. The technique of Shadow Snake Hand manifests as Orochimaru's right arm transforms into a black python, ensnaring Tsunade's body and mouth entirely. Casting her aside, Orochimaru, with a voice imbued with a sinister softness, remarked, "Disrupting others' reunions is hardly a commendable habit, Tsunade. Have you pondered our proposal? Surely you must have sensed our earnest intentions." Join us. Chapter 47. The Will of Fire Silence. Tsunade exclaimed upon witnessing Shizen ensnared, her instinct to rescue her surging forth. Yet Kabuto obstructed her path, manifesting a chakra surgical knife in his hands to deter her approach. The moment of truth lay in Tsunade's decision. Her trembling hands betrayed the tumult within her heart. In a faint whisper, she implored, "If I concede, you must ensure the village remains unharmed." Feng Yao stepped forward. For him, Konoha held no remnants of value. And thus, there was no incentive to assault the village. Agreed, provided you acquiesce to my terms. Observing this exchange, Cat Dan discerned Feng Yao's intent to coerce Tsunade through intimidation. He approached and gently placed a hand upon her shoulder. "Tsunade, merely seeing you is a profound satisfaction for me. I regret that you have endured much suffering in my absence. But I cannot allow you to barter your principles for my sake." With that, Cat Dan formed hand seals, invoking his signature technique, spirit transformation. This remarkable jutsu allowed him to become a living spirit, traversing distances to eliminate foes, controlling their bodies, and entering their minds. Even upon the conclusion of the Edo Tensei, this technique could be fleetingly employed. As Feng Yao prepared to employ a summoning contract to restrain Cat Dan, he discovered his methods rendered ineffective. In his spiritual form, he charged at the adversary, his resolute voice resonating through the skies. "I too inherit the will of the first Hokage. As a man who aspires to be Hokage, I shall not permit you to threaten my beloved with my life nor endanger the village." Orochimaru intended to intervene, yet Shizen retaliated. Although ensnared, a kunoichi of her caliber, rivaling elite Genin, would not succumb so easily. She conjured a toxic dissection knife, capable of synthesizing poisons within her body to implant into others. Cat Dan's spirit transformation granted her an opportunity. She swiftly injected toxins into the black serpent binding her. Orochimaru recoiled in agony as his right hand turned a grotesque shade of black and purple. However, being a master of serpentine techniques, he was well acquainted with toxins. And while Shizen's venom could not slay him, it did hinder his ability to maintain the shadow serpent technique. "Well done, Shizen." Cat Dan seized the moment, soaring towards Feng Yao, intending to invade his body, yet he found only emptiness. Feng Yao had deftly evaded using his intangibility, though he was considerably vexed, quickly regaining his composure. Perhaps this was the flaw in his meticulous plan. Threatening Tsunade had ignited her will of fire, compelling her to break free from the bonds of Edo Tensei and engage in a brief confrontation using spirit transformation. Nevertheless, it mattered not. The opponent's chakra would soon wane. Observing his failure, Cat Dan pivoted his course towards Kabuto. "Beware of this entity's spirit. He can penetrate your mind and seize control of your body," Feng Yao cautioned, directing his warning at Kabuto. As Do sought to distance himself from the adversary, an unforeseen event unfolded. A tongue emerged from the ground, ensnaring Do and constraining his movements. The suddenness of this occurrence left him utterly unprepared. The spirit of Cat Dan surged directly into Do's body. "Lord Orochimaru, Lord effing Yo, I can no longer control my body." Do's voice trembled slightly. The technique of spirit possession bore a resemblance to the secret arts of the Yamashiro clan. Yet it did not strip the practitioner of their consciousness. Instead, it dominated the corporeal form of the victim. Orochimaru and effing Yo, witnessing the pivotal influence of the frog's tongue, swiftly deduced the identity of their unexpected visitor. "Jiraiya, what brings you here?" Effing Yo gritted his teeth. In the original narrative, Jiraiya sought Tsunade following the death of the third Hokage, aiming to find a successor. However, effing Yo reasoned that since the third Hokage was still alive, it was only fitting for him to retain his position following Danzo's demise. Thus, Jiraiya would not casually approach Tsunade. Yet, effing Yo had overlooked a critical detail. The third Hokage had grown frail, and the feudal lord of the Land of Fire could not repeatedly designate an individual as the village's leader. Moreover, during Jiraiya's quest for Cat Dan's body, he had already met with Tsunade the previous day, while effing Yo had arrived later. Tsunade, however, had declined the offer to assume the role of Hokage, thereby forming a pact with Naruto. On this day, Jiraiya intended to discuss matters with Tsunade, only to find effing Yo seeking her as well, prompting Jiraiya to stealthily follow, curious about effing Yo's intentions. In the midst of Cat Dan's ethereal assault, he lent his aid, successfully subduing Do. This misstep stemmed from F.Ng.Yo's lack of intelligence. He had neglected to gather information about the Land of Fire, failing to ascertain whom Tsunade had encountered and allowing his own prowess to engender a sense of hubris. Jiraiya emerged from the earth, accompanied by a colossal toad summoned from the depths of the spirit realm. F.Ng.Yo, it seems fate has intertwined our paths once more. I never anticipated your return to seek Tsunade. This time, I shall not let you escape easily. Surrender the ninjutsu and forbidden text chronicled by the ancestors of Konoha. Jiraiya's steely gaze fixated on F.Ng.Yo, conveying a readiness to strike should his demands be rebuffed. F.Ng.Yo stepped toward Orochimaru, inquiring, "How are you faring, Orochimaru? Is the poison subdued?" "Rest assured, Wyokuin, this trivial toxin is insufficient to claim my life," Orochimaru replied darkly, the hue of his arm having notably faded, indicating that the poison posed little threat. F.Ng.Yo nodded, his expression serene as he remarked, "This was a lapse in my intelligence gathering. I was indeed careless. However, it matters not, for I shall rectify my errors." Orochimaru, sensing F.Ng.Yo's intent, queried, "Are you planning to utilize those items to eliminate them? That may prove challenging." "No matter, for our current objective is merely to extract Tsunade." F.Ng.Yo replied nonchalantly, while the silent figure across from him scoffed disdainfully, "Cease your empty bravado. We now have Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade, two of the legendary Sannin, alongside myself and my uncle, two elite Jonin, making it 4 against 2. Thus we hold the advantage." Moku was completely disregarded. To be candid, his prowess is merely that of a genin. F.Y. did not hasten to retort. Instead, he formed hand seals once more. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. He and Orochimaru had experimented with numerous summons on the battlefield, and naturally, there were several corpses of formidable warriors. Boom. This time, the ground trembled incessantly as 8 coffins were summoned forth. Jiraiya and the others wore grim expressions. Contending with F.Y. and Orochimaru was already troublesome. And now they faced an abundance of impure world reincarnations. Chapter 48. The element of surprise with a resounding crash. The coffin's wooden door creaked open, stirring a cloud of dust into the air. This time, the winds might have ensnared their consciousness, for having erred once, it was inconceivable to repeat that folly. Within the coffin lay the magic leech of the Earth Country, along with flames and boulders, elements encountered by Kakashi's team in their confrontation with the rock-hidden village ninjas at the Bridge of the Gods. Among them were members of the Earth Country's explosive corps, endowed with the bloodline limit of explosion. The first of the Mist Village's 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirasame Kurai, alongside Tsukasa Yuburi and Nashi Johachi, were present, as well as the 3rd Raikage of the Cloud Village. The most formidable among them was undoubtedly the 3rd Raikage. A stroke of fortune for Feng-Yao to have discovered. It resembled a game of chance. Not everyone could emulate Orochimaru's later luck of drawing 4 Hokages in one go. Feng-Yao had summoned a multitude of ineffectual ninjas. Their strength was roughly 60% of what it had been in life, primarily due to the inadequacy of their current forms. The power of the Edo Tensei technique is contingent upon the quality of the sacrifice body and the skill of the summoner. While the latter had achieved a certain level, the former remained lacking, being merely that of an ordinary person. If the will of the reanimated is stripped away, their combat effectiveness becomes sluggish and diminished. Such was the case with Feng-Yao now, who intended to command them in battle. He patted the corpses of the reanimated before turning to Orochimaru and declared, "Orochimaru, I shall control these fellows for combat. You prepare to seize Tsunade." Orochimaru responded with a cold smirk, "Rest assured, Yaokuin, I am well aware of Tsunade's weaknesses." With that, he bit his finger and charged towards Tsunade. Employing his soft body modification technique, Feng-Yao simultaneously directed the 3rd Raikage and the 7 ninja swordsmen towards Jiraiya. The 4 ninjas from the Earth Country split into pairs to confront the controlled Kabuto and the silent Shizen. Shizen, undeterred by the approaching ninja, rolled up her sleeve to reveal a hidden syringe, swiftly releasing several poisoned shurikens aimed at Orochimaru. "Is this the extent of your weaponry? You cannot impede me," Orochimaru retorted as he unleashed the Kusanagi sword, deflecting all incoming shurikens. Shizen attempted to assist further. "Earth release, earth splitting palm. Earth release, Earth Spike Gun. However, two rock-hidden ninjas had already reached Shizune, leaving her unable to aid Tsunade and forcing her to contend with the two reanimated rock ninjas. With no obstructions remaining, Orochimaru swiftly approached Tsunade, his bloodied hand reaching out towards her. Tsunade, gazing at the blood, found herself paralyzed with fear, unable to move despite the sight of her beloved. Tsunade, what is the matter? Quickly, evade. Kato-dan, besieged by two attackers in the distance, shouted urgently upon witnessing his beloved in peril. Yet it was too late. Orochimaru was on the verge of triumph. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed from above. What do you intend to do to Grandma Tsunade? A spirited youth clad in orange burst forth from the sky, his right hand glowing with a sphere of concentrated blue chakra. Orochimaru's heart raced with shock. Is that the Rasengan? Jiraiya unexpectedly bestowed this technique upon him. He instinctively recoiled, causing Naruto to lose his target and plummet to the ground, where he struck the earth with his Rasengan, creating a small crater with a diameter of half a meter. Orochimaru, observing this, scoffed. It seems he has yet to master it completely. Perhaps my concerns were unfounded. Watching Orochimaru squander a prime opportunity, Fengya furrowed his brow, silently acknowledging the unpredictability of the so-called number one ninja. However, he was preoccupied with controlling the reanimated corpses to suppress Jiraiya and Shino, leaving him unable to provide assistance. A sense of foreboding began to gnaw at Fengya, prompting him to concentrate more intently on directing the third Raikage and others in their assault on Jiraiya. Yet, Jiraiya was not so easily subdued. The member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kusanagi, had just missed his strike and was swiftly seized by Jiraiya. With a resounding declaration, Jiraiya summoned the mighty toad, Gamaken, employing the summoning technique with the force of a mountain to pin Kusanagi down. Kusanagi's weapon, the dull blade, required close proximity for effective use, necessitating an up-close / followed by a hammering blow. Such a close range rendered him the first unfortunate casualty. Gamaken briefly obstructed the view. Yet in the next instant, Jiraiya leaped atop the toad's head, forming hand seals as his abdomen swelled. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fengya commanded the remaining 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen to extract Kusanagi, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. He directly manipulated the third Raikage, enveloping him in chakra and lightning, unleashing his most formidable spear, Hell-piercing, for Books of the Conqueror's Hand. The infusion of lightning chakra accelerated the Raikage's speed. In the original narrative, the third Raikage had once employed this technique to shatter the defensive earth jutsu of the Ninja United Army, Earth Style, Great Earth Flow Wall, and the defensive technique Lava Style, Sticky Wall set by the Bloodline Limit Ninja. Furthermore, as the number of fingers used in the signs decreased, the technique's potency intensified. Jiraiya dared not confront this head-on and retreated, but the Raikage was swifter. As the 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen emerged from beneath Gamaken, they hurriedly made way for the Raikage. Even if the strike could not vanquish Jiraiya, it would surely inflict severe injury. With a sickening thud, the Raikage's arm pierced through Jiraiya's left clavicle, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Seeing the strike land, Fengya felt a sense of relief. As for Kabuto, things were progressing smoothly. His expertise lay in medical ninjutsu, targeting the enemy's internal anatomy, yet the reanimation jutsu rendered such tactics ineffective. Thus, defeating Kabuto was merely a matter of time. Turning to Orochimaru, Fengya announced, I have resolved matters on my end. I shall assist you shortly. However, an unsettling sensation washed over him, and he swiftly turned, forming hand seals only to discover that Kusanagi was beyond his control. It appeared he had fallen victim to some peculiar jutsu. The Kusanagi before him was a mere illusion. The Kusanagi across from him seemed to realize he had been uncovered, gathering 2 red chakra spheres in his palms. Fire style, Great Fire Spiral Sphere. This technique infused the Rasengan with fire attributes, amplifying its power, akin to Naruto's infusion of wind attributes into his own Rasengan. Jiraiya unleashed the 2 Great Fire Spiral Spheres, directly impacting the backs of Inari Shichiro and Kurosame. The terrifying power forcefully pinned the 2 individuals to the ground, causing a significant portion of their bodies to explode violently, with flames of chakra scattering in the air. Simultaneously, he swiftly extracted a sealing scroll, enveloping the 2, which served as a means to counteract the impure world reincarnation technique by sealing the reincarnated bodies, thereby halting their movements. Though the technique itself remained intact, Jiraiya extended his palm, fingers splayed, adopting the classic pose of self-introduction. Wind-blazing brat, do not underestimate me, one of the legendary Sannin. I am the illustrious sage of the toads. Taking advantage of the moment when the building was collapsing, Jiraiya used the toad's obstruction to conceal Windblaze's vision, employed the shadow clone technique, and transformed the Kamatari into a frog, securing it, disguising himself as Kamatari. He was subsequently rescued by the other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, seizing the opportunity to eliminate 2 of the reincarnated swordsmen in one swift motion. Chapter 49. Feng Yao vs. Naruto. As Jiraiya was struck by the rakeage, his shadow clone dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Truly, Lord Jiraiya is remarkable. He is indeed one of the legendary Sannin. Nearby, Shizen was astonished by the scene. While she struggled to handle her own adversaries, Jiraiya had already vanquished 3 reanimated ninjas. Despite the defeat of 3 opponents, Feng Yao remained unperturbed, instead wearing a profound smile, for Jiraiya was now within his range of attack. In an instant, Feng Yao utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing directly before Jiraiya, his kunai aimed straight for the heart. The speed of the Flying Thunder God was unparalleled among ninjutsu. Even with Jiraiya's timely reaction, he could only narrowly evade a fatal wound at the last moment. Feng Yao's kunai pierced Jiraiya's chest, leaving only the handle protruding from his body. Jiraiya grasped the kunai with his right hand, preventing it from advancing further. However, the immense force still caused blood to spill from his mouth, shocking those nearby. Feng Yao taunted, "Lord Jiraiya, perhaps it is you who has underestimated your opponents. One should never be careless, regardless of the adversary." Jiraiya was aware of Feng Yao's ability to employ the Flying Thunder God technique and had taken precautions to prevent Feng Yao from laying the technique on him. Nevertheless, during their initial skirmish, Feng Yao had struck the reanimated ninjas, effectively marking them with the Flying Thunder God technique. Even though Jiraiya had sealed Feng Yao's body, the technique remained active, akin to how Jiraiya had utilized the toads to approach the 7 ninja swordsmen. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya found himself at a disadvantage as Feng Yao seized his left hand, immobilizing him. The right eye of the Sharingan began to whirl, poised to draw Jiraiya into the Kamui space. Realizing the imminent danger, Jiraiya called upon the toad for assistance. The massive toad, Gamaken, wielding his dual forks, intervened just in time to thwart Feng Yao's attempt. Further absorption would have posed a grave threat. Feng Yao entered a phasing state, but Gamaken's fork sent Jiraiya flying. Gamaken, feeling remorseful, said, "I apologize. I am truly useless." Jiraiya, struggling to rise and spitting out more blood, reassured him, "It's all right. You've been a tremendous help." "Thank you, Gamaken." Feng Yao remained indifferent, yet he had gained the upper hand. It would not be easy for Jiraiya to turn the tide. The third Raikage continued his onslaught with the Hell Stab, for Book's piercing hand, charging towards Jiraiya, ever ready to seize another opportunity for a Flying Thunder God strike. Having already marked Jiraiya with the technique when he grasped him, Feng Yao could not afford to overlook such a prime opportunity. The third Raikage surged forward with incredible speed, his hand extended to pierce through Jiraiya. Rather than retreating, Jiraiya advanced, wrapping his arms around the Raikage's formidable waist. With the barrier, Toad Gourd Prison, they were both drawn into the gourd of the Mayaboka Mountain Toad, a space isolated from the outside world. Should they fall into the acidic lake within, they would be dissolved. Thus, the third Raikage found himself ensnared within Jiraiya's barrier, while Feng Yao could utilize the Flying Thunder God to follow them inside. The barrier, after all, is Jiraiya's domain. If Feng Yao were to rashly enter, it could pose a significant danger. This technique was employed only once in the original narrative by Jiraiya. Thus his grasp of the information is rather limited. Feng Yao turned his gaze towards the other battlefields. Do was ensnared by 2 rock ninjas, merely awaiting the conclusion of Kato's spiritual transformation technique. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded with Orochimaru. Boom! Orochimaru's body was hurled to the ground, creating a deep crater, accompanied by 2 rock ninjas who were engaged in combat with Shizen. During Feng Yao's confrontation with Jiraiya, Orochimaru had struck Naruto with the Kusanagi sword, severely injuring him. Sensing the imminent threat to his life, Naruto activated his Nine Tails transformation, immediately entering the Two Tails state. In the midst of the battle, he also resolved Tsunade's emotional turmoil. And together they managed to repel Orochimaru and the two rock ninjas. Yet, in truth, Orochimaru sustained little injury. Neither Tsunade nor Naruto could truly contend with him. He utilized the snake substitution technique to conjure a new version of himself. As for why Naruto was able to maintain his rationality during the Ninetales transformation, it was due to the chakra that Feng Yao had previously infused into him, assisting Naruto in controlling the power of the two-tailed state while remaining clear-headed. At that moment, Feng Yao couldn't help but scold himself for being a fool, having brought this trouble upon himself. Even the system emerged to mock him. Heh, host. You are still rather naive in this respect. Naruto is the destined child of this world. You should have treated him as your adversary from the outset, rather than aiding him. Feng Yao rebutted sharply. What are you implying? According to your reasoning, I would become the new villain in the story. Given what the host is currently doing, you indeed resemble a villain. It's still your task that's causing this predicament. At this moment, Feng Yao took Naruto seriously. He could no longer afford to show mercy as he had in the past. For the sake of achieving his own objectives, he would harden his heart. Naruto gazed at his friend, who was now entirely different from his previous impression, gritting his teeth. He shouted at Feng Yao, why are you doing this? Why betray the village and murder the fifth Hokage? Do you even wish to annihilate Konoha? Naruto's eyes glowed a blood red like that of a demon fox with slitted pupils, radiating malevolence. I have my own goals, and I have already informed you. Should we meet again, do not hold back. Naturally, I shall do the same. Feng Yao's voice echoed coldly in the air. Then why didn't you kill me outright in our previous encounters? You had the opportunity. Moreover, I have stated that I would beat you half to death and drag you back. Upon uttering the last sentence, Naruto propelled himself forward with tremendous force, raising a cloud of dust. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto spawned nearly 2,000 shadow clones. Orochimaru, seeing this, prepared to leap from the pit to confront Naruto, only to be thwarted once more by Tsunade. Your opponent is now me, the sixth Hokage. With that, she delivered a powerful kick that shattered the ground beneath Orochimaru, sending massive fissures rippling outward for dozens of meters. Orochimaru was left with no choice but to engage Tsunade in battle. The serpent twisted and slithered, while on the other side, Naruto initiated his attack. Receive this, Kazuki. 2,000 shadow clones. Upon uttering those words, 2,000 Narutos simultaneously launched their fists in unison. A technique he had mastered early on during the Chunin exams, inspired by Lee's prowess. Kazuki, confronting this pure taijutsu, promptly drew a kunai and enveloped himself in a shield of iron. He charged into the throng, ruthlessly dismantling Naruto's clones with piercing strikes, slashes, prods, and cuts, each blow annihilating a shadow clone. Just as he was about to be struck, he utilized the technique of phasing to evade the attack. Naruto realized that he could not triumph over Kazuki with sheer numbers. Soon, only a handful of clones remained. However, these few managed to pair up and successfully conjure a Rasengan. Their learning speed surpassed even that depicted in the original narrative. Perhaps it was indeed the aura of a protagonist at play. Take this, Kazuki. Rasengan. Kazuki discarded his kunai and bit his finger. Summoning technique. Hardstone Panda. This formidable summoning beast had withstood even Kakashi's Raikiri, rendering Naruto's Rasengan ineffective. With a thunderous roar, the panda tore through the remaining Naruto clones before realizing they were mere shadows. The real Naruto emerged from below, clutching a Rasengan aimed at Kazuki. This was a common tactic of Naruto's, often employing shadow clones to mislead opponents before striking unexpectedly. Unfortunately, Kazuki had anticipated this move. He understood Naruto's strategies even better than Naruto himself. Phasing into action, Naruto passed right through Kazuki's body, propelling himself backward. Kazuki swiftly turned to face Naruto's position. Kamui. With a sharp exhale, blood trickled from Kazuki's left eye as the space around the focal point began to dissolve and draw in. If Naruto failed to act quickly, his arm wrist being consumed by the Kamui dimension. In a moment of urgency, Naruto summoned more shadow clones, kicking his own body away to escape the gravitational pull. Yet, he lost a significant chunk of flesh in the process, staining his entire right arm red. Kazuki, employing his moonwalk technique, lunged towards Naruto, delivering a powerful punch directly to Naruto's abdomen. Ugh! Naruto found himself unable to evade. He hunched over in agony, the searing pain rendering him voiceless. His gaze remained fixed on Kazuki before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Orochimaru and Tsunade, observing the scene, felt the weight of the moment. Tsunade was anxious while Orochimaru wore a sinister grin. That boy stands no chance against Kazuki. Of course, neither do you. Chapter 50. The abduction of Tsunade. Orochimaru swiftly bit his finger, forming hand seals. Hi. Suyu, Shanwei. Summoning technique. 10,000 snakes. A colossal python, adorned with purple stripes, materialized upon the earth. Feng Yao cast Naruto aside and leaped onto the serpent. This was Orochimaru's favorite summoning beast, renowned for its incredible speed and formidable attack power. Upon surveying its surroundings, 10,000 snakes arrogantly proclaimed, "This time, we face Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Do not forget, I require 100 living sacrifices afterward." Orochimaru, rest assured, 10,000 snakes, but do not kill her outright. I still have use for her, Orochimaru reminded the serpent, emphasizing that Feng Yao's efforts were solely to capture Tsunade. With a gaping maw, 10,000 snakes lunged towards Tsunade. The Yin seal upon her was completely unsealed, liberating the chakra accumulated within, thereby enhancing her speed and attack prowess. Ninjutsu, Creation Rebirth, the 100 Healings Technique. This ultimate combat medical ninjutsu combines Creation Rebirth with the 100 Healings Technique. When activated, seals spread across her body, allowing for rapid, automatic regeneration upon sustaining damage, without disrupting her attack rhythm. However, the downside is that the healing is fully automatic and uncontrollable, consuming far more chakra than ordinary medical ninjutsu, even regenerating minor wounds that could otherwise be treated with standard medical techniques or left unhealed temporarily. Moreover, like Creation Rebirth, using this technique diminishes her lifespan. She pressed one hand against 10,000 snakes' upper jaw while gripping its fangs with the other, engaging in a contest of strength against the summoning beast. Tsunade staggered back several hundred steps before stabilizing herself, retracting her right hand to unleash a powerful punch that sent 10,000 snakes flying several meters away. What terrifying strength! Feng Yao couldn't help but marvel. Tsunade did not relent. As one of the Sannin, she too possessed her own summoning beast. Ninjutsu, snail. A large blue-white snail appeared, seemingly smaller than 10,000 snakes, a result of Tsunade's insufficient chakra, summoning only about 1/10 of the sage snail. Lady Tsunade, do you require my assistance? Oh. Feng Yao, what brings you here? The snail greeted Tsunade before noticing Feng Yao atop 10,000 snakes. Seeing the snail, Feng Yao sighed. My apologies, sage snail. I didn't expect you to be summoned. I came to seek Lady Tsunade's aid, but she declined my request, hence our current confrontation. I apologize in advance if I inadvertently harm you. What is it that you need? Why can't we discuss this amicably? The snail appeared flustered, wishing to avoid conflict with either Feng Yao or Tsunade. Tsunade, perplexed by the snail's familiarity with Feng Yao, remarked, Sage Snail, while I am unaware of how you two know each other, I cannot acquiesce to his request. I hope you can assist me. Do not fret. I am here as well. Jiraiya suddenly emerged from the barrier, having dealt with the third Raikage. He bore several wounds of varying severity, indicating he had sustained considerable injury from the battle. He leaped beside Tsunade, biting his finger to form a seal and striking the ground. The summoning technique conjured a colossal toad, comparable in size to the great serpent, which landed in the arena. It was Fukusaku, puffing on a cigarette, with a short sword at its waist, remarkably short given its stature. Fukusaku took a drag and remarked, What is this? Is today a gathering of old friends? Once again, the legendary three ninjas had convened. Tsunade's side was joined by Shizen, while the four rock ninjas brought Orochimaru along to the side of Fuyo and the great serpent. Kato Dan's chakra had been entirely depleted, and Orochimaru had returned to his normal state. My apologies, Lord Fuyo. Lord Orochimaru was rather rude just now. Orochimaru was the first to extend an apology for the control exerted over him during battle. Fuyo shook his head, indicating that it was of no consequence. Even he had not anticipated such a turn of events. Orochimaru, standing beside Fuyo, whispered, The current situation is quite troublesome for you. Why, Kuin? How about I hold off Jiraiya for a while, allowing you to draw Tsunade into the Kamui space? Fuyo turned to glance at Orochimaru and replied, "No need. Someone will inevitably disrupt me. I might as well incapacitate them all and then take Tsunade with me." He then surveyed the remaining rock ninjas, whose combat prowess was insufficient for his needs. With that, he formed a series of hand seals: rat, snake, tiger, dragon, boar, performing the reanimation jutsu. Columns of white light shot forth from the reanimated bodies, their souls returning to the pure realm. "Sister, you just said that the sixth Hokage looks the most dashing." The spirit of SHU turned before departing, giving Tsunade a thumbs up. Tears brimmed in Tsunade's eyes as she thought, "SHU, I shall inherit your aspirations and become a worthy Hokage." Fuyo's chakra began to coalesce rapidly. Observing this, the system seemed to grasp Fuyo's intentions. "Are you planning to utilize that technique? Your chakra may still be insufficient." "Indeed, but it will soon be adequate," he replied. Producing a soldier pill, an elixir in the ninja world that restores energy and chakra while enhancing the chakra limit, previously used by Inuzuka and Orochimaru. Fuyo promptly consumed it, feeling his chakra rejuvenate, though the limit scarcely increased, likely due to its ineffectiveness on those of greater strength. He contemplated that his current chakra was still insufficient for that technique. Thus, he summoned a summoning beast once more. Summoning technique. Spirit Ghost. Previously, Fuyo had lost 2 of his summoning beasts, slain by Danzo, and they had yet to be revived in the underworld, thus he could not summon all 5. The spirit ghost extended its tendrils, ensnaring Orochimaru, who was taken aback. Fuyo reassured him, "No need to be alarmed. I merely need to borrow a bit of your chakra." With that, chakra was frantically siphoned from Orochimaru and funneled back into Fuyo. Fuyo began forming seals, intending to engage the enemy using the techniques extracted from the system, albeit still lacking sufficient chakra, necessitating the borrowing of a portion of Orochimaru's reserves. After an intricate series of hand seals, a multitude of ethereal figures suddenly materialized behind Fuyo. Unlike the shadow clones, which appear as mere phantoms, they stood silently in the air, resembling a formidable battalion. Feng Yao silently recited the 10,000 hand seal within his heart. Countless ethereal manifestations of Feng Yao extended their right hands in unison, lifting them high to coalesce into a brilliant blue orb, intricately intertwining and merging. Jiraiya and the others discerned the terrifying nature of this technique and sought to intervene. Concurrently, Feng Yao gradually extended his right hand toward the side where Wentai stood. Boom! A colossal hand, forged from concentrated chakra, abruptly materialized. As it swung, the air within a radius of several hundred meters was violently displaced. With a single sweep of the gigantic palm, Wentai and Jiraiya were sent hurtling backward, blood spilling from their mouths as they soared thousands of meters away, shattering numerous structures in their wake. With a powerful thrust, the Toad Sage was propelled far from the battlefield, Feng Yao showing mercy, refraining from inflicting real harm upon it. Subsequently, the massive hand clenched, firmly ensnaring Tsunade, who stood atop the toad's head, rendering her incapable of breaking free despite her desperate struggles. The prowess of this technique was evident, having subdued 2 of the legendary Sannin with a single maneuver. However, the chakra expenditure was staggering. Even Orochimaru had to contribute half of his chakra to unleash it. Feng Yao slowly maneuvered the colossal hand before himself, aware that his chakra reserves were dwindling. He summoned his spirit to extend its tendrils, siphoning Tsunade's chakra and channeling it back into himself. In a brief span, Tsunade found her chakra nearly depleted, her body growing heavy before she succumbed to unconsciousness, the mark of the 100 healings technique fading. Meanwhile, Feng Yao regained his strength. He dispelled the 10,000 hand seal and supported Tsunade as she fell. Although Tsunade had no intention of acquiescing to his demands, Feng Yao possessed his own methods to compel compliance. With his objective achieved, the swirling pattern of the Kamui began to manifest in his right eye, enveloping himself, Orochimaru, and the others as he prepared to withdraw. Feng Yao, halt. Leave Tsunade behind. Jiraiya shouted, charging forward with a Rasengan in hand. Yet, he was too distant, and his injuries hampered his speed. Ultimately, he arrived mere seconds after his adversary's departure, slamming the Rasengan into the ground in a fit of rage, stirring up clouds of dust. In his youth, he had failed to reclaim his friend. In his middle years, he could not protect the one he cherished. This gnawed at Jiraiya's conscience. Lord Jiraiya, please, do not be agitated. Let us first assess Naruto's condition, Shizen urged. Her worry palpable upon seeing Tsunade abducted. However, sensing that Tsunade would not be harmed, there remained a glimmer of hope for her rescue. And their immediate priority was to tend to the wounded, including Jiraiya himself. Reluctantly, Jiraiya set aside his guilt, turning his focus to checking on Naruto's status. Chapter 51. The cells of Fingyo in the land of Tianshi. Within the clearing of the sound-hidden village, a fervent clash unfolded. Once more, Gaara, exclaimed Neji, drenched in perspiration as he engaged in a practice battle with Gaara. One was a prodigy of the Hyuga branch family, ensnared by the whims of fate. The other, a Jinchuriki ostracized by society since birth. Both bore striking similarities that fostered camaraderie in this village. Go ahead, give it another shot, Gaara replied nonchalantly, rolling his eyes. Neji huffed, activating the 8 trigrams and enveloping Gaara in its protective sphere before unleashing a chakra wave. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams empty palm. This technique allowed for remote attacks. Though Neji, as a branch member, was barred from learning the main family secrets, he had acquired some of the Hyuga's gentle fist techniques from the various Leaf Village ninjutsu that Fingyo had confiscated, propelling his progress to remarkable heights. However, his opponent was Gaara. After a prolonged skirmish lasting the duration of a stick of incense, while Gaara emerged unscathed, Neji was left panting heavily. Let us call it a day. I will definitely defeat you one day, Neji proclaimed, refusing to concede, and arranged for a rematch with Gaara on a later date. What a formidable opponent, Gaara mused, astonished by Neji's rapid advancement. Just as the two were about to depart together, the air before them began to swirl in a vortex. Having previously witnessed Fingyo's space-time ninjutsu, they were not taken aback by the sight. Indeed, from within the swirling vortex emanated a familiar aura, revitalizing their weary spirits as if they had encountered a refreshing dew. Fingyo emerged, supporting Tsunade and accompanied by Orochimaru and others upon their return to the sound-hidden village. Lord Fingyo, you have returned, Neji and Gaara greeted. Quickly noticing a figure being assisted by Fingyo, realizing he had ventured out to seek a medical ninja for Kimimaro. Is this the legendary Tsunade, one of the Sannin you mentioned? They inquired. Yes, although there were some complications, I successfully resolved them, Fingyo replied, handing Tsunade over to Kabuto. Please confine her for now. Inform me once she awakens. Following his orders, Kabuto escorted Tsunade to the village's prison. Orochimaru, accompany me to your laboratory. If Tsunade proves uncooperative, he began, but suddenly, a searing pain pierced Fingyo's eyes, momentarily clouding his vision. Though the agony was fleeting, it was intense. Resigned, Fingyo realized this was a consequence of overusing his Manjiki Sharingan. Power frequently comes with significant peril, the more one utilizes it. The closer the day of blindness approaches, the system within Fingyo's mind was acutely aware of his plight. To resolve this issue, he could only consider transplanting a relative's eyes to achieve an eternal Manjiki, or integrating Hashirama's cells. Lacking any family, his only option to stabilize his condition was to merge with Hashirama's cells. Fingyo scoffed, I have long been aware of this. If it comes to that, I will resort to the Hashirama cells within that arm for transplantation. Orochimaru observed Fengyo's expression of anguish with curiosity. It seemed improbable that Fengyo had sustained any injuries during their recent battle. Yaokuin, what troubles you? You appear to be in considerable pain, he remarked. Fengyo proceeded to divulge the secrets of the Sharingan and the process of evolving it into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan to Orochimaru. I see, Orochimaru replied. In that case, I could extract Hashirama's cells from that arm. However, the fusion of Hashirama's cells is notoriously challenging. In the past, I captured 60 infant test subjects in hopes of acquiring Hashirama's power, yet all my endeavors ended in failure. Well, there was one success, though you remain unaware. He was adopted by Danzo and is now a member of the Umbu. As for me, my unique constitution allows me to integrate Hashirama's cells without any rejection. Fengyo shared this revelation with Orochimaru, who, upon hearing that Fengyo was privy to such secrets, became even more convinced of his ability to utilize ninjutsu to glimpse into the past. He quickly recognized the cunning nature of that old fiend, Danzo. That test subject must be one of the few capable of successfully merging with Hashirama's cells. Feng Yao smiled faintly, thinking to himself that he hoped Danzo would still feel confident when he encountered the 10,000 white Zetsu. The two then entered Orochimaru's laboratory, which was filled with numerous containers of cultivation fluid. Within these vials lay several Sharingan, alongside Shirsui's eye. In a larger container rested the severed arm belonging to Danzo. Orochimaru indicated that extracting Hashirama's cells in their entirety would require some time. Feng Yao retrieved the vessel containing Shirsui's eye. If Tsunade were to refuse, he would have to resort to the use of Kotoamit's Tsukumi, which he was incapable of wielding himself, thus necessitating a trustworthy ally. Feng Yao cast a meaningful glance at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, once Tsunade awakens, I intend to use Kotoamit's Tsukumi to compel her into service. Who do you think would be the most suitable to carry out this task? Such a power was not something to be entrusted lightly, even though Orochimaru had demonstrated loyalty. If it were not for Feng Yao's inability to utilize it himself, he would never consider handing it over to another. Orochimaru pondered further. If Yakuin possessed the ability to foresee past and future, why would he not wield that power himself? Or was he testing my resolve? Orochimaru immediately adopted a serious tone. Naturally, such power should be employed with the utmost caution. Our expertise in Genjutsu here is limited. What do you think of Mitoi? She has a solid grasp of Genjutsu, but Orochimaru trailed off. But what? Feng Yao inquired. But she is not of the Uchiha clan, lacking the bloodline limit, making it difficult for her to master Shirsui's eye, Orochimaru continued. His concerns were not unfounded. Kakashi had similarly struggled with his Sharingan, unable to deactivate it and fully master its power. Feng Yao found himself in a predicament as well. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Host, what troubles you? You could entirely transplant your cells into Mitoi. Your constitution allows for the integration of any cells from the world of Hokage without causing rejection. They could thereby become even stronger. Feng Yao's mind was filled with dark thoughts. No, since my cells are so formidable, can they withstand it? Unlike the interstitial cells, which can lead to death with just a transplant. The host overestimates themselves. Their constitution is merely superior in growth potential compared to those in the Naruto universe. And in terms of cellular strength, they fall far short. Silently raising a middle finger at the system, Feng Yao turned to Orochimaru and said, Extract my cells and transplant them into Doyu. This way, she will be able to master Shirsui's Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was elated. He had longed to study Feng Yao's cells and body, but had been unsure how to approach the subject. After all, Feng Yao was not a member of the Uchiha clan, yet could wield the Sharingan with perfection, and his constitution could induce calm and focus in others. At last, he had the opportunity to explore these mysteries. Orochimaru retrieved a syringe and began his preparations. After half a day's arduous effort, he finally completed the extraction. He placed Feng Yao's cells under the microscope for observation. Marvelous. Not only are they highly active, but their compatibility is exceptional, posing no risk of rejection by the host. Orochimaru's gaze was fervent as he fixated on Feng Yao. If you agree, I would like the members of the Sage organization to undergo transplants of your cells to enhance their power. Seeing the almost frenzied look in Orochimaru's eyes, Feng Yao had no doubt that if he declined, the man would persist indefinitely. Very well, I consent. Please extract the cells from Hashirama's arm as soon as possible. With that, Feng Yao turned and exited the laboratory, leaving Orochimaru to revel in the discovery of the cells. In Konoha village, Jiraiya and Naruto returned in a state of despondency. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, listened to the report with a troubled expression. Ah, it is indeed so. That child, Tsunade. Third Hokage, we must send someone to rescue Granny Tsunade. Naruto interjected eagerly, with Shizune also pleading alongside him. But the third Hokage shook his head. The combined strength of Orochimaru and Feng Yao is beyond what an ordinary team can handle. Currently, Konoha is gravely lacking in high-level combat power. We cannot afford to dispatch more Jonin. Jiraiya's face turned ashen. He had anticipated this outcome. He turned to leave with Naruto. Jiraiya, Konoha needs you now more than ever. The Cloud Village is ready to make a move. The third Hokage called out as he saw Jiraiya preparing to depart, for Konoha truly required Jiraiya's combat prowess at this moment. Jiraiya forced a grim smile. I understand. I will remain close to the village. With that, he turned and left with Naruto and Shizen, not looking back. Chapter 52. The deity of deception Orochimaru showcased the prowess of the world's foremost scientist in the realm of ninjutsu. In the span of a single day, he flawlessly extracted the cells of Hashirama that resided within Danzo's arm. Such formidable cells, truly befitting of a sage's physique, should I integrate this power. My regenerative capabilities would surely escalate significantly. Feng Yao, utilizing advanced instruments, observed the Hashirama cells and noted the stark contrast to his own. Each cell emanated a strength far superior to his, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Yao Kuan, your cells are not inferior to his. I shall proceed with the transplantation, Orochimaru declared. As Feng Yao reclined upon the operating table, Orochimaru connected a series of fine tubes, initiating the infusion of the cells. Feng Yao sensed a surge of vitality coursing through him, a life force so potent that it threatened to consume his very being. Yet, upon encountering Feng Yao's own cells, they intertwined harmoniously, culminating in a formidable power. His bodily energy surged immensely, allowing him to counter the adverse effects of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Accompanying this enhancement were increases in both chakra levels and regenerative abilities. He believed he could now perform the Great Palm technique without relying on Orochimaru's chakra. Once the infusion of the Hashirama cells was complete, Feng Yao felt as though he had been reborn. He exhaled a deep breath, remarking, "No wonder so many covet Hashirama's power. It is indeed satisfying." Orochimaru, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Feng Yao, was taken aback. Yao Kuan, your strength is truly remarkable. The Hashirama cells are terrifying. Most would be devoured by their might. Spare me the flattery. Summon Taiyuya. I wish for her to undergo the same transplantation, and ultimately, for her to use the deity of deception to control Tsunade, Feng Yao instructed. Orochimaru nodded in acquiescence and dispatched a subordinate to contact Taiyuya. At that moment, Tsunade had awoken from her confinement, furiously pounding on the cell door. However, devoid of chakra, her strength was hardly greater than that of an ordinary woman. Lady Tsunade, Kabuto interjected with a chuckle, I advise against your efforts. The mechanisms of this prison are uniquely designed to continuously drain one's chakra, rendering escape impossible. However, should you agree to Lord Feng Yao's proposition, I could release you immediately. Tsunade retorted angrily. At this moment, do you truly believe I would acquiesce to your demands? I shall not forgive you, by the name of the Sannin. And the sixth Hokage. In that case, we shall await the outcome, Kabuto replied, spreading his arms in indifference to her fury. Meanwhile, Taiyuya arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory. Upon spotting Feng Yao, she instantly adorned her face with an amiable smile, tucking a strand of her crimson hair behind her ear. Lord Feng Yao, I see you are here. Is there something you require of me? Her gaze remained fixed upon Feng Yao, conveniently disregarding the fact that it was Orochimaru who summoned her. Ahem, Taiyuya. I called you here because Yao Kuan wishes to offer you an opportunity to grow stronger. Are you willing? Orochimaru interjected, drawing her attention. Upon hearing of the chance to enhance her abilities, Taiyuya nodded eagerly. I am willing to do anything to assist Lord Feng Yao. This unabashed declaration left Feng Yao somewhat taken aback. He quickly nodded. Excellent. The first step requires you to undergo a cell transplantation of my own. Upon hearing this, Duyo's cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced at the thought. Transplanting cells, Lord Feng Yao's cells. Does that mean I will become one with Lord Feng Yao? Ah, how embarrassing. She covered her face, fidgeting, and said, very well, I am willing. Lord Feng Yao. Orochimaru promptly interjected, then let us commence. His enthusiasm for experimentation was ever present. After all, he had not succeeded in the past, but now circumstances were different. He meticulously repeated the earlier procedure, only this time using Feng Yao's cells in the container. Orochimaru had cultivated a significant number of Feng Yao's cells within a short span, and the fusion proceeded smoothly. However, upon occupying 20 of Dueto's body cells, no further success could be achieved, regardless of how he attempted the injection. Feng Yao, perplexed, inquired, System, what is happening? The compatibility between the host's physique and its cells was indeed a factor, for others lacking the free-spirited intellect. Achieving a 20 transplantation was already the limit. Orochimaru was equally bewildered, as this contradicted his scientific understanding. Strange, given Lord Yao's cell compatibility, it should not be this way. He turned to Feng Yao with a questioning gaze. Feng Yao elucidated, Ahem, my constitution is somewhat unique. Without my specific physique, the transplantation can only reach this extent. In any case, it suffices for utilizing the cells of Hashirama. The subsequent steps unfolded seamlessly, and Duoyu successfully transplanted Shirsue's eyes, perfectly inheriting the cells of Hashirama and the Sharingan. Unlike Danzo, who struggled, or Kakashi, who could not even deactivate his own, Duoyu slowly removed the bandages from her eyes, experiencing a tremendous boost in chakra and the acquisition of the Sharingan, rendering her a formidable force. Lord Feng Yao, have I succeeded? Duoyu asked in disbelief as she sensed the transformations within her. Indeed, you have worked hard. Take some time to acclimate to your newfound power. I have tasks for you tomorrow. Feng Yao affectionately ruffled Duodo's hair, knowing she needed time to adjust after the transplantation. He decided she should rest for a day before utilizing the Kodoame Tsukumi on Tsunade. Blushing, Duoyu softly replied, Rest assured, Lord Feng Yao, I will not disappoint you. With that, she gently wrapped her arms around Feng Yao's waist. Haha, Yao-kun, this child truly adores you, Orochimaru teased, eliciting a flustered response from Duoyu. And Master Orochimaru, what are you saying? Lord Feng Yao, of course, he is very popular. Everyone likes him. Feng Yao patted Duoyu's head gently. All right, now hurry and rest. Yes, Lord Feng Yao, I will return tomorrow. After bowing, she departed. In the dungeon, Tsunade lay weakly in the corner. As footsteps approached, Master Orochimaru, Lord Feng Yao, you have arrived. Kabuto greeted them warmly. Tsunade exerted great effort to open her eyes. Feng-Yo and Orochimaru were locked in a gaze with her. Lady Tsunade, I hold your title of Sannin in high regard, thus I am willing to offer you another opportunity to join my forces. Tsunade scoffed. I have nothing to discuss with you traitors from Konoha. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, then show me. Feng-Yo lamented. What a pity. Myu, it's time to act. Myu stepped forward from Feng-Yo's side, and the three Tomo in his right eye began to morph, forming a shuriken with 4 black, angular patterns. Myu disdainfully remarked, It is an honor to be of service to Lord Feng-Yo. Since you dare to refuse, you shall become my puppet. As he spoke, blood vessels spread across his right eye. BTNSHN. Tsunade reacted with considerable alarm. Yet in the next moment, she stood and bowed to Feng-Yo, saying, My apologies, Lord Feng-Yo. I was exceedingly rude earlier. I shall go assist with the child in need of treatment, such as the terror of BTNSHN, capable of altering one's will and transforming others into puppets without their awareness. Myu had modified Tsunade's will to pledge loyalty to Feng-Yo. However, unlike Itachi's Shirsui, each member of the Uchiha clan possessed unique abilities within their respective Manjiki Sharingan, such as Itachi's Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, and Sasuke's Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi. Although Myus I could control others, it required a modicum of chakra to sustain the genjutsu, akin to how Danzo maintained Shirsue's Sharingan, which was eventually disrupted when his technique was recognized. Presently, Myu was also sustaining his genjutsu. Itachi's eye, on the other hand, could be used directly without the need for continuous chakra output, as he had once given a crow to assist him, which could not indefinitely supply chakra. Comparatively, Itachi's eye was more efficient, but for Feng-Yo, the end justified the means. Very well, Myu. Tsunade shall accompany you. Let us pay a visit to Kimimaro. In a medical room, Kimimaro lay upon a hospital bed, his body connected to various tubes sustaining his life. Feng-Yo entered, followed by Tsunade, Orochimaru, and others. Kimimaro, congratulations, you will not perish. I have found someone who can save you. Chapter 53. The Target, Rain Hidden Village. Lord Feng Yao, you are not deceiving me, are you? Although Junmaru's voice was hoarse, it carried a hint of excitement. Feng Yao gestured for Tsunade to come closer, reassuring him, Do not worry, I shall restore your health, and then you may continue to serve Orochimaru on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru understood that Feng Yao appreciated Junmaru's strength and relinquished his thoughts of using him as a vessel, especially since he had already acquired the cells of Hashirama. The idea of merging Feng Yao's cells with Hashirama's to create a perfect artificial vessel thrilled Orochimaru, and he licked his lips in anticipation. Tsunade examined Junmaru's condition and remarked, "While it is indeed grave, there remains a glimmer of hope." As she spoke, her hands emanated a radiant green chakra, which she sustained for the duration of a tea break. After a brief pause, she continued, "I shall concoct a potion in conjunction with medical ninjutsu to help alleviate the calcium buildup in your body. Additionally, we must strengthen your muscles, otherwise, your heart may still succumb to failure." Nearby, Kabuto observed quietly, recognizing the disparity in experience. He had encountered too few ailments, although in terms of innate talent, he might even surpass Tsunade. Feng Yao then produced 2 rings etched with symbols of the wilderness and the sun, presenting them to Junmaru and Tsunade. Only 4 more individuals were needed to complete the formation of the Sage organization. As for the remaining candidates, Feng Yao had already selected them. He led Orochimaru outside, leaving Tsunade and the others to tend to Junmaru. With the affairs of Konoha largely settled, Feng Yao finally found a moment to rest. At that moment, the system's voice intruded, oblivious to the timing. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new mission. Gather the 3 great ocular techniques. Mission objective: acquire 1 Rinnegan from Nagato. Reward: double chakra. Time frame: 3 months. Slogan: Young One. Encompass all ocular techniques within the Hokage." Feng Yao's veins throbbed with frustration. Are you jesting with me? He indeed coveted Nagato's Rinnegan. But there was no need to attempt to seize it while Akatsuki was at its zenith. In this situation, you expect me to snatch the Rinnegan? Do you believe I am Uchiha Madara or Naruto Uzumaki? Wouldn't that be a death wish? In truth, this sentiment was exaggerated. The Flying Thunder God technique combined with Kimyui could hardly be countered, yet merely being able to escape did not equate to the ability to fight. The host's mission progress is exceedingly slow. This system has delayed for a considerable time before issuing a task. Please complete it promptly. Feng Yao's earlier good spirits, stemming from aiding Junmaru and recruiting Tsunade, dissipated instantaneously. However, he understood that the system would not grant him any leniency. The task of recruiting the 5th Mizukage, Meitorumi, would need to be postponed, though fortunately that mission allowed for a longer time frame. As he contemplated the remaining members needed for the Sage organization, he mused, "Orochimaru, you were once affiliated with Akatsuki, were you not?" Orochimaru, startled for a moment, had grown accustomed to Feng Yao's omniscience. He respectfully replied, "There was a time when I joined Akatsuki, driven by the desire for the power of the Sharingan. Alas, I failed in my endeavors and have since severed all ties with them. You may rest assured, Lord Feng Yao." Feng Yao smiled faintly, a significant expression gracing his face. "I am, of course, aware of the situation. However, my intention is not to delve into this matter, but rather to launch an assault on the lair of Akatsuki." "What? The lair of Akatsuki? If it is you, Yao Kuin, you should be aware of the strength of that organization. It is composed of S-rank rogue ninjas from various nations, forming a mercenary team. Their combined power could obliterate a nation in an instant. Given our current capabilities, this endeavor seems perilous, and I have not even heard of the location of their lair." As he reached the end of his statement, Orochimaru's tone began to waver. He could not fathom why Feng Yu would opt for such a hazardous course of action. Feng Yu replied solemnly, "I am fully aware of their strength, but I require the power of the Rinnegan, specifically that of Akatsuki's leader. Their lair lies in the Rain Village, although it is fraught with danger. Not all members of Akatsuki are present, thus providing us with an opportunity. If Feng Yu could indeed gather the 3 great ocular techniques, he would be able to unlock the ultimate space-time ninjutsu, the H-Zuki of the underworld, allowing for rapid transit between the land of water and the Sound Village." This prospect seemed somewhat feasible, yet the mission remained exceedingly challenging. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and clapped, exclaiming, "Truly, Yao Kuin, after acquiring the cells of Hashirama, you now wish to grasp the power of the Rinnegan? What an audacious notion." Initially perplexed by Feng Yao's intentions, Orochimaru, upon understanding them, not only refrained from dissent but was also filled with eager anticipation. having indirectly gained the powers of Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan through Feng Yao. The prospect of studying the legendary sage of six paths Rinnegan thrilled him immensely. Feng Yao shook his head, stating, "Of course, it is not so simple. We must devise a plan. Allow me to inform you of their abilities." This intelligence regarding combat was of utmost importance. Konoha had lost countless lives attempting to uncover the powers of Pain's six paths. Yet, for someone like him, a traveler from another world, they held no secrets. Thus, Feng Yao detailed the capabilities of each member of Akatsuki, the six paths of Pain, and the manipulator behind them, Nagato, to Orochimaru. He did not mention Obito, deeming it unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's understanding deepened. "I see, the six paths of Pain and the Rinnegan, truly formidable powers. The Rinnegan is indeed as legendary as its reputation suggests. It seems we may find victory elusive." Feng Yao's eyes glimmered as he spoke. "Indeed, victory will be difficult. Thus, we require many other forces, including the individuals I have brought, all of whom must be cultivated diligently. Their future achievements may rival those of the monsters within Akatsuki." Orochimaru laughed softly. "Rest assured, Yao-kun, with your cells combined with my expertise, these individuals will soon be at our disposal. At that time, I shall implant cursed seals to enhance their strength." Feng Yao nodded slightly. To be honest, cursed seals were merely a degraded version of sage techniques, derived from the bodily fluids of the creature known as Jago. Jago and his kin possessed a unique constitution that allowed them to assimilate natural energy. However, due to a lack of systematic training in harnessing this power, they often went berserk. They refer to it as Zainrinua, akin to the Shinrin mode, with this energy actually originating from the dragon's cave. Orochimaru imparts this ability through cursed seals, enabling others to learn it, and with the qualifications of individuals like Niji, they should be able to withstand it without issue. In the hidden village of Rain, the sky looms dark, with raindrops cascading from above, occasionally accompanied by rumbling thunder. Illuminated by flashes of lightning, atop a metallic tower, stands a young man with orange hair, adorned with peculiar black rods, cloaked in a black robe embellished with red clouds. Gazing down at the world beneath him, his eyes possess the unparalleled Rinnegan, one of the three great ocular techniques. He speaks slowly, devoid of any human emotion. "Are we to prepare for action now? It seems we still lack sufficient funds." A shadowy figure in the darkness responds. "The village of Cloud is set to initiate war soon. This presents a prime opportunity to exploit the chaos. Moreover, it appears that someone has uncovered our plans, necessitating an expedited approach." Tendo Pain turns his head. Fixing his gaze upon the shadowy figure, "I shall command the members of Akatsuki to commence the capture of the tailed beasts. Let this world give birth to peace through the agony of reincarnation." Within the Hokage's hall in the village of Konoha, Tsunade's expression is one of distress as she exclaims, "What? Jiraiya refuses to take up the mantle of Hokage? Does he not comprehend the current state of the land of fire in Konoha? The abduction of Lady Tsunade is indeed a disheartening predicament. I believe Lord Jiraiya is deeply affected by this as well," argues Nara Shikaku, the genius strategist of Konoha. "Let us not dwell on Jiraiya's situation. He has promised not to stray far from the village, so let us not burden him further." The third Hokage exhales a puff of smoke. Understanding the turmoil within Jiraiya's heart, asking him to assume the role of Hokage at this juncture is implausible. A village cannot go a day without a Hokage. "Let us all propose candidates." Nara Shikaku speaks first. "I nominate Kakashi Hatake as the sixth Hokage. I nominate Asuma Saratobi." After much deliberation, Kakashi is ultimately appointed as the sixth Hokage. The original Team 7 is disbanded. Sakura is assigned to Team Red to fill Niji's vacancy. Sasuke serves as the aide to the sixth Hokage, while Naruto trains under Jiraiya. Thus, the fates of Team 7 diverge. Chapter 54. The balance of heavy weights upon the dim stone wall. Flickering wisps of ghostly fire clung precariously. These flames varied in size from the diminutive glow of fireflies to the stature of lanterns, emitted a chilling green blaze. The ghastly light illuminated the faces of Feng Yao, Orochimaru, and Junma Lu. Under the tender care of Tsunade, Junma Lu had made significant strides in recovery, at least to the point where his life no longer teetered on the brink of death, thus he chose to remain by their side. This location was the lowest tier. perilously close to Orochimaru's stronghold, housing but a solitary cell, the most profound of them all. Within this confinement resided the source of the cursed seal, the enigmatic CHG heavyweight, a being of unique constitution endowed with the innate ability to absorb natural energy, a state referred to as sage transformation. Should he linger in a place rich with natural energy, he would transform, yet lose control, succumbing to a violent rampage. Thus, he was imprisoned here, where the subterranean natural energy was sparse, significantly reducing the risk of his uncontrolled outbursts, though it remained a possibility. In the original narrative, he succumbed to despair following Junmalu's demise, retreating to a northern outpost to seclude himself. Now that Junmalu was alive, he remained confined here. Upon learning of this, Feng Yao expressed his intent to recruit heavyweight into his ranks, as he was among Feng Yao's preferred candidates. Part of the original Eagle Team trio, Junmalu stepped forward beside Feng Yao and remarked, "My lord Feng Yao, heavyweight sometimes struggles to control his temper. Should he inadvertently offend you, I ask for your understanding. Allow me to handle the situation. It is of no concern. My purpose here is to earn his respect. If he wishes to strike me, all the better. You must not intervene. Do you understand?" Feng Yao straightened his posture, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Since the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, he had yet to engage in battle. The bond between Junmalu and heavyweight was profound. One could say Junmalu was the savior of heavyweight. It was a single phrase from Junmalu at the time of his departure that prompted heavyweight to follow Sasuke. Approaching a robust steel door, they encountered massive chains that bound it, reminiscent of the restraints used for a primordial beast. "Open it." Junmalu, step back, Feng Yao commanded. Determined to subdue heavyweight on his own, believing this would earn the latter's genuine admiration. "Then, please exercise caution, Yao Kuan. Though I trust you will emerge unscathed," Junmalu cautioned. With that, Orochimaru produced a key, unlocking the chains and swinging open the door. From the impenetrable darkness emerged the sound of a man's labored breathing. "To kill, or not to kill." The voice then escalated into a frenzy, and a figure surged forth from the shadows. "Ha! I will slay you." A towering man with a mane of orange hair and matching eyes lunged toward the entrance, much of his form transformed by the cursed seal. His gray skin a testament to his metamorphosis. His gargantuan right hand, now a manifestation of sage transformation, swung towards Feng Yao's head, creating a sonic boom in the air. Boom! Feng Yao stepped back half a pace, yet his left hand stood firm against heavyweight's powerful strike, unyielding as the latter exerted all his strength. Unable to push Feng Yao back another inch. With the augmentation of the interstitial cell body and the use of iron blocks, one's physical strength becomes remarkably superior. In a state that is not fully sage-like, the formidable Chongwu finds himself at a loss. Upon witnessing his attack fail, a sinister grin spreads across his face as he exclaims, "Ha ha ha, perish." A meaty appendage sprouts from his wrist, erupting with chakra, further amplifying his impact. Boom. What an impressive display of explosive power. However, it is regrettable that it merely consists of straightforward punches or slashes. Perhaps incorporating some taijutsu would yield better results. Feng Yao takes a step back, reflecting on Chongwu's recent assault. "You seem rather relaxed. How about this?" Chongwu then transitions into a predominantly sage-like form, his arms transforming into massive axes. The axes swing violently, shattering the surroundings, causing the entire corridor to tremble, with dust swirling everywhere. "This time, you shall perish. Haha. I've slain you." Yet, as the dust settles, Feng Yao emerges unscathed, his ethereal form rendering him impervious to such simplistic axes. Chongwu, witnessing this spectacle, stares in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? I didn't tee at you." Feng Yao, unfazed, brings his fists together and softly intones, "Six techniques ultimate. Six King's Spear." This represents the pinnacle of physical techniques achievable through mastery of all six forms, unleashing a shockwave-like assault that sends Chongwu hurtling back into his cell, colliding violently with the wall. With a firm step, Feng Yao approaches him, but Chongwu attempts to resist. Feng Yao places a hand upon his head, channeling chakra into his being, soothing Chongwu's tumultuous emotions, gradually dissipating his sage-like state. Chongwu's fierce gaze shifts to one of confusion and fear as he suddenly cries out, "Ah, don't come near me, I will kill." At that moment, Chongwu appears transformed, starkly contrasting his earlier murderous demeanor. This is the duality of Chongwu's personality, typically quiet, yet capable of lethal violence when provoked. Feng Yao observes Chongwu's state and approaches him with steady strides. Do not be agitated, Chongwu. You cannot harm me, for you lack my strength. You sensed the chakra and mental energy I infused within you earlier, did you not? I can aid you in managing your sage-like state. You need not remain hidden underground. Come with me. Feng Yao gazes at Chongwu with tranquility, and slowly, Chongwu calms, sensing the serene force that had entered him during their earlier confrontation. Aiding him in controlling his sage-like transformation. Yet still uncertain, he queries, is it true? You can help me manage my sage-like state? Who exactly are you? At this moment, Orochimaru steps forward to elucidate. His name is Feng Yao. We of the Sound Village, including myself, have pledged allegiance to Lord Yao, just as Kimimaro has. Lord Yao even went to the lengths of finding the finest medical ninja in the world to heal Kimimaro-s affliction. Upon hearing this, Chongwu becomes overwhelmed with emotion. Grasping Feng Yao's hand. Really? You truly healed Kimimaro? Thank you, thank you. The allure of joining the hidden Sound Village failed to captivate Shugo. He genuinely rejoiced at the sight of Jumaro's recovery. Stepping away from Orochimaru, Jumaro smiled and reassured him, of course, Shugo, I won't perish. You need not confine yourself underground any longer. Shugo pressed his hand against his forehead, confirming that the energy within him belonged to Fuyo. Lord Fuyo, I am willing to serve under your command. Could you arrange for me and Jumaro to be assigned together? Fuyo nodded, certainly, if you both desire it. You may act in unison from now on. With Jumaro by your side, you will undoubtedly feel more at ease. With Shugo successfully recruited, only Suigetsu of the Hozuki clan remained. Under Orochimaru's guidance, they arrived at a laboratory filled with immense containers, each adorned with numerous tubes. These vessels housed various extraordinary beings. Orochimaru revealed that he had meticulously selected numerous bodies for these containers, including Suigetsu of the Hozuki clan. Suigetsu hailed from a prestigious lineage. The Hozuki clan was once renowned and constituted a significant family within the village hidden in the mist. They had produced a prominent figure known as Hozuki Mangitsu, the second Mizukage, who was Suigetsu's ancestor. The original text fails to clarify their exact relation, suggesting he may be several generations removed. Originally, Suigetsu was destined for a prominent role in the Land of Water, but after a quarrel with his brother, Hozuki Mangitsu, they found themselves in the Land of Fire. The outcome was tragic, as Hozuki Mangitsu fell victim to Might Guy's father, Might Dai, who unleashed the Eighth Gate, resulting in his demise. The underage Suigetsu was subsequently captured by Orochimaru in the Land of Fire. The group approached a large container, which appeared to contain only water. In fact, it concealed the Hozuki clan's secret ninjutsu, the liquid transformation technique, allowing the body to become liquid and rendering it immune to physical attacks, a formidable water release technique. With lightning as its sole weakness, Fuyo observed for a moment before shattering the glass of the container with a single punch. The water gushed forth, pooling on the ground, from which a young, unclothed man emerged. Fuyo turned to him calmly and said, Suigetsu, you are the last one. Come with me. Chapter 55, The Arrival of Suigetsu Hozuki. Suigetsu Hozuki glanced around, a throbbing headache afflicting him, especially upon spotting Orochimaru, which rendered his expression even more displeased and tinged with a hint of trepidation. Orochimaru had subjected him to numerous experiments during this period. Driven by an insatiable passion for science and a desire to uncover the secrets behind Suigetsu's hydration technique, with his flowing white hair and striking purple eyes, coupled with sharp teeth reminiscent of a shark poised to devour its prey, Suigetsu exuded an air of unease. Orochimaru, observing Suigetsu in silence, let a chilling voice permeate the air. What is the matter, Suigetsu? Surely you do not intend to refuse Lord Y's request? His gaze turned menacing, and Suigetsu, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Orochimaru, nearly succumbed to panic. He hastily stammered, no, not at all. I am willing. I never refused. Quickly, he positioned himself behind Wind Y for protection. Wind Y cast a bemused glance at Suigetsu, surprised by the latter's palpable fear of Orochimaru. Even Kimimaro struggled to suppress a chuckle, having not anticipated that Wind Y's final choice would involve such a character. Initially, Wind Y had expected a challenge akin to that posed by SHGU, yet here he was, witnessing Suigetsu rendered speechless by fear of Orochimaru, which indeed simplified matters considerably. Clearing his throat, Wind Y sought to alleviate the comical atmosphere. Very well, Suigetsu. Henceforth you shall be a member of my sage organization. With your addition, we are merely 2 individuals short of completion. Put on this attire and join us. With that, Kimimaro tossed a garment to Suigetsu, who hurriedly donned it, obediently trailing behind Wind Y. Upon exiting the grim laboratory, Wind Y presented 2 rings to SHGU and Suigetsu, keeping another ring in reserve for the 5th Mizukage. Madarumi. 1 ring was designated for Haku, yet Haku was currently situated far in the land of water, making immediate delivery impossible. However, Haku had already pledged allegiance, so there was no cause for concern. Thus, it could be concluded that the Sage organization had indeed reached the requisite 15 members. Without delay, Wind Y inquired of the system regarding his reward. I have now assembled a cadre of 15 individuals. Surely this constitutes the completion of my task? After a lengthy pause, the system responded in a measured tone, Host, are you attempting to insult my intelligence? While the number has indeed been met, it appears that only half of your members have achieved the rank of Elite J-Nin. How absurd. Each of these individuals is renowned within the realm of shinobi. Do you truly believe they will not attain the rank of J-Nin in due course? Just turn a blind eye and bestow upon me that artifact, so I may confront the divine path with ease. Wind Y persisted, unwilling to relent, as he recognized that Niji and the others would eventually become formidable figures in the shinobi world, despite their current youth and relative inexperience. The system, however, remained unresponsive, enveloped in a silence that felt almost oppressive. You shall wait and see. In 3 months, I will cultivate them into Elite J-Nin before your very eyes. You narrow-minded system. Wind Y stormed out in a fit of indignation. After addressing the personnel issues, in addition to enhancing their strength, it is imperative to organize them into groups for coordinated action. However, pairing 2 individuals together would render them vulnerable, a fact that has been proven by the predecessors who have met their demise. Feng Yao arrived at a grand hall and instructed Orochimaru to gather all the members of the Senjutsu for training and assignment. One by one, Gaara and the others entered, and upon seeing the red-haired woman, Shueiwe could not help but jest. Is that woman's hair on fire? How amusing. Karen, noticing Feng Yao's jovial demeanor, intended to greet him, but upon hearing the mocking comment about her hair, she turned to find a boy with white hair and purple eyes. Almost instantly, her anger flared uncontrollably. She leaped forward, delivering a swift kick that sent Shueiwe flying, then pounced on him, raining down blows. Who are you? What business do you have with my hair, you white-haired brat? Faced with Karen's relentless punches, Shueiwe was compelled to transform into water to evade her attacks. This marked the first encounter between Karen and Shueiwe, yet they clashed as though fate had pitted them against each other. After a brief tumult, all members had assembled. Feng Yao glanced at the panting Karen and the half-transformed Shueiwe and sighed. Enough. Gather around. I have important matters to discuss. Karen, upon hearing this, clapped her hands and approached Feng Yao, granting him a reprieve. Shueiwe rose from the ground, inwardly lamenting, what a terrifying woman. I truly dislike interacting with these individuals. Standing in a line, Feng Yao and Orochimaru positioned themselves at the forefront. With a grave expression, Feng Yao proclaimed, in the near future, our Senjutsu will undertake a significant mission, one that will be the most perilous you have ever faced. You will confront shadow-level ninjas, and given your current strength, it would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, I must elevate your abilities in a short period. I hope you are prepared. His words struck like thunder, causing Gaara and the others to turn pale. Shadow level? How intriguing it would be to engage them. It seems there will be little time for rest ahead. Discussions erupted among the group. They had been brought together by various reasons, but this marked their first collective operation. And to undertake such a monumental task sparked excitement and trepidation. Firstly, I will have Orochimaru enhance your combat capabilities through the transplantation of Hashirama cells and cursed seals. And we have developed a method to safely control the Hashirama cells, so do not worry about safety, Feng Yao continued. Secondly, I will divide you into distinct teams, each led by a captain. You must heed their commands and foster cooperation among your members. Lastly, all ninjutsu and forbidden techniques I have gathered from Konoha will be accessible to you. As long as you can master them, you may study at your convenience. But be prudent and avoid injuring yourselves. The personnel arrangements are as follows. Feng Yao, Gaara, Niji, and Karen will form one team, with Feng Yao overseeing the unified command in battle. In a strategic assembly, Doyu, Tsunade, Sai, and Orochimaru formed one group, with Orochimaru taking the reins of command. Meanwhile, Kabuto, Kimimaro, Yugo, and Suigetsu constituted another group, with Kabuto overseeing their operations. Once the task allocations were finalized, Feng Yao departed alongside Orochimaru, instructing the remaining members to diligently train. As the forthcoming day would entail a unified procedure for the implantation of cursed seals in Hashirama's cells, a method Feng Yao deemed the most effective for swiftly augmenting their combat prowess. After the departure of Orochimaru and Feng Yao, the hall erupted with lively chatter. "Oh, it seems Feng Yao has taken an interest in me. Otherwise, why would he assign me to his group?" exclaimed Karen, adjusting her glasses and confidently tossing her hair. Doyu, overhearing, growled, "Exercise some restraint. Use respectful language when addressing Lord Feng Yao. Why would Lord Feng Yao be interested in someone as brutish as you, a mere red-haired gorilla?" This remark clearly alluded to Karen's recent altercation with Suigetsu. Unperturbed, Karen retorted, "Oh, how do you know Feng Yao isn't interested in me? I intend to seize complete victory while you are relegated to the outskirts." "Is that so? What do you mean by complete victory? Perhaps you should enlighten me." "You combat inept red-haired gorilla. You should be well aware of what it means, you wretched creature." Despite their intense verbal skirmish, neither party averted their gaze, maintaining an impassive stare locked upon one another. An ominous aura emanated from both, as they continued their silent confrontation. Alas, matters concerning women ought to be handled by women themselves. "Captain Kabuto, you are now the highest authority. This responsibility falls upon you," remarked Suigetsu, observing the escalating argument between Doyu and Karen with evident amusement. "Wait, why must I bear this responsibility? I am not their leader. I cannot withstand Lord Orochimaru's scrutiny, should he inquire." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, hastily distancing himself from the fray. The others, displaying disinterest, dispersed, with Kabuto and Suigetsu also making their exit. It is said that the two remaining individuals continued their quarrel until the stroke of midnight. Chapter 56. The seal with a 100 success rate in the hidden sound village. Within the laboratory, Orochimaru stood alongside Yaon. A total of 12 individuals gathered in the lab, a space that felt somewhat cramped despite its original size. Doyu had already undergone cell transplantation, but as she claimed, she had come to monitor Karen, ensuring that she harbored no nefarious intentions. Feng Yao nodded. "Well then, who among you wishes to go first?" The group exchanged glances, and eventually, Niji stepped forward. He yearned for power. Once considered a prodigy in Konoha, he now felt overshadowed by the monstrous talents of the hidden sound village. He desired strength, a transformation of both himself and the fate of his branch family. "Very well. I shall assist you in transplanting Yaoyun's and Hashirama's cells to enhance your physical abilities and recovery. This will significantly increase your chances of survival during the seal implantation," Orochimaru remarked casually. Niji accepted the command and reclined on the experimental table. This step posed no issues, as it had been tested previously, thus instilling confidence. Following a successful transplantation, Niji's chakra was noticeably heightened. The compatibility with Hashirama's cells would enable him, with practice, to utilize the first Hokage's would release, though this too would depend on his innate talent. Feng Yao hoped Niji would not lose sight of his true purpose. This power, could this truly be the legendary strength of the god of ninjas, Lord Hashirama? Niji marveled at the transformation within him, scarcely able to believe it. Orochimaru interjected. "To be precise, it is Yaoyun's power that has aided you. Without it, your capabilities would not suffice to wield Hashirama's cells." "Thank you, Lord Feng Yao," Niji replied, bowing in gratitude. The enhancement of his abilities instilled in him a belief that he might genuinely alter the fate of his branch family. Next came the seal. The seals were categorized into heaven, earth, and ordinary types, arranged from highest to lowest in terms of difficulty and potency. Niji's condition was superior to Sasuke's at the time. Thus Feng now instructed Orochimaru to grant him the Heaven Seal. Orochimaru elongated his neck and bit into Niji's. A black seal in the shape of a three-tomo gradually materializing above the wound. The first round of agony must be endured by the recipient of the seal before entering the first state. As Orochimaru anticipated Niji's expression of suffering, Niji unexpectedly transitioned directly into the first state, his body adorned with droplet-shaped black patterns. These patterns typically corresponded to the attributes of the recipient, for instance. In the original story, Sasuke's patterns resembled flames. Niji's chakra, however, exhibited a fluctuation of water attributes. Did you not feel any pain during this process? Did you not sense the encroachment of power? Orochimaru gazed at Niji in astonishment. This so-called encroachment was akin to the inability to control Sage Chakra in Sage mode, leading to petrification. The seal would assist the user in absorbing natural energy from the air, yet without self-regulation, the ultimate consequence would be a loss of consciousness, rendering the individual a mindless combatant. This is not the case. I merely sense a continuous surge of power emanating from the cursed seal, though there is indeed a sensation of gradual erosion over time. Upon hearing Niji's response, Orochimaru lowered his head in contemplation. Suddenly, he exclaimed with excitement, I understand. Yaokuin's cells can also be compatible with Chongwu's bodily fluids, which is akin to Chongwu himself utilizing the cursed seal. It's simply perfect. This means the success rate of the cursed seal transplantation can reach 100%. Yaokuin, you truly are an exquisite life form. Upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Feng Yao's eyes lit up as he remarked, this is even better. Originally, for safety reasons, I intended to transplant the cursed seals into a few of them. But it seems unnecessary now. You all may come up one by one. Subsequently, Gaara, Sai, and others successfully underwent the transplantation of the cursed seal and Hashirama cells. However, this did not include Tsunade, Kabuto, and Karen. Tsunade's innate ability, the 100 healing technique, enhances her prowess to a level not inferior to that of the cursed seal. As for Kabuto, Feng Yao planned to arrange for him to train in Sage mode alongside Orochimaru in the future. As for Karen, she adamantly refused to be bitten by Orochimaru, and after a prolonged standoff, she ultimately relented, as her role as a sensory-type ninja did not necessitate direct confrontation. Each individual activated the cursed seal in accordance with their unique attributes, resulting in varying states. The second state of the cursed seal, requiring the awakening pill and the formation of barriers by the four, could be discussed later. At present, everyone was eager to experience their newfound strength and the transformations they had undergone. Therefore, Niji was the first to speak. Lord Feng Yao, I was defeated by you before, and I wish to challenge you once more. Feng Yao shook his head in exasperation. Indeed, power seems to inflate one's ego. Since that is the case, why not all come at once? I see several of you appear quite eager. He cast a glance at Sai, Suigetsu, Gaara, and a few others. Just then, Sai suddenly spoke with a smile. Of course, battling Lord Feng Yao is our dream. But you must not continuously employ that skill to phase your body and evade us with Flying Thunder God. Otherwise, we might spend the entire day without ever touching you. His words resonated with those around him, prompting agreement. Feng Yao cast a resigned glance at Sai, contemplating how to leverage the Flying Thunder God to outmatch these eager challengers. Fine, I won't use those two techniques. You may come at me. With that, he led everyone outside the Hidden Sound Village. Niji took the initiative, his body adorned with water droplets. He formed the 8 trigrams array, positioning Feng Yao within its confines, and placed his hands in a charged stance at his left waist. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, air palm. Niji thrust his palm forward, unleashing a massive chakra shockwave toward Feng Yao, akin to a long-range gentle fist attack. Feng Yao did not flinch. Instead, he charged forward, bracing himself to meet the shockwave head-on. The gentle fist technique targets the internal organs of the opponent. Feng Yao's internal organs experienced a certain degree of impact, yet by the time he reached Niji, the internal injury had already healed. The Hashirama cells within him were the most numerous present, and their restorative effects were naturally the strongest. 6 styles, finger gun. Feng Yao concentrated his power at his fingertips. The force potent enough to effortlessly penetrate flesh and steel. If Niji were to be struck, he would likely lose his fighting capability immediately. Niji did not dare to underestimate this technique. Chakra surged through all of his body's chakra points. The gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams palms returned to him a formidable physical defense, compelling Feng Yao to retreat momentarily. However, the sand beneath his feet began to encircle him. Gaara was also making his move. With his palm laid open, he sought Feng Yao's direction and clenched it fiercely, invoking the sand-binding coffin. This technique of Gaara's had proven effective time and again. Being ensnared would spell trouble. With a swift step, Feng Yao launched himself into the sky, evading the reach of Gaara's sand. Yet, he underestimated their coordination. Ninjutsu, super beast imitation. A colossal ink eagle soared above Feng Yao, grasping his back and plummeting toward the ground. Awaiting him were not only Gaara's sand, but also the eager visage of Mizuki. Raising his hand, Mizuki pointed toward Feng Yao's position. Water release, water iron cannon technique. A highly compressed stream of liquid, akin to a bullet, shot forth from Mizuki's fingertip. A move that had shattered the mask of the special white Zetsu in the original narrative. Their collaboration appeared impressive indeed. Thus, Feng Yao decided to test his new technique. As he rapidly formed hand seals, Orochimaru observed with beads of sweat trickling down, recognizing this as the ninjutsu that had once defeated Jiraiya and Tsunade. However, it was evidently altered. This was Feng Yao's defensive adaptation based on the universal palm technique. Just as the attack was about to descend upon him, he invoked ninjutsu, universal protective seal. Around Feng Yao, countless identical phantoms flashed into existence, encircling him. They spun wildly, and as their speed reached a pinnacle, they formed a circular protective barrier, repelling everything around them. The ink eagle was sent hurtling back, reverting to a puddle of ink. The water iron cannon also returned along its original path, striking Mizuki. Fortunately, as it was composed of water, he was spared from severe danger. The sand on the ground was swept away in the process. Now partially water-formed, Mizuki frowned and remarked, "No way, he can actually send ninjutsu back? How are we supposed to fight?" This was Feng Yao's modified version of Shinra Tensei, utilizing chakra to create phantoms spinning around him, ultimately forming a protective shield that rebounded incoming ninjutsu. However, both the defense and the rebound consumed the chakra-generated phantoms, necessitating a continuous expenditure of chakra to maintain them. The consumption was indeed greater than that of Shinra Tensei, but the advantage lay in the absence of a cooldown period. "Well, shall we continue this battle?" Feng Yao inquired with a sardonic smile. The group exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "What a waste of time." Chapter 57, The War of Two Women. The stars twinkled like diamonds, adorning the night sky. In the clearing of Hidden Village, several wooden barrels adorned with talismans were placed, enveloped by a dark barrier above. Gaara sat within one of the empty barrels. To his side stood Moya, Zoken, Jirbi, and Kid Maru, each forming different hand seals around the barrels. For black mist formation, the air thickened with black smoke, which soon enveloped the top of the barrels, creating a protective black dome. Zoken bit his finger, inscribing a talisman on a stack of paper before tossing it towards the barrel. Seal of Darkness. With a resounding crack, the entire barrel was securely sealed. Zoken and the others exhaled in relief and turned their attention to FY. Lord FY. Everyone has activated the second state of the cursed seal. We will guard them here. Please, take some rest. FY glanced at the 4 barrels and shook his head slightly. He found a spot to sit down, refining his chakra while patiently waiting. As time passed, a night slipped by. Boom. Suddenly, one of the barriers shattered. It was Niji's barrel. His form and skin underwent a tremendous transformation. His hair turned white, and the cursed seal of the caged bird on his forehead extended into intricate patterns at the corners of his eyes. The outer rim of his white pupils bore an additional layer of dark yellow, and his palms displayed openings resembling holes, seemingly enhancing the power of his gentle fist technique. Seeing the first individual emerge, FY felt a significant sense of relief. "Congratulations, Niji, you have succeeded. Now, take a moment to rest." Niji gradually retracted the cursed seal, still astonished by the surge of chakra and power he had just experienced. However, as Orochimaru had warned, This cursed seal would gradually erode one's consciousness. Yes, Lord Fy. I shall take my leave now. With that, he cast a lingering glance at Gaara's barrel, silently anticipating their duel upon his emergence before departing. The remaining individuals progressed smoothly. And once everyone was settled, Fy returned to his chamber for rest. Days later, Fy sat in an imposing all-black leather chair, a black ebony desk before him. Ever since Orochimaru had joined him, he had completely renovated and expanded Fy's room. Every piece of furniture within was meticulously chosen, exuding great sophistication and considerable value. The floor was adorned with a soft, plush crimson carpet, allowing for silent footsteps. Fy was leisurely crossing his legs, engrossed in a report regarding the recent training of the members of the Sage organization. It appeared that everyone was steadily improving, and the system's tasks would soon be accomplished. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, followed by Moya's voice. Lord Fy, may I enter? Feel free, come in. Upon opening the door, Moya entered, carrying a platter of food. In truth, Fy no longer required sustenance due to the presence of Hashirama's cells within him, but Moya insisted on bringing meals each time. After numerous attempts to persuade him otherwise, Fy ultimately relented. Duoyu placed the plate on Fengyao's table. Her attire was markedly different from her usual garb. She had shed her Anin clothing and hat, donning a white kimono instead. A gentle smile adorned her face, and her hair was elegantly styled, presenting an air of delicate grace. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but even her figure seemed to have improved significantly, though this could indeed be a trick of the mind. Rest assured, my Lord Fengyao, their training is progressing remarkably well. They can now maintain the second state of the curse seal for an extended period. Observing the documents in Fengyao's hands, Duoyu began to recount the recent developments concerning Gaara and the others. I have great confidence in them. Has there been any noteworthy intelligence from the shinobi world lately? The Land of Fire has declared a ceasefire with the Land of Wind and formed an alliance. If I am not mistaken, the Land of Lightning will soon invade these two nations. As for the Land of Rain, which you commanded us to monitor closely, there are currently no significant updates. We will adhere to your directive and avoid proximity during rainfall. Fonao clasped his hands, contemplating the subsequent course of action. In this scenario, it would be most advantageous to confront only Pain and Konan. The worst case would see us facing Obito and other members of Akatsuki. Given our current combat capabilities, it would be a challenge to contend with both Pain and Konan alongside two Akatsuki members. Any additional combatants would pose a risk. To bolster our strength, I have resolved to revisit the battlefield to collect corpses for the impure world reincarnation. All is at your command, my Lord Fengyao. Duoyu, silently awaiting instructions, responded after hearing Fengyao's musings. Is that so, Duoyu? I am pleased by your unwavering loyalty. To serve you. Just then, another knock echoed through the room. Duoyu glanced at Fengyao's expression before bowing and approaching the door. My Lord Fengyao, it is Karen who wishes to see you. Karen, did I not instruct them to carry out a mission today? Allow her to enter. Upon receiving Fengyao's permission, a young girl entered, adorned with stylish glasses. A purple crop top revealing her midriff, black hot pants, knee-high black socks, and black ninja shoes. Indeed, it was Karen. My Lord Fengyao, good morning. And to you, Karen, what brings you here today? Did I not ask you to gather intelligence in the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind alongside Niji and Gaara? Of course. It is to admire your handsome visage, my lord, she exclaimed, playfully covering her face in a bashful manner. Fengyao's expression remained impassive, although his azure gaze flickered momentarily. He had intended to discourage such flattery, yet the words remained unvoiced. Duoyu observed Karen with a sidelong glance, her smile subtly shifting. While her smile remained, it was no longer one of genuine warmth. Now that you have had your fill of admiration, you may leave, Karen. I am currently reporting to my Lord Fengyao about the members of the Sage organization and the intelligence regarding neighboring countries. Could you refrain from interrupting our vital discussions? Upon encountering Xianglin, Dui's acerbic tongue was poised to unleash its venom. Could it be that one cannot extend a greeting before discussing matters of significance? You deceitful pretender. Do you think I am oblivious to your layers of subterfuge? Fengyao awkwardly pressed a hand to his forehead, sensing that Dui seemed markedly different from her usual self, pondering whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. What did you say? You loudmouthed red gorilla, I'll take you down. Who is afraid of whom? Be cautious lest you spill something while striking. The two girls, their expressions a cacophony of emotions, squared off before Feng Yao, suppressing a headache. He hastily interjected before the situation escalated further. Both of you, cease this bickering. In an instant, they complied, directing demure smiles at Feng Yao as if their previous fearsome visages had never existed. Surely, no man would be displeased to be the object of attention from two reasonably attractive girls. Yet, Feng Yao found it challenging to accept this attention with equanimity. At least not now. The two were merely around 14 years of age, and to someone with a psychological age exceeding 30, they were undeniably younger. Casting aside his thoughts momentarily, he inquired, I shall ask once more, Xianglin, what is it that you need? Indeed, as per your directive. I will be heading to the lands of wind and fire to gather intelligence. I may be unable to return for a short while. Hence I wish to bid you farewell before my departure. Understanding Xianglin's intentions, Feng Yao nodded slightly. There remained a semblance of reliance on him from Xianglin. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to, and could only permit the three of them to proceed. Understood, Xianglin. Please exercise caution while gathering intelligence. As a sensory-type ninja, remain vigilant of your surroundings. If possible, delve into those scrolls of sealing techniques from the archives acquired from Konoha to enhance your skills. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Xianglin naturally excelled in sealing techniques. Currently, only her abilities had yet to reach the elite Jainin level within the organization. But mastering the sealing arts should suffice to bring her close, especially considering the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Yes, came a serious response. Very well, proceed. Before you leave, inform Do, requesting him to summon Orochimaru to meet with me. Tell him I wish to discuss a strategy. Chapter 58. Kusagakure. The sky was a brilliant azure, with only a few wispy clouds drifting by. Fengyo traversed the rugged mountain path, his gaze sweeping across the horizon. A white mask adorned his face, intricately carved with golden patterns, lending him an air of mystery. Accompanying him were Orochimaru and Kabuto, as they journeyed together toward Kusagakure. Their mission was to seek out the remains of formidable warriors nearby for the purpose of Edo Tensei. Kusagakure had once been a battleground during the Third Shinobi World War, offering a glimmer of hope for their endeavors. Orochimaru turned to Fengyo, who walked alongside him, and remarked, You truly are cautious, Wyokuin. With our strength combined with the intelligence you possess, we could easily face pain head-on. Orochimaru's confidence stemmed from the substantial enhancement of their collective abilities, as well as Fengyo's mastery of the 10,000 hands technique. Fengyo scoffed softly, Orochimaru, you underestimate the Akatsuki organization. And even more so, Pain himself. While the intelligence I possess may suggest otherwise, the reality will be far more challenging. Not to mention we must also contend with the Rinnegan. My objective for this mission is to achieve it without any casualties. My apologies, Wyokuin. I overlooked that. So, why is Kabuto in charge of the Edo Tensei this time? Orochimaru inquired. Kabuto was to oversee the entirety of the Edo Tensei process. If Orochimaru were to take charge, he feared that his focus might waver due to the complexities of the technique, and granting the summon being self-awareness would only complicate matters further. Fengyo shrugged in resignation. After all, Kabuto had orchestrated the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original narrative through his expertise in Edo Tensei. Although summoning a controlled user would diminish the strength of the summoned, it was a necessary compromise. Regrettably, Orochimaru had exhausted 3 of his strongest trump cards in Konoha, and the village had sealed the spirits of the first 3 Hokage through unknown means. Once Orochimaru released the Edo Tensei, those souls did not return to the Pure Land, rendering them unable to be summoned again. The thought brought a dull ache to Fengyo's heart. A well-played hand had been squandered by Orochimaru. After walking for some time longer, they arrived at a small town in the land of grass, bustling with numerous vendors displaying an array of vegetables, prepared foods, and various goods. Amidst the throngs of people, shopkeepers called out with spirited voices, eager to attract customers. Elderly women haggled with merchants, while youths enticed by the aroma of grilled meat purchased succulent skewers. All eyes in the street were drawn to Fengyo and his companions, who stood motionless amidst the crowd. Following closely behind were two men. One was a sinister figure with long hair and golden eyes, whose gaze felt as piercing as that of a venomous serpent. The other, bespectacled and appearing rather refined, possessed a more subdued charm. Yet, it was the man at the forefront who captivated the crowd the most. His deep azure eyes were irresistibly alluring, even though only half of his face was visible. His noble and pure aura compelled onlookers to steal glances. The deep brown robe he wore, though seemingly ordinary, appeared to be the most luxurious garment when draped over his form. Orochimaru jested, Yao Kuin, you truly ought to wear a mask that conceals your entire face. Our mobility is rather compromised. Wouldn't you agree? Feng Yao felt a sense of helplessness, for this mask had been entrusted to him just before his departure. It was claimed to be a carefully selected gift, and as it was his first present from someone, he felt it would be impolite to refuse. He raised his right hand to adjust his forehead, deciding to set aside the matter and find a place to rest as they were nearing their destination. The group arrived at an establishment where, in addition to ordinary patrons, a few ninjas from the grass village were present. Upon seeing Feng Yao, the diners collectively inhaled sharply. Unfazed, Feng Yao took a seat and exchanged a discreet glance with Orochimaru. The technique of Edo Tensei undoubtedly required a host, and the quality of the physical body would directly influence the strength of the reincarnation. Although Orochimaru had acquired a significant number of Hashirama-S cells, they were insufficient for cloning or creating a being akin to White Zetsu, thus necessitating the use of ninjas instead. Feng Yao chose to target the grass village. Kabuto sat down and ordered a dish of salt-grilled bamboo fish, while Feng Yao and Orochimaru each requested a cup of tea. Settling in to eavesdrop on the conversation of the grass ninjas nearby. I've heard that Konoha has intensified its military expansion. Could this be related to us? One remarked. Don't be ridiculous. Konoha is preparing for the land of lightning, not us. Stop scaring yourself, another retorted. This may very well be a prime opportunity for our grass village to rise, but regrettably, we have no idea where Karen has gone. She is far more useful than any medical ninja. Outsiders can never be trusted. Feng Yao listened intently, anticipating that the Cloud Village would indeed target Konoha. After all, Cloud possessed two perfect Jinchuriki, the Two Tails and the Eight Tails. With Konoha and Suna's strengths diminishing, this was an opportunity that the Raikage would not overlook. However, Feng Yao discerned an undercurrent of restlessness among the grass ninjas, as if they were preparing to seize benefits amidst the impending chaos. Yet, it would be prudent to gather more information before confronting them. After the grass contingent finished their meal and prepared to leave, Feng Yao signaled to Kabuto, who extended a leg to obstruct their path. The patrons of the restaurant observed with eager anticipation. This time, Kabuto had not donned a forehead protector, leading them to believe that Feng Yao and his companions were merely wandering rogues with modest abilities. One individual, evidently the leader, kicked Kabuto's foot and threatened, Hey kid, do you know who I am? I am a Chunin from the grass village. If you don't move, I swear I'll chop off your legs. Upon hearing this, Kabuto smiled faintly, adjusted his glasses, and stood up, striking the man's chest with his palm. Blue chakra enveloped his hand, forming a sharp blade. With precision, Kabuto utilized his chakra scalpel to sever the man's artery. This technique, capable of facilitating medical procedures such as organ transplants, could also serve as an offensive maneuver, effortlessly severing arteries and throats without leaving external wounds. The grass Chunin collapsed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as he clutched his chest in agony, soon meeting his demise. The onlookers were left in sheer astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. The two Kusa ninjas, upon realizing their opponent was also a ninja, hastily retreated. Wind release, gale palm. Earth release, earth flow. One of them completed the hand seals and struck the ground with a powerful fist. Boom. The earth beneath the floor shattered into countless fine grains of sand, surging forth like a tidal wave. Accompanying this was a sharp gust of wind slicing through the air. Feng Yu swiftly activated his intangibility to pass through the onslaught. Wolf hunt, hands from all directions. This was an advanced technique of the iron block. Although Feng Yao had previously mastered the iron block, he had never fully explored its potential until now. During his period of rest, he diligently studied this technique. It allowed him to instantly sharpen his fingernails into lethal weapons, transforming his tangible claw strikes into slashing attacks akin to wind release in speed and ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being sliced apart echoed as the bodies of the two Kusa ninjas were left mangled and torn by his razor-sharp nails. The sickening sounds of bones snapping, tables shattering, and wooden boards splintering merged with the anguished cries of the men. The patrons of the restaurant fled in terror, leaving behind only the two surviving Kusa ninjas. Feng Yao refrained from striking fatal blows, yet both men were on the brink of death, each bearing dozens of deep wounds several centimeters long, with one having his arm severed entirely. Feng Yao turned to Do and instructed, "Take one of them to the back for interrogation. I wish to uncover the schemes of the Kusa and their military capabilities." Once Do departed, Feng Yao crouched down and spoke in a coaxing manner. "Your comrade is being questioned nearby. You could reveal your village's secrets before he does, and I assure you, I will spare your life. However, do not deceive me. If your account differs from his, both of you shall perish." Initially, the Kusa ninja remained silent, but the sounds emanating from Do's direction filled him with anxiety. He feared that his companion would divulge their secrets, leaving him to face death alone. Thus, he relented and confessed everything without reservation. Feng Yao nodded in satisfaction, gestured toward Orochimaru, and then exited the restaurant. By the time he stepped outside, Do had already dealt with the captured Kusa ninja. Orochimaru emerged with an expression of indifference, having completed the task at hand. Chapter 59. The Conspiracy of the Land of Earth. It was utterly unexpected that the Tsuchikage harbored intentions to strike Konoha amidst the chaos, and had even conspired with the village of Kusagakure. As Feng Yao and Orochimaru swiftly traversed the trees, they exchanged the intelligence they had just acquired. Although Kusagakure was weaker than the other nations, it adeptly maneuvered through diplomatic channels, allowing it to grasp the shifting tides of power early and preserve its own existence. To put it bluntly, they were like a reed swaying with the wind, aligning themselves with the stronger side. This was precisely why Iwagakure had initially reached out to Kusagakure, knowing they would recognize the changing circumstances. They planned to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Konoha while the latter was engaged in battle with Kumogakure. The Land of Earth was characterized by its desolate terrain, predominantly rocky, and had long coveted the Land of Fire, which stood as the heart of the continent, consistently leading in economic development year after year. During their conversation, the group arrived at the outpost of Kusagakure. The village was modest, comprising only a few hundred households, surrounded by a rudimentary stone wall for defense. A few ninja squads were stationed for vigilance, as such villages typically lacked sensory barriers. Do spoke in a hushed tone. "Lord Feng Yao, according to the recent intelligence, there are currently only 4 elite ninjas within Kusagakure, including their leader." "Then let us commence," Feng Yao declared, activating his Kamui to transport the 3 of them to the top of the village's wall. "Who goes there?" The ninjas of Kusagakure immediately spotted the 3 emerging from the vortex of Kamui. Countless kunai and shuriken rained down from the sky, accompanied by explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of kunai embedded with explosive tags detonated at Feng Yao's location, sending smoke and debris flying, shattering the wall into fragments. Feng Yao phased into the ground, reappearing behind a nearby Kusagakure ninja, materializing to seize them, while his right eye's Kamui drew the enemy into the void. First, he then hurled multiple trident kunai in all directions, employing the Flying Thunder God technique in conjunction with flash bombs, unleashing the Spiral Flash Super Will Dance's third form. In the blinding light, everyone was momentarily blinded, feeling as if struck by a heavy blow, followed by a sudden pull. They found themselves in a serene space filled with stone pillars, where Kusagakure ninjas were continuously tossed in. Second, third, Orochimaru and Do had just evaded the chaos using body flicker technique, and were now capturing ninjas within Kusagakure. Honestly, Yao Kuin, we need not phase out. He could have easily managed the wall alone, Do remarked, knocking another Kusagakure ninja unconscious, while Orochimaru silently agreed. Do then inquired, "Isn't capturing around 50 sufficient? After all, we must consider the possibility of some being ineffectual ninjas. 50 is hardly enough." Orochimaru shot Do a pointed glance, then turned to the still active Feng Yao, licking his lips as he noted the dwindling number of test subjects in the laboratory, with future scientific endeavors requiring ample specimens. With that, he bit his finger, forming hand seals to summon a summoning beast. In a display of necromancy, several immense black pythons emerged in the village, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding structures. On the other side, Feng Yao, having absorbed a grass-hidden ninja, bit his finger to summon forth his spirit beast, the malevolent aura. Coupled with the numerous tentacles sprouting from his body, deterred those nearby from approaching. A monstrous entity. We cannot hope to prevail. Yet, the spirit beast was unrelenting. Its tentacles incessantly striking to ensnare foes and siphon their chakra, leaving but a sliver, which it then transferred to Feng Yao for absorption into the Kamui dimension. Who dares to launch an assault on my grass-hidden village? As several elite ninjas from the grass-hidden finally arrived, a linear torrent of flames surged toward Feng Yao. The fire release, dragon fire technique. What should have pierced through his form merely passed through, shattering a distant tree instead. What is happening? Is he an illusion? The grass-hidden ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, while Feng Yao adeptly closed the distance using the moon step technique. It is no illusion. Be cautious. The fire release, fire dragon flame bullet was unleashed by one of the elite ninjas, a potent fireball aimed directly at Feng Yao. Yet once more, the formidable technique merely traversed through him. Feng Yao positioned himself before his adversaries and spoke with an air of indifference. Indeed, the grass-hidden village excels in the study of techniques from other lands, yet this very specialization constrains you. With a swift 180-degree rotation in midair, Feng Yao executed the Gale Foot, White Thunder, producing a slicing wave of energy significantly more powerful than usual. The grass-hidden ninja, unable to evade, crossed his arms in a futile attempt to withstand the blow. The air erupted in a mist of crimson, as the elite ninja was propelled like a cannonball into a nearby structure. The remaining two, astonished by Feng Yao's physical prowess, adopted a more cautious stance. Do not let him close in. Understood. Water release, water whip, lightning release, lightning ball. The two resolved to maintain their distance, one conjuring a translucent water whip, augmented by lightning to amplify its potency. They presumed Feng Yao could only engage in close combat through taijutsu. As one grass-hidden ninja aimed the water whip to ensnare Feng Yao, the other bit his finger to summon forth his spirit beast. While their intentions were commendable, they were ultimately misguided. As the water whip passed through him, Feng Yao's left eye became suffused with blood. Kamui, wherever his gaze fell, the fabric of space began to twist and contort. The adversaries, unfamiliar with such space-time techniques, were momentarily at a loss, helplessly watching as one of their arms was torn asunder. The grass-hidden ninja clutched his severed limb in agony, trembling uncontrollably, rendered incapable of forming seals, effectively neutralized. Damn it! Summoning technique. Grass Cloud Lion. The remaining elite ninja summoned his spirit beast, a lion adorned with azure fur, its blood-red eyes locking onto Feng Yao. Responding to its master's command, it charged ferociously at Feng Yao, its claws generating formidable wind blades, intent on shredding him to pieces. Feng Yao deftly sidestepped the assault, leaping into the air, delivering a flurry of kicks to both the lion below and the distant grass-hidden ninja. The wolves of the Storm Foot clan transformed their slashing waves into the form of 4 wolves, advancing to devour their enemies. A lion roared in fury, standing protectively in front of its master, only to be shattered into pieces by the onslaught of the 4 wolves. Xiao Xian, the Jainin, gazed at his familiar, who had accompanied him for years, perishing to safeguard him. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he hastily dragged his companions to evade the attack, collapsing in a state of disarray. Just as he attempted to assist his injured comrades, a pair of feet appeared before him. Lifting his gaze, he met the tranquil, azure eyes of Feng Yao. In a fit of rage and despair, he howled, "Why? Why must you annihilate our grass village? Who are you, and what grievance do you hold against us?" Without a hint of remorse, Feng Yao calmly replied, "There is no grievance. I require sacrifices, and your grass village was conveniently nearby." The Jainin appeared stunned, grappling with the absurdity of such a rationale for the slaughter of his village. Feng Yao, indifferent to his thoughts, delivered a swift punch that rendered him unconscious, absorbing his spirit into the void. Meanwhile, Orochimaru approached, dragging a grass village ninja, who was oblivious to his fate. Orochimaru discarded the grass ninja carelessly onto the ground and inquired, "Yao Kuan, This fellow seems to be the leader of the grass village. Do you wish to question him? Feng Yao glanced at the barely surviving leader, then bent down. How long has it been since the grass village communicated with the rock village? What do you know regarding the cloud village's actions against Konoha? Struggling to lift his head, the grass leader replied, My lord, it was 4 days ago. As for the cloud village, we truly have no knowledge. If you require our assistance, we, the grass village, implore you to spare our lives. We acted out of folly. His words were labored. Yet he endeavored to secure a glimmer of hope for his village. Recognizing Orochimaru as a rogue ninja from Konoha through their encounter, he surmised that the actions of his village had provoked Konoha's ire, prompting Orochimaru's response. Feng Yao contemplated the intricacies of the situation, weighing the decision to spare the grass village based on potential benefits. If he were to take all the ninjas and villagers away, he would merely acquire additional subjects for experimentation and sacrifice. However, if he allowed them to remain, they could provide information and serve as leverage against either the rock or leaf villages, discerning their relative importance in a grand scheme. He gently patted the grass leader's face and, in a devilish tone, questioned, If I spare you, how can I trust you to remain silent? How can I believe you will serve me, an enemy who has attacked your village? Chapter 60. The Blood Slave Curse. The sudden utterance left the leader of Grass Hidden Village momentarily speechless. He had already convinced himself that the other party hailed from Konoha, and his mind raced to decipher the implications of Feng Yao's statement. It dawned upon him that Konoha was inquiring how they could ensure his loyalty should they choose to spare him. He hastily replied, My lord, you may inscribe the binding curse upon me, to control my allegiance to Grass Hidden. I vow, I shall never betray Konoha. Betray Konoha? What could that possibly mean? Feng Yao found himself equally bewildered by the response. Glancing at Orochimaru, he soon realized that the other party had mistaken him for a Konoha ninja. However, it was true that his surprise assault on Grass Hidden had inadvertently aided Konoha. Otherwise, the Land of Earth might have struck a treacherous blow, endangering Konoha. Setting aside the misunderstanding for the moment, Feng Yao earnestly contemplated the matter of the binding curse. Such curses varied in duration. For instance, Orochimaru's Heaven and Earth curse bore a similar binding effect. The longer-lasting ones, like the caged bird seal of the Hyuga clan, persisted throughout a lifetime, while shorter ones, such as the self-imposed curse used by Danzo, could only temporarily restrain another's actions. For the grass-hidden leader, the former would undoubtedly be preferable. Feng Yao turned to Orochimaru, realizing he could not cast the curse himself and would therefore require Orochimaru's assistance. Noticing Feng Yao's gaze, Orochimaru understood that a decision had been reached. It seemed that Yao intended to recruit the leader of Grass Hidden. Thus, he inquired, What is it that you require of me? With that, he dispelled his summoning technique, causing the colossal serpents that had roamed the village to come to a halt. A cloud of smoke erupted, and all the snakes vanished. They've ceased? The disappearance of these great snakes must signify that the leader has vanquished the intruder. Well done. Ridding Grass Hidden of the unwelcome trespassers. The villagers were engulfed in a sense of relief, unwavering in their belief that their leader had triumphed over the invaders. Feng Yao gestured towards the fallen leader of Grass Hidden, saying, Orochimaru, please bestow the binding curse upon this individual. Oh, by the way, what is your name? Upon hearing this, the Grass Hidden leader realized that their village would not face annihilation and quickly responded, And my name is Kudo-san. Ah, Kudo is it? Understood. Orochimaru selected a curse from the scrolls recently acquired in Konoha, one known as the Blood Slave Curse. This particular curse required the extraction of the victim's blood to enact. Should the individual divulge the secrets of the caster or harbor treasonous thoughts, their blood would surge uncontrollably, ultimately leading to a catastrophic demise. It was an exceedingly cruel curse, hence its confinement. Orochimaru collected Kudo's blood and inscribed intricate symbols upon his forehead, then formed the necessary hand seals. The symbols rapidly merged, culminating in a crimson, shattered pattern enveloping Kudo's brow. Once the curse was inscribed, Feng Yao nodded and instructed, Toby, come forth and tend to his wounds. We must not let him perish. Understood. Lord Feng Yao, Toby replied, adjusting his glasses as he approached, green chakra emanating from his hands. Medical ninjutsu. The art of healing requires merely the practitioner to touch the injured individual's body, enabling the release of chakra that facilitates an astonishingly rapid recovery from both internal and external injuries. Furthermore, the emitted chakra can disrupt the circulation of another's chakra, inducing a state of unconsciousness, among other effects. Kudu-san's bleeding ceased swiftly, and Feng Yao commanded him to summon all the other ninjas from the village to cast the Blood Slave curse. With nearly 100 ninjas remaining in Kusanagi village, the news of their leader's defeat and impending binding curse was met with dismay and humiliation. Many felt a deep sense of indignation, having lost so many comrades. To become subservient to their enemy was intolerable. Several impassioned warriors stepped forward. "Leader, I cannot accept this demand. While it may allow Kusanagi village to survive, we would merely become slaves to others, facing ridicule from other nations and unable to hold our heads high." Upon hearing this, Kudu-san quickly signaled for him to cease his speech. "Indeed, leader, I too cannot acquiesce. I understand your intentions are for the sake of Kusanagi village, to endure this momentary humiliation with hopes of future resurgence, but I would rather perish here than live as a slave." Their fervent declarations stirred the emotions of others, causing many to clench their fists in defiance against Feng Yao and his allies. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Feng Yao executed the leading Chunin by snapping his neck, leaving a headless corpse on the ground. Orochimaru summoned a serpent that devoured another defiant soul. The remaining ninjas were momentarily paralyzed with fear, realizing that any attempt to resist could lead to a similar fate, yet survival offered a glimmer of hope. Thus, dissenting voices faded away, and many relaxed their fists. It was evident they stood no chance of victory. Charging forth would be futile. Those two had acted rashly. In my view, the leader's approach was justified. Indeed, those two were foolish. The leader acted for the sake of Kusanagi village. Under the looming threat posed by Orochimaru and his associates, the remaining ninjas opted for compliance, perhaps to be forgotten in history as the two who bravely stood for them. Consequently, the process of inscribing the binding curse proceeded seamlessly under Kudu-san's direction. After half a day, the ninjas of Kusanagi village were entirely under the control of Orochimaru and Feng Yao. Kudu-san even presented a sum of 10 million ryo from his village to Feng Yao. "Esteemed sir, I implore you to advocate for Kusanagi village in Konoha. We lack funds and resources, so I hope you will not look down upon us." This leader indeed possessed the art of flattery, which explained his survival among powerful nations. He had his own methods. As Feng Yao observed Kudu-san incessantly offering money, he hesitated to respond. Ultimately, he accepted the funds, rubbing his forehead, aware that those in positions of power often think several steps ahead, much like Kudu-san at present. However, Feng Yao felt compelled to clarify, "In truth, I am not affiliated with Konoha. My visit to Kusanagi village is for specific matters, and the information regarding your dealings with Iwagakure was merely coincidental. Do you understand?" Kuda paused for a moment, reflecting on the situation. "Indeed. If Konoha had obtained intelligence about my village, it must have been through clandestine means. Revealing such information would only serve as fodder for gossip." Enlightenment dawned upon him. He comprehended that the adults were not from Konoha, but merely passing through the grass-hidden village, offering assistance during a significant crisis. Previously, he had been spouting nonsense, claiming that Grass Hidden had been attacked by hired ninjas. Feng Yao frowned, puzzled by the man's inability to grasp the situation. Noticing Feng Yao's displeasure, Kudu believed his offering was insufficient, so he gritted his teeth and produced another 500,000 ryo. "Esteemed sir, this constitutes the entirety of Grass Hidden's wealth. Please accept it." Feng Yao, at a loss for how to explain further, chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, his recent raid on Grass Hidden village could be deemed a roundabout aid to Konoha, thus serving as a form of compensation. Ultimately, they announced that the village had suffered a devastating blow from hired ninjas and required the assistance of formidable ninjas to overcome the crisis. Feng Yao and his companions temporarily settled in Grass Hidden village, dispatching its ninjas to search for the remains of powerful warriors in the vicinity. The scene shifted to the Land of Fire. Inside a tea house, two individuals clad in fire cloud attire and wearing conical hats were dining. One, a tall figure, remarked, "Mr. Itachi, we have arrived in the Land of Fire. I propose we simply enter and capture the Nine Tails." Itachi, savoring a bite of dango, replied with measured calmness. The higher-ups have instructed us to wait. However, we may as well gather intelligence in Konoha first. I hear that Kakashi Hitaki is now the Hokage. He is somewhat of an old acquaintance. Oh, the copy ninja Kakashi? He seems worth a visit. I believe your brother has become his bodyguard, the other mused. Itachi's expression remained inscrutable as he silently swallowed the last piece of dango, offering no response. After finishing their meal, the two exited the tea house. In a corner of the establishment, 3 individuals lowered their guard. Is that the Akatsuki organization that Lord Fonyo spoke of? Dressed in fire cloud attire. One carries a large blade. He must be Kisame, and his partner is Uchiha Itachi. I never expected to encounter a prominent team from Akatsuki so soon. Niji gazed intently at the table recently occupied by Itachi and company. Fonyo had instructed them to collect intelligence, providing details about all members of Akatsuki to ensure they were vigilant. Unexpectedly, they had crossed paths with them. Let us hurry and report this to Lord Fonyo, Niji urged. Kankuro and the others hastily departed, while Itachi glanced back at the tea house before continuing on his way. Chapter 61. Blood of Tears. Do was performing a technique on a dusty grass ninja before him. MMM. The individual had their mouth covered, only managing to emit helpless sounds. Do formed hand seals. In, Si, Su, Chun, finally bringing his hands together in prayer. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. The dust engulfed the grass ninja, gradually taking shape as a middle-aged rain ninja clad in tattered attire, appearing rather unimposing. Do adjusted his glasses. Though he likely already had an inkling, he still inquired, "In which battle did you meet your demise, and what was your strength?" The middle-aged ninja began to ramble. Young one, I suffered greatly. I did not perish in battle. I died while hunting in the mountains, encountering a tiger. You cannot imagine how ferocious that tiger was before he could finish. Do had already released the impure world reincarnation, reverting him back to the grass ninja, who had now lost his life. Do sighed deeply. He turned to the man lounging in the corner, saying, "Another useless ninja, and this marks the 22nd, Lord Fongyao." Fongyao stifled a laugh and offered consolation. "Do not fret. After all, you have summoned 2 shadow-level combatants. Such matters require patience. And your execution of the impure world reincarnation has been commendable." Fongyao activated the Kamui space with his right eye once more, casting out a grass ninja. Just as Orochimaru entered the room, accompanied by a boy of approximately 13 or 14 years, garbed in a gray ninja outfit, slender in build, with comically thin brown eyes and tear-streaked cheeks. A rare excitement graced Orochimaru's face, akin to a child discovering a new toy. He brought the boy before Fongyao, stating, "Yao-kun, it appears your decision to spare the grass village was indeed wise. I have discovered an intriguing child." Observing Orochimaru's unusual enthusiasm piqued Fonyo's interest, prompting him to gaze down at the youth. For Orochimaru to exhibit such fervor, the boy must possess something remarkable, whether it was a unique physique or a bloodline limit. Fongyao scrutinized the boy and noted the peculiarities. The boy had recently undergone the binding curse seal, yet the blood slave curse had vanished. Fongyao turned to Orochimaru in confusion, asking, "Did you lift the seal upon his head?" "Hiki. This is precisely what I wish to convey, Yao-kun. This child managed to unravel my curse seal on his own. He possesses a special bloodline limit, akin to Kimamaro's bone technique. However, while Kimamaro is of bone, this child's uniqueness lies within his blood." Orochimaru began to introduce the boy, named Lingyu, an orphan from the war, taken in by the grass village and trained as a ninja. However, due to his peculiar constitution, he struggled with ninjutsu and illusion techniques, leading the villagers to regard him as a mere burden, consuming resources without contributing. Fongyao was left speechless. The grass village truly lacked discernment in recognizing talent. Orochimaru continued, "Based on my preliminary observations, he possesses the ability to control the flow and movement of his blood. Today, he inadvertently triggered a curse mark, which slowed the circulation of his blood, allowing him to endure the onset of the affliction until the curse mark naturally dissipated. Furthermore, his blood is exceptionally unique. Controlling the flow of blood, you say? This implies that even if he were to sustain injuries, he would not perish from blood loss, correct? Please, go on." Orochimaru truly lives up to his reputation as a friend to orphans, having unearthed yet another rare talent in the village hidden in the grass. Indeed, once his blood exits the body, it moves in accordance with the frequency of his sobs and possesses corrosive properties. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao understood why the newcomer bore the traces of tears, as if he had recently wept. A bloodline associated with tears, perhaps? Feng Yao nodded. Very well. Let us take him back. Such a person would be a loss to remain in the village hidden in the grass. Upon hearing that he might be taken away, Ling Yu suddenly felt a surge of panic, almost on the verge of tears. Having lived in the grass village for a considerable time, despite the hardships, the thought of relocating filled him with reluctance. With a timid voice, Ling Yu inquired, Sir, may I not go? The villagers say I am of little use and that I would only cause you trouble. Feng Yao placed his hand gently on the boy's head. His pure aura calming Ling Yu's emotions significantly. Do not worry, I shall not harm you. I will help you grow stronger, and you will become a person of value. Ling Yu gazed into Feng Yao's azure eyes and eventually nodded in agreement. Ah, splendid. Your extraordinary bloodline has yet to be named. I see. Given your propensity for tears, let us call it the Weeping Bloodline. I hope you will master its power in due time. Just then, a figure rushed in through the doorway, Kudo-san, the leader of the grass village, appearing somewhat flustered and anxious. After catching his breath, he exclaimed, My lord, we have troubling news. The recent attack on our village has caught the attention of the Rock Village, and they have dispatched personnel to investigate. According to the report, they will arrive shortly. The Rock Village, wary of any potential developments in the Grass Village, was concerned about the implications for future military actions. Hence their decision to send a team of elite ninja for reconnaissance. Feng Yao remained unperturbed. After all, they were not being confronted by the likes of Inoki, the Tsuchikage. Turning to Kabuto, Feng Yao remarked, Haven't you grown weary of the endless cycle of Edo Tensei? How about joining me for some activity? Kabuto, eager for a change, welcomed the suggestion. While he had made rapid progress under Feng Yao's guidance, the monotony of daily repetition had begun to wear on him. He stood, stretching his limbs with audible pops. Leave it to me, my lord, he replied with enthusiasm. Orochimaru, however, expressed his desire to further study the child's abilities and politely declined to accompany them. As Feng Yu and Kabuto made their way outside, they encountered the incoming team from the Rock Village, 2 elite ninjas and 1 mid-level ninja. In recent days, the village of Kusakage has nearly completed the reconstruction of its damaged areas, appearing to be devoid of issues. However, the villagers and shinobi seem to be intentionally avoiding them, even shying away from attempts at conversation. Captain, there is something amiss. Kusakage should not be behaving this way. What are they afraid of? Remain vigilant and prepare for battle. The shinobi from Awagakure sensed the unease but were determined to uncover the truth behind the situation. This was their mission. Not far away, Kudo-san approached from the opposite side, noticing the Awagakure delegation hastily coming to greet him. I apologize for keeping you, esteemed emissaries of Awagakure. I was just attending to some matters. Upon recognizing the leader of Kusakage, the group's wariness eased slightly, ready to inquire further. Suddenly, several shuriken were launched towards Kudo-san's back, one of the Awagakure shinobi. In a moment of urgency, swiftly pulled Kudo-san to safety, evading the incoming attack. The trident shuriken embedded itself in the ground, and looking in the direction from which it came, they spotted a man clad in a white mask standing atop a nearby rooftop, observing them. The Awagakure captain furrowed his brow, uncertain whether the attack was aimed at them or at Kusakage. Who are you, and why did you ambush us? The masked figure, FY, offered no reply. Instead, Kudo-san, having just been rescued, took action. Channeling chakra into a surgical blade, he charged toward the neck of the nearest J-nin. The Awagakure captain quickly noticed and yanked his comrade back, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. However, the chakra blade still grazed his arm, severing the muscles completely. The J-nin let out a muffled groan. Deprived of his arm, he found his abilities significantly diminished. Kudo-san dispelled his transformation technique, revealing the form of Orochimaru amidst a cloud of smoke. Impressive, indeed. You are the J-nin team of Awagakure. I thought I had approached closely enough to remain undetected. Orochimaru adjusted his glasses, expressing admiration for the captain's swift response. The Awagakure captain glared coldly at Orochimaru. So it is you who has attacked Kuzakage. Where is the real Kudo-san? FY reappeared at the location of the shuriken with a flicker of the flying thunder god technique. If you can defeat me, you shall meet him. If not, you will all perish here today. Chapter 62. The Rock Ninja Arrogance to the Utmost. No matter who you are. The plans of our hidden rock village must not falter. It is you who should perish. The captain of the Rock Ninjas bellowed, forming hand seals and, upon completion, clapping his hands together. The surrounding stones began to tremble slightly. Earth release. Rock pillar strike. The adversary transformed the adjacent rocks into sharp, staff-like projectiles, hurtling towards Feng Yao with the intent to eliminate him. Numerous rock pillars soared from all directions. Another Chunin joined the fray, employing ninjutsu in conjunction. Earth release. Triple gravity. As the Chunin joined his hands in prayer, both Feng Yao and Do felt as if their bodies were laden with lead, immobilized. No wonder he could join a Jonin squad as a Chunin. He possessed his own unique ninjutsu. Feng Yao nodded gently in acknowledgement. This technique bore a resemblance to the heavy stone technique, yet the opponent directly manipulated the force of gravity, while the heavy stone technique merely augmented the enemy's mass. The projectiles approached rapidly. Though Feng Yao could phase out to evade them, Do found it challenging to dodge. Placing a hand on Do's shoulder, Feng Yao activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Boom! The staffs collided and shattered, leaving nothing but emptiness. The rock ninjas scanned their surroundings, soon locating Feng Yao on the rooftop. He murmured, "This is space-time ninjutsu. This could pose a problem. Thank you, Lord Feng Yao, for your intervention. Without you, I would have likely sustained severe injuries just now." Do turned to express his gratitude, suppressing his earlier curiosity. The terrain of the hidden rock village was treacherous, easily defensible yet difficult to assault, resulting in Do rarely engaging with its inhabitants. "It's nothing. You handle that injured rock Jonin and leave the rest to me." Feng Yao instructed Do, assigning him a task. Impatient, the rock ninja captain retorted, "If you wish to fight, then fight. Your hesitance is laughable." Unperturbed by the captain's mockery, Feng Yao remained composed, recognizing the provocation aimed at inciting him into a confrontation. The captain, unable to counter Feng Yao's space-time ninjutsu, sought to provoke him into a direct clash. Turning to the rock ninja captain with disdain, Feng Yao replied, "I will meet your challenge. What will you do then?" With that, he activated Moon Step, his feet striking the ground, shattering the very foundation beneath him as he propelled himself like a cannonball towards his opponent. "Come forth." The rock ninja's heart surged with elation as he formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Earth release, Stone Dragon." Nearby stones swiftly coalesced into a formidable stone dragon, lunging at Feng Yao. Given the distance, evasion seemed impossible, yet Feng Yao appeared to be impervious as the earth dragon passed right through him. The rock ninja captain, astonished, exclaimed, "Could it be an illusion?" "No." Sensing Feng Yao's murderous intent, he shouted, "Earth release, petrification." His entire chest transformed into solid rock, denser than iron under the influence of chakra. Wolf hunt, the hands of all directions. The clash of nails against the hardened rock reverberated like the sound of metal striking metal. The rock ninja was sent flying, his rocky exterior reverting to skin. Yet claw marks remained visible. Rising from the ground, the rock ninja captain inquired, "Not an illusion? How could this be? What about the ninjutsu just now?" Feng Yao mocked. "Stop struggling. No matter the ninjutsu, it is utterly ineffective against me, which is why I assert that you are doomed today." Upon hearing such words, the rock ninja captain was struck with dread, realizing that if such a statement were true, he stood no chance at all. The only course of action now was to report the situation back to the village. The Chunin, witnessing this scene, understood that their captain's fighting spirit had been utterly shattered by the enemy. He hastily interjected to stabilize the situation. "Captain, listen to me. This fellow is merely boasting. This state of ignoring ninjutsu must surely deplete his chakra or have some limitations. He speaks thus to undermine our confidence." The rock ninja captain's spirit revived as he processed this. That was close. He nearly fell for the opponent's provocation. Indeed, if his abilities were truly ineffective, why would he bother to inform me? Would it not be better for him to engage me directly? Being a seasoned warrior, he regained his confidence and rallied his morale. This time, he took the initiative to launch an attack. Earth release, rock fist technique. He enveloped his fist in rock and unleashed a physical assault against Feng Yao, the strike being both remarkably hard and powerful. Feng Yao could not help but observe the Chunin with admiration. His quick wit and steadfast will were commendable. Moreover, the elite ninja of the 5 great villages were evidently superior to those of the second-tier villages like the grass-hidden village. As the opponent's fist barreled toward him, the terrifying force produced a sonic boom in the air, unstoppable in its advance. Yet, it passed through Feng Yao's form, and as the rock ninja captain surged past, Feng Yao materialized, extending his hand toward him, ready to draw him into the Kamui space. Seizing the moment, the Chunin attacked. Earth release, earth spike. Sharp rocks erupted beneath Feng Yao's feet, aiming to assault him. Consequently, Feng Yao's hand traversed through the rock ninja captain's body, and the rocks also sailed through Feng Yao. The Chunin suddenly shouted, "When he nullifies ninjutsu, he cannot attack. We must cooperate." Both men felt invigorated, as if they had found a glimmer of hope for victory. Excellent. As long as we remain focused, we will inevitably find a flaw in his defenses. The longer this drags on, the more chakra he expends, which is to our advantage. Feng Yao furrowed his brow, inhaled deeply, and formed hand seals, channeling the chakra within him. Numerous phantoms materialized around him, all extending their right hands in unison. 10,000 hands technique. A colossal hand, forged from chakra, thundered into existence. Feeling the terrifying power contained within, the 2 rock ninjas were rendered speechless. The Chunin reacted first. Bellowing, "Run!" Feng Yao snorted disdainfully. With fingers splayed wide, he forcefully grasped forward, the might of his strike overwhelming. Earth release, earth return. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, hardening technique. In an instant, the 2 conjured a series of defensive earth-style jutsus, yet they could not withstand even a second, disintegrating into dust. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed throughout the grass-hidden village as Feng Yao's massive hand descended, claiming the lives of his foes in an instant. The hand slowly lifted, and blood, mud, and bone shards rained down, saturating the spaces between his fingers. It appeared that both individuals had perished beneath the palm. Yet Feng Yao exhibited a look of skepticism as he swiftly soared to the point where the palm had descended. Observing the somewhat muddy earth beneath him, he pondered thoughtfully. Transforming his right fist into a solid iron mass, he struck the resilient ground with a forceful blow, causing the earth to fracture and revealing a hidden rock ninja. The adversary had just utilized the earth release, underground navigation technique to soften the soil and escape beneath the surface. Although he did not meet the immediate fate of death like the previous Jonin, the ferocity of the chakra impact on the ground had shattered a significant number of his bones. Blood seeped from his 7 orifices as he gazed at Feng Yao with a look of terror. "You truly possess a modicum of intelligence, however. I am afraid you must perish here." Feng Yao unabashedly commended him. Recognizing the cleverness of uncovering his own ethereal secret in such a brief span and employing a C-rank ninjutsu to evade his assault, this individual was indeed a strategist. Cough. Cough. I am a disciple of Lord Huang Tu. I wish to discuss something with you. The Chunin contemplated negotiations to secure a chance for survival, intent on relaying intelligence back to the Tsuchikage. Otherwise, with such a figure lurking in ambush, no matter how many came from the grass village, they would all meet their demise. Most crucially, he yearned to ascertain the identity of his opponent. Feng Yao slowly crouched down, seemingly inclined to listen to what he had to say. Just as the Chunin was about to voice his thoughts, alas, a shuriken had already severed his throat. The rock village operated differently from the grass village. Negotiations there were led by the grass itself. In contrast, the rock village adhered to a different hierarchy, where the terms were dictated by the opposing side. Furthermore, he was loath to reveal any information about himself. The demise of these individuals would lead the rock village to suspect that Konoha had uncovered their plans, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. The Chunin helplessly regarded Feng Yao before ultimately succumbing to his struggles. Emerging from the pit, Do had already dispatched another Jonin, who was rendered powerless to form seals. A ninja unable to utilize ninjutsu posed no challenge for Do. The true Kudo-san, witnessing this scene from afar, felt his limbs weaken with fear, having briefly entertained the notion that Feng Yao and his companions might meet their end. However, upon witnessing Feng Yao's formidable 10,000 hands technique, such thoughts dissipated like mist. He stamped his foot in frustration. Retrieving a substantial sum of 2 million ryo in silver notes from an unknown source and advancing toward Feng Yao. Chapter 63. The actions of Shao in the quaint village of Konoha, within a bustling noodle shop. Steaming bowls of Ichiraka ramen were being devoured by a spirited young boy with golden locks. Beside him sat a silver-haired elder, sipping on a modest drink. His gaze filled with indulgence as he observed the boy. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed softly, "Naruto, in a couple of days. I intend to send you off for training. A new instructor will accompany you, so be sure to prepare well." Slurping a hearty mouthful of broth, Naruto responded with a muffled cheerfulness, "Sure thing. I'll go say goodbye to Sasuke and Sakura." Currently, Sasuke was under the seal of the Heaven's curse mark, contentedly remaining by Kakashi's side, receiving his guidance. Though the trio was apart, their profound bonds of friendship remained unbroken. Before long, Naruto had finished every last drop in his bowl. "Hee, pervy sage, let us head out," exclaimed Naruto. "Honestly, you rascal," the elder replied. The two exited through the curtain, with Jiraiya casting a sidelong glance before placing a hand upon Naruto's shoulder as they departed. Not far off, Itachi and Kisame, clad in their distinctive cloaks, were intently watching Jiraiya and Naruto. Kisame lifted his gaze slightly, his shark-like eyes peering from beneath his hat. "I never expected to encounter one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. He is quite formidable," he remarked. "What should we do, Mr. Itachi?" Kisame posed the question to Itachi, who realized that Jiraiya's presence provided a legitimate excuse for a tactical withdrawal. Adopting a serious demeanor, Itachi replied, "In the presence of such an individual, any title holds no value. We should retreat and report this intelligence to the organization." "Very well, as you say, Itachi-san," Kisame acquiesced. The two then turned to depart. But as they passed through a corridor, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Kisame glanced around, gripping his sword tightly. "It appears we have been discovered, Mr. Itachi," he stated, before striking at a wooden wall. With a resounding crash, the wall splintered, releasing a cloud of white smoke that unveiled a hidden Konoha ninja. The shinobi had short brown hair, a protective forehead protector adorning his face, and wore a voluminous black combat outfit complemented by a green vest. He leaped before them. Kisame, releasing his weapon, expressed his confusion. "Is this an elite ninja from Konoha? Such large eyes." Itachi seemed to recognize the individual, slowly speaking. "Is that you, Tenzo Yamato?" "It has been a while." Tenzo stood tall, surveying the two men before him, under orders from the 6th Hokage, Kakashi, to assist Naruto in his training. Having just encountered the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, he was perplexed as to why he was tasked with shadowing these two individuals. "You know me? So you are also from Konoha?" Tenzo inquired. Itachi gradually lifted his hat, revealing a youthful, melancholic visage framed by long black hair. A deep marking extended from the corner of his eye down to his cheek, and a ring bearing the character for Suzaku adorned his right ring finger. Adorned with a necklace and draped in the insignia of the Shao organization, Itachi Uchiha stood before Yamato, who widened his eyes in astonishment. With a serious demeanor, Yamato exclaimed, "I never expected it to be you, the S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, Itachi Uchiha. How dare you return to Konoha?" The moment his identity was revealed, Kisame removed his hat, revealing his pale blue skin and facial markings reminiscent of gills, resembling a humanoid shark. Adorning his left ring finger was a ring from the south. And he disdainfully addressed Yamato, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kisame Hashigaki. I look forward to your guidance." The realization struck Yamato. Here stood two S-rank rogue ninjas. One from the mist, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This was perilous. He could not hope to withstand both of them. In a moment of desperation, he recalled Jiraiya's promise to arrive shortly, knowing he needed only to endure for a brief time. Resolutely, Yamato demanded, "What are you two infiltrating Konoha for?" Itachi, his eyes with the 3 tomos slowly spinning, coldly replied, "Tenzu, do not interfere. I do not wish to kill you." Yamato furrowed his brows. "Itachi, you have harmed your own kin, and now you appear in this bizarre guise within the village. I cannot let you leave so easily." With a sinister chuckle, Kisame interjected, "Such a chatterbox. It seems the people of Konoha are not particularly welcoming to you, Itachi. Allow me to deal with this fellow." With that, Kisame lunged forward. Wielding his sword, Samahata, Yamato swiftly formed hand seals, extending his palms outward. Wood release, silent binding technique. From his palms, wooden stakes emerged, stretching and splitting into several branches aimed to ensnare Kisame. Noticing the impending danger, Kisame narrowed his eyes and raised Samahata defensively. Thud, thud. The wooden stakes ensnared both Kisame and his sword, but with a surge of chakra, Kisame shattered the bindings effortlessly. Yamato felt a chill run down his spine at Kisame's overwhelming chakra and strength. Without granting him a moment's respite, Kisame attacked again, forcing Yamato into a defensive stance. Wood release, wooden pillar wall. Rows of wooden pillars sprang from the ground, forming a semicircular barrier to shield Yamato from Kisame's assault. Kisame leaped onto the archway, descending with a powerful slash. Samahata struck Yamato's shoulder. However, instead of blood, his body transformed into a brown wooden figure. As Kisame withdrew his sword, he scanned the surroundings, pondering where Yamato's real form might be. Just then, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. Yamato emerged from below, roaring, would release, great forest technique. Multiple wooden vines shot from the earth, binding Kisame securely. This time, the sheer number of vines seemed insurmountable, having strategically burrowed underground using earth release. Yamato seized the opportunity to launch his attack. With Kisame restrained, Yamato prepared to strike, determined to eliminate one of his foes first. Would release, flying wood. Yamato clasped his hands together, transforming them into a sharp wooden tip that shot forth towards Kisame's heart. The wooden projectile pierced through him, yet Kisame melted away, ultimately coalescing into a puddle of water. A water clone. This is bad. As Yamato sought to evade, a figure materialized behind him. Water release, water prison technique. The water that had just fallen from the clone immediately enveloped Yamato, forming a water prison that ensnared him, while Kisame plunged his hand into the watery confines. Even with wood release, one must not become overly complacent. I am not so easily dealt with. With that, Kisame formed a hand seal, and his body split once more, creating a water clone wielding Samahata, ready to eliminate Yamato directly. Lion's Mane technique. Several strands of white hair suddenly ensnared the water clone, shredding it to pieces. Upon witnessing this, Kisame had no choice but to withdraw his hand, dispelling the water prison, and leaped back to Itachi's side. He gazed intently, recognizing the assailant as none other than Jiraiya, who had recently returned. Rather than feeling fear, Kisame exhibited a hint of excitement, chuckling, "So, the legendary Sannin of Konoha has joined the fray? It is indeed an honor to engage with you." Jiraiya swiftly approached Yamato, his landing causing the ground to crack under the force of his red wooden clogs, a testament to his immense strength. "I hope you haven't sustained any injuries." "Apologies for the delay with Naruto," he said, relieved to see Yamato safe. Just as Kisame prepared to charge again, Itachi intervened, his voice icy. "Cease, Kisame. You are not here to suffer injuries. We should leave." Kisame, gazing at Itachi's serious demeanor, reluctantly sheathed his sword. However, Jiraiya was not inclined to let the adversaries depart so easily, having already recognized them as members of Akatsuki. He directly questioned, "Your target is Naruto, isn't it? What is the true purpose of your organization?" Itachi halted, turning to Jiraiya with a composed expression. "In due time, it will no longer matter for you. Our organization will strike again, and none will be able to escape." Chapter 64. The Gathering of the Celestial Organization. After a while, what does it mean? Jiraiya seemed to grasp something, pausing slightly before continuing. "You intend to seize an opportunity to strike at Naruto during the forthcoming war, do you not? Furthermore, when you mention everyone, what do you imply? You do not merely seek to capture Naruto alone? As one of the legendary Sannin." He was somewhat aware of the actions of the village hidden in the rain against Konoha. Their words clearly indicated that they would return with renewed vigor when war loomed. Kisame momentarily hesitated, casting a glance at Itachi, and remarked in a tone of surprise, "Mr. Itachi, it would be prudent not to divulge too much to them." Indeed. It was wise. Itachi, unable to reveal too much, swiftly deployed a smoke bomb and retreated. Daiwa coughed a few times, having been trapped in the water prison. He was deprived of air and was now gradually recovering. He stood beside Jiraiya and inquired with curiosity, "Lord Jiraiya, are we simply allowing them to leave?" Jiraiya's gaze was tranquil, yet it bore a hint of confusion in Daiwa's eyes. He began to elucidate. This organization is known as Akatsuki, and I have been tracking them for some time. They comprise not just these two individuals, but are largely composed of exceedingly dangerous individuals. If we were to detain them directly now, it would only serve to alert them. Since we have discovered their presence, I plan to follow them and locate their stronghold. So that is how it is. But what about the village? Please help me explain the situation. I will entrust Naruto to you for the time being. Inform him to focus on his training. Understood, Daiwa replied obediently. Once Jiraiya had conveyed all his instructions, he vanished in a flash of movement. The scene shifts back to the village hidden in sound. The Kamui vortex materialized, ejecting 4 individuals, namely Feng Yao, who had just returned from the village hidden in the grass. The journey there required arduous travel on foot, but the return was effortless. Feng Yao could utilize the Kamui space to traverse familiar locations. They had scoured the vicinity of the grass village for any available corpses and summoned numerous formidable ninjas through summoning techniques. With time slipping away, Feng Yao resolved to lead everyone back to the village hidden in sound. Ling Yu observed everything around him with curiosity, temporarily serving as an assistant to Orochimaru while working for Feng Yao. His ability to manipulate blood at will would also aid Orochimaru in experiments. Yaokuin, if there is nothing pressing, I shall take this child to my laboratory, Orochimaru expressed his eagerness. Given the rudimentary facilities in the grass village, he could not ascertain Ling Yu's actual capabilities. Many villagers welcomed Feng Yao and his companions upon their return. Lord Feng Yao, welcome back. A gentle female voice resonated. And standing not far off was Doyu, dressed in a purple ninja outfit with her hair tied back, bowing slightly to Feng Yao. Yes, the time is indeed upon us. Inform everyone to rest well over the next few days. We must prepare for an assault on the village hidden in the rain. Certainly, rest assured. Ibero and the others have returned with intelligence. It appears they have discovered traces of Akatsuki members operating within Konoha. Is that so? Then let them come to my room shortly. Having spoken, he stepped into the base of Een Hidden Village and pushed open the heavy door. Accompanied by Duoyu, they descended together, parting ways at the bend as Duoyu went to relay Feng Yao's orders. Upon returning to the room, Feng Yao leaned back in his chair, resting his fingers on his forehead and kneading his eye sockets. His eyes had borne considerable strain lately. While blindness was not a concern, fatigue had certainly taken its toll. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Lord Feng Yao, I have brought them here. Come in. You have worked hard during this time. I heard you have gathered intelligence on Akatsuki. Duoyu entered with Xianglin and others. Although Duoyu initially intended to bring only one person, he was reluctant to include Xianglin. However, she insisted on accompanying them, claiming that one person could not adequately convey the circumstances, and Duoyu had no choice but to acquiesce. Indeed, Lord Feng Yao, at that moment, I almost thought I would never see you again. The chakra of that giant was truly astonishing. Thankfully, I recalled you in that crisis, which allowed me to regain my composure and ultimately escape danger. Xianglin entered, lamenting her experiences. Her performance could easily convince anyone unaware of the truth. Duoyu's expression was marred by the emergence of faint veins. Is that so? You have truly endured much. Feng Yao helplessly rubbed his temples, realizing that he had not gleaned any pertinent information from her account. Neither Gaara nor Niji could endure it any longer. Ultimately, it was Niji who reported the intelligence. Lord Feng Yao, in the Land of Fire, Akatsuki's Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki are deliberating on how to capture the Nine Tails. Furthermore, although the Wind and Fire countries are allies, their relationship remains strained. The Nine Tails, you say? The timing is rather fortuitous. In any case, since they are in the Land of Fire, it indicates they will not be present during the assault on Rain Hidden Village, which is advantageous for us. As for the Wind Country, they are unlikely to accomplish anything significant. You should all rest well over the next few days and inform the others. Time is of the essence. Feng Yao pondered for a moment before deciding to have them notify the others to recuperate and gather their strength. With less than half a month remaining until the time stipulated by the system, Feng Yao had made all necessary preparations. This time, he was determined to obtain the Rinnegan. After everything concluded, the attentive crowd nodded in understanding and dispersed. In the ensuing days, aside from resting, Feng Yao also reviewed the Konoha scrolls he had brought back, hoping to uncover any useful space-time ninjutsu. To his disappointment, he found nothing of value, save for the Flying Thunder God technique. Feng Yao scheduled the operation for Monday, a day when it would not rain in Rain Hidden Village. Every Sunday, Pain employed the Rain Tiger Freedom technique, a sensory ninjutsu that mixed chakra with rainwater for manipulation. Should they enter on a rainy day, they would be instantly detected by Pain. Time flew by, and soon it was Monday. Everyone had gathered in the hall of the base, donned in the standardized attire crafted by Orochimaru for the Sage organization. Dressed in ivory-hued, form-fitting ninja attire, adorned with a jade belt, the figure bore several gray pockets upon the garment to house their ninja tools. A golden python was embroidered upon their body, appearing to coil around them, while the forehead protector had been removed. The only testament to their identity lay in the rings upon their fingers, beginning with Feng Yao, who stood at the forefront, and moving from right to left. There were 12 individuals in total, each representing the elements: heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, universe, cosmos, flood, wilderness, sun, moon, fullness, and decline. This time, only members of the immortal organization were in action. It was impossible for others like Zabuza and his companions to come from the land of water, and no other sound ninjas had been brought along. Feng Yao stood at the front, with each person eagerly anticipating his every word. A flash of determination sparkled in his eyes as he slowly began to speak. This mission bears immense significance. Should we fail, the immortal organization may cease to exist. Regardless of the outcome, I wish for you all to remember that each of you is an exceptional ninja, and it brings me great joy to have such subordinates. Upon finishing, Feng Yao revealed a gentle smile. While he could be ruthless and unscrupulous towards outsiders to achieve his aims, he would never mistreat those who sincerely followed him. He had prepared extensively for this battle, striving to enhance his chances of success while minimizing casualties. As Lord Feng Yao smiled, the admiration was palpable. My and Karine wore expressions of infatuation. The group knelt on one knee in reverence. Orochimaru's chilling voice pierced through the atmosphere. Rest assured, Lord Yao, I will ensure the Rinnegan is delivered into your hands, and together we shall achieve victory. Feng Yao surveyed his surroundings, donned a mask that obscured his visage, and his somber voice resonated throughout the hall. We depart, with our objectives set for the Rain Hidden Village. Chapter 65. The assault on the village of Rain nestled at the confluence of the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth lies an unnamed nation, home to the village of Rain. This strategic location has rendered it a frequent victim of warfare, hindering its prospects for stable development. Such a plight persisted until Nagato, wielding the power of pain, seized control. With his formidable strength, he triumphed over Hanzo's forces, establishing himself as the spiritual emblem of the village, instilling a reign of terror by annihilating Hanzo's clan to maintain order within. Feng Yao and his companions appeared at the periphery of the village of Rain, cloaked to conceal their identities and physiques. Following their initial assignments, they divided into 3 small teams, equipped with radios for short-range communication. Feng Yao was aware that Nagato was sequestered at the highest point, facilitating the chakra transmission that controlled the 6 panes. However, the architecture of the village of Rain primarily consisted of towering steel structures, interspersed with substantial portions of stone, creating a unique skyline dominated by upright steel pipes. Logically, the apex of the high towers would typically be uninhabited, yet both Nagato and Conan resided there. For reconnaissance, they relied on Karui's sensory abilities. Feng Yao accompanied her to the vicinity of the tower to ascertain whether any living beings resided at the summit. Meanwhile, the other 2 teams were not idle. Toby's team utilized Jago's ability to communicate with animals to gather intelligence regarding pain. Sasuke, on the other hand, sketched numerous ink ravens to scout from the skies. Perched atop a steel tower was a woman clad in the Akatsuki's signature black cloak adorned with red clouds. Her hair, a pale lavender hue, framed her face, complemented by light orange eyes and a delicate purple paper flower nestled in her hair, with violet eyeshadow accentuating her features and a lip piercing adorning her lower lip. She gazed contemplatively over the village. A distant raven caught her attention, and she slowly raised her hand, revealing a ring on her middle finger, signifying her code name, White. She murmured softly, "It seems there are no such ravens in the village of Rain." With that, Her palm transformed into several sheets of white paper, deftly folded into shurikens that launched toward her target. Swoosh! The raven was struck, instantly dissolving into a puddle of ink. Simultaneously, Sasuke sensed the unfolding events and shouted into the radio, "I have located their position, but they have discovered us. 3 kilometers to the northeast." The news resonated among the team, prompting them to converge in unison toward the specified direction. Konan furrowed her brow slightly and addressed a gaunt man seated in a massive chair behind her. "It appears we have an intruder. Shall I handle it?" The raspy voice replied, accompanying, "I wish to see who dares to infiltrate at this moment." With that, he fell silent, as if the previous words had drained his strength. Then, emerging from the shadows was a man with orange hair, possessing the distinctive purple rinnegan, adorned with peculiar black rods. Draped in the Akatsuki's signature cloak, it was Pain, the embodiment of the Deva path. With a commanding voice, he declared, "Then let us set forth." As the conversation unfolded, 2 figures of Pain emerged beside them, specifically the Beast Path and the Hungry Ghost Path. They leapt down from the towering structure, poised to confront the encroaching adversaries, while Konan unfurled her wings and soared toward one direction. Just as Kabuto and his companions were nearing their destination, a voice resonated through the air, summoning Hellhound Howl. A massive, 3-headed hound with brown fur and spikes protruding from its body appeared before them, with the Beast's Path of Pain perched atop the Hellhound. Kabuto gestured for the group to halt, cautioning, "This is the Hellhound. It will split upon being attacked, so do not engage recklessly." Kinshiki and Jagon complied, having already memorized all available intelligence, aware that they were facing the Beast's Path from the 6 paths. The Beast's Path furrowed his brow, pondering their knowledge of him. Who were these individuals? They did not seem to belong to any of the 5 great nations. Yet, he dismissed further contemplation, opting instead to command the human path to search their memories. He ordered the Hellhound to charge forward, while he re-summoned a chameleon, blending himself into invisibility. Suigetsu, however, chose a more direct approach. He drew a large blade, crafted by a blacksmith prior to his arrival. Although it paled in comparison to the 7 legendary ninja swords, it was still a fine piece. Suigetsu activated his cursed seal, his body adorned with undulating black patterns reminiscent of waves. Water release, great water arm technique. He concentrated the moisture from his entire being into his left arm, thereby augmenting its strength, and then swung his blade downward upon the Hellhound's head. With his newfound might, he cleaved the Hellhound in 2, but it swiftly regenerated a new head, lunging towards Suigetsu's arm. He furrowed his brow, deftly evading the bite using the water transformation technique and returning to Kabuto's side. "Did I not mention that this creature splits? Why did you engage so recklessly?" Kabuto expressed his dissatisfaction, reprimanding him. Suigetsu scratched his head apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry, I just wanted to verify what Lord Fy had said." He continued, "All right. You all hold them off for me. I need to prepare for the Edo Tensei." "Understood," they replied, taking their positions to protect Kabuto. Meanwhile, the concealed beast path observed the scene, transmitting the visual to the other 6 paths while summoning a familiar beast to counter. What technique should I employ? It is best not to grant him an opportunity, he thought, invoking the summoning technique. A gray bird with a long, pointed beak hurtled toward Kabuto's direction. Conversely, Orochimaru's group encountered Konan, who unleashed a flurry of paper that ignited into flames. Orochimaru immediately warned, "It's an explosive tag. Everyone, evade." The ensuing explosions sent countless fragments flying, raising a cloud of dust, and the cloaks of Orochimaru and his companions billowed in the chaos. Konan descended gracefully before Orochimaru, resembling an angel with her wings extended. Gazing at Orochimaru, Konan spoke slowly. "Ah, it is you, the traitor of the Akatsuki. We did not seek you out, yet you have come to find us. Was this infiltration mission arranged by you?" Orochimaru replied with a smirk, "Though I would have loved to orchestrate such an affair. I am aware of my limitations. Therefore, someone else is behind this. It is." Before the words were fully spoken, Orochimaru swiftly unleashed his serpent hand technique towards Konan. Anticipating his move, Konan executed the dance of the Shikigami, transforming her body into countless pieces of paper. evading his grasp and reconstituting herself in another location. Her gaze grew solemn as she coldly declared, Orochimaru, in the name of the divine, I shall impose judgment upon you. Rather than becoming enraged, Orochimaru chuckled, dismissively scoffing, Do you truly believe that a mere child lurking in the shadows could eliminate me, Orochimaru? You are nothing more than Jiraiya's disciple. I should have eradicated you back in the day. The battle intensified as the two sides clashed, with Konan employing her paper rain technique and the members of Orochimaru's team engaging her fiercely. Meanwhile, Pain and the hungry ghost path advanced towards Fongyao, blocking his path. Your journey ends here. Reveal your identities, and the divine shall grant you a peaceful demise, Pain stated, his Rinnegan piercing through the air with a chilling intensity. Fongyao, however, remained unfazed by the sight of Yahiko, now transformed into Pain. Instead, he suddenly addressed the system, If Pain possesses the Rinnegan, can I simply pluck out his eyes? The system retorted with disdain, Host, do not entertain thoughts of shortcuts. Pain's eyes merely manifest a fraction of the Rinnegan's power. Only Nagato's eyes are complete. Otherwise, one could endlessly summon the Rinnegan through the 6 paths of Pain. Fongyao found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had no choice but to defeat Nagato before pursuing that route. He exchanged a glance with Gaara, who extended a hand towards Pain. The sand prison technique emerged, swiftly ensnaring Pain in grains of sand, while Fongyao prepared to utilize his Kamui to absorb him. Kamui, his left eye once again filled with crimson veins, the blue pupil zeroed in on Pain's head, which began to distort under the strain of his power. Suddenly, the space around them responded, reversing the flow and returning to its original state. Can even space-time ninjutsu be deflected? It seems I had high expectations, considering even Amaterasu can be repelled. Pain, astonished by the recent counterattack, had not anticipated such a rare application of space-time ninjutsu. He raised his right hand and commanded, Universal Pull. Fongyao felt an overwhelming force drawing him forward. His body uncontrollably propelled into the fray.